9 Yang Sword Saint Chapter 548 to Chapter 579. In just a few days, the West Continent had gathered hundreds of thousands of troops. Many people had even seen ancient beasts swimming in the ocean. The Sky Cloud Pavilion retracted all their fleets as if they were facing a great enemy. They also started to build defensive lines in the Southern Ocean City, the only city in the Sky Cloud Pavilion that had flat land. Nearly 20,000 Snow Lion soldiers descended from the Sky Cloud Plateau and entered the Southern Ocean City. The entire Sky Cloud Plateau also started to gather as countless troops entered the Southern Ocean City. The Earthshatter City Lord publicly announced that the Earthshatter City would not allow any forces or troops to attack the Sky Cloud Pavilion through the airspace and territory of the Earthshatter City. He did not even want any forces to invade the entire Yingzhou continent. After that, Prince Xianxia of the Vulture sect visited the Sky Cloud Pavilion again. He also announced that he would not allow any forces to invade the Sky Cloud Pavilion. When necessary, the Vulture sect would interfere. Xianxia's announcement was like a huge rock crashing into the surface of a lake, causing huge waves. This showed that the Vulture sect was protecting the Sky Cloud Pavilion. With the protection of the Vulture sect, any forces that wanted to touch the Sky Cloud Pavilion would have to think twice before doing so, as the consequences would be severe. After receiving the affirmation from the Vulture sect, Yun Kailan was emboldened and publicly announced that Yang Dingtian had set up the Council of Light to split the Tiando League. The Sky Cloud Pavilion helping him was not morally wrong, and it was a righteous act. Everyone had the right to punish traitors. If Yang Dingtian led the Western continent to invade the Middle continent, it would be evidence that Yang Dingtian was trying to usurp the authority of the entire Tiando League. This was the first time the Sky Cloud Pavilion had openly expressed their stance. Attacking Yang Dingtian for setting up the Council of Light was setting up another Tiando League, and it was a crime to split the country. The Sky Cloud Pavilion helping Zhu Qingzhu against Yang Dingtian was not wrong, and it was a righteous act. The fact that Yang Dingtian dared to invade the Sky Cloud Pavilion was another proof of Yang Dingtian's ambition. After Yun Kailan's announcement, the entire Middle Continent, and even the entire world, was in an uproar. Everyone was waiting for another great battle to break out. Especially in the Western world, Yang Dingtian had already lost count of how many battle requests he had received. All kinds of submarines, torpedoes, and artillery shells were madly manufactured in the Western region. At the same time, the Council of Light Army of the entire West Continent, consisting of a total of 2 million elites, had been fully formed. Originally, it was just a strategic blackmail. However, Yun Kailan's complete fallout with him and his attacks and slander of Yang Dingtian had forced the entire West Continent to shoot. If they allowed Yun Kailan to attack them like this, it would be difficult for the Council of Light to back down. At this time, the Council of Light Command Department had been completely established. These 2 million troops were directly under the command of the Council of Light. There were only 4 people in the High Command: Qin Wanzhou, Song Chunhua, Qiu Wanjia, and Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian had the highest veto power. Even Song Shao, Qin Huayu, and Duan Ruyan were not members of the High Command Department, let alone Shimen Lai. However, Qin Huayu, Duan Ruyan, Shimen Lai, and the others were the highest commanders of the Council of Light Army. Each of them commanded more than 200,000 troops. The Council of Light had undergone some changes. The original 6 permanent members were Yang Dingtian, Qin Wanzhou, Qiu Wanjia, Song Chunhua, Duan Ruyan, and Li Guanong. Now, there were a few more ordinary members, namely Song Shao, Qin Huayu, Song Lihua, Zhu Hongxue, and Tang Buozhao. Therefore, these 12 people were the most powerful members of the entire West Continent's 30,000 territories, hundreds of millions of citizens, hundreds of thousands of martial artists, and millions of soldiers. The arrow is already on the bow, and it has to be shot. Attack. Song Shao had always been very extreme. Attack. The Cloud Sky Pavilion is more shameless than the Black Heaven sect. Zhu Hongxue was also a straightforward person. Yun Kailan had committed a grave mistake and suffered a great defeat. Not only did he not personally come to the Western world to admit his guilt and apologize, his attitude was even more tyrannical. Now, with the support of the Vulture sect, he was actually attacking Yang Dingtian to split the Tiando League and slandering Yang Dingtian. Moreover, he had also started to gather his troops and was ready to fight at any time. Attack. Xianxia said, not to mention the Cloud Sky Pavilion's current attitude, they should be punished for helping Zhu Qingzhu that day. Otherwise, where is the dignity of the Council of Light? Let me say a few words, Song Lihua suddenly said, I don't know anything about military affairs, and I won't express my opinions. However, the entire West Continent is in the midst of reorganization, and the most important thing is to clean up the feudal vassals. This is the most important thing to the West Continent, much more important than attacking the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Moreover, there can't be any mistakes. We have to put in all our effort to complete it. Once we start a war with the outside world, it will be easy for internal chaos to occur. If we want to attack the Cloud Sky Pavilion, I suggest that we do it after the internal reorganization of the West Continent. I have the same opinion, Tang Buizhao said. Attacking the Cloud Sky Pavilion is a matter of pride. Now that we are reorganizing the West Continent and moving the West capital, everything is extremely important to us. Every day is extremely precious. Duan Ruyan said, I'm a straightforward person. When I see Yin Kalin and listen to her, I want to fight. However, you all know that part of our navy has already moved to the southwest continent. The construction of the southernmost city in the southwest continent has also begun. There are already 300,000 soldiers in the southwest continent, and they have already started to clean up the feudal vassals and bandits. I will obey any orders from the Council of Light, but personally, I don't want to see the cleanup of the southwest continent stop halfway. Yang Dingtian looked at Qin Wanzhou. The entire strategic blackmail plan was proposed by him, so he believed that he had a well-thought-out plan. Qin Wanzhou said, the strategic blackmail to bully the Cloud Sky Pavilion was planned by me and carried out by me. Although Yin Kalin's fierce attitude is somewhat out of our expectations, the overall situation has not changed. This plan can still be carried out. As for the so-called blackmail, we might as well make it more realistic and more intense. What do you mean? Yang Dingtian asked. The army should set off immediately and begin to seal off the Cloud Sky Pavilion's defense line. Let the ancient giant beast start to approach the Cloud Sky Pavilion's territorial waters, Qin Wanzhou said. If we don't prepare to fight, what will happen if we accidentally fire? Song Chunhua said, Yun Kalin has a fierce personality. If she starts a war, we won't be fully prepared. Moreover, the cleansing of the feudal vassals has already begun. I'm worried that there will be serious consequences. Therefore, I suggest that we attack the Cloud Sky Pavilion with all our might, or reorganize the West Continent with all our might. Song Chunhua's opinion was that she did not agree with Qin Wanzhou's strategic blackmail plan and was unwilling to take the risk. She was an upright and selfless person. She always liked to be open and aboveboard, and disliked conspiracies. Once Song Chunhua's attitude was expressed, everyone had to face her squarely. Currently, the second-in-command of the Council of Light was definitely Qin Wanzhou. However, in many people's hearts, the third-in-command was not Song Xiao or Qiu Wanjia, but Song Chunhua. Although her cultivation was not as high as Song Xiao and Duan Ruyan, her character was charming and upright. Many people could not help but trust her. Finally, everyone's gaze turned to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian said, I'm very lacking in strategizing. Therefore, I'm also not very clear about the pros and cons of taking the risk of strategic blackmail. However, I do know one thing. Once a matter is decided, do not give up halfway. Changing orders all the time is a big taboo. Therefore, continue with this strategic blackmail plan. I believe that all of us here will be able to bear the consequences. Yes. After Yang Dingtian made the final decision, no one had any objections and stopped arguing about this matter. Qin Wanzhou could not help but heave a sigh of relief. The so-called strategic blackmail was, after all, a conspiracy. If it was a conspiracy, then there would be successes and failures. Now, it was as if Yin Kalin had stepped on someone's tail. He had really forced Qin Wanzhou into a corner. Therefore, his strategic blackmail plan might really have wasted all his previous efforts. At this moment, Qin Wanzhou could see clearly that Yang Dingtian's strategizing was average, and his methods were even more average. His political skills were also very shallow, and he did not have the skills of a ruler at all. However, this person was broad-minded, far-sighted, and determined. Just these 3 points alone were enough. In particular, his selflessness was worthy of everyone's trust. After the strategic blackmail plan was set, the entire West Continent immediately went into action. Zhongzhou's fleet of more than 200,000 soldiers set off once again. Together with the winged cavalry troops, they started to completely seal off the Sky Cloud Pavilion's sea route. Moreover, the ancient beast had come within 1,000 miles of the Sky Cloud Pavilion's sea many times. There were a few times when it had set off huge waves, causing people to tremble in fear. At the most tense moment, the ancient beast had directly destroyed 3 of the Sky Cloud Pavilion's warships in the Sky Cloud Pavilion's sea region. Instantly, Yun Kailan was furious. Then, he publicly announced that Yang Dingtian was a sinful and ambitious person, and that he was the culprit behind the breakup of the Tiando League. Furthermore, he sent out his own crystal warships to the Western Sea region. Once they saw any warships from the West Continent, they would mercilessly sink them. Yun Kailan did as he said. His crystal warships appeared and disappeared unpredictably, sinking almost 10 merchant ships from the West Continent. Yang Dingtian's fleet approached once again. The submarine troops also started to hunt down the crystal warships of the Sky Cloud Pavilion. Although the two sides did not directly engage in battle, there were countless small battles and conflicts in private. Despite the constant conflicts with the Sky Cloud Pavilion, the reorganization of the West Continent did not stop. Duan Rian and Li Guanong led the southern army and started to clear out the entire southwest continent. As for the 1 million soldiers, the cleansing operation of the feudal lords in the West Continent had also begun. As expected, these feudal lords were extremely fearful of Yang Dingtian. However, when they wanted to clear out their territories, they were still met with a violent counterattack. About half of the feudal lords obediently handed over their territories, took the money that the Council of Light had used to purchase their territories, and received the shares of the Council of Light's bank. After that, they would either enter the army or take up positions in other regions or cities. However, there were still a small number of feudal lords who directly started an armed rebellion. There were thousands of feudal lords in the West Continent. Even if a small number of them rebelled, there were still close to 1 million armed forces. Instantly, the entire West Continent was filled with smoke. The 1 million elites that the Council of Light had prepared in advance immediately went to deal with the situation. Although the rebellious feudal lords were powerful, they were of no use in front of the absolute power of the Council of Light. The anti-rebellion troops led by Qin Huayu and Song Shao were like a hot knife through butter. They cleared out 50 kilometers in a day. Of course, Yang Dingtian wanted to start a land revolution in the entire West Continent and hand over all the land to the ordinary people. However, there was no doubt that this was impossible. This would infringe on the huge interests of Qin Wanzhou, Song Shao, and Qiu Wanjie. Therefore, Yang Dingtian made some concessions. After clearing out the feudal lords, he distributed most of the land to the landless people. However, these people had to pay taxes to the various defense forces. Meanwhile, within the territories of Qin City, World Society, and Divine Weapons Villa, they also liberated the slaves and made them free people. Moreover, they let the major forces contract these lands to the free people for farming. 55% of it was handed over to Qin City, World Society, and Divine Weapons Villa. This proportion was undoubtedly very large. If it was on modern Earth, people would scold them to death. However, in the chaotic world, those who farmed were all slaves. They worked every day but had nothing. They ate whatever their master gave them and had no property. Now, giving them 45% of the profits was already a great benefit. Of course, Qin City, World Society, and Divine Weapons Villa could only keep a portion of the profits for themselves. The other portion would be handed over to the Council of Light to be used to raise the army. In short, the Council of Light's West Continent was in chaos. Outside, there were conflicts and skirmishes every day. Inside, there was smoke everywhere and battles were everywhere. Therefore, the Cloud Sky Pavilion took the opportunity to attack Yang Dingtian. They were cruel, bloodthirsty, and warlike. Moreover, they began to call on all the dukes, people, martial artists, and armies of the West Continent to rise up and resist Yang Dingtian's tyranny. Previously, when planning the strategic blackmail, Qin Wanzhou knew very well that Yun Kailan would definitely be angry. However, he didn't expect her to react so violently and crazily. In the past, when Zhu Qing wanted to destroy the Cloud Sky Pavilion, why weren't you so arrogant? With the Vulture sect as your backing, why were you so fearless? Seeing that the West Continent was in chaos, the worship of Yang Dingtian in the Middle Continent gradually quieted down. The leaders of the forces in the Middle Continent gradually began to have different opinions and doubts about the West Continent's Council of Light and Yang Dingtian. In short, the situation was getting worse and worse. The entire West Continent and the Cloud Sky Pavilion were on the verge of war. However, the strategic turning point that Qin Wanzhou wanted to see still didn't appear. If it didn't appear, then the West Continent would have no other choice. They could either start a war with the Cloud Sky Pavilion and become enemies with the Vulture sect, or they could completely cease all activities. There was news that the Vulture sect's Black Vulture army had begun to lead the southern barbarian continent. Once they started a war with the Cloud Sky Pavilion, the ancient giant beasts couldn't go on land. To attack the Cloud Sky Pavilion, they had to rely on their air force. Of course, there was also the Devil Dragon army that could climb mountains as if they were walking on flat ground. The Devil Vulture army had already left. Because of Kuei-Si, Fisher City would definitely stand on the side of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Therefore, it was impossible for Yang Dingtian to have any air force. He could only use the Devil Dragon army to attack the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Of course, if the Vulture sect didn't mobilize the Black Vulture army, then the Devil Dragon army could still fight. However, once the Black Vulture army was mobilized, the West Continent, which had no air force, was basically doomed. Therefore, the entire Council of Light and the entire West Continent's doubts about Qin Wanzhou's strategic blackmail plan were getting louder and louder. Even Qin Huaiyu had looked for Yang Dingtian and told him not to support Qin Wanzhou because of his identity. If necessary, he could cancel this strategic blackmail plan. However, Yang Dingtian only had one attitude, and that was to continue. If the conflict reached a certain level, then they would directly start a war. Even if the Vulture sect's Black Vulture army participated in the war. At most, they would attack the Cloud Sky Plateau. They would directly turn the Cloud Sky Pavilion's only city, Southern Ocean City, into ruins. Then, they would block all the exits of the Cloud Sky Pavilion and completely seal them off. Under Yang Dingtian's absolute insistence, all the objections to Qin Wanzhou temporarily stopped. Actually, Yang Dingtian didn't know whether his insistence was right or not. Was it good or bad? However, he only knew that he shouldn't doubt the people he used. Once he started a plan, he had to stick to it. Anyway, even if the plan failed, he could still bear the consequences of starting a war. However, the pressure on Qin Wanzhou was unprecedentedly great. If it was any other city or any other power, he would have directly used his army to push over and destroy it. However, the Cloud Sky Pavilion was on a plateau thousands of meters high. There was no road at all. They could only rely on air forces. The strange thing was that the West Continent didn't have an air force. Fisher City was already on the opposite side. Therefore, Qin Wanzhou couldn't sleep night after night. In the end, he couldn't hold on any longer. He personally came to Yang Dingtian and told him that if Yang Dingtian announced that he was giving up on this strategic blackmail plan, he would fully understand and support it. Then, he would formally admit his mistake and apologize to the Council of Light. Yang Dingtian's attitude didn't change at all. If he persisted, once the conflict reached an irreconcilable point, he would directly start a war. Even if it meant starting a war with the Vulture sect earlier, he wouldn't hesitate. At this time, Yang Dingtian was gambling. He was gambling that the Vulture sect wouldn't start a war with Yang Dingtian at this time. Firstly, it was still neutral. Secondly, Yang Dingtian and Zhu Qingzhu hadn't both died yet. The Vulture sect and the Sea of Gloom wouldn't jump out. Once they did, their superior status would immediately disappear. Then, time passed day by day. The counterinsurgency operation in the West Continent was still in full swing. The cleanup of the Southwest Army was almost halfway done. The Southern Fleet had also begun to station themselves in the Southwest Continent. The foundation of the southernmost city had also been built. It was also at this moment that a huge piece of bad news arrived. The Cloud Sky Pavilion's crystal warships had traveled thousands of miles and ambushed the Southwest Continent. They sank 13 ships of the Southern Fleet and used crystal crossbows to kill thousands of ground troops. Then, they left freely. When this news reached the headquarters of the Council of Light in Iron Furnace City, Xianxia slumped in his seat, his face pale. After a long time, he said in a trembling voice, "Sect leader, let's stop the strategic blackmail plan. Let's start a full-scale war. I will resign from my position as a permanent member of the Council of Light. I will even resign from my position as the Supreme Commander of the Western Defense District." Then, the entire headquarters of the Council of Light fell into silence. No one had expected Xianxia to be so crazy, bold, and intense. If she was so capable, why didn't she ambush Zhu Qingzhu? Of course, although Zhu Qingzhu was plotting against the Cloud Sky Pavilion, he had never said it out loud or trampled on her face. He only said that the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Kuei had supported Yang Dingtian, so he wanted to punish them. When they were face to face, Zhu Qingzhu was always polite to Xianxia. But when Yang Dingtian trampled on her face, her reaction was so intense. It seemed that a woman's face could never be touched. The Cloud Sky Pavilion's fleet had ambushed the southwest continent and sunk a dozen warships, killing thousands of people. As a result, the conflict had reached its peak. It was impossible to not start a war, although the internal cleansing and reconstruction had been going on. But Xianxia had forced Yang Dingtian into a corner. But once the war started, it would mean Qin Wanzhou's failure, and he would have to bear the responsibility. "No, we won't start a war," Yang Dingtian said directly. "At this time, perhaps the strategic blackmail will turn around. But if we don't start a war," Qin Wanzhou said, "the Council of Light will be bullied by the Cloud Sky Pavilion and lose its prestige. It will be a fatal blow to our Council of Light. We choose to start a war without declaring war," Yang Dingtian said. "I will send out the ancient behemoth to destroy Nanning City's pier, killing 3 times the number of people and silencing 10 times the number of warships." Yang Dingtian did not declare war. That night, he directly sent out the ancient behemoth to destroy Nanning City's pier. All the warships docked at the pier were destroyed, and everyone on the pier was killed. Then, the ancient behemoth fled far away. After returning to Iron Furnace City, Yang Dingtian did not give up. He immediately ordered, "Is the largest 10,000-kilogram bomb ready? I am going to throw it on Xianxia's head." Then, Yang Dingtian said to Qin Wanzhou, "Wait for 5 more days. If there is no change in the situation within 5 days, immediately start a war with the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Even if we have to fight with the Vulture sect, we will not hesitate." At night, Yang Dingtian and Qin Wanzhou, the two of them rode on the Demon Vulture King and flew towards the Cloud Sky Pavilion under the cover of the night, carrying a super bomb that weighed over 10,000 pounds. The Demon Vulture King was extremely powerful. It was 2 to 3 times the size of the other demon vultures, carrying more than 10,000 pounds. However, it was difficult to fly at top speed while carrying a bomb that weighed over 10,000 pounds. And every 3,000 miles, it had to float in the sea and rest for a while. It also had to be fed with the best crystals to recover its energy. Just like that, Yang Dingtian took a long detour and entered the Cloud Sky Pavilion's territory from the south. This way, they had to fly more than 20,000 miles. After a full day and 2 nights, Yang Dingtian and Zhu Qingzhu rode on the Demon Vulture King and flew into the Cloud Sky Pavilion with a huge bomb that weighed over 10,000 pounds. Because they were flying at an altitude of more than 10,000 meters, and in the dark night. Moreover, the Cloud Sky Pavilion knew that Yang Dingtian did not have any air force, so there was almost no defense in the air. Yang Dingtian flew to the Cloud Sky Pavilion's headquarters almost effortlessly. Below was a huge snow mountain, and at the peak of the snow mountain were the 1,000 houses of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. The Cloud Sky Pavilion's headquarters was on the highest mountain. They flew to the sky above the Cloud Sky Pavilion's headquarters hall. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian threw down the bomb that weighed over 10,000 pounds. Note, first update, 6,000 words per 100 words. Brothers, I beg you for monthly votes. Note, 5,200 words for the second update. More than 11,000 words for today's update. Brothers, hurry up and vote. Please. At this time, in the middle of the night, the entire Cloud Sky Pavilion was asleep and did not have any defense against the sky. Moreover, this was the top of the snow mountain. It could snow almost every day, and there would be a sea breeze whistling every day. The flying snow and the whistling wind completely covered the sound of the huge bomb falling. Whoosh! In this way, the bomb weighing more than 10,000 pounds fell from the sky. It smashed into the many houses of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Boom! Then, there was an earth-shattering explosion. More than 10,000 pounds of explosives were packed with nearly 10,000 pounds of high explosives and special energy crystals. The energy burst out of the sudden explosion was extremely shocking. The huge fireball burst out at the top of the mountain could be seen from 100 miles away. It was as if a huge torch was lit at the top of the snow mountain. Then, all the pavilions within a few hundred meters were blown up. The main hall of the Cloud Sky Pavilion, which was only a few dozen meters away from the explosion point, was instantly blown to pieces. Hundreds of houses seemed to have turned into a pile of ruins in an instant. After the explosion, hundreds of people flew out of the Cloud Sky Pavilion's houses and rushed into the air. These were all experts of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. After the explosion, except for a few people who screamed, all of them flew into the air to look for the murderer. However, after Yang Dingtian threw the bomb, he directly rode the Demon Eagle King and flew away at full speed at a speed of more than 1,000 miles per hour. These people flew into the air after the explosion. How could they catch up with him? Of course, it was not that Yang Dingtian and Qin Wanzhou were afraid of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Yang Dingtian was a 4-star 9th grade grandmaster, and Qin Wanzhou was a great grandmaster. The two of them together did not fear any expert of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. The main thing was that Yang Dingtian could not be seen by others. He, the supreme leader of the Council of Light, personally threw the bomb. Of course, some people might say, why not directly send grandmasters and grandmasters to capture Yun Kailan? Just as Zhu Qing wanted to follow the rules, Yang Dingtian also wanted to follow the rules. Even if Yang Dingtian and the Cloud Sky Pavilion were to go to war, it would at most be a civil war. Therefore, the two armies had to confront each other openly and send two great masters to capture Yun Kailan directly. If that happened, Yang Dingtian's reputation would be ruined. Was it possible to have a direct martial arts duel? Of course, he could just issue a martial Dao challenge. In the past, Yang Dingtian could assassinate. However, after he became the Lord of Cloud Sky City, he couldn't play around anymore, especially after he became the Lord of the Council of Light. Then, when could he be executed without announcing it, and without teaching it? Evil ways. When you are sure that someone is a martial arts expert, you can directly eliminate them. Hundreds of Cloud Sky Pavilion experts rushed into the air and discovered that their enemies were already hundreds of miles away. Furthermore, they were getting further and further away. They immediately chased after them like crazy. Below, a huge hole seemed to have been dug in the middle of the magnificent Cloud Sky Pavilion. The most central and core part had been completely reduced to ruins. For nearly 1,000 years, the Cloud Sky Pavilion at the top of the snowy mountain had never been attacked. Today, it was as if it had been destroyed. The Cloud Sky Pavilion experts immediately chased after them madly. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from the top of the snowy mountain. Everyone looked down in shock. Then, they suddenly saw countless accumulated snow at the top of the snowy mountain suddenly sweep down. An avalanche. After countless years of accumulated snow, an avalanche directly occurred after the powerful explosion. Countless accumulated snow kept sliding down and rolling down. More and more, and more and more, and in the end, it became an incomparably huge force that overturned rivers and seas, as if it covered the sky and covered the earth as it swept down. Everywhere it passed, all the buildings were crushed and buried. Therefore, everyone was shocked to see that the magnificent buildings at the top of the snowy mountain for dozens of miles were all buried by the accumulated snow and turned into ruins. All the accumulated snow on the mountain, which was thousands of meters high, eventually turned into a destructive force that rushed down the mountain. Boom, 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 boom. The entire mountain was shaking, and the entire sky seemed to have changed color. Following that, even the Cloud Sky Plateau within 100 miles was shaken violently. The Cloud Sky Pavilion experts were completely stunned when they saw this scene. The Cloud Sky Pavilion, which had not been attacked for 1,000 years, was completely buried and destroyed by the snowstorm. Fortunately, most of the Cloud Sky Pavilion martial artists were guarding the northern and southern borders. Otherwise, who knew how many people would have died tonight? Nearly half of the Cloud Sky Pavilion martial artists would have died. Of course, even so, there were still many casualties. Yang Dingtian, who was far away, was also completely stunned when he saw this scene. He had thought that the explosion at the top of the snowy mountain would cause an avalanche. However, he did not expect the avalanche to be so powerful. It was almost 100 times more powerful than the explosion. More than 12 hours later, Yang Dingtian returned to Ironforge City in the northwest continent. Several hours later, Yang Dingtian felt Yun Kalen's monstrous anger. She used the most vicious words to attack the Council of Light and Yang Dingtian. Previously, she only said that Yang Dingtian had split the Tiando League. Now, she directly said that Yang Dingtian had brought the ancient evil beasts to battle. It was completely done by evil ways. Yang Dingtian was evil and unorthodox. Everyone had the right to punish him. Moreover, Yun Kalen directly expressed her condolences to Zhu Qingzhu. It was said that in the war against the unorthodox path, a single defeat was nothing. A just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. Therefore, she asked Zhu Qingzhu to pull himself together and gather all the martial arts forces in Zhongzhou again to deal a devastating blow to Yang Dingtian's Council of Light. She also called on all the righteous forces in Zhongzhou and the chaotic continent to go all out against Yang Dingtian and the West continent. Of course, Yun Kalen's cries for blood did not receive any response, even Zhu Qingzhu did not make a sound. As for the other factions in the central province, they had long been terror-stricken by Yang Dingtian. They were afraid that Yang Dingtian would come looking for them and wanted to capture the entire Cloud Sky Pavilion and beat them up while forgetting them. This outcome couldn't be any better. Do you think I'm retarded if I jump out to attract more hatred? Yun Kalen searched all over the world and did not receive any response. He was furious. He sent out the crystal warships to attack everything in the West continent. They did not care about civilians or military forces. Every time they attacked, they would kill a few hundred people and leave immediately. Then, they would go to another place and launch a sneak attack. The crystal warships of the Cloud Sky Pavilion even attacked Yang Dingtian's most important submarine and torpedo manufacturing base, Fire Island, at lightning speed. Moreover, they almost succeeded. Dozens of people were killed, and 3 manufacturing facilities were destroyed. Yes, many warships and submarines had discovered the crystal warships of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Dozens of warships and submarines attacked them. The shore-based cannons also fired wildly. However, the 3 crystal warships had launched a suicidal attack. They had no intention of returning at all. After firing the crystal arrows, they directly self-destructed. The crystal power that Yang Dingtian yearned for even in his dreams had been blasted into smithereens. This sneak attack almost scared the soul out of the entire Council of Light. Almost the entire submarine base was on Fire Island. Fortunately, the losses were not great. However, the terror of the crystal warships was still fresh in everyone's minds. How awesome! The 4 suicide warships broke through many blockades at a terrifying high speed. Besieged by almost 100 warships and submarines, they broke into Fire Island. Compared to the crystal warships, the West Continent's fleet was as slow as an old woman. According to the data that Yang Dingtian received, the 4 suicidal warships were traveling at a shocking speed of more than 100 kilometers per hour. F***ck, even the warships on Earth were not as fast as this. This speed was almost as fast as a motorboat. In order to cooperate with the Cloud Sky Pavilion, the Black Vulture Corps of the Vulture sect finally officially left the southern barbarian continent and entered the eyes of the world. There were 5,000 Black Vultures. Instantly, another huge wave was set off. Once the war started, once the Vulture sect was involved, then, it would be another huge war. It was easy to start, but difficult to end. There were less than 4 hours left before Yang Dingtian's 5-day deadline. Yang Dingtian blew up the headquarters of the Cloud Sky Pavilion, causing an avalanche that destroyed almost all the buildings of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. In a fit of rage, Yun Kalen sent the crystal warships to attack Fire Island. This was a humiliating blow to the Council of Light. Moreover, her crystal warships carried out crazy sneak attacks on the entire West continent. People were killed and people were killed. The West Continent's navy could do nothing about the crystal warships of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. They were too fast. Even if they ran in front of you, you would not be able to catch up. 4 hours later, if there was no change in this situation, they had no choice but to start the war. Even if the Vulture sect was involved in the war, they would not hesitate. Of course, if that was the case, Xianxia's departure would be a foregone conclusion. Yang Dingtian and the dozen members of the Council of Light all stayed in the headquarters. When the time was up, they would declare war on the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Then, it would be a long war, a long blockade, and crazy sneak attacks. Yang Dingtian did not have an air force, so he could not attack the Cloud Sky Pavilion. He could only destroy Southern Ocean City and lock it down. Then, he would have to endure long-term air attacks from the Vulture sect. Therefore, this war would be very long. Moreover, it could escalate at any time. Faction leader, Zhu Hongyu from the Black Heaven sect of Xianxia has secretly come to visit. Jiao Liao reported. Qin Wanzhou almost collapsed in his seat. The strategic blackmail had finally paid off. The turning point had finally appeared. Yang Dingtian said, Uncle Master Qin, come with me to meet the secret emissary from Xianxia. Yes. Qin Wanzhou said. In a secret room, Yang Dingtian met the secret emissary of Xianxia, Zhu Hongyu. City Lord Yang, my father is not an infiltrator of the evil ways. At most, he is a collaborator. The first thing the young master of the Black Heaven sect said was directly, evil ways give my father great power, and my father gives evil ways convenience. It's that simple. Yang Dingtian said. Therefore, don't treat us as the people of the evil ways. We are not mortal enemies. Zhu Hongyu said, my father brought a message. Before the Demon King Wendian revives, he will not have anything to do with the evil ways. He is still the leader of the Tiando League. Yang Dingtian said, then, what do you want to say? The West Continent is yours. The Council of Light is yours. Zhu Hongyu said, but Xianxia is ours. On the surface, we attack and suppress each other, but in reality, we do not interfere with each other's business. Are you begging me not to invade Xianxia? Yang Dingtian said. You don't have the strength to invade Xianxia for the time being. Zhu Hongyu said, not only are you at war with the Sky Cloud Pavilion, but the West Continent is also in civil war. As far as I know, there are more than 1 million rebels in the West Continent. There are more than 1,000 rebels. Before the West Continent is completely settled, you do not have the strength to invade Xianxia. Yang Dingtian fell silent. Moreover, although the ancient beasts are powerful, they can't go on land, Zhu Hongyu said. Yang Dingtian fell silent again. You want to attack the Xianxia Tiando League? Qin Wanzhou said coldly, that is impossible. Sect Master Yang will not sit by and watch. Of course not. Zhu Hongyu said, the Xianxia Tiando League is a brother force of the Black Heaven sect. How can we fight against each other? You are overthinking. Yang Dingtian asked, then what is your objective for coming here? Zhu Hongyu said, there is no other reason. It is just that you and I will mind our own business. Moreover, I believe that you do not have the strength to invade us now. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, in other words, Zhu Qingzhu wants to stop the war with me, right? Yes, Zhu Hongyu said. Okay, Yang Dingtian said, as long as you draw a line with evil ways, I will accept everyone. We have already drawn a line with evil ways, Zhu Hongyu said. Not enough, Yang Dingtian said, you need proof of your allegiance. What proof of allegiance? Zhu Hongyu asked. Ning Wuming's head. The head of the evil ways in Xianxia, Yang Dingtian said. Impossible. Zhu Hongyu said, we cannot offend Wendian. If we do, once Wendian revives, our doomsday will come. If that is the case, then we have nothing to talk about, Yang Dingtian said. What can you do? What can you do? Zhu Hongyu said coldly, your submarine fleet and gunships are all being upgraded. Moreover, you have been beaten to a pulp by the Cloud Sky Pavilion's crystal warships. The internal strife in Western Continent is getting worse and worse. What power do you have to invade us? We can negotiate with the Cloud Sky Pavilion, Yang Dingtian said coldly. Negotiate? Zhu Hongyu sneered. You blew up the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Yun Kalin wants nothing more than to tear you to pieces. He has already personally gone to the Black Heaven sect to ask my father to come out. He wants to gather all the martial arts forces in Zhongzhou and directly destroy the bodies of Yang Dingtian and his henchmen. He is ready to trample on the rules and find all the experts to wipe out Yang Dingtian's Council of Light. At this point, can you still negotiate? Yang Dingtian fell silent. After a long while, he said coldly, I still say the same thing. If you want to stop the war with me, you will have to prove your allegiance by attacking the spies of evil ways and Ming Wuming. Otherwise, I will use the most bloody method to completely quell the internal strife. Then, I will directly destroy the Cloud Sky Pavilion's Southern Ocean City and seal off the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Then, I will furiously upgrade the submarines and gunships and bring the ancient beasts to destroy Immortal Island where the Black Heaven sect is located. So what? Zhu Hongyu said, the ancient beasts can't go on land. Even if you destroy everything on the coast of Immortal Island, so what? The experts of the Black Heaven sect are all safe and sound. What about reputation? What about reputation? The Black Heaven sect has completely lost its prestige. We have completely sealed off the Black Heaven sect. What can the Black Heaven sect use to command the entire Zhongzhou? Yang Dingtian said. Zhu Hongyu's expression instantly turned ugly. She said coldly, Sect leader Yang, you don't rely on yourself. What kind of ability are you using an ancient beast from the bottom of the sea? I didn't think that I was that capable in the first place. Yang Dingtian sneered. I'll say it again. If you want to stop the war with me, you'll have to attack the spies of evil ways and Ming Wuming to prove your allegiance. Otherwise, after defeating the Cloud Sky Pavilion and quelling the internal strife, I will completely surround the Black Heaven sect. Zhu Hongyu's eyes were almost filled with murderous intent. She slowly closed her eyes and said coldly, Sect leader Yang, you've gone too far. Since that's the case, there's nothing else to talk about. See the guest out. Yang Dingtian stood up and left. Wait. Zhu Hongyu shouted. You agree? Yang Dingtian said. That's impossible. Zhu Hongyu said, but I can report to my father and ask him to make a decision. Then I won't keep you any longer. Goodbye. Yang Dingtian said. Zhu Hongyu left. She took advantage of the night and flew into the sky. When she left Iron Furnace City, Zhu Hongyu looked in the direction of Iron Furnace City and said disdainfully, what genius? He's just an idiot. Then, a smug smile appeared on his face. After Zhu Hongyu left, Qin Wanchou smiled and said, Sect leader, the outcome has been decided. The Black Heaven sect is now in my grasp. Then, Qin Wanchou let out a long sigh of relief. It was too difficult. It was easier said than done. Qin Wanchou's strategic deception almost caused him to commit a grave mistake and almost caused him to resign in front of everyone. It was as if they had discussed it, but in reality, there was no discussion at all. Next, the secret envoys came to Iron Furnace City in waves. The second person to come was actually Wu Yuming, however, Yang Dingtian did not meet her. Instead, he had Qin Wanchou receive her. Qin Wanchou was a sly old fox. He was the best person to deal with. Just 4 hours later, Qin Wanchou and Wu Yuming's meeting ended. Then, he conveyed 2 messages from Wu Yuming. The first message was that she did not want Yang Dingtian to start a war with the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Otherwise, the West State would bear all the consequences and Yang Dingtian would bear the consequences. Because when the Vulture sect was forced to get involved, the Sea of Hades would also be forced to get involved. They would completely abandon their previous neutral position. The second message was that this was Wu Yuming's first and last time mediating between the West State and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Because he was going to return to the Sea of Hades with the Vulture sect to visit his mother, Wu Yu. Yang Dingtian was especially concerned about the second message. Wu Yuming was going to return to the Sea of Hades. What did that mean? This message was very profound and very important. Wu Yuming was the second envoy. Soon, the third envoy arrived. It was Kuei from Fisher City. His only goal was to stop the war between the West State and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. City Lord Yang, I know you really need. The fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, Kuwei said. You also know that this secret manual is in my hands. As long as you are willing to stop the war with the Cloud Sky Pavilion, I am willing to give you the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship for free. Kuwei used the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship in exchange for a ceasefire. Martial Uncle Kuwei, I really want the fourth level of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. I'm also willing to exchange for it with something of equal value, or even more valuable, Yang Dingtian said. But this can only be a private matter. We can't use official matters to exchange for it. These were Yang Dingtian's heartfelt words. Hence, after meeting Kuwei, Yang Dingtian had never mentioned the fourth level of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Under the current circumstances, it was too easy to confuse official matters with official matters. He couldn't use the Council of Light's official power to exchange for Yang Dingtian's personal pig-slaying swordsmanship secret manual. Even though the Council of Light didn't really want to start a war with the Cloud Sky Pavilion. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Kuwei's face turned ashen. Don't tell me you really want to destroy the Cloud Sky Pavilion? Brother Kuwei, shouldn't you be punished for your wrongdoings? Xianxia suddenly said. Yun Kalin is your woman, but don't forget that Earth-Splitting City is also a member of the Council of Light. During the meeting, we've already agreed that once you return, you'll immediately become a permanent member of the Council of Light. Then, Xianxia said, it's taboo to not distinguish between official matters and official matters. Kuwei fell silent. Then, he suddenly said, I didn't know that Earth-Splitting City had already joined the Council of Light. However, that was obviously Kuwei Ning's private decision. It doesn't count. Moreover, not long ago, Earth-Splitting City's Elders Guild also chose to leave the Council of Light. Therefore, Earth-Splitting City is no longer a member of the Council of Light. Yang Dingtian's face trembled. Martial Uncle Kuwei, after you return, don't you intend to set things right and join the Council of Light? No. Kuwei said, Earth-Splitting City is a member of the Tiando League. Why should we join the Council of Light? Not to mention that the Elders Guild had already left the Council of Light. Even if they hadn't, they would have left after I return. The moment these words came out, Yang Dingtian and Xianxia's faces turned ugly. Regardless of what happened between the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Yang Dingtian, regardless of the fact that the Elders Guild of Earthshatter City had once betrayed the Council of Light. However, in Yang Dingtian's heart, and even in the hearts of the entire Council of Light, Earthshatter City was one of their own. He could even be called a member of the Council of Light. As for Yang Dingtian, Song Chunhua, and the others, they also treated Kuwei Ning as a life-and-death brother. Now, Kuwei actually said that she wanted to draw a clear line between the Council of Light and Yang Dingtian. Why? Could it be because of the Cloud Sky Pavilion? Because Yun Kalin is your woman? Yang Dingtian asked. No, it has nothing to do with that. Kuwei said, City Lord Yang, I know that I spoke up for you at the Tiando League headquarters meeting, so you have always been grateful to me and have treated me as one of your own. However, I will solemnly tell you that I spoke up for justice in the Heavenly Dao Union for myself and for the sake of justice. Therefore, there is no friendship between us. However, because of my words, you immediately went to Earthshatter City to form an alliance. This is definitely a deep conversation. Of course, you bore the brunt of Zhu Qingzhu's anger for the sake of Earthshatter City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. I am very grateful for this. However, I think that during the Battle of Cloud Heaven City, my Demon Eagle army of Earth-Splitting City had also contributed greatly to your cause. Therefore, our two families should be considered even. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and nodded vigorously, that's right. The Earthfisher City has never owed me anything. On the contrary, I have always owed Earthshatter City. No need, we are even, Kuwei said. From today onwards, our two families should not have any interactions. Otherwise, it will be difficult. Yang Dingtian wanted to ask why, but he did not. Actually, from the first time he met Kuwei, he was very polite and courteous. However, he was overly courteous and did not seem like a comrade-in-arms at all. Kuwei's attitude had always been courteous, but there was also a hint of coldness and rejection. Therefore, after Yang Dingtian and Zhu Qingzhu won the battle, Earthshatter City did not send anyone to congratulate them. Furthermore, Kuei-si had always addressed Yang Dingtian as City Lord Yang and not sect leader Yang. Obviously, he did not approve of his identity as the sect leader of the hidden sect. Why was this so? Yang Dingtian really wanted to know. City Lord Yang said that we should not mix public and private matters. I agree with this point. Kuei-si said, during the Demon City's Merchant Palace's auction, I bought the pig-slaying swordsmanship 4th rank secret manual out of anger. This item is of no use to me. Even though I spent money to buy it, it should still be considered as something that belongs to you. Now, let's officially return it to its rightful owner. After saying this, Kuei-si took out a scroll and passed it to Yang Dingtian. I don't deserve it. Yang Dingtian then took out the ring of protection and passed it to Kuei-si. This is the ring of protection. It can be considered as a priceless treasure. It can defend against all attacks that are of the same cultivation level as you. I will use this ring to exchange for your pig-slaying swordsmanship. No. Kuei-si directly placed the secret manual on the table and said, you saved my Earthshatter City and my Demon Eagle Army's battle with Cloud Heaven City was just icing on the cake. Therefore, I will give you this pig-slaying swordsmanship 4th rank secret manual. From now on, I do not owe you any more. Your ring is too precious. I cannot afford it. Goodbye. After saying this, Kuei-si directly left. Yang Dingtian wanted to chase after him, but Qin Wanshou pulled him back. After walking to the door, Kuei-si suddenly turned his head and said, City Lord Yang, I don't care what ambitions you have. But I have 2 things to say. First, don't come looking for my Kuei Ning in the future. Don't have anything to do with my Earthshatter City. Second, don't try to invade the southern Yingzhou. Once your army enters the Yingzhou continent, once you start a war with the Cloud Sky Pavilion, it means that you are also starting a war with my Earthshatter City. My Demon Eagle army will do its best to chase away all invaders. When that time comes, don't blame me for being heartless. Then, Kuei-si left. In the secret room, Yang Dingtian fell into silence. There's no need to think. It's still Wu Yuming. Qin Wanshou said, from Kuei-si's attitude of keeping people at arm's length, it can be seen. He kept calling you City Lord Yang and the last sentence even said that he didn't care what ambitions you had. He also thinks that you are impersonating the leader of the hidden sect and trying to usurp the Tiando League. Then, Qin Wanshou patted Yang Dingtian's shoulder and said, don't be sad. Doing big things is like this. Not only do you have to bear the attacks of your enemies, you also have to bear the harm of your friends. Believe me, Kuei-si will soon taste the price of his ignorance. The entire Yingzhou continent will soon be swept into hell. Senior Uncle Qin, you don't have to be so gloating. Yang Dingtian said. Did I make it very obvious? Qin Wanshou laughed, but you are right. Every time I see someone being ignorant and stupid, I am very happy. I have an inexplicable sense of superiority over others. Yang Dingtian was speechless. But you appear to be in pain. You try to explain everything, but it's often futile and even more painful. Qin Wanshou said, so, you are the good guy and I am the bad guy. It's just that when you were against me and Song Xiao, how vicious were you? The 3 of us old fellows have been trapped by you. You should use this mentality and method on Kuei-si, or even Kuei Ning. Yang Dingtian shook his head helplessly. After these few days of contact, Yang Dingtian understood Kuei-si even more clearly. Without a doubt, Kuei-si was a good person, an upright and unyielding person. And he wasn't greedy and was loyal. But he was very, very stubborn, to the point of being paranoid. He obtained the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, but he didn't want Yang Dingtian's guardian ring. He directly threw the secret manual on Yang Dingtian's table. It showed that this person's character was first class. But because of this, once he decided on something, he couldn't change it anymore. So, sometimes, a good person brought more pain than a bad person. Previously, Qin Wanshou's repeated actions were cunning and changeable. Yang Dingtian had a headache, but it wasn't painful. Because he knew that Qin Wanshou was such a person. He could directly use methods to deal with him. But for a person like Kuei-si, neither soft nor hard methods worked. Don't tell me we're just going to sit and watch the earth-splitting city slide into the abyss? Yang Dingtian said. That won't do. Qin Wanchou said, "We still have to get the Demon Eagle army. As for the others, don't think too highly of yourself. You can't save them all." Then, Qin Wanchou laughed. Wu Yuming wants to bring his wife back to the Sea of Hades to see his mother. Such a simple signal, how can some idiots not see it? And they still want to jump down. If they want to die, even pulling them can't stop them. After that, the Council of Light still didn't declare war on the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Even the ancient giant beast retreated from the Cloud Sky Pavilion's sea. Originally, Yang Dingtian thought that such a retreat would make the Cloud Sky Pavilion restrain themselves. He didn't expect Yun Kalen to be even more arrogant. Her crystal warship appeared in the Western Sea and ambushed the West Continent's merchant ships on the sea. She ambushed all the targets on the ground. Moreover, Yun Kalen spent most of her time in Zhongzhou. She contacted various forces and invited Zhongzhou to attack Yang Dingtian again. She even visited Zhu Qingzhu of the Black Heaven sect again and again. She hoped that Zhu Qingzhu would be the leader of the alliance and once again form the Zhongzhou Ancient Martial Artist Army to attack the Council of Light and Yang Dingtian. Once a woman went crazy, she was completely unreasonable. Yun Kalen jumped up and down crazily, not for justice, but to vent her anger. Moreover, after the Vulture sect's Black Vulture army was deployed, she felt that she had gained a huge backer. Moreover, after the Black Vulture army appeared, Yang Dingtian immediately retreated. Of course, she thought that Yang Dingtian was afraid and weak. Therefore, she immediately took advantage of the situation to bully Yang Dingtian. She wanted to completely break Yang Dingtian's spine and avenge her humiliation. Therefore, during this period, Yang Dingtian received a large number of reports of casualties and attacks every day. The Cloud Sky Pavilion's ambushes became crazier and crazier. Moreover, a large fleet had already appeared in the West Continent's waters. Her provocations became crazier and crazier. In the end, Yun Kalen even publicly announced in Zhongzhou that she wanted Yang Dingtian to disband the Council of Light. She wanted Yang Dingtian to admit his guilt and accept his punishment. Otherwise, the Cloud Sky Pavilion's righteous crusade would not stop. Moreover, the crusade against Yang Dingtian's 99 major crimes that she was forced to read out was posted again. Zhu Qingzhu didn't dare to accept the crusade anymore. She had already torn it down and burned it. After Yun Kalen relied on the Vulture sect as her backer, she picked up the crusade again. She listed Yang Dingtian's 99 major crimes all over Zhongzhou and even spread it to the West Continent. Yun Kalen even announced that she would discuss this with the Vulture sect. Then, she even contacted the Sea of Hades. The three sects pressured the Yinyang school together. They wanted the Yinyang school to officially expel Yang Dingtian from the Yinyang school and deny that Yang Dingtian was the successor of Dongfang Minmi. Once that was done, they would add the crime of Yang Dingtian cheating Shimin Yanyan into marrying him. His two noble identities, one being the successor of Dongfang Minmi and the other being the successor of Shimin Wuya, would be completely discarded. Then, Yang Dingtian would lose all his foundation in the Tiando League. This was equivalent to digging up Yang Dingtian's roots. Yang Dingtian and even Qin Wanchou were gasping in amazement at this scene. Even when Yang Dingtian, Qin Qiqi, and Ning Wuming were at loggerheads with each other, they were not so thorough. At the very least, they used Ling Yanmei to tarnish Yang Dingtian. At other times, Ning Wuming was polite to Yang Dingtian. It was only after Yang Dingtian had stolen Wu Maji's body that Ning Wuming spoke ill of him. When Yang Dingtian and Zhu Qingzhu were at loggerheads, they listed 99 major crimes. However, when the battle really started, Zhu Qingzhu had always treated Yang Dingtian as a junior in the Tiando League. His status was high, so he had always followed the rules. There had never been an enemy as crazy as Yun Kalen. She looked as if she wanted to skin Yang Dingtian alive. Moreover, Yang Dingtian did not do anything to her. He did not even treat her as an enemy. It was truly breathtaking. Yun Kalen's crazy performance infuriated the entire Council of Light. Letters of challenge flew like snowflakes. They had been so King agreed during this period of time. The Council of Light had defeated Zhu Qingzhu, but Yun Kalen was trampling all over them. They could not tolerate this at all. However, the upper echelons of the Council of Light seemed to be really afraid of the Vulture sect. Although they retaliated against the Cloud Sky Pavilion, they did not declare war. Even the upper echelons of the Council of Light were dissatisfied. Xianxia had a fiery temper and was about to explode from anger. He directly declared that he would tear Yuncalan into pieces. After being rejected, he simply skipped every meeting, saying that he did not want to be bullied. Only Qin Wanchou was happier the crazier Yuncalan was. He often shouted, "Soon, soon." During this period of time, the ordinary operations of the entire West Continent, such as the cleanup operations, the freeing of slaves, the leasing of land, the construction of cities, and the relocation of Xijing, were all carried out in an orderly manner. Yang Dingtian was finally not so busy. Occasionally, he could have a meal with his wife and baby. Moreover, he had obtained 2 chaotic demonic turbidity, one from the World Society and one from the Ning clan, and the Yin-Yang reincarnation crystal. The second celestial qi condensation purification array could also be built. Moreover, Yang Dingtian had made some modifications to this celestial qi condensation array. As for the modification plan, of course, it was based on the celestial qi condensation array in the martial arts hall at the bottom of the sea. Yang Dingtian had studied it for a while back then. Speaking of which, it was interesting. Back then, Yang Dingtian wanted to build the celestial qi condensation purification array to raise the level of Cloud Sky City and the morale of Cloud Sky City's martial artists. He wanted Cloud Sky City to be one of the top sects in the world. However, he did not expect that the situation would change so drastically. Not only was Cloud Sky City famous, but Yang Dingtian had even established another Tiando League and completely unified the West Continent. Therefore, the strategic significance of this celestial qi condensation purification array was naturally not as great as before. However, it was still very significant. After the modification based on the structure of the celestial qi condensation purification array in the ancient world's underwater maze, the power of the second celestial qi condensation purification array increased by more than 30%. Compared to the array in the northwest Qin city, it was much more powerful. Therefore, during this period of time, Yang Dingtian and Zhu Hongxue were relatively free in the Council of Light. Zhu Hongxue basically did not care about anything. As for Yang Dingtian, he was only responsible for making the highest decisions. In order to make up for the guilt in his heart, ever since Yang Dingtian and Zhu Hongxue built the celestial qi condensation array, Yang Dingtian forced Zhu Hongxue to soak in this celestial qi condensation array every day. Today, the Black Heaven sect also had a celestial qi condensation array, but it could not compare to Yang Dingtian's. After the celestial qi condensation technique, Yang Dingtian personally became Zhu Hongxue's actual combat opponent. He sparred with him and helped him improve. As for the Cloud Sky Pavilion's crazy sneak attacks and Yuncalan's crazy attacks and insults, Yang Dingtian simply did not see them and did not feel vexed. At this moment, Yang Dingtian fully felt a kind of sadness. Yuncalan was clearly just a stepping stone, a supporting role of a supporting role. Yet, he forcibly stood on the stage and performed crazily to fight for the lead role. He and Qin Wanchou had already foreseen how tragic his ending would be. As for the pig-slaying swordsmanship's 4th stage that Kuei-si sent over, Yang Dingtian did not want to touch it at first. Later on, under Qin Wanchou's advice, he felt that he was being too emotional and opened the scroll. As expected, this world would have surprises, but they would definitely not happen as you expected. The pig-slaying swordsmanship's 4th stage that Kuei-si sent over was indeed the 1st stage. There was no 2nd stage, however, Yang Dingtian had already learned the 1st stage. Therefore, for nearly a month after Kuei-si's visit, Yang Dingtian was practically helping Zhu Hongxue cultivate an actual combat, until one day, Qin Wanchou said that Zhu Hongyu had come again. Zhu Hongyu came and said that Zhu Qingzhu had already agreed. He promised to show his allegiance to the Council of Light and stop the evil ways of attacking Ningwuming in exchange for a ceasefire between the Council of Light and Zhu Qingzhu. Yang Dingtian said, "I, Yang Dingtian, am a man of my word. As long as sect leader Zhu returns to the righteous path and crusades against evil ways, then, the Council of Light will immediately stop the war with Zhongzhou." Zhu Hongyu said, "Sect leader Yang, I believe that you will see our sincerity very soon." Zhu Hongyu came quickly and left quickly. From start to end, they talked for less than 15 minutes. And his arrival, other than Yang Dingtian and a few people, no one else knew about it. After Zhu Hongyu left, Qin Wanchou looked at the dark night sky outside and muttered to himself, Yun Kailan's doomsday is coming soon. Note, the first chapter is 5,000 words long. I will continue to write the second chapter. Please support me, bosses. Zhu Qingzhu had returned. More than 2 months ago, he suffered a humiliating defeat, and then completely shut himself in a small attic, ignoring everything and seeing no one. Yun Kailan had visited him several times, but he had rejected all of them. Even the Black Heaven sect and Immortal Abode Island had shut down all of their docks. In short, everyone felt that Zhu Qingzhu was going to live in seclusion from then on. On this day, Yun Kailan visited Zhu Qingzhu again. The door to Zhu Qingzhu's loft finally opened again. This time, Zhu Qingzhu met with Yun Kailan for more than an hour. Yun Kailan once again proposed to use martial artists to destroy Yang Dingtian and the Council of Light. He wanted Zhu Qingzhu to be the leader of the alliance and organize another expedition. He also said that the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earth-Splitting City would give it their all. After Zhu Qingzhu met with Yun Kailan, he went to the Tiando League's meeting and made his first public speech since his defeat. He severely criticized Yang Dingtian and the Council of Light. Our Zhongzhou Expeditionary Force is attacking the West to stop the Tiando League from breaking apart. This is a just war. Even if he lost, Zhu Qingzhu felt that it was an honorable defeat. Therefore, this war is undoubtedly an internal conflict within the Tiando League. It's a quarrel between brothers. The Cloud Sky Pavilion participated in this war to stop the Tiando League from breaking apart. What is wrong with that? Yang Dingtian took the opportunity to attack the Cloud Sky Pavilion to take revenge. How can a narrow-minded person like him be qualified to carry the Tiando League's banner of righteousness? As soon as he said this, the leaders of the Tiando League looked at him with admiration. However, they were still cold in their hearts. Some people even thought that Zhu Qingzhu would attack Yang Dingtian again after hearing Zhu Qingzhu's words. They wondered if Zhu Qingzhu would really be persuaded by Yun Kailan to attack Yang Dingtian again. If that was really the case, then don't blame them for leaving the stage. One had to know that among the hundreds of powers in the central state, all of the wealthiest ones were at the seaside. Everyone had seen Yang Dingtian's ancient giant beast. If you offended him, he might find you an eyesore one day. That giant beast could wander around the beach near your house. At least a year's worth of work would be wasted, and at least a few thousand people would die. If he completely sealed you off, you wouldn't be able to find your grave even if you cried. Therefore, everyone present had the same mentality. If you want to make a comeback, we won't stop you. We won't laugh at you in your face. We'll even applaud you. But you want us to contribute money, manpower? Forget it then. You want us to attack Yang Dingtian? That was even more impossible. The Cloud Sky Pavilion sold their daughter to the Vulture sect, but we don't have to. Last time, it was all thanks to Yang Dingtian's magnanimity that he released the 8 million Central Province Great Army. Otherwise, after they were all killed, everyone's backbone would have been broken. Moreover, what everyone disdained was that after Zhu Qingzhu's defeat, he had been avoiding the question of his identity as a member of the evil ways. Before the battle, Zhu Qingzhu didn't explain, so no one dared to ask or question him. However, after the battle, Yang Dingtian said that Zhu Qingzhu was a member of the evil ways. Any power should draw a clear line with Zhu Qingzhu. Therefore, this became a crucial question. Are you, Zhu Qingzhu, a member of the evil ways? You definitely can't avoid this question. Although everyone knew the answer, even if it was a lie, Zhu Qingzhu still had to give everyone an explanation. Who is Yang Dingtian? He is the disciple of junior martial brother Dongfang Minmi, and he has to call me martial uncle. Moreover, my son Zhu Hongxue was bewitched by him and became sworn brothers with him. Previously, he and I had a relationship of a senior and a junior. Moreover, we were like fire and water. There is only one reason. He thinks that I am a member of the evil ways. This is the biggest mistake in the world. I, Zhu Qingzhu, am the sect leader of the Black Sky sect. Why would I become a member of the lowly evil ways? This is the most shameless blasphemy and slander. One day, I will get justice from Yang Dingtian. When he said this, the listless leader's expressions changed. Zhu Qingzhu was finally willing to face the main topic. He was finally willing to face his identity as a member of the evil ways. Whether I am a member of the evil ways or not, Yang Dingtian, you don't have the right to say it. Of course, I, Zhu Qingzhu, also don't have the right to say it. Let reality speak for itself. Zhu Qingzhu said loudly, but before that, I have something to say to Yang Dingtian. You, Yang Dingtian, are using the name of justice to suppress me. You are trying to cover up the fact that you are a member of the same faction and usurp the Tiando League. You keep saying that I am a member of the evil ways and that you want to suppress me. I will bear with it. However, the Cloud Sky Pavilion is not a member of the evil ways. It is a righteous Tiando League, right? Your suppression of her is revenge. You are trying to corrupt Xianxia and usurp the authority of the Tiando League. Yang Dingtian, if you want revenge and slander, come at the Black Sky sect. Come at me, Zhu Qingzhu. The previous suppression of the western region was my decision alone. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Therefore, don't try to suppress the Cloud Sky Pavilion in any way. Don't try to suppress any faction in Zhongzhou. If you want revenge, come at me. When he said this, everyone's expression changed. Even Yin Kalin was extremely grateful. He was almost in tears. Zhu Qingzhu's comeback directly took all the blame for the defeat and the crime of offending Yang Dingtian on himself. He completely disregarded all other factions and instantly gained the favor of all the factions present. Therefore, his comeback this time was perfect. Zhu Qingzhu's comeback speech and the official statement in the name of the Zhongzhou Tiando League were immediately sent to West Continent. Moreover, a large diplomatic team directly entered Zhongzhou to mediate the conflict and war between West Continent and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Instantly, Yun Kalin's slogan became even louder. He kept saying that it was easy for Yang Dingtian to start the war, but it was not so easy to end it. Unless Yang Dingtian disbanded the Council of Light and admitted to the crime of splitting the Tiando League in front of the world. Otherwise, Yang Dingtian would have the final say in the war. However, the end of the war would not be decided by him. Then, West Continent's Foreign Affairs Department started a tug-of-war with Zhongzhou. After the Cloud Sky Pavilion received the support of Zhongzhou's Zhu Qingzhu and the Vulture sect, they became even more ambitious. They started to publicly criticize Yang Dingtian's personal morality. For example, the reason Yang Dingtian attacked the Cloud Sky Pavilion was not for justice. It was because he failed to marry Yun Kalin's daughter, Yun Zhenu. Therefore, he attacked the Cloud Sky Pavilion and forced the Council of Light to step down. Then, Yun Kalin declared that a lecherous and shameless person like Yang Dingtian. He was daydreaming if he wanted to marry Yun Zhenu. A lowly thief who had committed incestuous acts wanted to marry the pure, noble, and beautiful young master of the Sky Cloud Pavilion. He was like a toad lusting after a swan. Yun Kalin was not as shameless as Qin Wanchou to give his daughter to Yang Dingtian as a concubine. Moreover, Yun Kalin called on the people of West Continent to stand up against Yang Dingtian. She also called on Yan Peipei, Shimin, Yan Yan, and the other women to stand up and leave Yang Dingtian's cruel oppression. Of course, no matter how much Yun Kalin said, the negotiation between Yang Dingtian and Zhu Qingzhu continued in an orderly manner. The first negotiation ended in failure. Yang Dingtian only had one question for Zhu Qingzhu. You keep saying that you are not from evil ways. How can you prove it? If you want to mediate the conflict between the West Continent and the Cloud Sky Pavilion, prove your innocence first. After the news reached Zhu Qingzhu. Zhu Qingzhu replied, whether I am from evil ways or not, I will use my actions to prove my innocence. However, Yang Dingtian wanted to prove that he did not want to usurp the Tiando League, so he immediately stopped attacking the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Then, Yang Dingtian announced that as long as Zhu Qingzhu could prove that he was not from evil ways, as long as Zhu Qingzhu could suppress evil ways and return to justice, the West Continent and the West Continent could unite and unite. Then, the Central Continent and the Western Continent would be able to unite against the outside world, and the internal strife within the Heavenly Law Alliance would be stopped. As for the Cloud Sky Pavilion's crimes, the West Continent could also forgive them to a certain extent and stop attacking the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Then, Zhu Qingzhu replied that he hoped Yang Dingtian would do as he said. As for his innocence, Yang Dingtian would be able to see it very soon. This tug-of-war of public opinion lasted for more than a month. Finally, one day, Zhu Qingzhu announced that the Tiando League would be holding a Tiando League assembly in Zhongzhou. This time, the West Continent sent Qin Wanzhou and Song Chunhua to participate. At the Tiando League assembly, Zhu Qingzhu officially announced, "In order to prove my innocence, for the sake of justice in the world. From today onwards, the Black Heaven sect will do its best to eliminate all the remnants of evil ways in Zhongzhou." He also ordered the entire Heavenly Law Alliance in the Central Prefecture to unite and uproot the remaining forces of the evil Dao in the Central Prefecture. He, Zhu Qingzhu, was from the righteous path. Evil ways were his sworn enemies. Zhu Qingzhu's declaration of war was like a bomb that exploded in the middle of the turbulent lake, shocking the world once again. Zhu Qingzhu had declared war on evil ways. Zhongzhou had once again become the focus of the world's attention. Zhu Qingzhu was a man of his word. After his declaration of war, all the elites of the Black Heaven sect came out in full force to hunt down all the forces of evil ways in Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou, which was already in a state of unrest, was once again plunged into a bloodbath. However, Zhu Qingzhu was serious this time. The evil Dao's forces were uprooted one after another, and their spies were caught one after another. Then, they were beheaded in public in front of everyone. In just half a month, thousands of people were killed. Thousands of heads were hung on the city gates of Zhongzhou. Moreover, all the spies of evil ways had solid evidence. Their heads and evidence were all displayed to the public. Almost the entire Zhongzhou was convinced that Zhu Qingzhu was truly an enemy of evil ways. However, Zhu Qingzhu was still fighting alone. No forces in Zhongzhou were willing to follow him. After killing a few thousand people, Zhu Qingzhu sent another external affairs team to the West Continent to express that he, Zhu Qingzhu, had already proven his innocence and his determination to suppress the evil Dao. Therefore, it was time for Yang Dingtian to fulfill his promise and cease the war with the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Zhu Qingzhu was now standing under the banner of justice. Yang Dingtian replied, "Zhu Qingzhu, why are you only fighting the small demons and not the tiger? Therefore, your crusade against evil ways is just a pretense. Therefore, the Council of Light cannot stop the crusade against the Cloud Sky Pavilion. If he wanted to prove that he had truly broken away from evil ways, he would have to fight the biggest lackey of evil ways, Ning Wuming from the Ning clan." After he said that, everyone thought that Yang Dingtian was running away from his promise and wanted to take revenge on the Cloud Sky Pavilion. For the first time, the world's public opinion was on Zhu Qingzhu's side. Yang Dingtian was on the negative side of public opinion. The negotiation failed again. Zhu Qingzhu's mediation failed again. However, his reputation for justice rose again. After receiving Yang Dingtian's reply, Zhu Qingzhu immediately rebuked him. Yang Dingtian was trying to frame Ning Wuming. What evidence did he have to prove that Ning Wuming was from evil ways? The Ning clan was now a member of the Tiando League and the vice-leader of the Middle State Tiando League. Yang Dingtian obviously did not want to stop the crusade against the Cloud Sky Pavilion and wanted to continue meddling in the Middle State. Stop trying to find excuses. After that, Zhu Qingzhu's massacre of the evil ways continued. Ning Wuming from the Ning clan also publicly rebuked Yang Dingtian. He said that Yang Dingtian was trying to frame him and that he was from evil ways. He was completely shameless. Suddenly, countless messengers went back and forth between the Middle State and the West Continent every day. Yang Dingtian, Zhu Qingzhu, and Ning Wuming argued with each other every day. As for Yun Kalin, he was the fiercest one. For the past few months, the whole world was filled with her voice every day. Her attacks on Yang Dingtian were even more blatant. She even said that Yang Dingtian had molested Madame Shiman. She was shameless to the extreme and did not deserve to be called a human. She even said that negotiations were meaningless and that they should be destroyed humanely. Moreover, the craziest thing was, Ning Wuming and Yun Kalin had actually formed an alliance through words. The two of them had been echoing each other from afar. Yun Kalin was completely crazy. If Zhu Qingzhu was from evil ways, it would be unclear. At most, it could only be said that Zhu Qingzhu and evil ways had cooperated before. However, Ning Wuming was from evil ways. Everyone knew that in their hearts. However, Yun Kalin had the Vulture sect as his backing. Moreover, he had just tasted the feeling of being able to do whatever he wanted. He felt that justice and evil ways were all based on his mouth. Whoever had the biggest power and loudest voice was justice. Even if it was evil, it was justice. Whoever had the smallest voice and the smallest power was evil. Justice was also evil. Yun Cailin felt that after grasping this truth, she no longer avoided interacting with Ning Wuming from evil ways. She felt that she had already become the person who held the power in this world. She felt that she could already blur the lines between justice and evil. She had already reached that level. Therefore, she had already publicly suggested that the Ning tribe of the South Sea join the Righteous Alliance to suppress Yang Dingtian and completely eliminate Yang Dingtian from the world. As for Ning Wuming, he gave a very positive response. He hoped to fight side by side with a brave and righteous person like Yun Cailin. Instantly, Yang Dingtian and Yun Cailin's intelligence were once again in awe. Can't you see that Zhu Qingzhu's words are becoming more and more distant from Ning Wuming? Yun Cailin, you're still getting closer. You really won't die if you don't seek death. Just like that, the war of words continued. However, the West Continent and the Cloud Sky Pavilion did not officially start a war, nor did they officially stop fighting. The Cloud Sky Pavilion's attacks on Yang Dingtian became more and more explicit and humiliating. In these few months, Yang Dingtian's reputation had been ruined to an unimaginable degree. A lie would become the truth even if it was told 100 times. Now, many people really believed that Yang Dingtian had humiliated his mother-in-law, Yang Peipei, and that the two of them really had an unclean relationship. However, Yang Peipei did not care much about this rumor. When she saw Yang Dingtian, she only smiled bitterly. Even that stupid woman, Qin Jiaojiao, joked that her husband was being slandered. Since you can't explain yourself, you might as well do it. That way, you won't be wronged. If you call Madame Shiman big sister one day, I'll find it very interesting. Then, Qin Jiaojiao was beaten up so badly that day. Her cries scared the baby to tears. After that, she could not get out of bed for 7 to 8 days. From her butt to her thighs, everything was swollen. Zhu Qingzhu's pursuit of the hidden forces of the evil Dao continued. Until one day, suddenly, one of the 27 factions of the Tiando League, the Eagle Nest, which had the second largest air force in the world and the largest air force in the world, was completely wiped out overnight. That's right, completely wiped out. The entire Eagle Nest's main castle, which had close to 10,000 people, was completely wiped out. The Eagle Nest's Eagle clan, which had more than 3,000 people, was completely wiped out. Regardless of gender, age, they were all slaughtered. The Eagle Nest's mayor was beheaded, skinned, and dismembered. At this point, the Eagle clan, which had been passed down for 600 years, was completely wiped out and disappeared from the chaotic world. This news instantly shocked the world. Almost all the leaders of the Tiando League were horrified. Their hearts were filled with fear, and their limbs were cold. White Cloud City was wiped out. The Yi clan was wiped out. The Autumn Water Sword sect was wiped out. The Qiu clan was wiped out. However, there were signs. Yang Dingtian had also wiped out the Qiu clan openly. The Eagle Nest's entire clan was wiped out too suddenly. There were no signs at all. It was as if they were all wiped out overnight. Suddenly, all the signs pointed to Yang Dingtian. This was because the Eagle Nest had mobilized the entire Golden Condor army twice. Other than Zhu Qingzhu, it could be said that they had the deepest hatred for Yang Dingtian in Zhongzhou. Yang Dingtian had once wiped out the Autumn Water Sword sect and White Cloud City. Therefore, everyone's gaze fell on Yang Dingtian. They believed that Yang Dingtian was basically a suspect in this matter. As for Yun Cailin, he was even more direct. He said that Yang Dingtian had lost his mind and taken revenge by slaughtering the entire Eagle Nest's 10,000 people. For such a vicious and shameless person like Yang Dingtian, the central province should unite immediately and carry out the most thorough annihilation. The entire West Continent's Council of Light was also in a mess. The Council of Light obviously knew that Yang Dingtian had nothing to do with the extermination of the Eagle Nest's entire clan. Therefore, everyone was worried about how to win the war of public opinion. At this time, Jin Wanchou spoke. Don't worry, this matter has nothing to do with us. I know it has nothing to do with us. That's why I want to clear our names, Song Xiao said. Jin Wanchou said, when I said it has nothing to do with us, it means that this matter will not be blamed on us. Even though Zhu Qingzhu is very tempted to do this, in the end, someone will definitely take the blame for this murderer. After the extermination of the eagle nest, Zhu Qingzhu vomited blood in public. He was furious and announced that no matter who had killed the entire eagle nest, he would do his best to find out the truth. Then, no matter who the murderer was, he would kill them all and bring justice to the eagle nest. Moreover, Zhu Qingzhu's words hinted at Yang Dingtian and the Council of Light many times. They also started to discuss forming a martial arts alliance to suppress Yang Dingtian and the Council of Light. Suddenly, Yun Kailan felt that the dawn of victory had arrived and was trembling with excitement. Then, he responded immediately and announced that the Cloud Sky Pavilion would do their best to kill Yang Dingtian. The second to respond was Ning Wuming. However, only the Ning clan and the Cloud Sky Pavilion responded. It wasn't that the other factions trusted Yang Dingtian, but that they were afraid. Even if it was Yang Dingtian who had done it, they wouldn't dare to do anything. Just when this case wasn't completely cleared up, the second massacre of a clan occurred again. In one night, more than 8,000 people on White Sand Island were completely massacred. Although White Sand Island wasn't a member of the Tiando League, they had always followed Zhu Qingzhu. In the previous battle against Yang Dingtian, White Sand Island had given their all. The White Sand Island lord had also been skinned alive and had died a horrible death. Suddenly, more voices were pointing at Yang Dingtian. They felt that Yang Dingtian was the culprit behind the extermination of the Eagle Nest sect. Suddenly, Yun Kailan cried and wept at the Tiando League meeting. He begged the Zhongzhou Tiando League to immediately form a martial arts alliance to kill Yang Dingtian and seek justice for the tens of thousands of people who had died. Not long after, the third extermination of the Eagle Nest sect happened again. Maple Leaf Villa's 5,000 people were exterminated. The entire villa was wiped out. Maple Leaf Villa had also participated in the battle against Cloud Sky City. This time, at the Tiando League meeting, Yun Kailan knelt on the ground and begged the Zhongzhou Tiando League forces to form a martial arts alliance to suppress the Council of Light and Yang Dingtian. However, only the Ning clan of the South Sea responded. Kuei-si announced that if there was evidence to prove that Yang Dingtian was the culprit, he would do his best to kill Yang Dingtian. Furthermore, Kuei-si sent a message to the West Continent, asking Yang Dingtian to immediately come to the Zhongzhou Tiando League to be interrogated. There were already 3 extermination cases. The entire Zhongzhou forces were still indifferent to the suppression of Yang Dingtian. However, Yang Dingtian's fierce reputation had almost spread throughout the world. Almost everyone in the world really believed that these extermination cases were done by Yang Dingtian. As for the West Continent, Yang Dingtian still did not give any explanation. Just when everyone thought that Yang Dingtian would always bear this accusation, the situation suddenly took a turn for the better. The fourth extermination case happened immediately after. It happened at the most remote Dock 13 in the South Zhongzhou. There were more than 30,000 people, and half of them died. Why did only half of them die? Because Zhu Qingzhu and the other Black Sky sect experts arrived in time to save the remaining half of the people in the Dock 13. However, this was not a big deal. The most important thing was that the Ning tribe elder of the South Sea was found among the murderers. Although these murderers committed suicide immediately, Zhu Qingzhu still recognized one of them. It was the Ning tribe elder of the South Sea. Therefore, all the spearheads were pointed at the Ning tribe of the South Sea. The next day, Zhu Qingzhu ordered Ning Wuming of the Ning tribe to go to the headquarters of the Zhongjing Tiando League to be interrogated. Ning Wuming did not come. Following that, the hidden forces of the evil ways issued a statement. They said that the recent extermination cases were the revenge of the evil ways on Zhu Qingzhu. They ordered Zhu Qingzhu to stop killing the hidden forces of the temple immediately. Otherwise, the 5th and 6th sects would be exterminated. The murderers were finally revealed. It was the revenge of the evil ways, not Yang Dingtian. Everything pointed to one person, and that was the Ning tribe elder of the South Sea, Ning Wuming. At this time, the stupid and arrogant Yun Kailan finally realized what was going on. He felt a terrifying chill and an unknown danger. Another 5 days passed. A plague suddenly broke out in a city in South Zhongzhou. Tens of thousands of people died in a day. The hidden forces of the evil ways in Zhongzhou once again announced that they were responsible for this incident. They ordered Zhu Qingzhu to stop killing the evil ways immediately. Otherwise, a bigger plague would appear in Zhongzhou. At this time, Zhu Qingzhu finally caught a few important spies of the evil ways and forced them to confess. Then, the biggest commander of the evil ways in Zhongzhou, Ning Wuming, finally revealed himself. Zhu Qingzhu vomited blood in public during the Tiando League conference. He also wrote a confession, saying that he had been deceived by Ning Wuming and had led the Ning tribe into the Tiando League. Then, Zhu Qingzhu called for the entire Zhongzhou Tiando League to be irreconcilable with the evil ways. He ordered the Zhongzhou Tiando League to unite with the West Continent Council of Light to exterminate all the hidden forces of the evil ways. He also ordered the Ning tribe of the South Sea to exterminate Ning Wuming. Zhu Qingzhu's declaration spread to the West Continent. Yang Dingtian immediately announced that since Zhu Qingzhu had killed Ning Wuming, then Yang Dingtian was willing to keep his promise and stop attacking the Sky Cloud Pavilion. Then, the West Continent announced an official ceasefire with the Sky Cloud Pavilion. The bell of the Sky Cloud Pavilion's destruction began to ring. The fool had finally fallen into this terrible trap. Note, the second update is 6,600 words. Today's second update is 12,000 words. Brothers, I really want to cast the monthly votes. Please support me. After Zhu Qingzhu's defeat in the naval battle, his reputation had almost been completely ruined. Thus, when he returned to Central State, he immediately chose to go into seclusion and shut himself in his pavilion. No matter how the outside world battered him, he would not come out. Why? It was to let everything calm down first. It was to prevent the situation from becoming even more complicated. It was to prevent the world from attacking him from all sides. So, what was he thinking during the time he was locked up, taking revenge on Yang Dingtian? No, definitely not. Even though he wanted nothing more than to tear Yang Dingtian into pieces, he was only thinking of one thing. That was to regain control of Central State and regain his supreme authority in Central State. What should he do? If soft methods did not work, he couldn't possibly bribe them one by one, right? Now that Zhu Qingzhu's reputation had been completely ruined, he could not bend his back. Once he bent his back to the leader of a faction in Central State, he would never be able to straighten his back again. Moreover, power obtained through bribery was not reliable at all. Moreover, the leader of the faction in Central State had already been scared witless by Yang Dingtian. He might not even be able to bribe them. Using force would not work either. He could not use force to attack the various factions in Central State. First of all, Yang Dingtian was eyeing the western region covetously. Once Zhu Qingzhu made a move against the factions in Central State, it was guaranteed that the next day, these factions would all submit to Yang Dingtian in order to protect themselves. Then, Yang Dingtian would smoothly intervene in Central State. Of course, there was another method. That was to support a terrifying faction and launch a destructive attack on Central State. Then, Zhu Qingzhu would appear in the name of a savior and lead Central State to destroy this terrifying faction. Then, during this process, those who opposed him would become the terrifying faction. As for who would act as the terrifying faction, of course, it would be evil ways. However, there were two things that had to be taken note of. First, it could not be too sudden. If it was too sudden, others would see through it. It would be best to create the false impression that Zhu Qingzhu had no choice but to turn the tide and save everyone. Second, it had to be righteous and stop Yang Dingtian from speaking. It would prevent Yang Dingtian from interfering in Central State's affairs. Zhu Qingzhu waited for a long time, but could not find a good opportunity. Then, the opportunity finally appeared. Yang Dingtian's punishment of the Cloud Sky Pavilion was endless. What was a real strategist? He could find an opportunity to break through a situation from a trivial matter. Zhu Qingzhu found an opportunity in the conflict between the Cloud Sky Pavilion and the West Continent. Of course, he was afraid that Yang Dingtian was putting on an act and setting up a trap. Therefore, even though he had found an opportunity, he still did not dare to act rashly. Later on, the conflict between the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Yang Dingtian intensified. In the end, it caused Yang Dingtian to destroy Nanning City's pier. The Cloud Sky Pavilion had launched a sneak attack on the southwest continent, resulting in countless casualties. After that, Yang Dingtian even launched a sneak attack on the Cloud Sky Pavilion's headquarters, destroying the Cloud Sky Pavilion that had existed for hundreds of years. After that, the Cloud Sky Pavilion even crazily attacked Fire Island in a suicidal manner. Zhu Qingzhu knew that these two families would not rest until one of them was dead. It was definitely not an act. Later on, the relationship between the Earth Vulture City and the Western Continent's Yongding fell out. The Black Vulture army of the Vulture sect left the southern barbarian continent and promised to protect the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Instantly, the entire situation became incomparably complicated. It was only at this point that Zhu Qingzhu clearly felt that his opportunity had come. Therefore, he sent Zhu Hongyu to the Western continent secretly to negotiate a truce with Yongding. The truce this time was merely a probing contact. There was an ulterior motive behind it. Zhu Qingzhu did not care about the truce with Yongding at all. As expected, Yongding proposed a condition. He wanted Zhu Qingzhu to break off his relationship with the evil ways and offer Ning Wuming's head as proof of his allegiance. This was within Zhu Qingzhu's expectations. This was because Yongding only knew how to do this. He wanted Qiu Wanjie to kill Zhu Hongli as proof of his allegiance. He wanted Qin Wanzhou to kill Zhu Qingzhu's concubine as proof of his allegiance. Now, he wanted Zhu Qingzhu to kill Ning Wuming as proof of his allegiance. Zhu Hongyu naturally refused. However, after leaving the Western continent, he cursed Yongding in his heart for being an idiot. Then, Zhu Qingzhu saw that Yongding was still as childish as before. He had fallen into the trap. After Zhu Qingzhu received a reply, he immediately left the Black Heaven sect and secretly visited Wu Yuming. Even Zhu Hongyu did not know about this. Only Wu Yuming and Zhu Qingzhu knew. The two of them talked for an hour. Then, Wu Yuming came to the Western continent and tried to mediate the conflict between the Cloud Sky Pavilion and the Western continent. Of course, this was just in passing. More importantly, Wu Yuming brought his wife, Vulture, back to the Sea of Hades to visit his mother, Wu Yu. Then, Zhu Qingzhu returned. His attitude was very righteous. He still mediated between Yongding and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Moreover, his attitude was even more touching. He directly said that if Yongding had any problems, he could come at him directly. He did not want to touch the Cloud Sky Pavilion or anyone in the Middle Continent. Instantly, his words won many people's favor. Finally, no one booed his first appearance. Then, he took the second step. It was as if he was forced by Yongding to save the Cloud Sky Pavilion. In order to prove his innocence, Zhu Qingzhu began to eliminate the evil ways' hidden forces in the Middle Continent. After a few days of killing, he killed thousands of people. Instantly, Zhu Qingzhu washed away half of the evil ways' color. Then, there was the destruction of the Eagle Nest, White Sand Island, and Maple Leaf Villa. Who did these destruction? Of course, it was the terrifying forces of the evil ways. However, Zhu Qingzhu was not satisfied. At first, he still pointed all the blame at Yongding. If he could incite the anger of the Middle Continent's forces, it would be the best result for him to send martial artists to suppress Yongding. Currently, the Black Heaven sect alone could not destroy the Western Continent's martial arts forces. However, if they gathered all the martial arts forces in the Middle Continent, they could still do it. If these destruction could gather the martial arts forces in the Middle Continent again and suppress Yongding, then he might as well take the opportunity to suppress Yongding again. However, the forces in the Middle Continent were scared out of their wits by Yongding. Several times, only the Cloud Sky Pavilion and the Ning clan responded to the suppression of Yongding. Therefore, Zhu Qingzhu had no choice but to carry out this conspiracy according to the original plan. In the fourth destruction, he finally found the culprit. It was a massacre caused by the evil ways. Their purpose was to take revenge on Zhu Qingzhu for purging the evil ways' hidden forces. Then, the terrifying forces of the evil ways launched an even crazier counterattack. They created a plague and killed tens of thousands of people. Then, the mastermind of the evil ways in the Middle Continent was gradually exposed. It was Ning Wuming of the Ning clan in the South Sea. This was an answer that no one was surprised by. It was completely reasonable. Then, holding the banner of absolute justice, Zhu Qingzhu began to control the forces in the Middle Continent again. Was there a more righteous name than eliminating the hidden forces of the evil ways? In the next few days, the counterattack of the terrifying forces of the evil ways in the Middle Continent became even crazier. The number of destruction and plague incidents increased. Suddenly, the entire Middle Continent was in a state of panic. Zhu Qingzhu began to gather the forces in the Middle Continent to form a crusade against the evil ways. He wanted to completely eliminate the hidden forces of the evil ways in the Middle Continent and fight against the evil ways and Ningwuming to the end. Of course, if you didn't join at this time, then sorry, the next destruction of the evil ways would be your family. Therefore, in order to save their lives, the forces in the Middle Continent once again gathered under Zhu Qingzhu's name. Zhu Qingzhu once again had the power to call the wind and summon the rain in the Middle Continent. Therefore, no matter which plane or which world, terrorism was the best banner. This country was disobedient? It was simple. Create a terrifying force with the left hand and control the anti-terrorism force with the right hand. Whoever disobeyed, let the terrifying force beat them up. Then, they would obediently go to the country and ask for help. Of course, some people would say that a country couldn't win against a terrifying force. Of course, there were also elite members of the special forces in the terrifying force. The methods used by Zhu Qingzhu had been used so many times on Earth. However, good methods were always tried and tested. Moreover, among the current big shots in the chaotic world, only Zhu Qingzhu could play with the evil ways and the Tiando League. The crusade against the evil ways in the Middle Continent was still in full swing. The power in Zhu Qingzhu's hands was getting more and more terrifying. That was because his methods of struggle had been upgraded. Previously, if you didn't join me, the terrifying force of the evil ways would destroy your family. Later on, when eliminating the infiltrators of the evil ways, they would occasionally capture captives and even get a list of names. This made people's hearts jump, because what would these captives say? Only the geniuses would know. Only the heavens knew who would be on the list of the infiltrators of the evil ways. The first time they captured a captive, he spat out Ningwuming's name. Everyone acknowledged the authority of the captive's words. After all, Ningwuming was the leader of the evil ways in the Middle Continent. Everyone knew this. Therefore, as long as the captive did not spit out too many names, it would naturally be authoritative. Therefore, later on, if the forces in the Middle Continent did not listen to him, they would become infiltrators of the evil ways. Zhu Qingzhu would then use the banner of justice to destroy them. How frightening would the consequences be? Therefore, in order to prevent themselves and their families from becoming infiltrators of the evil ways, all the forces in the Middle Continent once again lay low under Zhu Qingzhu's feet and did not dare to resist. Through the banner of the anti-evil ways, Zhu Qingzhu once again held the supreme power in the Middle Continent. In fact, this time, he held even more power. This was because the list of infiltrators of the evil ways was like the sword of Damos hanging over the heads of the forces in the Middle Continent. It could fall at any time. After regaining control of the forces in the Middle Continent, Zhu Qingzhu laughed at the sky in the Black Heaven sect and said, "Yang Dingtian, thank you." Yes, he really had to thank Yang Dingtian for his childishness. Without Yang Dingtian's cooperation, his road to power would not have been so smooth. The crusade against the infiltrators of the evil ways in the Middle Continent was still in full swing. However, it was clear that they had achieved a temporary victory because the counterattacks of the evil ways were getting weaker and weaker. Then, one day, Zhu Qingzhu announced at the Tiando League conference that the Middle Continent had achieved a decisive victory in eliminating the evil ways. Next, he was preparing to launch an expedition against the Ning clan of the South Sea to completely eliminate the only military base of the evil ways in the chaotic world. Then, Zhu Qingzhu sent an envoy to the West Continent again to invite Yang Dingtian's Council of Light to join the battle. This world was too ridiculous. Zhu Qingzhu invited Yang Dingtian to join the crusade against the Ning clan of the South Sea, Ningwuming. Moreover, Zhu Qingzhu emphasized that Yang Dingtian's ancient giant beast should join the battle as well. For a moment, Yang Dingtian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was not good to reject, but it was also not good to accept. What if he rejected? What about Yang Dingtian's righteous heart? You said that you wanted to eliminate the evil ways, and now it's time to eliminate the leader of the evil ways. You don't want to go, but what if he agreed? Everyone knew that Zhu Qingzhu and Ningwuming were in cahoots. If he really went, he would be in deep trouble. The Council of Light is duty-bound to eliminate the evil ways and Ningwuming. Yang Dingtian said firmly. However, the Council of Light is the highest authority in the Tiando League. We cannot listen to Zhu Qingzhu's command. On the other hand, Zhu Qingzhu is only the leader of the Black Heaven sect. He should listen to the leader of the Hidden sect. In other words, Yang Dingtian agreed to join the crusade against the Ning clan of the South Sea, but he wanted the highest authority. The envoy returned to the Middle Continent and reported Yang Dingtian's words to Zhu Qingzhu. Zhu Qingzhu sighed. Yang Dingtian has also become evil. It's not easy to fool him anymore. When all the terrifying forces of the evil Tao pointed at Ning Wuming, Yun Kailan sensed a terrifying aura, no matter how stupid or slow he was. Thus, she no longer jumped up and down. After signing the armistice with the West Continent, she immediately withdrew into the Cloud Sky Plateau. This was really a form of deceiving oneself. It was as if she hid in a cloth bag so that no one would come looking for her. Hence, after Zhu Qingzhu raised the banner of eliminating the evil ways and regained control of the Middle Continent. However, there were still two factions that did not listen to Zhu Qingzhu's command. The first faction was Kuei-si from the earth-splitting city. This person was stubborn and upright. He had always disliked Zhu Qingzhu. How could he listen to Zhu Qingzhu's command? Hence, during a few crusades against the evil ways, Kuei-si ignored Zhu Qingzhu's invitation letter and even tore it up. As for the Cloud Sky Pavilion, they sealed off the pier and the mountain gate in an attempt to isolate themselves from the world. Hence, they also ignored Zhu Qingzhu's letter. Of course, there were a few times when Yun Zheno left the Cloud Sky Plateau and went to the Vulture sect in the southern barbarian continent. As if they had received an affirmative answer, the Cloud Sky Pavilion's southern ocean pier opened again. The mountain gate of the Cloud Sky Pavilion opened again. Zhu Qingzhu started to gather the martial artists' forces and prepared to attack the Ning clan in the South Sea. However, the Ning clan in the South Sea was isolated and thousands of miles away. They needed the strongest flying cavalry army and the strongest navy. Hence, Zhu Qingzhu wrote 2 letters and sent them to the Earth-splitting city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. He requested the Earth-splitting city to send out the Demon Eagle army and the Cloud Sky Pavilion to send out the Crystal Demon ships. Together, they would attack the Ning clan in the South Sea. These two were the lifeblood of the Earth-splitting city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Furthermore, it was obvious that they would not be able to return. In the previous naval battle, Zhu Qingzhu had already tasted the pain of lacking a powerful navy and air force. He also saw the Cloud Sky Pavilion sneak attack the West Continent and beat up Yang Dingtian so badly that he could not fight back. Moreover, Zhu Qingzhu knew about Yang Dingtian's demonic fire phoenix. If it was not for the huge fire, the demonic fire phoenix would just be a pet that was useless. As for that ancient giant beast, when he thought about it, he realized that Yang Dingtian's control over it was rather ordinary. Hence, after obtaining the Demon Eagle army and the Crystal Demon ships, Zhu Qingzhu had a huge advantage over Yang Dingtian's military forces. Hence, Zhu Qingzhu was also determined to obtain the Demon Eagle army and the Crystal Demon ships. Regarding Zhu Qingzhu's invitation, Earth-splitting city's Kuei-si replied with a simple no. As for Yun Kailan's reply, it was still so unique. Her reply was, "Who are the evil ways? Only God knows." In her words, she was actually hinting at Zhu Qingzhu. After Zhu Qingzhu received Yun Kailan's reply, he was furious. F***CKU, Yun Kailan, bitch. You really bite whoever you see. Yang Dingtian is really useless. How can he endure being scolded like this? At the Tiando League conference, Zhu Qingzhu announced that Yang Dingtian would also participate in the crusade against the Ning clan in the South Sea. Although there was still a dispute over the command, His Excellency Yang Dingtian's determination in the cause of justice was worth learning from. Then, Zhu Qingzhu expressed his regret for Earth-splitting city and the Sky Cloud Pavilion's refusal. However, he announced that even if Earth-splitting city and the Sky Cloud Pavilion refused to participate in the war, even without the Demon Eagle army and the Crystal Demon ships, he would still lead Zhongzhou's martial arts forces to continue the crusade against the Ning clan in the South Sea. Moreover, he would definitely not hold a grudge against the Sky Cloud Pavilion and Earth-splitting city. Then, Zhongzhou's crusade against the Ning clan in the South Sea was in full swing. The Zhongzhou army was gathering more and more. The date of the crusade against the Ning clan in the South Sea was getting closer and closer. Just as everyone thought that Zhu Qingzhu would lead the army of martial artists to the South Sea to attack the Ning clan in the South Sea, suddenly, a shocking attack occurred in a coastal city in the South Xianxia. A terrifying plague killed more than 100,000 people. One of Zhu Qingzhu's wives was building a castle in the city to take in all the orphans in the South Xianxia. After the plague, everyone in the castle died, including Zhu Qingzhu's third wife. Then, the evil ways of infiltration claimed responsibility for this incident. They also announced that if Zhu Qingzhu did not stop the crusade against the Ning clan in the South Sea, more plagues would break out in Zhongjing. Therefore, the crusade against the Ning clan in the South Sea was temporarily stopped. The entire Zhongzhou was focused on eliminating the remaining forces of the evil ways of infiltration in Zhongzhou and preventing the outbreak of plagues in Zhongjing. Just like that, the terrible plagues continued to break out. Although the scale was small, more than 10,000 people died each time. Often, villages disappeared one after another. Suddenly, the entire Zhongzhou was in a state of panic. Many people even began to flee Zhongjing. This was because the evil ways of infiltration said that they would carry out the largest plague attack in Zhongjing, until one day in the middle of the night, someone, an expert from the Central Prefecture's Heavenly Law Union, intercepted an extremely fast warship 300 miles away from the Central Prefecture's Western Sea region. There was a horrifying corpse on the warship, which was covered with countless horrifying bugs. Then, in the sky west of Zhongjing, a demon vulture warrior was intercepted. This demon vulture warrior was carrying a jade coffin. Inside the coffin was a terrifying corpse. The corpse was covered with countless terrifying bugs. After some research, the bugs on the corpse were the source of the horror. The fast warship came from the Cloud Sky Pavilion. The fast demon vulture came from the earth-splitting city. Evil ways of infiltration used crystal warships and demon vulture warriors to drop plague corpses. No wonder they were everywhere. Suddenly, all the spearheads were pointed at the earth-splitting city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Then, when the evil ways of infiltration were eliminated, they seized a list that was not burned. There were two names on it. One was Hewan X, the other was Yunjun X. The last word of the two names was burned. But everyone could see that the first name was Hewan Qing, and the second name was Yun Zhenu, who was Hewan Qing. She was Kuei Si's wife and Kuei Ning's mother. Yun Zhenu, of course, knew better. She was Yun Kailan's illegitimate daughter. In the list of evil ways of infiltration, these two names appeared. That meant that these two people were infiltrators of evil ways. Suddenly, all the spearheads were pointed at the Cloud Sky Pavilion and the earth-splitting city. The Cloud Sky Pavilion and the earth-splitting city became the cause of the plague. They became the culprits that killed millions of innocent people in Zhongzhou, so, countless family members of the victims began to gather in Zhongjing, shouting loudly. Destroy the earth-splitting city, destroy the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Execute Hewan Qing, execute Yun Zhenu. Then, the leaders of the forces in Zhongzhou also began to publicly call for internal control before external control. Send troops to the earth-splitting city, send troops to the Cloud Sky Pavilion, execute Hewan Qing, execute Yun Zhenu. Suddenly, Zhu Qingzhu's plan, which had been planned for a few months, finally came to fruition. Destroy the earth-splitting city, destroy the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Monopolize the entire Yingzhou continent, obtain the demon vulture army, and obtain the crystal warships, and this was Zhu Qingzhu's plan from the beginning. It was also something that he had discussed with Li Ming. The western region belonged to Ning Wuming, and Zhongzhou belonged to Zhu Qingzhu. But Zhu Qingzhu coveted the western region. After he was badly injured, he took a turn and returned to his original position. Note, I will continue to write the second update. Monthly votes, bosses. It's not that I don't understand. It's just that the world is changing too quickly. The changes in this situation in the past few months are really dazzling. Especially those who dislike Yangding Tian. During the conflict between the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Yangding Tian, they couldn't help but think of the Cloud Sky Pavilion as Yun Kailan. In those few months, she was in the limelight. She scolded Yangding Tian so badly that he was covered in dirt. She also sentenced Yangding Tian to 99 major crimes. Yangding Tian didn't refute her at all. Then, her crystal demon fleet attacked the West Continent. They attacked wherever they wanted. The West Continent's fleet couldn't catch up at all. After receiving the support of the Vulture sect, she became even more valiant. She completely defeated Yang Dingtian. Moreover, with the support of the vulture sect, Zhu Qingzhu, and Ning Wuming, she was in the limelight for a while. There were no magazines in this world. Otherwise, Yun Kalen would be on the front page every day. If there was Time magazine, she would be on the cover many times. She would definitely be the person of the year. However, people without a foundation could only be said to rise and fall abruptly. For some reason, in the blink of an eye, she had become the main culprit behind the plague in Central State. Her illegitimate daughter had actually become a spy for the evil Tao. How did the righteous Cloud Sky Pavilion suddenly become a pawn of evil ways? How did they become a heinous dark organization? As for Zhu Qingzhu, he was originally involved with evil ways. How did he suddenly become a hero of justice? That was why people who couldn't recognize their own faces were the scariest. If someone gave you a stage, you wouldn't care if it was a trap. You would just jump on it and dance happily. In the end, you would fall into a bottomless abyss when the stage was removed. This drama lasted for a few months. The main director was Qin Wanchou, the assistant director was Zhu Qingzhu, and the main lead was Yun Kalen. The two of them worked together to dig a big hole and trapped the idiot Yun Kalen. Of course, they also trapped Kuei Si. At this time, the evidence in Zhongzhou was getting more and more conclusive. The Demon Eagle warriors from Fisher City who used to release the plague corpses belonged to, and the Crystal Demon warship which belonged to the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Everything was clear. Moreover, the people on the warship was captured. They also confessed that Yun Kalen's cooperation with Ning Wuming had completely joined the evil ways. No one was surprised by this. Back when they were fighting against Yang Dingtian, Yun Kalen and Ning Wuming were fighting fiercely. The two of them had the same voice, and it was a resounding battle friendship. In fact, Yun Kalen and Ning Wuming often went in and out of Zhongjing together. This scene was still fresh in everyone's mind. Now that he was saying that Yun Kalen had colluded with the evil Tao, he was not surprised at all. Within a castle on the Cloud Sky Plateau, Yun Kalen seemed to have aged 20 years. His waist, which was sitting cross-legged on the ground, was completely bent. Her she's TTS the past few months were like a dream. Yun Kalen had always been a loner, so she wasn't popular in the Tiando League. Other than Kuei Si, she was a loner. Recently, maybe because of a strange combination of factors, or maybe someone added fuel to the fire, she stepped onto the stage of the center of the world and became the focus of the entire world. It was a great feeling. Countless people were looking at her, or even looking up to her. Every word you say will be heard by countless people, and countless people will pass it on to them. It was great to be the center of the stage and be the center of attention. As if she was addicted, Yun Kalen enjoyed this feeling. She felt that everything else had lost its flavor, including her relationship with Kuei Si. After getting addicted, she was afraid of losing this feeling, so she tried her best to increase her popularity and presence. She chose the most direct method, which was to step on Yang Dingtian's head and climb up the ranks. Yun Kalen was self-taught. She found the essence of hype in an instant. Wang Shua was going to release a new book, so he started to step on Jin Yong and start a war of words. His popularity skyrocketed. However, Wang Shua knew very well that this was just a show. Don't take it seriously. After the book was sold, he turned around and left, leaving behind a trail of chicken feathers. However, Yun Kalen used her life to act. After stepping on Yang Dingtian's head and gaining the attention of the entire world, she suddenly felt that she had great power. Zhu Qingzhu was supporting her, the vulture sect was supporting her, and Ning Wuming was following her blindly. In order to maintain this power, she could only become more and more explicit, and her table manners became uglier and uglier. From the crime of breaking up the Tiando League to the scandal of Yang Dingtian molesting Mrs. Shimin, she knew it was fake. She also knew that if she talked about this kind of thing, it would affect her image and make the world look down on her. However, she had no choice. In order to maintain her presence, she had to play the game of edge ball. For power, she didn't care about her image. Therefore, Yun Kalen acted as if she had taken poison. She became more and more intense and couldn't stop herself. In the end, she fell into a bottomless abyss. Suddenly, she said in a daze, am I a clown? I've been jumping up and down in the limelight recently, but in reality, am I a clown? After realizing this, Yun Kalin instantly aged 10 years. After calming down, she realized that Zhu Qingzhu had dug a big hole for her to jump into. Zhu Qingzhu was treating her like an idiot. Therefore, Yun Kalin aged another 10 years. She even felt that life was meaningless. Mother, you have to pull yourself together. Yun Zhenna said, we can't sit and watch the Cloud Sky Pavilion be destroyed. We can't sit and watch Zhu Qingzhu frame us like this. Yun Kalin raised her head. Yes, this can't go on. It doesn't matter if I die, but I can't let the Cloud Sky Pavilion be destroyed in my hands. I can't let my daughter be destroyed in my hands. We still have the Vulture sect. I'm going to marry Lingxi now. The Vulture sect won't sit and watch, Yun Zhenna said. Once the Vulture sect says something, Zhu Qingzhu won't be able to do anything to us. Yun Kalin perked up and said, yes, let's go to the Vulture sect and find young Master Lingxi. He can save the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Suddenly, an elder of the Cloud Sky Pavilion said, Pavilion Master, should we go and find Yang Dingtian? After all, Yang Dingtian is still the only one who can compete with Zhu Qingzhu. For the sake of the world's righteous path, perhaps Yang Dingtian will help us. No. Yun Kalin said sternly, Yang Dingtian and I are irreconcilable. I'd rather die than beg Yang Dingtian. I'd rather the Cloud Sky Pavilion fall into Zhu Qingzhu's hands than Yang Dingtian's. I don't want to either, Yun Zhenna said. I'll never forget Yang Dingtian's disgraceful behavior. Moreover, Yang Dingtian is nothing compared to the Vulture sect. Not going to the Vulture sect but begging Yang Dingtian is completely neglecting the essentials. Instantly, the elder of the Cloud Sky Pavilion sighed and didn't say anything else. The Cloud Sky Pavilion wasn't full of idiots. For example, Elder Yan Qi had sensed danger when she heard that Wu Yuming had brought his wife back to the Sea of Hades. However, Yun Kalin was very stubborn and wouldn't listen. In addition, the Vulture sect had supported the Cloud Sky Pavilion a few times. In the end, they even let the Black Vulture Corps leave the southern barbarian continent. Yang Dingtian was scared out of his wits. However, Elder Yan Qi was usually quiet and didn't have much charisma. An hour later, Yun Zhenna rode on a black vulture and flew towards the Vulture sect. The Vulture city gave Yang Dingtian a demon vulture king. The Vulture sect was also very generous and gave Yun Zhenna a black vulture queen. This black vulture queen was a few times bigger than the other black vultures. Its flying speed was extremely shocking. In 2 hours, it covered about 2,000 miles. During this period, she had flown to the Vulture sect countless times. However, every time she went to the Vulture sect, she could feel the power of the Vulture sect. It was indeed the strongest force in the world. It could completely turn the situation of the world around. Therefore, every time she went to the Vulture sect, Yun Zhenna sighed at the power and low profile of the Vulture sect. The Vulture sect was so powerful that it could control the fate of the world. Young Master Lingxi was still so low profile. As for Yang Dingtian, when he was in Cloud Sky City, he jumped up and down like a clown. Comparing the two of them, it was like comparing heaven and earth. Moreover, every time she went to the Vulture sect, Yun Zhenna felt very happy. This was because the entire Vulture sect welcomed her and respected her. They even treated her as the future mistress of the Vulture sect. The little princess of the Vulture sect, even called her sister-in-law. Moreover, the extremely strict old ancestor Wu Lingxi, one of the only 2 half-sages in the world, also received her many times. His attitude was kind and amiable, as if he was talking to a close junior. There were even a few times when Wu Lingxi had proposed marriage for Lingxi, inviting Yun Zhenna to marry Lingxi to fulfill Lingxi's infatuation. At that time, Yun Zhenna felt numb all over. This feeling was very strange and very honorable. Although she didn't agree, this didn't stop her from enjoying this feeling. As they were about to reach the Vulture sect, Yun Zhenna couldn't help but feel slightly nervous. This time was different from before. This time, she was slandered as a spy of the evil ways, and the Cloud Sky Pavilion was slandered as a lackey of the evil ways. Moreover, it seemed that the evidence was conclusive. Would the Vulture sect still help her? Would young Master Lingxi still help her? This time, when she entered the Vulture sect, would she still be able to enjoy the feeling of being the future mistress? After passing through the thick black fog and countless black vulture spaces, Xianxia rushed into the space of the vulture sect. The vulture sect was still like a fairyland. It was still so mysterious and powerful, as if it controlled the fate of the world. After entering the space of the vulture sect, no one came to welcome her. Xianxia suddenly felt a chill in her heart. In the past, every time she came, there would be countless people riding black vultures to welcome her and fawn on her. Right at this moment, a white crane flew over from afar with Xianxia sitting on it. Xianxia looked elegant and carefree, as though nothing had happened. He was still as gentle as ever. The moment he saw Xianxia, he said gently, "Silly girl, if you want to cry, just cry it out." After hearing this, Xianxia immediately broke down and cried loudly. Xianxia didn't take the opportunity to take advantage of her, nor did he hug her. He only patted her shoulder gently. Xianxia's heart was filled with warmth. She said gently, "Xianxia, please save the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Zhu Qing wants to harm us, and Yang Dingtian is also adding fuel to the fire. After this incident, I will definitely repay you." Xianxia smiled gently. "How will you repay me?" Xianxia said softly, "I will do everything I can to repay you." "No." Xianxia said, "Newer, you know that I want to marry you. However, my love will never be used for a transaction. The Cloud Sky Pavilion's matter is my matter. I will do my best. Anyone who wants to harm the Cloud Sky Pavilion will have to go through the Vulture Sect first. Whether it is Zhu Qingzhu or Yang Dingtian, the Vulture Sect doesn't care about them. I would like to see who dares to touch the Cloud Sky Pavilion with the Vulture Sect around." Xianxia was stunned. Xianxia's face was gentle, but his words were domineering. This was what a hero should be like. This was what a man should be like. Compared to Yang Dingtian's arrogant and ignorant face, Xianxia was like a clown. Instantly, Xianxia felt like her heart was about to melt. "Thank you, brother Xianxia." Xianxia said gently, "I will go and report this to my mother and tell her not to worry. Then, we will deal with everything calmly and wait for the Vulture Sect to seek justice for us." "No, you have to seek justice," Xianxia said. "Newer, don't forget that you have the Vulture Sect behind you. You can't be bullied so easily. Go and tell Pavilion Master Yun and Pavilion Master Kuei. The two of you have a deep relationship with me. I will protect you until the end. Not only must you not back down, you must fight Zhu Qingzhu until the end. I will not allow them to frame you as the evil ways. I will not allow you to be wronged." Tears rolled down Xianxia's cheeks as she said softly, "Brother Xianxia, I will always remember your kindness to me. I will go to Zhongzhou now and meet Zhu Qingzhu." Xianxia said, "I don't believe that a mere Zhu Qingzhu would dare to distort the truth. I will tell my mother and Pavilion Master Kuei. Let them fight Zhu Qingzhu until the end." Xianxia said. After Xianxia went to meet Wu Lingzi, she left the Vulture Sect with Xianxia. When they reached the surface of the sea, the two of them said goodbye reluctantly. Xianxia returned to the Cloud Sky Pavilion while Xianxia went to Zhongjing. After receiving the Vulture Sect's affirmation, Yun Kailan was filled with fighting spirit. After Xianxia went to Zhongjing and met with Zhu Qingzhu, the effect was obvious. Zhu Qingzhu immediately went limp. The cries of killing in the entire central continent also weakened. Originally, he wanted to destroy the earth-shattering city, destroy the Cloud Sky Pavilion, and execute slave Yun Jun. Instead, Zhu Qingzhu openly said that the evil ways were cunning. Therefore, it was possible that they were framed. After that, Zhu Qingzhu weakly requested for Yun Kailan or Kuei Si to come to Zhongjing so that everyone could talk things out. Then, they would form an investigation team to investigate the entire matter. If Earth-Shattering City and Cloud Sky Pavilion were really wronged, then Zhu Qingzhu would definitely apologize personally. Soon, the joint investigation team was formed. The Vulture Sect was a neutral transcendental force and Xianxia was the leader of the investigation team. Suddenly, the situation was in Cloud Sky Pavilion's favor again. Yun Kailan went to Zhongjing to participate in the Tiando League conference. Before the conference, she met Xianxia again. After leaving Xianxia's meeting room, Yun Kailan's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. During the Tiando League conference, Yun Kailan's attitude was unyielding and aggressive. "Zhu Qingzhu, you and Yang Dingtian are in cahoots. Evil ways are used to frame the cloud sky pavilion and the earth-splitting city. Don't think that I don't know about it. Yun Kalen pointed at Zhu Qingzhu and said, with the vulture sect to uphold justice, your conspiracy will not succeed. Zhu Qingzhu's expression changed. He laughed and said, Pavilion Master Yun, you must be joking. Everyone knows that Yang Dingtian and I are irreconcilable. The two of you are shameless and despicable. There is nothing that you won't do for the sake of your common interests. Yun Kalen said, on the third day after the Cloud Sky Pavilion attacked the southwest mainland, you sent Zhu Hongyu to the west mainland to have a secret meeting with Yang Dingtian. Is that true? Zhu Qingzhu's expression changed drastically. He shook his head and said, no, that's definitely not true. But we have evidence, Yun Kalen said sternly. After that, Yun Kalen questioned and scolded Zhu Qingzhu and Yang Dingtian. In the end, Zhu Qingzhu's face turned pale and he looked miserable. In short, Yun Kalen said that Zhu Qingzhu and Yang Dingtian were in cahoots. Evil ways are used to frame the Cloud Sky Pavilion and the earth-splitting city in an attempt to steal the demon vulture army and the demonic crystal warship. Qin Wanzhou, who was in the conference, was furious. He said, Pavilion Master Yun, if you want to punish Zhu Qingzhu, then punish him. Don't drag our sect leader Yang into this. What sect leader Yang? Who knows what Yang Dingtian's identity is? Yun Kalen said, this person talks about righteousness, but he is a thief and a prostitute. In order to get the demonic crystal warship, he lusted after beautiful women and forced my daughter, Yun Zhenu, to marry him. In the end, he couldn't take it by force, so he conspired with Zhu Qingzhu to kill us. Then, he split the loot with Zhu Qingzhu. Yang Dingtian got the demon vulture army while Zhu Qingzhu got the demonic crystal warship. Such a despicable and shameless person actually pretended to be the leader of the Yin sect. He really doesn't know what shame is. Zhu Qingzhu coughed and said, the investigation team's conclusion is not out yet. Sect leader Yun, your conclusion is too early. Young Master Lingxi is righteous and wise. I firmly believe that the investigation team will prove the innocence of the Cloud Sky Pavilion and the earth-splitting city. They will definitely reveal the ugly faces of Zhu Qingzhu and Yang Dingtian. Yun Kalen said, when the investigation team's conclusion is out, I will definitely ask the Vulture sect to give me an explanation. You and Yang Dingtian, I will not let either of you go. What if the investigation team's conclusion is still the same? Zhu Qingzhu asked. Impossible. Yun Kalen said, young Master Lingxi is the epitome of righteousness. His investigation will definitely prove my innocence. It will definitely be the truth. If the final conclusion is that the Cloud Sky Pavilion is the lackey of evil ways, I will be destroyed by the heavens and earth. I will lose my reputation and be crushed into pieces. Lingxi smiled at Yun Kalen and said, don't worry. The investigation team has already found a clue. In less than 10 days, they will definitely give the world an answer. Yun Kalen smiled at Lingxi and said, then, we shall wait and see. I will return to the Cloud Sky Pavilion now and prepare for war. Once my innocence is proven, I will immediately seek justice from Zhu Qingzhu. Then, Yun Kalen returned to the earth-splitting city and started to assemble the demonic crystal warships. Once the investigation team's conclusion was out, they would attack Zhu Qingzhu and even Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, Yun Kalen returned to the center of the stage and became the center of attention. As for Yun Zhenu, she was stationed in Zhongjing. She often went to all kinds of events with Lingxi. They were like a perfect couple. Lingxi was of noble status. His cultivation was high and his temperament was extraordinary. Countless young ladies in Zhongjing were envious of Yun Zhenu. Yun Zhenu often appeared beside Lingxi and made countless young ladies jealous. As for Yun Zhenu, she was completely intoxicated by the envious atmosphere. The temperament of a monk who had no desires gradually faded away. There was one more day before the investigation team would announce the results. That night, Lingxi accompanied Yun Zhenu to have a romantic dinner by the sea. Then, he sent the beauty back to the pavilion. During this period of time, although both of them went in and out together, they were still polite and polite. Instantly, Yun Zhenu admired Lingxi even more. After returning to the pavilion, Lingxi left. As Yun Zhenu could not sleep, she left the pavilion and strolled along the street. She passed by a shop with the words Ling's Clothing Pavilion hanging on the signboard. It was late at night and the shop was already open. When she walked in, she saw all kinds of clothes hanging there. The shop owner was a cold and beautiful woman. Yun Zhenyu was curious about the shop owner. She walked in and started to pick out the clothes. "Miss Yun, are you here to make clothes?" the beautiful shop owner asked. "You know me?" Yun Zhenyu asked. "Of course. Miss Yun is famous in the world. You are coveted by Yang Dingtian. You and young Master Lingxi are together like jade. You are envied by all the women in the world. Who doesn't know about you?" the shop owner said. Yun Zhenyu was embarrassed. She lowered her head and said, "Sister, you must be joking. Are these clothes made by you?" "Yes, I made each of them personally," the shop owner said, "and I only make women's clothes." "Ah, you don't make men's clothes?" Yun Zhenyu said regretfully. "I do, but I only make clothes for one man," the shop owner said. "That man is really enviable. He must be the happiest man in the world." Yun Zhenyu said, "But, I want to make a set of clothes for one person. Is that okay?" "Young Master Lingxi?" the shop owner said. "Must it be him? My father is also a man." Yun Zhenyu smiled shyly and said, "Sister, you are so clever. You are really amazing." "Oh right, what's your name?" "Ling Wu." Ling Wu said. In a secret chamber, there were only two people, Lingxi and Zhu Qingzhu. "Tomorrow, the investigation team will announce the results. Have you found the truth?" Zhu Qingzhu asked. "Yes." Lingxi said. "Oh, what's the result?" Zhu Qingzhu asked. "Earthfisher City and Cloud Sky Pavilion are innocent. All the accusations of evil ways are false. Yun Zhenyu and Huanqing are not involved in any evil ways." Lingxi said. "Then I am really disappointed with this result." Zhu Qingzhu said. "There's no other way. This is the truth." Lingxi said. "Can you change it?" Zhu Qingzhu said, "I can pay a high price. I believe Sect Master Zhu also knows that Yun Zhenyu is my beloved woman. I can't allow her to be wronged. So, not to mention whether she is an infiltrator of evil ways, even if she is, I will protect her to the end." "A man who can't protect his own woman, what kind of man is he?" Lingxi said resolutely. "I admire young Master Lingxi's deep friendship." Zhu Qingzhu said, "However, my price is really very high. No, there's no room for negotiation. I, Lingxi, am righteous. My love for Yun Zhenyu is clear. If anyone dares to hurt her, I will not let them go. If you want me to betray my love and hurt the woman I love, it's impossible." Lingxi said slowly, "Unless, you can convince me with the righteousness of the world. Love is noble. It can't be betrayed. However, the righteousness of the world is the most important thing. Am I right?" Zhu Qingzhu smiled. "That's right. Young Master Lingxi's righteousness is beyond words. Then, what should we do to serve the righteousness of the world?" "Kill Ning Wuming," Lingxi said. "Ah? Why?" Zhu Qingzhu said, "Didn't you guys work well together? We suddenly realized that there's no need for him to exist anymore. The situation has changed. It's better not to have such a useless person." Lingxi said. The situation had changed? How did it change? "All right." Zhu Qingzhu said, "What else? When it comes to young Master Wu Yuming, you have to agree. If you don't, we can't do what we want to do. If we really have no other choice, not only will we kill Yang Dingtian, but we will also kill you." Lingxi said. The day had finally arrived. Zhu Qingzhu fell silent. He took a deep breath and said, "I will definitely stand on young Master Wu Yuming's side. All right. For the sake of the righteousness of the world, I can only sacrifice my love." Lingxi sighed. "I'll leave Yun Kailan to you. You can do whatever you want with him. Yun Zhenyu, don't ruin him. I still want him." Note, 6,600 words for the second update. 12,000 words for today. Please support me. Although Zhu Qingzhu had agreed very easily. In fact, this was the most important and also the most painful time he had to choose a side. Moreover, the Sea of Hades and the Vulture sect had been forcing him to choose a side for a very long time. He had never agreed before, and the Vulture sect and the Sea of Hades didn't force him either. Now, Yang Dingtian had risen too quickly, and the threat was too big. Especially after the defeat of the 8 million troops from the central province when they attacked the west province, Yang Dingtian was like the sun in the sky. Therefore, the Sea of Hades and the Vulture sect couldn't sit still anymore. They couldn't play the neutral game anymore. Therefore, Zhu Qingzhu had no choice but to make a choice immediately. The reason why Zhu Qingzhu had agreed so readily was because he had no other choice. Of course, when he agreed, he still sighed in his heart. He even started to envy Yang Dingtian. Then, I'll take my leave. Ling Shi said. Zhu Qingzhu said coldly, and didn't send him off. At this time, there was no need for formalities. After Ling Shi left, Zhu Qingzhu suddenly pulled out his sword and slashed the place where Ling Shi had been. Then, he slashed the place where Ling Shi had been like a madman. Tonight was the most humiliating night for him. He, Zhu Qingzhu, had been in the limelight for dozens of years. He had stood at the top of the pyramid in the chaotic world for dozens of years. Today, he had finally suffered such a great humiliation. Then, he patted his waist and sighed. As expected, after my waist goes soft, I can't straighten it anymore. If I didn't kneel 20 years ago, I believe my waist would be as hard as Yang Dingtian now. Miss Yun, I heard that Yang Dingtian was greedy for your beauty, and wanted to force you to be his concubine. Is that true? Ling Wu asked as she measured Yun Zhenhu's body. That's true. Yun Zhenhu said. However, she didn't mention the remaining private matters. For example, Yang Dingtian felt that she was like one of his wives. This is truly unbelievable. Ling Wu said, in the past, he was still considered a proud person. After gaining power, they started to become arrogant, greedy, and stupid. Yun Zhenhu said, people from lowly backgrounds are all like this. They are used to suffering, and when they finally gained power, they became crazy and ignorant. Only those who had been at the peak for a long time would be able to remain calm at all times. Not only can they enjoy the view from the top of the mountain, they can also take a leisurely stroll in the mountainous area and admire the fragrance of the wildflowers by the roadside. Ling Wu was startled. She immediately thought of Wu Yuming, who had such a noble status, frequently accompanied her out on the ship to protect her. Like a red-crowned crane, it didn't feel uncomfortable at all standing among the chickens and ducks. Even though Yang Dingtian was sitting on the throne, he still felt like he was in a thatched hut. Miss Yun, are you talking about the difference between Lingxi and Yang Dingtian? Ling Wu smiled. You can say that. Yun Zhenhu said, however, I'm talking about young Master Lingxi and not Yang Dingtian. I'm not even willing to hear the words him, let alone mentioning it. I even feel lowly when it comes out from your mouth. I also won't compare the two of them because that would tarnish young Master Lingxi too much. Immediately, Ling Wu's expression trembled slightly, and her gaze became complicated. Was it because someone insulted Yang Dingtian and made her heart ache? It seemed so, but it didn't seem so. It seemed like she felt a stab of pain and humiliation. Even though Yun Zhenhu said that she was insulting Yang Dingtian, Ling Wu herself felt a stab of pain and humiliation. Because she had once loved such a person. If there was no comparison, it would still be fine. However, when she had a comparison, she immediately felt that the past seemed to be a humiliation to her vision and wisdom. Especially when these words came out from the mouth of Yun Zhenhu, a calm, noble, and elegant woman. She didn't know why. Previously, when Ling Wu was in love with Yang Dingtian, she felt that a carefree and straightforward woman was the most beautiful. Therefore, she didn't pay much attention to her appearance. She went out to sea every day, and the clothes she wore weren't very particular. Because she felt that it was the most genuine and the most beautiful. However, after getting along with Wu Yuming for a few months, she changed this point of view. She felt that lofty, proud, calm, and elegant were the most beautiful and the most intoxicating. Therefore, she became fairer, and the clothes she wore became more particular. Her temperament also became elegant, calm, and indifferent. Therefore, when Yun Zhenhu appeared in front of her, she felt envious of her temperament. She felt that Yun Junu's taste and cultivation were above hers. Then, she instinctively felt that what she said was right. Lingwu? Yun Junu said, I seem to remember now. You seem to be Yang Dingtian's, no. As if she was stabbed, Lingwu suddenly jumped up and said, I'm not. Yang Dingtian and I are completely innocent. There's nothing between us. Then, feeling that she had lost her composure, Lingwu said with reddened eyes, Miss Yun, I used to love Yang Dingtian. At that time, he saved my life and also saved my father's life. At that time, he was righteous and sunny. Although his temperament was rough and his charm was ordinary. However, he was honest and straightforward. I also didn't know that after he became the Cloud Heaven City Lord, he became like this. Therefore, in the beginning, I took the initiative to pursue him. Later on, I took the initiative to leave him. He gave me a magnificent castle and a huge territory. However, I didn't ask for anything. I left the West region and came to the Central region. Yun Junu's beautiful eyes immediately brightened. She went forward and hugged Lingwu lightly. Sister Lingwu, you're really brave. You actually took the initiative to lead that person who was distorted by power and live in the Central region without worry. I will tell young Master Lingxi about your brave deeds. We will protect you. Yang Dingtian won't dare to do anything to you. Thank you. Lingwu sobbed, I'd rather live a simple and tiring life than to enjoy the splendor and wealth in Yang Dingtian's castle. Because that way, at least I would be proud and clear-headed, unlike Qin Jiaojiao who was humiliated and muddle-headed. I really want to thank your mother for allowing me to see Yang Dingtian clearly. Actually, I was also muddle-headed before. I even helped him build submarines and torpedoes. I even felt that I had contributed. It was only after I came to the Central region and left that crazy atmosphere in the West region that my mind gradually became clear-headed. I finally recognized Yang Dingtian's distorted face because of power. Speaking of which, the Central region's vilification of Yang Dingtian was always escalating. There were many versions of Yang Dingtian occupying Madame Shimen, Yang Peipei. Moreover, every version was more realistic than the real one. Also, every expansion of Yang Dingtian's was described in detail. Among them, Yang Dingtian's desire for power and cunning was completely sensational. However, this kind of brainwashing was always directed at the public. As long as they had enough information, they would absolutely turn their noses up at it. Therefore, the people who released the brainwashing information were the most disdainful of the things they fabricated. For example, although Yin Kalin hated Yang Dingtian to the bone, she didn't believe in those 99 major crimes that she listed for Yang Dingtian. However, even if she didn't believe it, there would be people who would. Telling a lie 10,000 times would also become the truth. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's reputation in the Central region was at two extremes. There was a portion of people who were incomparably fanatical and worshipful of Yang Dingtian. This portion of people were mainly from the Central region's army and middle and low-level martial artists. There was a portion of people who were incomparably disdainful of Yang Dingtian. This portion of people were mainly from the bottom. It couldn't be helped. In the past few months, Zhu Qingzhu and Yin Kalin had repeatedly gone to the front. However, even if Yang Dingtian knew about it, he wouldn't care at all. This was because this kind of thing could be easily discredited and cleared up. Slave Yun Jun spoke in a cold voice, there will be a day when we will fight our way back to the West region and end Yang Dingtian's rule. We will rescue all the citizens of the West region and the innocent women who are suffering under Yang Dingtian. Believe me, Prince Lingxi and his vulture sect are already on the move. The next day, everyone's attention was focused on Zhongjing. The Zhongjing Tiando League's main hall was filled to the brim. Previously, Yang Dingtian's Zhongjing Tiando League's meeting was held in a small hall on the top floor. This time, it was held in the main hall on the first floor. All the forces in the Tiando League and their affiliated forces, as well as the representatives of the various feudal lords, were present. More than 10,000 people were seated in the main hall. The Vulture Sect's investigation team announced the results of their investigation. This was originally not a big deal. It only involved Fisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. However, under the manipulation of someone with ulterior motives, it seemed to have become a huge matter. However, Yang Dingtian from the western region did not even send Qin Wanzhou. Instead, he sent Li Guanong. Didn't you kick Wooden Sword Castle out of the Tiando League? I will ask him to participate in the Tiando League now. Although Zhu Qingzhu was unhappy, he could only accept it. It just so happened that the West Province's Heaven Dao Union held an extremely important position in this conference. Zhu Qingzhu even wanted to pull Li Guanong to the core seat at the center even though Li Guanong was Yang Dingtian's representative. Therefore, Zhu Qingzhu held Li Guanong's hand and asked him how he was doing. When he talked about the Tiando League's righteousness and friendship, no matter how thick-skinned he was sick of it. In the end, everyone took their seats. They were waiting for the host, Xianxia, to arrive. Superstars were always the last to arrive. After everyone was in position for a quarter of an hour, Xianxia arrived gracefully. Of course, he came together with Yun Zhenu. Under everyone's gaze, the two of them were like a golden couple. It was as if they were made for each other. While everyone was amazed, they could not help but complain. What are you doing, Xianxia? Can't you keep a low profile? We know you are here to stand up for your woman, but you don't have to be so arrogant. Aren't you afraid that people will accuse you of cheating? Yun Zhenu also suggested that they should keep a low profile and not walk together. However, Xianxia rejected her suggestion. He said that he was always aboveboard and would not care about the rumors. Therefore, when Yun Zhenu entered the hall and saw the crowd, her heart skipped a beat. She felt warm all over. She was a refined person and should not care about such a scene. However, in order to seek justice for her, Sir Xianxia had actually created such a huge scene. Even though she was someone who had no desires, she still felt a wave of admiration and pride. Is he doing this for me? So that I won't be wronged, he went to such great lengths to seek justice for me. Yun Zhenu felt that she had no desires and would not fall in love with any man. However, at this moment, she could not help but feel moved. After Yun Zhenu sat down, Xianxia came to the center of the hall and started to report the investigation team's final conclusion to the Tiando League. Before I report the final conclusion of the investigation, I want to ask both of you. Do you agree with the fairness of my investigation? Regardless of the final result, do you accept it? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, Zhu Qingzhu said. Yes. Although Yun Zhenu's voice was cold, there was a hint of gentleness in it. Although she knew that she should not do that, she could not help but look at Xianxia. All right then. Before I announce the final conclusion, I have a few words to say. Xianxia said, as everyone knows, a few months ago, when I met Miss Yun Zhenu, I fell in love at first sight. After that, I fell madly in love with her. In the past few months, I proposed to her a few times. However, Miss Yun Zhenu had no desires. She did not agree to my proposal. However, I did not care. Instead, I respected her even more. Therefore, there were rumors that I would definitely side with the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earthshatter City in this investigation. Therefore, I can only say that I have a clear conscience. No matter what the consequences of this investigation are, I, Xianxia, will bear all the consequences. Suddenly, everyone in the hall became serious. Yun Zhenu's heart skipped a beat. He had suffered such criticism and grievances because of her. However, he still protected her bravely. Now, I announce the results of the investigation. Xianxia said seriously, I announce that the wife of the mayor of Earth-Splitting City, He Wanqing, is guilty of evil ways. Yun Kalin's descendant, Yun Zhenu, is guilty of evil ways. Earth-Splitting City and Cloud Sky Pavilion are guilty of launching a plague attack on Zhong Province. Xianxia then handed over a few hundred pages of evidence. It was as if the evidence was irrefutable. In an instant, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. As for Yun Zhenu, it was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in her head. Then, her mind went blank. She could not feel any pain or sadness. Her mind was blank. Xianxia lowered her head. When she looked up again, her eyes were red. Zhenu, I love you. This has never changed. However, justice is more important than the mountains. For the sake of the world, I have to tell you the truth. However, I have never regretted my love for you. I will never change it. Xianxia then pulled out her sword and handed it to Yun Zhenu. For the sake of justice, I have betrayed our love. You can kill me with your sword. I will not resist. Then, Lingxi looked at Yun Zhenu with tears in her eyes, trembling. Her gaze seemed to have awakened Yun Zhenu. In an instant, boundless pain surged through him like a tidal wave. Then, it was complete coldness and complete darkness. Yun Zhenu felt that her body was falling in the dark cave. Below her was the 18 levels of hell. Lingxi's gentle face started to distort. In the end, she looked like a demon that was trying to devour her. Then, the faces of the tens of thousands of people on the field were all smiling sinisterly, mocking him. She was falling, but no one reached out to pull her up. All of Lingxi's previous affections, all of her gentleness, all of their public displays of affection, all of it had become a huge mockery, a footnote to Lingxi's selflessness. At this moment, thousands of pairs of eyes were staring at her. Although these eyes were filled with shock and sympathy, they did not show any mockery. However, Yun Zhenu could see that every pair of eyes was shining with the same light, the same meaning, and the same word. Idiot! Almost at that moment, Yun Zhenu suddenly understood. This matter was a monstrous trap from the very beginning. Zhu Qingzhu felt that the trap was not enough and pushed Yin Kailan to the high platform. In the end, Vulture Sect could not help but make a move. However, they felt that the atmosphere was not good enough and pushed Yin Kailan and Yun Zhenu to the high platform. In the end, the high platform was enough. Vulture Sect and Zhu Qingzhu had reached an agreement. Lingxi came up and kicked Yin Kailan and Yun Zhenu who were on the high platform. Then, the mother and daughter fell into the abyss. Sigh. Li Guinong from Wooden Sword Fortress sighed. Why? Junior brother Li, are you pitying them? Zhu Qingzhu asked. Stupid people deserve to be pitied. Crazy people deserve to be pitied. However, stupid and crazy people do not deserve to be pitied, Li Guinong said calmly. If an honest and sincere person like Junior Marshal Brotherly says so, it seems that this sentence is not wrong, Zhu Qingzhu said with a faint smile. Following that, the Central Continent's actions were extremely fast. They sent Earth Fisher City and Sky Cloud Pavilion to the 18th level of Hell. Then, they formed an expeditionary force to destroy Sky Cloud Pavilion and Earth Fisher City. They ordered Kuei-si from Earth Fisher City and Yin Kailan from Sky Cloud Pavilion to give up all resistance and hand over Earth Fisher City and Sky Cloud Pavilion. They would hand over He Wanqing and Yun Zhenu from Evil Ways, the Demon Vulture Army and the Crystal Demon Warship. Otherwise, Sky Cloud Pavilion and Earth Fisher City would kill them all. Zhongzhou did not capture Yun Zhenu directly. Instead, they let her go back to Sky Cloud Pavilion. Throughout the whole process, Yun Zhenu was in a daze. She did not realize anything. She rode on the Black Vulture Queen and returned to Sky Cloud Pavilion. The moment Yin Kailan saw her, he said excitedly, Newer, is the meeting over? Our two families have already gathered. Once you arrive, as long as young Master Lingxi seeks justice, we will immediately seek justice from Zhu Qingzhu. Even Yang Dingtian will not be spared. Hearing Yin Kailan's excited voice, Yun Zhenu's beautiful eyes dimmed. Then, she felt as if a giant hammer had hit her chest. Blarg. She spat out a mouthful of blood on Yin Kailan's face. Mother, we are doomed. Lingxi lifted us up and kicked us into the abyss. He wants to step on our bodies 10,000 times. Then, Yun Zhenu fainted. Soon, the Zhongzhou Tiando League's official letter and challenge letter arrived at Earth Fisher City and Sky Cloud Pavilion. Attached to the document was Lingxi's final investigation report, which was clearly written on it. He Wanqing from Earth Fisher City was found guilty of evil ways. Yun Zhenu from Sky Cloud Pavilion was found guilty of evil ways. Sky Cloud Pavilion, Earth Fisher City was found guilty of aiding the evildoer and causing a plague to attack Zhongzhou. After receiving the documents, Yun Kailan felt as if he was struck by lightning. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lingxi, you bastard, I will tear you into pieces. Yun Kailan was furious and humiliated as he shouted. On the other hand, Kuei-si looked as if he had aged 10 years. He slumped on the chair. His wife, He Wanqing, took a look at the documents. Without saying a word, she slapped Kuei-si across his face. If it wasn't for you, my Earth Fisher City wouldn't be in this mess today. He Wanqing sobbed. My husband, if you didn't come back that day and died outside, maybe my Earth Fisher City wouldn't be in this mess. When Kuei heard this, his face turned pale. My husband, it's not that I'm heartless. My husband, He Wanqing said calmly. You are the only man in my life. You are the only man in my heart. If you die, I will go with you. There's nothing to be sad about. If I die in exchange for the survival of Earth Fisher City, I would rather you die. You don't want to be played and humiliated by others. After saying that, He Wanqing staggered back into the house. Suddenly, Earth Fisher City and Sky Cloud Pavilion fell into an apocalypse. After 2 days and 2 nights, Yun Kalen finally woke up. However, he was already very old. His jet black hair had also turned snow white. Her face was completely pale and wrinkles were all over it. After being unconscious for 1 day and 1 night, she had aged another 20 years. Originally, she was in her 40s but she looked like she was in her 30s. Now, she was still in her 40s but she looked like she was in her 50s or 60s. Yun Jena woke up earlier. She knelt beside her mother like a beautiful doll. She was expressionless. Even her beautiful eyes were empty and unfocused. Without a doubt, Yun Jena was the one who suffered the greatest blow this time. She was raised to the top by a man with love and glory. Then, she was kicked down and trampled on. It was the most tragic thing that a woman would not experience in 10 lifetimes. It was the most painful thing that a woman would not experience in 10 lifetimes. It was enough to destroy a woman 10 times, 100 times. From today onwards, Yun Jena would no longer have the face to live in this world. She would no longer have the face to meet anyone. If she stayed in this world, she would only be humiliated and a laughingstock. Moreover, this humiliation would never be washed away. I will go and beg Yang Dingtian, beg Yang Dingtian. Yun Kalen said weakly. No, I won't go. At most, I will die. Yun Jena said word by word. She was emotionless. Go and believe in me. The things that I used to scold Yang Dingtian were all lies. I did something wrong and betrayed Yang Dingtian. I went to help Zhu Qingzhu. Because of guilt, because of self-abasement, I behaved more and more crazily. I couldn't wait to dismember Yang Dingtian into thousands of pieces, as though doing so would allow me to have a clear conscience. Because in this world, when the person who made you feel guilty and ashamed is dead, you will feel better. Yun Kalen said, I am a foolish woman. Don't learn from me. Go and beg him. He is the most righteous and stupid person in this world. He is also the only person in this world who can save us. Go and beg him. No, I would rather die. Yun Jena said. Then you can die after you have saved the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Yun Kalen shouted fiercely. The reason why the Cloud Sky Pavilion is in such a state is because of my sins. However, it is also because of your sins. You can die after you have redeemed your sins. Suddenly, Yun Jena's body trembled. Note, the first update has been sent. I will continue to write the second update. Bosses, this month's votes are too pathetic. In this huge conspiracy, Yang Dingtian's role was definitely not as honorable as Yun Kalen's. Although he did not participate in the entire conspiracy, he had watched it unfold and develop without doing anything. Moreover, Qin Wanqiu was the mastermind behind the entire conspiracy. The source of the conspiracy was Qin Wanqiu's strategic blackmail, forcing Yun Jenu to marry him and forcing Yun Kalen to hand over the crystal power source. Now, the conspiracy had succeeded. However, Yang Dingtian was not very happy. Even Qin Wanqiu, the mastermind, was not very happy. Why? Because the final development of the matter had exceeded their original expectations. It had exceeded the scope of Qin Wanqiu and Yang Dingtian's control. In fact, Yang Dingtian and Qin Wanqiu had already felt slightly uneasy when Zhongzhou sects were massacred a few times. This was because Zhu Qingzhu had been too ruthless in order to regain his power. He had directly massacred 4 sects and killed hundreds of thousands of people through the plague. Of course, Yang Dingtian was heartbroken by the deaths of hundreds of thousands of innocent people. However, this was not the main reason for his and Qin Wanqiu's uneasiness. Zhu Qingzhu had not made a move. Once he made a move, he was more decisive than Qin Wanqiu had imagined. He had already involved all the martial forces in Zhongzhou. Qin Wanqiu wanted to bait the Black Heaven sect, not all the martial forces in the Zhongzhou Tiando League. The Council of Light wanted to destroy the Black Heaven sect, not the entire Zhongzhou martial arts world. Therefore, this conspiracy had already expanded, and Qin Wanzhou could no longer control it. Originally, when Zhu Qingzhu first pointed the spearhead at the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earth-Shattering City, everything was still under control. At that time, although the forces in Zhongzhou had already been involved, they could still control it. Unexpectedly, Zhu Qingzhu did not make a move at that time. Instead, he suppressed it for a while before involving the Vulture sect. In the end, the entire conspiracy had completely exploded. The Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earth-Shattering City had already fallen to hell. The most important thing now was that the entire Zhongzhou and Vulture sect had been involved. The West State Council of Light wanted to eliminate Zhu Qingzhu. If all the forces in Zhongzhou were involved and attacked the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earth-Shattering City, Qin Wanzhou's plan to eliminate Zhu Qingzhu alone would basically be ruined. In the past few months, the reconstruction of Western capital had almost been completed. The headquarters of the Council of Light could be moved to Western capital at any time. In fact, many departments of the Council of Light had already moved to Xijing. Tang Guozhao and Song Lihua had led a large number of civil officials into Xijing. Moreover, the secret manufacturing base on Fire Island had been moved to the southern island of Xijing. From now on, Fire Island would only be the location of the Eastern Fleet. Right now, Yan City was only the center of the Southeast Defense Region and was guarded by Qiu Wanjie. Of course, there were still 500,000 elite soldiers scattered around Yan City. As the easternmost city in the West Continent, it was fully armed to the teeth. The coastal artillery and secret submarine forces covered the entire sea. Now, the cleansing operation had come to an end. In the end, things didn't go as Yang Dingtian had expected. The number of people who died in this purge exceeded the limit set by Yang Dingtian, exceeding 100,000. Yang Dingtian had greatly underestimated the resistance of those vassals. When you touched their lifeblood, it was like hitting a rock with an egg. They would actually fight to the death. However, it went very smoothly and the casualties to the citizens were minimal. Duan Ruyan and Li Guinong led the Southwest Army to cleanse the entire Southwest continent. The construction of the southernmost city in the Southwest continent was also very smooth. Currently, more than half of it was completed. Therefore, the land policy in the Southwest continent was actually the most thorough. In the end, Duan Ruyan and Li Guinong directly suggested that the land policy in the Southwest continent be exactly the same as Cloud Sky cities. They would directly give the land to the free people to cultivate and then pay taxes. Even though Qiu Wanjie had some objections to this point, it was a foregone conclusion in the end. As a result, the entire Southwest continent underwent a huge change. Originally, everyone thought that the Southwest continent was a barbarian land, an ominous land with many mountains, forests, and fields. Moreover, it was definitely sparsely populated. At this moment, the entire Southwest continent was 6,000 miles long and 8,000 miles wide. And the registered citizens were only slightly more than 3 million. This population was far from the number of savages in the southern barbarian continent. However, who would have thought that after the Southwest Army cleaned up the miscellaneous factions and announced the land policy, countless people emerged from the depths of the mountains and forests, as well as from the wilderness. As a result, the registered population of the Southwest continent increased. Now, it had exceeded 10 million and was still increasing. As a result, the Council of Light realized that the Southwest continent's future potential might surpass the North and even the North and South defense districts of the Cloud Sky Mountain Range. Although there were primitive forests everywhere, the entire land was not damaged by the ancient destruction. As a result, the plan for the Southwest continent had to be changed again. The Sky Phoenix Pavilion and Wooden Sword Castle were unable to manage such a large land and population. As a result, they had no choice but to let the Council of Light rule over most of the land and citizens of the Southwest continent. Originally, there were only 2 cities in the Southwest continent. Now, there were at least 4 medium to large-sized cities. Moreover, they had to at least establish a second-level organization of the Council of Light and send a large number of troops and officials to the Southwest continent. As a result, the Council of Light's headquarters did not raise the level of the Southwest continent. In the end, it became an existence that was not inferior to the West Defense District. As the highest commander of the Southwest Defense District, Duan Ruyan did not enter the Council of Light's highest command department. Now that the Southwest Defense District had been upgraded, she directly entered the command department and became the 5th commander of the West Continent's army. On the other hand, Cloud Sky City's army of hundreds of thousands led a crusade against the Land of Chaos. In fact, the Council of Light had a huge disagreement on whether to clean up the Land of Chaos and incorporate it into the West Continent. The Land of Chaos was the buffer zone between the Tiando League and the Evil Ways. It had been chaotic for hundreds of years. There were all kinds of people there, and who knew how many spies were hidden there. If the Land of Chaos was incorporated into the West Continent, there would be people causing trouble every day, and it would bring great trouble to the West Continent. Those who agreed felt that the West Continent needed a buffer zone and strategic depth. Otherwise, once they started fighting with the Evil Ways, they would directly enter the heart of Cloud Sky City without any buffer zone. In the end, after a vote, all the members agreed to establish a buffer zone in the Land of Chaos. As for those who were as fierce as Xianxia, they straightforwardly said that they should leave the land but not the people. They should kill everyone in the Land of Chaos. After all, they were all scoundrels and deserved to die. However, Song Jiao's suggestion was directly rejected. Ximen Lai led an army of 300,000 and began to clean up the Land of Chaos. In the beginning, it was very smooth. They swept through dozens of miles in a day. However, as time passed, their speed became slower and slower and their casualties increased. This was because the entire Land of Chaos could not differentiate between the civilians and the militants. Under the instigation and encouragement of spies from many forces, the cities that had just been taken down were destroyed and revolted one after another. Hence, towards the end, they were only focused on suppressing the revolts and could not advance. Ximen Lai was too righteous. He was not strong enough to control this chaotic land of several thousand miles, where crooks mixed with honest folk. As for the other team, Qin Huayu and Song Xiao led an army of 500,000 elites to clean up the warlords and suppress the revolts. In the end, they discovered that although this matter was big and there were many warlords who rebelled, they were basically scattered sand. They did not need so many troops. Hence, they simply handed over the task of suppressing the revolts to Qin Huayu and transferred Lu Hengxi's Devil Dragon army of 2,000, increasing Qin Huayu's Devil Dragon army to 4,000. Then, they had Song Xiao take 200,000 into the Land of Chaos. Together with Ximen Lai, they were responsible for the war in the Land of Chaos. As soon as Song Xiao entered the fringe, the doomsday of the local tyrants and monsters in the fringe had arrived. Even though the Council of Light had repeatedly stated that Song Xiao should not be too ruthless with his blade, Song Xiao was only able to endure for a few days. In the end, after Song Xiao went, he only managed to restrain himself for a few days. After being infuriated by the local tyrant, he suddenly raised his butcher's knife and killed until rivers of blood flowed. Previously, Ximen Lai's strategy in the Land of Chaos was to occupy the towns and restore order. However, Song Xiao was the complete opposite. He did not care about the land and only cared about killing. Any armed force in the Land of Chaos with more than 100 people had to immediately disarm and surrender unconditionally. If anyone dared to say no, they would be slaughtered. As a result, the local tyrants of the Land of Chaos suffered a calamity. In the first 1,000 li, Ximen Lai led 300,000 troops to pacify and suppress. In the second 1,000 li, Song Xiao led a few 100,000 troops to kill. All the armed forces in the Chaos world with more than 100 people were uprooted. Either they surrendered or they were killed. As for the spies of the various forces in the Land of Chaos, they were all wiped out. How did Song Xiao judge a spy? He did not judge, as long as you were trained in proper martial arts and were not from the Western continent. Then I'm sorry, you are a spy. You want to say you are not a spy? You are trained in the martial arts of a famous sect, why would you come to a rotten place like the Land of Chaos? If you are not a spy, are you here to uphold justice? Moreover, Song Jiao's interrogation was very simple and crude. The first question was, are you a spy? If you say no, then you are lying and you will be killed. If you say yes, then the second question was, which family are you a spy from? Not speaking? You will be killed. After saying which family you are a spy, if you have a good relationship with the Western continent, you will be sent back. If you do not have a good relationship with the Western continent, you will be killed. Therefore, the interrogation of a spy was not more than 3 questions. Therefore, after Xianxia took control of the land of chaos, his progress was very fast. Within a few months, he had cleaned up the land of chaos. Drive away, move, and kill all the wandering martial artists and all the armed forces on top of the mountain. The remaining people were organized to build cities, farm, and restore order. Therefore, when Tang Buozhao led some of the civil officials to take control of the land of chaos, he sighed. Is this still the land of chaos? Why do I feel that the order here is better than the Western continent? How could the order not be good? Even the novice martial artists here had been cleaned up. Moreover, every citizen supervised each other and jointly protected each other. Under Song Zhao's butcher's knife, the land of chaos changed from a land of slaughter to a place where even kitchen knives were not taken out. Any fight would be seen as a riot. The millions of people in the land of chaos were more obedient than cats. As for Song Xiao, it was as if he had a second spring in his career. Now, the role of World Society's Northern Defense Region commander was like chewing wax to him. Therefore, he decided not to take charge of the Northern Defense Region and hand it over to someone else. He wanted to enter the Council of Light Army, expand his territory, and sweep away all the forces of chaos. In the end, he swept through the land of chaos. He killed his way from the northeast to the south of the Netherworld Swamp. Beyond the swamp was the territory of the Temple of Blood. In the north, he killed his way to Sky Demon City, which was less than 300 miles away. In the entire Bedlam lands, thousands of Li were massacred by him, not leaving a single soul behind. He was not satisfied and led his army north several times to invade Sky Demon City. He scared the people of Sky Demon City 3 times a day and caused the most prosperous city in the world to flee. It was incomparably desolate. Shi Manlai was afraid that something would happen and hurriedly reported it to Yang Dingtian. The emissaries of Sky Demon City's merchant palace also came in waves to seek an audience with Yang Dingtian. In the end, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to transfer Song Xiao back from the front lines of the land of chaos. After comforting him for his hard work, he followed his wishes and let him continue to be the Northern Defense Region's supreme commander. However, his main responsibility was to train the Council of Light's First Army, which was a full 200,000 troops. Therefore, Song Xiao was full of fighting spirit and went to take up the post. Ever since he had no hope of breaking through to the Grandmaster level, he could not find a goal to strive for. Now that he had found it, he had endless energy. Therefore, he trained the First Army until it was wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Now, his reputation was like a child's crying. Therefore, even though the Middle region was in chaos these few months, it was incomparably precious to the West region. Almost all of the large-scale strategic goals had been completed. The division of the defense region, cleaning up the feudal vassals, land policy, cleaning up the land of chaos, cleaning up the southwest continent, military reorganization, power structure, all of these were more or less set in stone. Without a doubt, these were the dividends from the victory in the Great War of the Middle region. It was the easiest to do things with the momentum of a great victory. Moreover, the internal strife in the Middle region had caused Yang Dingtian's reorganization in the West region. Although the whole world had secretly sabotaged it, they could only sit and watch. They could not stop it. In the temporary headquarters of the Council of Light, 10 hours after Lingxi announced the results of the investigation in the Middle region, before Li Guino returned, Yang Dingtian had already received the exact news. Lingxi had sold out the Cloud Sky Pavilion, sold out Yunzhenu, and trampled on them 10,000 times. Then, the Council of Light immediately held a meeting. The strategic blackmail plan has gone out of control. Zhu Qingzhu has played too big, involving the entire Middle region and the Vulture sect. The world is facing a drastic change. What should we do next? Yang Dingtian asked, especially when facing the Cloud Sky Pavilion and the Earth-splitting city. What should we do? The plan has gone out of control. This is my responsibility. Qin Wancho said, Here, I will make a self-criticism to the sect master and everyone. Overall, this plan is still a success. Yang Dingtian said, but conspiracies are like this. They develop on their own. It's hard to completely control them. If nothing unexpected happens, the earth-splitting city and the cloud sky pavilion will come to ask for help soon. Should we save them? Yes, should they still save them? Yun Kalin was too good at courting death. Now, the mark of evil ways was firmly imprinted on the cloud sky pavilion and the earth-splitting city. If they saved them, it would be equivalent to colluding with the evil ways. This was very disadvantageous to the Council of Light. If they did not save them, they could only watch the earth-splitting city and the cloud sky pavilion fall into Zhu Qingzhu's hands. This would be a great loss to the plane. This meant that Qin Wanchou's strategic blackmail plan had not only failed to catch the big fish, Zhu Qingzhu, but also eaten the bait. Save, we must save them. No, to be precise, occupy them. Yang Dingtian said, Yun Kalin deserves to die. But the crystal power must not fall into Zhu Qingzhu's hands. Otherwise, there will be an endless number of crystal power demon ships attacking the West continent. We will not be able to defend against them. Of course, if the earth-splitting city's demon eagle army falls into Zhu Qingzhu's hands, the West continent skies will not be peaceful. Once the earth-splitting city and the cloud sky pavilion fall into Zhu Qingzhu's hands, he will immediately turn hostile. He will immediately fall out with us, and this temporary peace will disappear in an instant. Then, we will face the endless sea and air attacks. Qin Wanchou said, therefore, we must obtain the earth-shattering city and the sky cloud pavilion. Everyone very keenly heard Qin Wanchou's words. It was to get them, not to save them. What is your plan, Uncle Master Qin? Please tell us, Yang Dingtian said. If Zhu Qingzhu can punish the earth-splitting city and the Tiando League, we can do the same, Qin Wanchou said. Moreover, he is only from the Middle Continent Tiando League. We are from the Council of Light. Our level is higher. Before Zhu Qingzhu makes his move, we will use the fastest speed to take over the earth-splitting city and the cloud sky pavilion. Execute He Wanqing and Yun Zhenu to give the world an explanation? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Although everyone faintly had this thought in their hearts, Qin Wanchou directly said it out loud. They would send troops to the earth-splitting city and the cloud sky pavilion in the name of punishment. Then, before Zhu Qingzhu made his move, they would take over the cloud sky pavilion and the earth-splitting city. This was the most perfect method. It was in line with morality and would yield results. However, Zhu Qingzhu would go crazy because the fruits of victory would be taken by Yang Dingtian. Of course, how to deal with He Wanqing and Yun Zhenu still needed to be discussed. As Qin Wanchou said, it was too cruel to kill them and give the world an explanation. However, we will need the cooperation of the earth-splitting city and the cloud sky pavilion. Otherwise, it will be impossible to take over the earth-splitting city and the cloud sky pavilion in just a few days, Song Chunhua said. Don't worry. The messengers from the earth-splitting city and the cloud sky pavilion will be here soon, Qin Wanchou said. We can't wait, Yang Dingtian said. All the experts above Martial Venerable Realm, gather. The Devil Dragon Army, crystal cannons, and submarines, gather. As soon as the messengers from the earth-splitting city and the cloud sky pavilion arrive, we will immediately send out our troops. The submarines and the ancient beasts will immediately head to the southern ocean continent and seal off the entire region. Yes. Everyone said in shock. Plucking the fruits of Zhu Qingzhu's victory was simply too satisfying. That's right, will the vulture sect be angry? Qin Huayu suddenly asked, will they take this opportunity to make a move? Everyone fell into silence. If Yang Dingtian snatched the fruits of victory from Zhu Qingzhu's hands, Zhu Qingzhu would definitely flip out. However, would the vulture sect take this opportunity to send out their troops? This was hard to say. Yang Dingtian suddenly said, if the vulture sect decides to jump out, they will definitely jump out. If he and the Netherworld Sea haven't jumped out, that means he has his own reasons. If we want to completely control the earth-splitting city and the cloud sky pavilion without taking any risks, it's impossible. That's right, as long as we have a 50% chance of success, we can do it. How can there be no risk at all? Song Xiao said loudly, let's do it. The current Song Xiao was a militant from head to toe. His desire for power was no longer very strong, but his desire for battle was boundless. Afterwards, the entire western continent began to move, and all the elite forces began to gather. All the experts above Martial Venerable Realm gathered in Yin City. They were only waiting for the messengers from the Earth-splitting city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion to arrive before setting off. As for the ancient beast Xiao, it had already entered the Southern Ocean continent and started to destroy all the ships in the direction of the Southern Ocean continent, regardless of friend or foe. Moreover, it couldn't differentiate between friend or foe. Once it started to kill, it didn't care about anything else. One day later, the messenger from the Cloud Sky Pavilion, Yun Zhenu, arrived and requested to see Yang Dingtian. After seeing Yang Dingtian, Yun Zhenu immediately knelt down and prostrated herself on the ground, sobbing, "Sect leader Yang, please save the Cloud Sky Pavilion and the Earth-splitting city. I am willing to be your slave and serve you for life." Note, the second update is 5,500 words, and the second update is close to 12,000 words. Please vote every month. Tomorrow, I really have to wake up earlier and write earlier. Sob sob. Jiao Liao, come in. Help me check if Miss Yun Zhenu is a pure and flawless lady. Yang Dingtian said. Even though Yun Zhenu had already prepared herself mentally, the humiliation she felt at this moment still trampled on her face and her heart like crazy. At this moment, she really wanted to draw her sword and perish together with Yang Dingtian. However, she endured it. Clenching her teeth, she swallowed the humiliation. Jiao Liao walked in and said expressionlessly, "Miss Yun, follow me." When Yun Zhenu raised her head, her beautiful face was already pale. She followed Yun Zhenu to a small house. Then, the rustling sound of clothes being unbuttoned could be heard. 15 minutes later, Jiao Liao walked out and nodded at Yang Dingtian, "Master, she is still pure." After coming out, Yun Zhenu was still kneeling on the ground. "You can leave." Yang Dingtian said to Jiao Liao. "Yes." Jiao Liao walked out. "Yun Zhenu, follow me." Yang Dingtian said and immediately walked towards the inner room. Yun Zhenu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Yang Dingtian wanted her body right here? Instantly, she felt her entire body turn cold. She felt that she was no longer the future young master of a sect. She was just a prostitute. And she was the kind that sent herself to his doorstep. Yang Dingtian continued to walk upwards and actually reached the roof of the castle. This was the highest point in the entire Flame City. Above his head was the sky. He could look down on the entire Flame City. Yun Zhenu was stunned. Could it be that Yang Dingtian liked to do those things in broad daylight? Or did he have some other perverted fetish? Or maybe he just wanted to woo her and have a heart-to-heart talk with her. However, it was obvious that she was thinking too much. Yang Dingtian whistled and a huge demon eagle king flew over. "Get on," Yang Dingtian said. Yang Dingtian rode on the demon vulture king. Yun Zhenu was stunned for a moment before she followed suit. Yun Zhenu was even more surprised and curious. What was Yang Dingtian trying to do? Was he taking her to some special place? The demon vulture king flew at full speed. In just 2 hours, it landed in a remote valley of the Cloud Sky City's castle. This was also where Yan Yan, Jiao Jiao, and the babies stayed. Qin Mingli would occasionally stay here. However, she had been in charge of business before. Now that the Council of Light had been established, she had become very busy. She had become Song Lihua's subordinate and was in charge of business affairs. The seductive vixen was nowhere to be seen. She was still pregnant. That's right, she had been pregnant for more than a year, but she hadn't given birth yet. Because she wasn't a human after all, and she was pregnant with a powerful race that was almost perfect, her pregnancy was estimated to be twice that of a human. However, the baby in her belly was very healthy. Moreover, in her stomach, she could already communicate with her parents. This is a real exchange. When Yang Dingtian laid on her belly and called for her baby, she would even respond. When she was happy, she would pat her mother's belly. When she was unhappy, she would spit out bubbles. Sometimes, she would make a lot of noise and her belly would even hurt. When the baby started to communicate, the seductive vixen and Yang Dingtian stopped doing those things. Therefore, the current Yao Rao was touring the great rivers and mountains of the West Continent almost every day to cultivate the temperament of the baby in her belly. Husband. Qin Jiaojiao was practicing her swordsmanship. When she saw Yang Dingtian, she immediately rushed over happily. Of course, she was just practicing her swordsmanship for fun. Her talent was average, and so was her brain. Therefore, she could only be considered an idiot in martial arts. Yan Yan was 10 times lazier than her. She practiced day and night, and her cultivation was much higher than hers. However, the two of them had stopped fighting. They felt that there was no point in fighting for first or second place. The two of them had already colluded to deal with the older beauty, Qin Mingli. When she saw that there was a woman behind Yang Dingtian who was even more beautiful than her, the hair on Qin Jiaojiao's neck suddenly stood up. She asked coldly, "Who is she?" Then, she shouted inside, "Shiman Damien, come out quickly. Your man brought a wild woman back." Yan Yan carried the baby and ran out anxiously. She shouted, "Where? Where? Do you know how to play mahjong? The three of us play fight the landlord every day. We are so tired of it." "No way, Shiman Damien, what do you mean? Do you think your man's house is not messy enough? We fought for a year and finally settled down. Do you want to fight every day again? Can you have some backbone?" Qin Jiaojiao said. Yang Dingtian carried the heavy Bao Bao over. Bao Bao was almost 2 years old now. He had already entered the first rebellious stage and was impatient to be carried in the adult's arms. Yang Dingtian just carried him in his arms and struggled to get down. "Baby, give daddy a kiss." Yang Dingtian didn't get tired of playing this game. Bao Bao frowned and reluctantly gave Yang Dingtian a kiss. Then, without waiting for Yang Dingtian to ask for a kiss, he moved his little face closer and let Yang Dingtian kiss him. Look at that look of disdain, as if to say, "You adults are really childish. I'll be sick of this game after a few months, but you guys are still playing it. Seeing that you're my father, I'll cooperate with you. Don't make me play such childish games in the future. I don't even like eating Mimi anymore." Yang Dingtian carried the baby and greedily took a deep breath, smelling the baby's scent. It was said that the baby was still wet behind the ears. Now, the baby's milk smell was not as strong and he could speak much more clearly. However, Yan Yan said that when he first learned to speak, he loved to talk. Now that he could speak, he didn't like to talk anymore. This sentence made Yang Dingtian want to laugh. When the baby was young, he was only 2 years old and was already young enough. Yan Yan's answer to this was that when she looked at children, the baby was the center. When the baby was 8 months old, she would look at children above 8 months old and think, "Wow, this child is so big." When she looked at children below 8 months old, she would think that this child was so small, even smaller than the baby. Now that the baby was 2 years old, as long as the child was over 2 years old, she would think that it was big. Children below 2 years old would think that it was small. Boys looked like their mothers. The baby didn't look like Yang Dingtian but looked like his mother, Du Gufengwu. Therefore, when he grew up, he would be many times more handsome than Yang Dingtian. Therefore, Yang Dingtian would sometimes think childishly, "Damn, Wu Yuming, don't be too proud. My son will be more handsome than you when he grows up." Cloud Sky Pavilion Master's daughter, Yun Zhenu. Yang Dingtian said. Yan Yan ran her fingers through her hair and nodded at Yun Zhenu. Even though her movements were casual, Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that her absolutely beautiful complexion was lit up. The radiance in her beautiful eyes had lit up. This feeling was like a peacock seeing a beautiful opponent. It spread its wings and wanted to defeat the opponent. Qin Jiaojiao was instantly filled with hostility as she looked at Yun Zhenu with caution. Great, not only is she prettier than me, but her status is also not inferior to mine. How can this be? I was originally ranked second in the family. Now that this vixen is here, am I going to be ranked third? The so-called second was really being ranked. She had even signed a contract and stamped her thumbprint. Shiman Yan Yan was the eldest, Qin Jiaojiao was the second, Qin Mingli was the third, and Yao Rao was the fourth. Of course, Yao Rao didn't want to play with these little girls and didn't give her thumbprint. Qin Mingli smiled and gave her thumbprint. She even called Yan Yan big sister and Qin Jiaojiao second sister like a psychopath. Both of them felt a chill down their spines when they heard that. They immediately told her not to call them that and that it was fine as long as she knew it in her heart. Bao Bao, Auntie will carry you. Do you want it? Yang Dingtian pointed at Yun Zhenu and asked Bao Bao. Bao Bao turned his head and looked at Yun Zhenu for a long time. He then turned his head and said, "No." Yun Zhenu reached out her hand and awkwardly left it there. "I'm sorry, Miss Yun. Bao Bao has been spoiled by us," Yan Yan said gently. Then, she took Bao Bao and placed him in Yun Zhenu's arms. It was only at this moment that Yun Zhenu's expression seemed to come alive. She hugged Bao Bao carefully and didn't dare to breathe. She was afraid that she would hurt Bao Bao if she used too much strength. Her kindness was unquestionable. Normally, she wouldn't even dare to step on an ant. Seeing that Yun Zhenu wanted to get closer but didn't dare to, Bao Bao giggled and quickly kissed her red lips. Instantly, Yun Zhenu's beautiful face turned red. She looked at Bao Bao with even more affection. Yang Dingtian gently pinched Yan Yan and Jiaojiao's cheeks and said, "All right, I have to go." Yan Yan said softly, "Husband, you don't want to eat anymore?" "I'm sorry. I don't have time," Yang Dingtian said. Yan Yan's eyes turned red. After marrying Yang Dingtian, the time that they spent together didn't exceed half a month. And in this period, the 4 to 5 days that they spent traveling north from the Netherworld Sea took up almost half of the time. He gently kissed Yan Yan and Jiaojiao's forehead. Then, he said to Yun Zhenu, "Let's go." Yan Yan carried Bao Bao over and said gently, "Bao Bao, Daddy has to go. Say goodbye to Daddy." "Goodbye." Bao Bao waved his hand perfunctorily. Although he also loved his father, he was very happy here. It was fine to see his father occasionally, but he didn't want to be together often because he would always come and snatch his mother away. After staying in the valley for a while, Yang Dingtian and Yun Zhenu rode on the Demon Vulture King and returned to Yen City. From Yen City to Cloud Heaven City, it was a total of 4,000 miles. The round trip was close to 10,000 miles. Yang Dingtian brought Yun Zhenu to see Bao Bao and Yan Yan and stayed for 15 minutes before leaving. Therefore, although Yun Zhenu's heart softened, she was still confused. Perhaps, it was because she, Yun Zhenu, had said that she wanted to free Shimin Yan Yan and Qin Jiaojiao from Yang Dingtian's evil clutches. "I was wrong." In the air, Yun Zhenu suddenly said, "I said that Shimin Yan Yan and Qin Jiaojiao were very pitiful and that I wanted to work hard to free them. I was wrong. They are very happy. I can feel that they love you very much and you love them very much too." "You said something like that?" Yang Dingtian said, "But you thought too much. I brought you to Cloud Heaven City not to let you see Yan Yan and Jiaojiao, but to let you see Bao Bao. Bao Bao is very cute and lovable." Yun Zhenu said. "I just want to confirm if you are the wife I was talking about." "You are Bao Bao's biological mother." Yang Dingtian said, "It seems like you are not. Your personalities and auras are completely different. Also, you are a virgin and she has already given birth to a child. However, the auras of the two of you when you walk are very similar. It's a very subtle feeling." "You love her very much?" Yun Zhenu asked. I don't really have the qualifications to talk about love." Yang Dingtian said, "What happened between us was more of a freak combination of factors. I married her, but from the beginning to the end, we barely spent a day together, and we were never gentle with each other. She killed me once, and I killed her once. Furthermore, it was after she gave birth to Bao Bao. I pierced her chest with my sword and almost harmed Bao Bao." At this point, Yang Dingtian didn't continue. Every time he recalled this scene, Yang Dingtian's back would break out in cold sweat. He felt as though his soul was about to scatter. Fortunately, Du Guxiao went to find Fengwu and the baby. Otherwise, the consequences. Therefore, Yang Dingtian felt endless guilt towards Du Fengwu. Yun Zhenu was startled. She didn't expect that the woman that Yang Dingtian was talking about had such a past with her. "Even though I am not her, I can replace her and be your servant," Yun Zhenu said indifferently. It was unknown why, but after the trip to Cloud Heaven City, she suddenly thought things through. That feeling of humiliation was no longer that strong, and she became indifferent again. "No, there is no need," Yang Dingtian said, "Let's go back and talk about serious matters." Back in the castle of Flame City, Yang Dingtian regained his serious and cold expression. Yun Zhenu was still kneeling and begging. "Sit. You are not here to beg. You are here to negotiate." Yang Dingtian said. Yun Zhenyu was slightly startled. She then nodded and sat on the chair. I can save the Cloud Sky Pavilion, and I will definitely save it. Yang Dingtian said, however, I have a few conditions. Please speak, Yun Zhenyu said. At least for now, I will not clear your name. You might still have to bear the crime of being an infiltrator of evil ways. I will also imprison you. Yang Dingtian said, it is not that I don't want to do that. I just don't want to create unnecessary trouble. I know. I deserve it. This is my punishment for my stupidity. Yun Zhenyu said indifferently. Secondly, your mother, Yun Kalin, has to step down. Choose another capable person from the Cloud Sky Pavilion to be the new pavilion lord. If nothing goes wrong, we will choose Yunqi because she is intelligent enough. Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Yun Zhenyu said, Mother has already made preparations for this. She was already prepared to step down. Thirdly, the Cloud Sky Pavilion can be integrated into the Council of Light and be reorganized. Yang Dingtian said, of course, you will think that I am annexing it. However, if you have time in the future, you can take a look around the Western continent. The Cloud Sky Pavilion and the Earth-Shattering City will become the Yingzhou Defense Region. The internal affairs will still be managed by the Earth-Shattering City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. However, the Crystal Demon warships and the Demon Vulture Army will be integrated into the frontline army of the Council of Light. The military power will belong to the Council of Light. As for whether anyone from the Earth-Shattering City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion can enter the Council of Light, I am not sure. However, the owners of the Cloud Sky Pavilion and the Earth-Shattering City will become permanent members of the Council of Light. Yes. Yun Zhenyu said. Throughout the entire process, Yun Zhenyu did not bargain at all. Seeing Yang Dingtian's slightly astonished expression, Yun Zhenyu said, my mother only had a nightmare. My greatest objective is to protect the integrity and existence of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. We don't care about anything else. If Zhu Qing comes, the entire Cloud Sky Pavilion will be wiped out. There will not be a single piece of land left. Alright, this matter is settled. Yang Dingtian said, our army and martial artists have all gathered. With an order, we can rush to the Yingzhou continent at the fastest speed possible. Sect Leader Yang, I have a question. Yun Zhenyu said. Speak. Yang Dingtian said. If the Vulture sect gets involved and forces you to take a step back, what will you do? Yun Zhenyu asked. Since we have agreed to help, there is no possibility of taking a step back. Yang Dingtian said, even if the Vulture sect comes out in full force, even if we die, we will not take a step back. You should know that I have never taken a step back. Yun Zhenyu said, then I have another question. It might anger you. Speak. Yang Dingtian said. What role did you play in the disaster of the Cloud Sky Pavilion and the Earth-Shattering City? You forced me to marry you at the Cloud Sky Pavilion? What do you mean? Yun Zhenyu asked. I played a shady role. Yang Dingtian said, I think you forced me to marry you and forced your mother to hand over the Crystal Demon warships as a form of punishment. The other was to infuriate your mother and give Zhu Qingzhu an opportunity. You wanted to use the Cloud Sky Pavilion to lure Zhu Qingzhu out and destroy him. Yun Zhenyu was startled. She didn't expect Yang Dingtian to be so direct and didn't even bother to conceal anything. Of course, we did not expect Zhu Qingzhu to play so big. Therefore, the West Continent is in great danger. However, we can't turn back. Yang Dingtian said. I understand. Yun Zhenyu's face suddenly revealed a trace of sadness. However, she didn't feel any anger in her heart. Perhaps, after experiencing the greatest betrayal, trampling, and humiliation, Yang Dingtian's scheme was no longer considered anything. At least, Yang Dingtian was willing to tell you the truth. He was not like some men who put arsenic in honey and thought it was sweet before they poisoned you. Yang Dingtian did not apologize. He said, then you should go and rest. When the emissary from the Earth-Shattering City arrives, we will set off immediately. Yes. Yun Zhenyu said. More than 2 hours later, the emissaries from the Earth-Shattering City, Kuei Ning and Kuei Qing, arrived at the same time. When Kuei Ning saw Yang Dingtian, she knelt down and did not say a word. Kuei Qing did not kneel down. She stood in front of Yang Dingtian and said, "Sect leader Yang, we will agree to any of your conditions. However, please agree to one of my conditions." "Please say it." Yang Dingtian said. "Don't kill my sister-in-law. I have already tied her up. She has already tried to kill herself 3 times. Kuei Qing said, "She was muddle-headed before, but she has never done anything evil. She is innocent. She should not die." Yang Dingtian said, "I will imprison her because I am unable to prove her innocence." "Yes." Kuei Qing said, "We will agree to any of your conditions." "What is the city lord Kuei-Si's opinion?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Once you reach the earth-shattering city, he will step down immediately and pass the position of the city lord to me." Kuei Qing said. "Has he thought it through?" Yang Dingtian said. "My brother is straightforward, but not stupid." Kuei Qing said, "If he still can't figure out why Wu Yuming released him and why the Vulture sect did so, he would be hopelessly stupid." Yes, if he still could not figure out why the Vulture sect was released back to Kuei-Si, then he would be hopelessly stupid. The Cloud Sky Pavilion was helping Zhu Qingzhu to attack the West Province. Yang Dingtian wanted to punish the Cloud Sky Pavilion. If Kuei-Si was not in the earth-shattering city, then the city lord would definitely watch as the earth-shattering city was punished. He might even help to step on it. After all, the hatred between the two sides had lasted for hundreds of years. However, after Kuei-Si returned, how could he watch as his woman was bullied? After being deceived for a long time, he had a huge prejudice against Yang Dingtian. Hence, he immediately pulled the earth-shattering city away from Yang Dingtian. As long as he separated the earth-shattering city from Yang Dingtian, he could package the city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion together and sell them to Zhu Qingzhu. In exchange, Zhu Qingzhu would compromise. They had never done business that was at a loss. "Kuei Ning, you and I are brothers in life and death. Hence, before we mobilize, there are some things I need to make clear." Yang Dingtian said, "In this great conspiracy, I played a dishonorable role. I conspired with Zhu Qingzhu and I to drag the Cloud Sky Pavilion into the abyss." "Yes." Kuei Ning said, "However, you never thought of dragging the earth-shattering city into the abyss. It was an accident that we were dragged into this because you did not expect my father to be released safely. You also did not expect us to break off relations with you. The current situation is the result of Yun Kalen and our stupidity. Alright. Then let's not waste any more time. We will immediately mobilize the troops to the earth-shattering city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion." Yang Dingtian said. Within an hour, all the elites of the West Province Council of Light were mobilized. Note, the first update has been delivered. I will continue to write the second update. I have to vote for you. Zhu Hongxue walked up to Yang Dingtian and said, "I've already broken through to the Grandmaster realm." He had already disappeared for several months, and for the past month, he had been in seclusion. The Grandmaster realm was a threshold. Generally speaking, it was very difficult to break through during normal cultivation. Most of them broke through during life-or-death battles or when they devoured powerful energy. As for Zhu Hongxue, he chose to break through during normal cultivation. Although it was very difficult, he still broke through. Yang Dingtian had spent very little time cultivating recently, but he still easily broke through to the 5-star Grandmaster realm. That's right, he broke through easily. Not only that, he directly broke through to the level 9 Grandmaster realm. As for Qin Huayu and Song Chunhua, they were too busy and had almost no time to cultivate. Especially Qin Huayu, who was always cleaning up the vassals. Therefore, the two of them did not have much of a breakthrough in their cultivation. Among the 4 of them, Yang Dingtian's cultivation went from the bottom to the top. "Are you sure you want to go?" "I want to arrange for you to stay behind," Yang Dingtian said. "I want to go," Zhu Hongxue said lightly. During the top-secret meeting to discuss how to deal with Zhu Qingzhu, Zhu Hongxue wanted to leave several times, but Yang Dingtian asked him to participate. This time, they might have to fight Zhu Qingzhu directly. Yang Dingtian did not want Zhu Hongxue to go, but he insisted on going. "Okay." Yang Dingtian nodded. Due to the intervention of the ancient giant beast, it was impossible for Xianxia to send a large number of troops to the earth-splitting city and the Sky Cloud Pavilion. Moreover, Zhu Qingzhu had defined this battle as a battle between the Tiando League and the Evil Ways, so it could be a battle between martial artists. Therefore, the West Continent needed to mobilize almost all the martial artists this time. Currently, the entire West Continent had grandmasters and above. There were a total of 6 World Association elders and vassals. The Northwest Qin City was the most terrifying, with a total of 15. Cloud Sky City had the least, with only 2. Moreover, Yarao's belly was too big, so she could not participate in this battle. Therefore, only Yang Dingtian was left. Only Duan Ruyan was left in the Sky Phoenix Pavilion. The rest of the experts had either betrayed or been killed. In the Divine Weapons Villa, there were a total of 4 experts above the Grandmaster realm. Therefore, on Yang Dingtian's side, there were 3 experts above the Great Grandmaster realm. Qin Wanzhou, Dongfang Minmi, Xiao Xiao. Including Zhu Hongxue, there were a total of 26 grandmasters. If Yun Kailan, Kuei Si, and Yang Dingtian's war puppet demon, Yi Wuqing, were included, there would be 4 of them. As for powerhouses at the martial honorable level and above, there were more than 300 of them in the entire Western continent. Of course, the West Continent only had about half of the Central Continent in terms of martial venerables and grandmasters. However, it should be enough to fight against the Xintian sect. For this trip to the Sky Cloud Pavilion and the Earth-Splitting City, almost all of the elite martial practitioners had turned out in full force. Only the great Grandmaster Dongfang Minmi, the nameless Grandmaster, and 100 martial venerables stayed behind to guard the West Continent. Of course, their main focus was only in Shijing and the Council of Light's secret manufacturing base. The reason why Dongfang Minmi did not go to the Cloud Sky Pavilion's earth-shattering city was because he was going there to reorganize and take over. More than 100,000 elites from the Middle Continent were heading toward the Yingzhou mainland. Yang Dingtian and Qin Wanzhou had led hundreds of martial practitioners to the earth-splitting city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion on various flying mounts at the fastest speed possible. After arriving at the earth-splitting city, Kuei Si did not say a word. Almost half of his hair had turned white. In this huge conspiracy, Kuei Si was the most passive one. He was completely dragged into this mess by Yun Kailan. Of course, the most painful thing for him was that he had been played. He had been played by the Vulture sect. Initially, he had a good impression of the Vulture sect that had saved him. However, things had turned out this way. His wife had become one of the Evil Ways, and his daughter had also become one of the Evil Ways. If he still did not know that he had been played, then he was really hopeless. After seeing Yang Dingtian, he did not say a word. Just like a martial practitioner, he led 7 masters and joined Yang Dingtian's martial practitioner team. Yang Dingtian saw the pale and lifeless Kuei Si's wife, He Wanqing. She had tried to commit suicide a few times in an attempt to use her death to save the earth-splitting city. Hence, Kuei Si had no choice but to lock all of her Xian meridians, making her unable to move. After seeing Yang Dingtian, Kuei Si's eyes were filled with pleading and apology. That day, she had decided to withdraw the Demon Eagle army in exchange for Wu Yuming to save Kuei Si. However, who knew that Kuei Si's return was just a conspiracy that had almost dragged the earth-splitting city into hell? You don't have to apologize, and you don't have to beg for death. Yang Dingtian grabbed Kuei Si's hand and said, I can't clear your name now, but I can definitely do it in the future. Kuei Si's expression immediately calmed down, and tears fell. Reorganizing the earth-splitting city was as easy as blowing off dust. As the new earth-splitting city lord, Kuei Qing directly handed over all of the city's defensive arrangements, and handed over all of the Demon Eagle army's command rights. Next, the Western Continent's army would enter the earth-splitting city and Cloud Sky Pavilion on a large scale to take over the defense of these 2 places. Then, a large number of real cannons would densely cover every part of the coastline of these 2 places. Almost silently, the entire earth-splitting city's over 3,000 Demon Eagle army soldiers immediately changed to small crystal crossbows. Yang Dingtian and the rest only stayed in the earth-splitting city for a few hours. Then, with the earth-splitting city's masters and 2,000 Demon Eagle army soldiers, they flew directly from the border to the Cloud Sky Plateau. The old Cloud Sky Pavilion had already been destroyed by the avalanche caused by the bombing. The current Cloud Sky Pavilion was in the huge castle of Manning Mountain. This castle was built on a cliff a few thousand meters above the ground. It was even more dangerous and precipitous. Actually, in terms of defense, it was stronger than the Cloud Sky Pavilion on the Great Snow Mountain. However, it was not as high. Sinner Yun Kalen greets sect leader Yang Dingtian. The gray-haired Yun Kalen bowed deeply and stood side by side with Yun Qi to welcome Yang Dingtian. The past few months were like a deep nightmare. After waking up, of course, she knew that she was wrong. However, she was still unwilling to kneel down. After welcoming Yang Dingtian into the castle, Yun Kalen immediately bid farewell and did not participate in any affairs. Then, she continued to lock herself in the dark room. She only said one sentence, "Call me out when Zhu Qingzhu and the people from the vulture sect are here." When she said this sentence, she was completely filled with soaring resentment. Perhaps she only had one thought at this moment, and that was to perish together with Zhu Qingzhu and Lingxi. In the Cloud Sky Pavilion's castle, all the affairs were proceeding smoothly. Yun Kalen was gone, and her cousin, Elder Yun Qi, took over as the new Cloud Sky Pavilion master. Although Yun Qi was very talented, she was not very interested in martial arts and power. In fact, more than 20 years ago, she was the candidate for Cloud Sky Pavilion master. Because Yun Kalen had an affair with her archenemy, Kuei Si, and Yun Kalen's extreme and stubborn personality, the previous Cloud Sky Pavilion master did not intend to pass the position to Yun Kalen. However, Yun Qi rejected directly. After Yun Kalen became the Cloud Sky Pavilion master, Yun Qi did not care about worldly affairs. Instead, she was very interested in plants and animals. Therefore, although she was very talented and was almost 60 years old, her cultivation was still at the level of a 7-star grandmaster. She was much weaker than Yun Kalen. If the core of Fisher City was the Demon Vulture Army, then the core of the Cloud Sky Pavilion was the Crystal Magic Warships and the Crystal Power. After the Council of Light entered the castle, Yun Qi handed over nearly 200 Crystal Magic Warships and the command of the unsuccessful Sea Demon Army to the Council of Light High Command Department. Moreover, she personally handed over all the materials for the Crystal Power to Yang Dingtian. All the mysterious sorcerers who were researching the Crystal Power also gathered and prepared to return to the West Continent. Therefore, after Yang Dingtian's group of warriors entered the Cloud Sky Pavilion, there was not much to do. On the other hand, Song Lihua's team of civil servants was extremely busy. Song Chunhua of the High Command Department was also extremely busy. The Council of Light did not participate in the internal affairs of Fisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. However, the reorganization of the army, the defense of the region, the allocation of personnel, and the stationing of the army all had to be replanned. Most importantly, some of the people from the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Fisher City were transferred to the West Continent. Some of them were transferred to other defense regions, while others were transferred to the headquarters in Xijing. Then, the high-level warriors and civil servants of the West Continent would enter the Yingzhou mainland as quickly as possible. This looked more like a power grab, but it was not. Every family did this, and the Northwest Qin city was no exception. Moreover, these high-level warriors and civil servants had to obey the supreme commander of the defense region unconditionally in internal affairs. Therefore, even though many of the castellans and castellans in the Northwest Qin city defense region had been replaced, however, Qin Wanchou still had the highest authority in this region. Of course, the Council of Light reorganized the Crystal Demon Fleet, the Demon Eagle Army, and the Demon Dragon Army, which were extremely professional troops, but the extent was very small. They still let the most professional people command these troops. However, the Crystal Demon Fleet would probably be reorganized into the navy led by Qiu Wanjie. Uncle Kuei, after the Yingzhou mainland has settled down, I hope that you can become the supreme commander of the Yingzhou defense region. At that time, you will be in charge of all the internal affairs of the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Fisher City, as well as military affairs and martial arts, Yang Dingtian said. I am not suitable, Kuei Si said. I am not talented enough. You should change to someone else. Cloudpool Pavilion leader is too weak. I really don't have anyone who can take up this position, Yang Dingtian said. Then you can take up the position yourself, Kuei Si said. I am already the Cloud Sky City Lord and the Supreme Commander of the Northeast Defense Region. In fact, I can't even go to Cloud Sky City once a month, Yang Dingtian said. Uncle Kuei, this is not a high position. Everything we do is to prepare for the battle of destruction in a few years. If you take up this position, you might not even have time to cultivate. You might even be 10 years older in the frenzy of work. Then I will try, Kuei Si said. Thank you, Uncle Kuei, Yang Dingtian said. After handing over the most important authority in the shortest time possible, the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Fisher City sent out hundreds of envoys to the Middle Continent and East Continent to announce the first announcement to the world. The Council of Light sent out troops to punish Fisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. After an intense battle, all the Evil Ways spies have been arrested. The Cloud Sky Pavilion leader Yun Kalin, who colluded with the Evil Ways Ning Wuming, has been removed from his position and officially imprisoned. Elder Yin Qi was appointed as the new Cloud Sky Pavilion leader. Although Fisher City Lord Kuei Si had nothing to do with the Evil Ways, he was not a good judge of character and was infiltrated by the Evil Ways. He officially resigned from the position of Fisher City Lord. The great commander of Fisher City, Kuei Qing, will take over the position of Fisher City Lord. The Evil Way spies, Yun Zhenu, are officially imprisoned. He Wanqing's identity as the Evil Way spies are still suspicious. She is also officially imprisoned pending investigation. Immediately after, Fisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion announced the second announcement to the world. Fisher City, the Cloud Sky Pavilion officially joined the Council of Light and established the Yingzhou Defense Region. All the armies of Fisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion will be reorganized by the Council of Light. All the suspects of Fisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion will be arrested by the Council of Light and sentenced on a later date. Then, the Council of Light announced the third announcement. Fisher City Lord Kuei Qing and Cloud Sky Pavilion leader Yun Qi will become executive members of the Council of Light. Cloud Sky Pavilion leader Yun Qi will become the fifth member of the Council of Light. 10 hours later, the report reached the Middle Continent. Xianxia was instantly in an uproar. Zhu Qingzhu flew into a rage and smashed a huge stone statue in front of him into pieces. Despicable, shameless. Shameless Yang Dingtian, you and I are irreconcilable. In front of everyone, Zhu Qingzhu roared in anger. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had planned for a few months and sacrificed hundreds of thousands of people. He had completely compromised with the Vulture sect and started a massacre of the Evil Ways. What was his purpose? Wasn't it to regain the power of Xianxia? Wasn't it to get Fisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion's territory? No, he had killed hundreds of thousands of people. He had slaughtered all the spies of the Evil Ways. He had been a gentleman and a villain. He had also been humiliated in front of that little bastard Ling Si and had almost signed a contract to sell himself. He had gone through a lot of hardships, betrayed countless people, and traded many things. He was just waiting for the final harvest. In the end, Yang Dingtian reached out and plucked both fruits. How could he not be mad with anger? Aren't you, Yang Dingtian, a modest gentleman? Aren't you, Yang Dingtian, a hypocrite? Aren't you, Yang Dingtian, and Yun Kalin irreconcilable? Did they get together just like that? What about the Council of Light sending troops to the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Fisher City? What punishment? What fierce battle? What about arresting all the spies and spies of the Evil Ways? Who the F***ck are you trying to fool? Do you think I don't know if He Wanqing and Yun Zhenu are spies of the Evil Ways? It's only the 4th day since the Vulture sect's investigation report came out. It's only the 2nd day since Xianxia decided to send troops. Not everyone has arrived yet. Yang Dingtian, you've F***king finished the battle? You've F***king taken over Fisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Can you F***king fly? Oh, you can fly, but you can't fly as fast as you. Of course, Zhu Qingzhu was mentally prepared for this situation in West Continent. But he didn't have a choice. He had to seize the opportunity to regain power in Zhongzhou. He had to seize the opportunity of the conflict between West Continent and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. But the more he played, the more he played. Although it was extremely risky for Yang Dingtian to intervene, it also made the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Fisher City even more desperate. So, they threw themselves into Yang Dingtian's arms even more resolutely and quickly. Moreover, Yang Dingtian was a hypocrite and had helped Zhu Qingzhu many times. Now that he had become so cunning, it was really hard for him to predict. After his rage, Zhu Qingzhu couldn't wait to declare war on Yang Dingtian. But after he calmed down, he suddenly thought of something. Declare war? What was he going to use to declare war? Yang Dingtian wasn't protecting Fisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. He was sending troops to occupy them. He was also representing the Tiando League to punish them. Kuei and Yin Kalin were chased out. Evil Wei's spies were all captured. They said that after a long fierce battle, many people died, and a few thousand people were captured. You declared war on Yang Dingtian? With what? Of course, there was a reason. Fisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion were members of the Zhongzhou Tiando League, and West Continent had no right to interfere. Yang Dingtian's entry into Fisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion was overstepping their authority and interfering in Zhongzhou's internal affairs. At this level, it was barely enough to start a war. At night, Zhu Qingzhu sent out an envoy to visit the major forces in Zhongzhou to sound them out. What was he trying to sound them out for? To suppress Yang Dingtian for interfering in Zhongzhou's affairs. Instantly, the leaders of Zhongzhou's forces were filled with righteous indignation. They strongly condemned Yang Dingtian for interfering in Zhongzhou's affairs and said that they would stand with the Black Heaven sect. Then, the Black Heaven sect's envoy tried to sound them out by saying that they should organize a second crusade against Yang Dingtian. Immediately, the leaders of Zhongzhou's forces shook their heads and said that after the last defeat, their morale was low and they really could not send out troops. In the end, when the envoy comforted Zhu Qingzhu, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood again. Almost all the forces in Zhongzhou had the same attitude. Crusade against Yang Dingtian? Sure, we'll curse him to death, but what about sending out troops and sending out martial artists to suppress them? Then we can only support sect master Zhu spiritually. Suddenly, Zhu Qingzhu had a strong impulse. That was to use the terror attack again and destroy a few more sects to make the forces in Zhongzhou obedient. After thinking about it, he felt that he could not take the risk. At first, others could not see through his trick, but later, almost all the higher-ups of Zhongzhou's forces saw through it. Damn, Evil Wei's terrifying forces were just a brick. They would only appear when Zhu Qingzhu needed them. If they should be destroyed, they should be destroyed. If they should fail, they should fail. If they should be arrested, they should be arrested. If they should be interrogated, they should be interrogated. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Everyone knew about it before, but they did not dare to say anything because Zhu Qingzhu and Yang Dingtian were on the same side. Now that Zhu Qingzhu was still playing the trick of destroying the Evil Wei's sects, Zhongzhou's forces would really dare to invite Yang Dingtian to Zhongzhou and launch a crusade against the Evil Wei's. Bastard! Suddenly, Zhu Qingzhu hated all the forces in Zhongzhou to the bone. They were really scared of Yang Dingtian. When they heard that Zhu Qingzhu was going to crusade against Yang Dingtian, they shook their heads like a rattledrum. Yang Dingtian, don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you're playing this trick. Zhu Qingzhu locked himself in the pavilion again. This time, he would definitely not sit by and watch Earth Fisher City and Cloud Sky Pavilion fall into Yang Dingtian's hands. He had to do something. Otherwise, he would not only lose Earth Fisher City and Cloud Sky Pavilion, but also all his power in Zhongzhou. If Yang Dingtian stole your fruit, there would be nothing you could do. These people in Zhongzhou would undoubtedly look down on you. Over the past few months, he had worked so hard to gain back the power he had gained by killing the demons with one hand of justice and the demons with the other. But now, he would lose everything. How could he deal with Yang Dingtian? These fence-sitters in Zhongzhou could not be relied on. The Black Heaven sect could not do anything to Yang Dingtian. There were only two methods left. The first method was to directly fall out with Yang Dingtian and announce that he was harboring evil ways. They would openly crusade against him. However, there was a prerequisite for that, and that was to cooperate with the Vulture sect. Once the Vulture sect officially crusaded against Yang Dingtian's doomsday would arrive. Even the fence-sitters in Zhongzhou would join in and hit Yang Dingtian when he was down. However, Zhu Qingzhu would only be a supporting character in that case. Almost all the benefits would go to the Vulture sect. He, Zhu Qingzhu, knew very well what kind of people the Vulture sect was. The second method was to raise the banner of evil ways again. All the grandmasters of the Black Heaven sect, Joyous Palace, Temple of Blood, and Ning clan would join forces and attack Earth Fisher City and Cloud Sky Pavilion in the name of Evil Way's revenge. They would wipe out all of Yang Dingtian's experts there. Then, Zhu Qingzhu would return and take off his jacket. He would change into the banner of the Tiando League and lead the Black Heaven sect to attack Earth Fisher City and Cloud Sky Pavilion again. He would also play the part of taking back Earth Fisher City and Cloud Sky Pavilion after a fierce battle for several days. However, this way, there would be more people to split the meat. The first method was only to split the meat with the Vulture sect. The second method was to split the meat with the Joyous Palace, Temple of Blood, and Ning clan. There were only these two methods. Zhu Qingzhu's main choice now was to split the meat with the Vulture sect or with the Three Evil Ways. He thought for an entire night and struggled for an entire night. In the end, Zhu Qingzhu came to a decision. He would rather split the meat with the Three Evil Ways than with the Vulture sect alone. The Vulture sect's table manners were too ugly. If they split the meat with the Three Evil Ways, at least there would still be meat. If they split the meat with the Vulture sect, there would be no bones left. There would only be soup left. Hence, Zhu Qingzhu immediately changed his appearance and headed to the Temple of Blood and Joyous Palace to negotiate and kill Yang Dingtian together. Note, the second update is 5,500 words. Today's update is 11,000 words. Bosses, monthly votes. Inside the Temple of Blood. Senior Brother Dugu, please follow me to kill Yang Dingtian and divide the 15,000 miles of land in the West Continent, Zhu Qingzhu said as he bowed. Dugu Xiao smiled and said, if you are well informed, you should know that my daughter and Yang Dingtian are fated to be together. Therefore, I'm his father-in-law. That's just an ill-fated relationship, Zhu Qingzhu said. Moreover, my son is also under Yang Dingtian and has become his sworn brother. However, this doesn't stop me from killing Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian can't be killed, Dugu Xiao said. Zhu Qingzhu said, I can't kill him, but it doesn't mean that senior brother Dugu can't. Crown Prince Li Ming has commanded the world, so Yang Dingtian can't die. Of course, we don't dare to disobey, but in the position of the temple, senior brother Dugu is the one who is above everyone else. You can ignore Crown Prince Li Ming's command. Dugu Xiao shook his head and said, I'm only waiting for His Majesty Demon King's resurrection. I don't care about anything else. Moreover, what's the point of dividing the West Continent? Of the 15,000 miles of land in the Temple of Blood, 2,000 miles are still in ruins. What's the point of having so much land? Evil ways are due to the lack of population, but the West Continent is different. It has a large population and is prosperous, Zhu Qingzhu said. Now, the 15,000 miles of land of chaos has been taken care of by Yang Dingtian. Once we defeat Yang Dingtian, the 15,000 miles of land of chaos has been taken care of. Once we defeat Yang Dingtian, the 15,000 miles of land of chaos, the 1,000 miles of Cloud Heaven City's territory, and the 5,000 miles of northern land will all belong to the Temple of Blood. Dugu Xiao was stunned and said, Brother Zhu, you are really generous. This way, the land of the Temple of Blood will be 10,000 miles. I, Zhu Qingzhu, have always been generous, Zhu Qingzhu said. It's a pity that it's written clearly on my clothes and the hat on my head. Evil ways, Temple of Blood. Dugu Xiao said, therefore, it's still possible to govern the land of chaos with the identity of the evil ways, but it's impossible to govern Cloud Sky City and the Northern Underworld Assembly. Evil ways breaking out of the fringe means the beginning of the Great War. Zhu Qingzhu said, you don't have to rule personally. You can just stay behind the scenes. These territories could still be rightfully under Cloud Sky City's name. At that time, Yang Dingtian would be imprisoned. With him as a hostage, it shouldn't be difficult to force Yang Peipei and the people of Cloud Heaven City to work for you. Moreover, I remember that you have a grandson who is Yang Dingtian's son. In the future, the Demon King will definitely unify the world. Shouldn't you leave behind a large foundation for your biological grandson? Dugu Xiao said, it seems that you are much more well-informed than I thought. You didn't deliberately hide it either, Zhu Qingzhu said. I already deliberately hid it. It's your eyes and ears that are too smart, Dugu Xiao said. Then what does Brother Dugu think? Zhu Qingzhu asked. I will stay out of this, Dugu Xiao said indifferently. I said before that I will definitely not betray His Majesty the Demon King. However, Yang Dingtian is my grandson's father. I will not follow you to kill him. Alright then. You don't have to make a move on Yang Dingtian. You just have to help kill Qin Wanzhou. Zhu Qingzhu said, with you around, you might be able to ensure that Yang Dingtian doesn't die. I know that Joyous Palace Master hates Yang Dingtian to the bone, so he will definitely be very willing to kill Yang Dingtian. Forget it, you guys go, Du Guxiao said. If Yang Dingtian is killed just like that, then he deserves it. Although I'm his father-in-law, I won't get involved in this kind of rotten matter for him. I'm not a human being. Many thanks, senior brother Dugu. Zhu Qingzhu bowed. Du Guxiao shook his head. You came to beg me not to fight, but not to help Yang Dingtian, right? I am ashamed, Zhu Qingzhu said. You are overthinking. I will not betray the Demon King Wendian, Du Guxiao said, but I will tell him about your actions. This is not too much, right? Zhu Qingzhu's face twisted. He said helplessly, Senior brother Dugu, you are really straightforward. And then go to Joyous Palace. There is still a long way to go. I will go to Cloud Sky Pavilion now, Du Guxiao said. Oh right, Yang Dingtian is in Cloud Sky Pavilion, right? Yes. Zhu Qingzhu was speechless. In the end, Zhu Qingzhu could not help but ask, what will make you attack Yang Dingtian? It is very simple. Once His Majesty Demon King gives the order, I will go. Du Guxiao said, in fact, once he revives, you and I will not have the will to resist. At that time, you will have your own will. What he gives you is yours. If he does not give you, you and I will be walking corpses. Zhu Qingzhu said helplessly, Senior brother Dugu, you are still so direct. Then, I will take my leave. And, let's go together. Du Guxiao said, one of us will go northeast, and the other will go southeast. Then, the two of them left the Temple of Blood together. Zhu Qingzhu flew northeast. Another 10,000 miles and they would arrive at the Joyous Palace. The Joyous Palace was more than 10,000 miles north of the Temple of Blood. It was a large island in the depths of the frozen sea. To its west was the Yin-Yang Mirror, to its southeast was the Demon Domain, and to its northeast was the world of ice and snow. So when it came to remote places, the Joyous Palace was the most remote of all places. Moreover, its geographical environment was unprecedentedly complicated. A few hours later, the Cloud Sky Pavilion welcomed a guest. Instantly, the entire Cloud Sky Pavilion acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Only Yang Dingtian and Qin Wanzhou's expressions did not change much. This was because only these two people had interacted with Du Guxiao before. Song Zhao's level was not high enough, let alone the others. Qin Wanzhou, please come out for a chat. Du Guxiao actually asked Qin Wanzhou to come out to meet him, and not Yang Dingtian. Qin Wanzhou flew 100 miles and met Du Guxiao in the sky above the sea. Senior brother Dugu, you really dote on your son-in-law. You're afraid others will think you're involved with evil ways, so you asked me to come out to meet you, Qin Wanzhou said. It didn't matter before, but now that you're the head of the Council of Light, you have to be more careful, Du Guxiao said. Then my reputation is no longer a reputation? Qin Wanzhou said helplessly. You, Qin Wanzhou, are two-faced. Everyone knows that, so it doesn't matter, Du Guxiao said. Senior brother Dugu, you're still so straightforward, Qin Wanzhou said. That's what Zhu Qingzhu said too, Du Guxiao said. Zhu Qingzhu went to find you? Qin Wanzhou asked. Du Guxiao said, yes. He came to find me, the Joyous Palace, and probably the Ning clan of the Southern Sea. First, he used the name of evil ways to destroy the Sky Cloud Pavilion and Earthshatter City, killing all the experts of the Council of Light. Then, he used the Tiando League's banner to defeat the evil ways and take over the two places. From then on, he would be invincible in the West and Central continents. What a good plan, Qin Wanzhou said. It's not really a good plan. I was forced into a corner by you guys, Du Guxiao said. Alright, that's all. I'm going back. Then, Du Guxiao went up north and returned to the Temple of Blood. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Zhu Qingzhu will work with the Joyous Palace and the Ning clan of the Southern Sea to destroy us with martial arts, Yang Dingtian said. Martial Uncle Qin, how many grandmasters does the Joyous Palace have? The Temple of Blood has 2 grandmasters. The Joyous Palace has 2 grandmasters. The number of grandmasters is unknown, but it shouldn't be less than 10, Qin Wanchou said. Other than Du Gushao, the Temple of Blood has another grandmaster? Yang Dingtian said in astonishment. He had never heard of this before. In every sect, there are some old farts that are more than 100 years old, Qin Wanchou said. Because of the blood pool, the Temple of Blood's cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds, but their lifespans aren't long. However, every generation of the Temple of Blood has someone who quits the blood pool. There was one in the previous generation. He had tortured his opponents to death, and he had also become a great grandmaster. Of course, this generation's Du Gushao also quits the blood pool and became a grandmaster early. How is the cultivation of the Joyous Palace's master, Guduiren? How is he compared to Du Gushao? Yang Dingtian asked. Putting aside Walingzi, Wu Yu, Queen Devil Queen, and the Demon King Wendian, the number 1 expert in the world should be Zhu Qingzhu. Qin Wanchou said, but other than those who just broke through to the grandmaster level, the rest of the grandmasters have about the same cultivation. Zhu Qingzhu is the strongest, an 8-star grandmaster. I'm barely a 7-star grandmaster. Guduiren is about the same as me. Du Gushao should be stronger than me, maybe even a little stronger than Zhu Qingzhu. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was astonished. Du Gushao is stronger than Zhu Qingzhu? I'm just guessing, Qin Wanchou said. Qin Wanchou said, Du Guxiao's mystic veins talent might not be higher, but his understanding of martial arts is more profound. In this case, including the 2 grandmasters from the Joyous Palace, Zhu Qingzhu has a total of 6 grandmasters. That's more than 40 grandmasters, Yang Dingtian said. The Black Heaven sect alone had more than 20 grandmasters. Including the Joyous Palace and the South Seas Ning clan, there were more than 40 grandmasters. Of course, the West Continent's Council of Light, Fisher City, and Cloud Sky Pavilion would not make much of a difference even if there were less than 40 grandmasters. However, the disparity in the number of grandmasters on both sides was too great. The other side had a total of 6 grandmasters, while Yang Dingtian only had 3. Of course, Zhu Qingzhu believed that Yang Dingtian's side only had 2 grandmasters. But even if there were 3, there was still too much of a disparity compared to 6. When the time came, if both sides really fought, it would be a devastating outcome. Judging from the current strength of the forces, the disparity was too great. If they fought with all their might, all the grandmasters in the West Continent would probably be wiped out. Only the grandmasters could barely escape. Qin Wanchou looked at Yang Dingtian. Sect Master, you probably need to make a trip to Immeasurable Mountain. Yes, he had to make a trip to the Yinyang School in Immeasurable Mountain. The Yinyang School was the world's number 1 school apart from the hidden sect. It had 4 grandmasters before Dongfang Minmi and Ling Qingchen disappeared, but the Yinyang School still had 2 grandmasters. As long as they invited these 2 grandmasters, Yang Dingtian's side would have a total of 5 grandmasters. Although they were still at a disadvantage, they could still put up a fight. 10 hours later, Qin Wanchou returned to the West Continent to guard the West capital. Dongfang Minmi rushed to the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Then, he and Yang Dingtian rode on the Demon Eagle King and flew to the Yinyang School. Note, the first update has been sent. I will continue to write the second update. I can't sleep today. My mind hurts. Most of the time, Yinyang School was the number 1 school in the world. However, ever since Dongfang Bingling and Ling Qingchen went missing, Yinyang School had lost its reputation and kept an unusually low profile. During the first Heaven Dao Union Conference, during the crusade against Yang Dingtian, the Yinyang sect's representative, Ling Ao, immediately announced his abstention and left. During the second Tiando League assembly hosted by Zhu Qingzhu, Yinyang School's representative abstained from participating in the Tiando League because of Yang Dingtian's crimes. As the number 1 school in the world, not only did they not uphold justice, they abstained from participating in the Tiando League assembly again and again. This was a fatal blow to Yinyang School's reputation. Therefore, it was extremely unusual for them to keep such a low profile. Yinyang School was located in eastern Cloud State. It was considered a large island and was part of the East Continent. The entire martial arts civilization in the chaotic continent was divided into three parts. The East Continent, the Middle Continent, and the West Continent, now known as the West Continent. Among the three continents, the East Continent was the smallest but had the highest status. Compared to the Middle Continent and the West Continent, the East Continent was much more powerful. There were not many cities, armies, dukes, or castles in the East Continent. However, there was one thing that was abundant in the East Continent: the number of martial artists. The population of the East Continent was less than one-third of that of the Middle Continent. There were also fewer 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches. However, the number of martial artists was more than twice that of the Middle Continent. Therefore, the East Continent was a relatively pure martial arts continent. Xianxia School was undoubtedly the holy land of martial arts. Eastern Cloud State was about 30 to 40,000 miles away from the Middle Continent. The entire journey was covered by the vast ocean. Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Minmi rode the Demon Eagle for 2 days and 2 nights before arriving at Eastern Cloud State. However, Yang Dingtian was the only one who landed in Eastern Cloud State. His master, Dongfang Minmi, had other plans. It had been a full 3 years since Yang Dingtian had last set foot on the central state. Yang Dingtian walked on the quaint streets of Eastern Cloud Prefecture, still unable to calm down. 3 years ago, when he set foot on this land, his heart was filled with immaturity, fantasy, uneasiness, and of course, anticipation. Initially, he thought that he would not be able to step foot on this land until his battle with Dongfang Bingling. He did not expect that he would have to come to Xianxia School before his battle with Dongfang Bingling. Eastern Cloud State was not a very big city. Compared with the big cities in Zhongzhou State and even the West Continent, it was much more delicate and beautiful, and also much simpler. Walking on the streets here would also be much more peaceful. Walking on the mountain path of the immeasurable mountain, even though the Xianxia sect had kept a low profile, it was still the holy land of martial arts. Therefore, there was still an endless stream of visitors to Xianxia School. The wide stone path leading up the mountain had already become smooth. Yang Dingtian strolled around by himself. Suddenly, the people around him could not help but look at him curiously. Then, all of them secretly looked at Yang Dingtian. Thanks to Zhu Qingzhu's arrest warrant, almost the entire world knew about Yang Dingtian. Therefore, almost everyone on the road felt that the person in front of them really resembled Yang Dingtian. However, no one could be sure that it was Yang Dingtian. After all, it was a portrait, not a photograph. Moreover, most people thought so. Yang Dingtian was a big shot now. He was the ruler of the West Continent, one of the most powerful people in the world. That extravagance must be incomparably grand. It must be clear water splashing on the streets, and tens of thousands of people opening the way for him. The person in front of them was wearing ordinary clothes, and he did not even have a mount. How could he be Yang Dingtian? Nevertheless, many people could not help but look at Yang Dingtian and point at him. He walked to the front gate of Xianxia School. It was a square in the middle of the mountain. It was carved out of the ground. At that moment, there were still hundreds of martial artists lining up in a long line, hoping to enter the Xianxia School. They could either worship or learn martial arts. Of course, less than 1% of them could actually enter the Xianxia School. When Yang Dingtian walked to the front gate, the martial artists in the line immediately shouted, "Line up! Line up! You're not allowed to cut in line." The Xianxia School disciple guarding the gate also said coldly, "You're not allowed to cut in line. You have no manners at all. You can leave now. Don't even think about entering the Xianxia School for the rest of your life." Yang Dingtian took out a fire jade token and said, "Please go in and report that Yang Dingtian of the West Continent has come to visit." Instantly, there was a dead silence in the area. Almost instantly, all eyes were fixed on Yang Dingtian. Everyone had a look of utter disbelief on their faces. To everyone present, Yang Dingtian was already a legendary figure. He was even a legend among legends. The most powerful figure they had ever seen in their lives did not even have a seat in front of Yang Dingtian. Even the most powerful figure they could come into contact with did not even have the qualifications to meet Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian was definitely approachable. Whether it was with the Black Blood Cavalry, the Demon Dragon Army, or the Demon Vulture Army, they would often eat together and fight together. Yang Dingtian even set off fireworks with the ordinary citizens of Cloud Sky City, walked and chatted with them. However, his duty meant that he was destined to be separated from the majority of the people in this world. And now, he had appeared before everyone, alive and well. Although this feeling was not as exaggerated as an emperor visiting incognito, it was not far from it. Of course, Yang Dingtian could have directly landed in the Yinyang school without anyone knowing. However, after discussing with Dongfang Minmi, they still decided to use this method to enter the Yinyang school. This was because they had already received news that the second-in-command of the Black Sky sect, Zhu Qingzhu's martial uncle, and Zhu Hongyu had already come to the Yinyang school a few hours ago. After that disciple received Yang Dingtian's command token, his entire body was trembling. He couldn't even hold on to the command token. He quickly grabbed it with both hands and spoke with a trembling voice, please wait for a moment. I will go and report this. Then, he took Yang Dingtian's token and ran in as fast as he could. He could not even speak clearly and did not know how to salute. After hearing Yang Dingtian's name, he only felt his brain explode. Then, he did not know anything else. He could only instinctively grab the token, turn around, and run in to report. You are really City Lord Yang Dingtian? Next to him, a teenager plucked up his courage and asked. Yes, Yang Dingtian replied. Instantly, the hundreds of disciples in front of the Yinyang school's mountain gate took a few dozen steps back. When they were a few dozen meters away from Yang Dingtian, they all knelt down. Greetings, City Lord Yang Dingtian. Greetings, Sect Leader Yang Dingtian. Greetings, Guild Leader Yang Dingtian. There were really all kinds of titles. Those who called Yang Dingtian Guild Leader were called because Yang Dingtian had established the Council of Light, so Yang Dingtian had become the guild leader. Of course, the reason why they knelt down and saluted was not because they had anything to ask of Yang Dingtian. In fact, these people were either worshipping the Yinyang school or learning from a master, so they did not have anything to ask of Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's status was too high, and they wouldn't be able to ask Yang Dingtian for help with their matters. They knelt down and saluted because they had seen a legendary figure, the leader of the Taekwondo League. It was an instinctive reaction. Of course, Yang Dingtian's reputation in the chaotic realm was very polarized. Some people admired him greatly, while others disliked him greatly. After all, Zhu Qingzhu and the evil ways had been defaming Yang Dingtian for a long time, and the Yinyang school's attitude toward Yang Dingtian was also very cold. However, even those who were extremely opposed to Yang Dingtian would lose their stance when they saw Yang Dingtian. This was because almost all of the people present were low-level martial artists. To them, having a stance was too extravagant. However, their kneeling made Yang Dingtian a little flustered. He quickly waved his hand and said, Get up, get up. There's no need for this, there's no need for this. After the hundreds of low-level martial artists got up, both sides fell into silence. They only stared at Yang Dingtian with burning eyes, but they did not know what to say. They did not have the guts to chat and greet him directly, or to directly talk about their views on the Council of Light. Thus, both sides were in a deadlock. Of course, many people wanted to say that they admired Yang Dingtian, but they found that they could not say it. Finally, Ling Ao led people over and eased Yang Dingtian's awkwardness. Yinyang School's Ling Ao greets City Lord Yang. Ling Ao cupped his hands and saluted. Yang Dingtian bowed and said, Yang Dingtian greets senior brother Leng. City Lord Yang, please come in, Ling Ao said. Please. Yang Dingtian said. Then, Ling Ao led Yang Dingtian into the Yinyang school. After walking for a long time, the low-level martial artists present came to their senses. Someone could not help but say, Sect Leader Yang is here, but the Yinyang school's leader is not here. At the very least, all the members of the Yinyang school's elder council should come out to welcome him. It's not appropriate to send Lord Ling Ao alone to welcome him. Instantly, everyone present nodded. It was indeed not appropriate. Even if Yang Dingtian was only the leader of the entire West Continent, he was already on equal footing with Zhu Qingzhu and the Yinyang school's leader. Not to mention, Yang Dingtian was also the leader of the hidden sect. He was already the top leader of the entire Taekwondo League. Therefore, regardless of his status, the Yinyang school's leader was not here, and the entire Yinyang school should come out to welcome him. It was in accordance with etiquette. Now, only Ling Ao was sent out to welcome him. This was considered inferior because Ling Ao was not even a member of the Elder Council. Of course, if Yang Dingtian was only the Lord of Cloud Sky City, then there was nothing wrong with sending Ling Ao. This was because the Yinyang school viewed Cloud Sky City as a traitor. Therefore, when Shiman Wuya came personally back then, only an ordinary elder of the Yinyang school came out to welcome him. Although Yang Dingtian was the Lord of Cloud Sky City, he was one generation younger than Shiman Wuya. Therefore, Ling Ao was sent out to welcome him. Therefore, the Yinyang school's attitude right now was to treat Yang Dingtian as the Lord of Cloud Sky City. After entering the Yinyang school, only Ling Ao received him. Moreover, it was in the side hall. The main hall should be receiving Black Sky Sect's Grand Elder Ningxing and Zhu Hongyu. Lord Yang, why have you come to my Yinyang school? Ling Ao went straight to the point. I want to pay a visit to Mistress first, then we can talk about business, Yang Dingtian said. Ling Ao nodded and said, please follow me. Then, Ling Ao brought Yang Dingtian to Mistress's little paradise. Yinyang school was on the upper half of vast immeasurable mountain, so it was covered in white snow everywhere. Only Mistress's little paradise was nourished by hot springs and had special soil. Therefore, flowers bloomed all year round, just like spring. When they arrived at the entrance of Little Paradise, the door was closed. The entire wall was covered with vines and grass, looking very desolate. It was obvious that the door had not been opened for a very long time. Originally, Little Paradise was like a fairyland, full of birds and fragrant flowers. Now, it was desolate and bleak. Moreover, Little Paradise was quite far from Yinyang School. It was located in a remote area of vast immeasurable mountain. Ling Ao did not explain. Ever since Yang Dingtian was chased out and injured by Dongfang Bingling, Mistress had saved Yang Dingtian. However, she was unwilling to forgive Dongfang Bingling. Therefore, after returning, she immediately closed the door and never opened it again. She said that she would only open the door to Little Paradise if Yang Dingtian returned to Yinyang School and became the Yinyang School's principal to pick her up. Otherwise, she would not leave Little Paradise until she died of old age. 3 years ago, Yang Dingtian was humiliated and chased out of Yinyang School. He was beaten to the brink of death. Not only could Mistress not forgive Dongfang Bingling, but she also could not forgive herself. She felt that she was not capable enough to fulfill her husband's request and protect Yang Dingtian. Madam, Ling Ao requests to see you, Ling Ao said loudly. No, please leave. A woman's voice came from inside. We will mind our own business. Our Little Paradise will not step into Yinyang School. I hope you will not disturb our peace. This was the voice of Mistress's maid. Yang Dingtian had seen this girl before. Her name seemed to be Xianxia. Ling Ao did not speak again. Instead, he looked at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian suppressed his excitement and tried hard not to let his voice tremble. He said, Disciple Yang Dingtian is here to greet Mistress. Yang Dingtian's voice was not loud, but it was enough to spread throughout Little Paradise. Inside the high wall, it suddenly became quiet. Then, a series of footsteps ran over quickly. As the footsteps ran, the sound of crying could be heard. A few minutes later, the door of the courtyard, which had been sealed for a long time, was opened. The vines and grass on the door were torn off. Behind the door, Mistress's haggard and beautiful face was full of tears. She looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. She was full of extreme surprise and surprise. Yang Dingtian's whole body trembled. His eyes instantly turned red. His eyes suddenly became hot. Then, he immediately went forward and knelt down. But before he knelt down, he was directly held in Mistress's arms. Xiao Tian. My child, mother will never be able to see you again. I miss you all the time. The master's wife hugged Yang Dingtian with all her might and cried loudly. Then, Mistress desperately wanted to speak, but she could not speak at all. She could only cry and cry. In the past few years, she had been locked in Little Paradise. She had not even seen Dongfang Bingling. She was completely isolated from the world. In fact, she and Yang Dingtian had only known each other for less than 2 days. But in Yang Dingtian's heart, she was the closest family member in the world. And for Mistress, in the past 3 years, guilt, responsibility, and worry had all turned into deep longing. Because of the blame for Dongfang Bingling, and because Dongfang Bingling was too cold and independent, she transferred all the love of her children to Yang Dingtian. Therefore, in her heart, Yang Dingtian was already her son, not just her husband's disciple. After crying for a quarter of an hour, Yang Dingtian could only rub her back hard and inject qi into her to prevent her crying from hurting her body. Mistress hugged him tightly and cried for a while. Then, she let go and looked at Yang Dingtian's face. She was worried that everything in front of her was not real. After seeing clearly, she hugged Yang Dingtian and cried bitterly. "Madam, you can't cry anymore. Let the young master come home quickly." Hongxiu stepped forward and said softly. "Yes, yes." Mistress wiped away her tears and said gently to Yang Dingtian, "Little Tian, have you eaten?" "Not yet." Yang Dingtian said. "Then hurry up. Mistress will cook for you." She had just called herself mistress, but now she called herself mistress again. Then, she held Yang Dingtian's hand tightly and walked into Little Paradise. Hongxiu walked to Ling Ao and said coldly, "Go back to where you came from. Don't stand here." Ling Ao bowed to Mistress and said, "Mistress, Ling Ao will take his leave." Mistress acted as if she didn't hear it. She held Yang Dingtian's hand and walked inside. After Hongxiu came in, she slammed the door of the courtyard again and isolated them from the outside world. After arriving at Little Paradise, it was still as warm as spring. However, it was no longer blooming. Originally, there were flowers and gardens everywhere. Now, there were vegetable fields and fields everywhere. The crops in the fields, the vegetables and fruits in the fields, and the chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep on the grass. Although Little Paradise was not as blooming as before, it was still Little Paradise. It had a completely different kind of beauty. Obviously, in the past 3 years, Mistress and the entire Yinyang school had been in a state of rupture. She was self-sufficient in food, vegetables, and fruits, and was not willing to accept the Yinyang school's money. There were about a dozen girls in Little Paradise. These few acres of fields and dozens of rows of vegetable fields were all controlled by these girls. They were really not simple. The mirror-like hot spring pool was now filled with green because it was full of aquatic plants. There were all kinds of fish in the aquatic plants. Yang Dingtian couldn't take his eyes off them, while Hongxiu proudly observed Yang Dingtian's eyes and said, "Young master, you're amazing, right?" "Amazing." Yang Dingtian gave her a thumbs up. After entering the pavilion for 10 years, white silk was hung everywhere. It was actually freshly woven. The corners outside were also full of dried meat and dried fish. After entering the pavilion, Mistress finally let go of Yang Dingtian's hand. She put on an apron and walked into the kitchen, saying, "Xiao Tian, wait for a while. I'll cook for you." "Okay." Yang Dingtian smiled and followed her into the kitchen. Mistress was cooking with a smile. Hongxiu had another maid who was in charge of the fire and cutting the vegetables. There were also assistants. Meanwhile, Yang Dingtian stood at the side and watched. Mistress's movements were very skillful. Her smile and frown were full of infinite gentleness. She was the most gentle and beautiful woman in the world, as if she had endless maternal love. However, Dongfang Bingling was cold and independent, so her maternal love could not be released at all. Mistress cooked 3 vegetarian dishes, 3 meat dishes, and a soup. Then, the 3 of them sat around the table to eat. Mistress's cooking was really good. It looked, smelled, and tasted good. Yang Dingtian ate heartily and directly added 4 bowls of rice. Mistress put down the bowl after eating 1 bowl. Then, she happily supported her chin and watched Yang Dingtian eat. At first, she was still smiling. Later, when she saw Yang Dingtian eat 4 big bowls of rice in a row, her expression suddenly changed. Her eyes turned red and tears were about to flow out again. Because, she suddenly thought of the way Yang Dingtian ate. Was it because he had a hard life outside and could not even fill his stomach? Then she saw Yang Dingtian's face was full of hardships and his palms were rough. Compared to 3 years ago, he seemed to be 10 years older at this time. Mistress suddenly felt sad and almost couldn't help but cry again. Yang Dingtian saw and hurriedly said, "Mistress, I'm too busy. I usually don't have time to eat. And Mistress's cooking is too delicious, so I ate so much." "Okay," Mistress said, "then stay here from now on. At most, Mistress will ask someone to let you stay in Yinyang school and not let you suffer outside." Yang Dingtian did not know where to start. He said, I'm fine. I didn't suffer." "You must have suffered in Cloud Sky City. Senior brother Shiman is a good person, but he was injured because of you. Cloud Sky City must be hostile to you. If senior brother Shiman is not here, your life will be even more difficult," Mistress said. Mistress had indeed been completely isolated from the world for the past 3 years. "Young master, did you see Miss when you came to Yinyang school this time?" Hong Xiu said, She didn't come with you to see madam." "That's too much." "Hong Xiu, don't talk about her," Mistress said coldly. "I will never forgive her. I will treat it as if I don't have a daughter. From now on, I only have a son, no daughter." Speaking of Dongfang Bingling, Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly felt bitter. Mistress did not even know that Dongfang Bingling was in trouble. For a moment, Yang Dingtian really did not know where to start. Seeing Yang Dingtian put down his chopsticks, Mistress reached out and held Yang Dingtian's hand. She said softly, "Little Tian, a girl like Bingling is not worthy of your love. She will not be a good wife. My Hong Xiu is 10 times better than her. She is gentle, virtuous, beautiful, and generous. Although she is 3 years older than you, she will definitely dote on you. Mistress has made the decision to betroth her to you." Suddenly, Hong Xiu's face turned red. She was at a loss and said, "Madam, what are you saying? I am just a servant. How can I be worthy of young master?" "You are not a servant. You are my adopted daughter," Mistress said. "I can't afford to have a daughter like Dongfang Bingling, so I don't want her anymore. You are my daughter, not her," she said. Every time she mentioned Dongfang Bingling, Mistress's voice was full of pain and unforgiveness. "Mistress." Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, Don't blame Bingling. Although she is arrogant and distant, she is a good girl. Don't speak for her." "I will never forgive what she has done to you," Mistress said firmly. "Actually, Bingling and I have already gone through the wedding ceremony," Yang Dingtian said. In the end, Yang Dingtian chose to start with this matter. Mistress was stunned. She looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief and said, You and Bingling are married? Where? Why didn't I know?" Note, the second update is 6,000 words long. Today I have a splitting headache, but I still managed to complete the update of nearly 10,000 words. Begging for monthly votes. About a year after I left Yinyang school, I met Bingling by chance. After that, we spent almost a year together. We got to know each other and fell in love with each other. Then, we went to a place called the Yinyang Mirror to get married, Yang Dingtian said. Since he didn't know how to explain, Yang Dingtian could only use the most common language to explain the matter between the two of them. Mistress's brows immediately relaxed and she said, "Little Tian, hurry up and tell me everything that happened between you and Bingling in detail." "No, tell me everything that happened after you left Yinyang school." Hong Xiu hurriedly went to brew a cup of fragrant tea and came over. Then, she supported her chin and listened on the side. "When Mistress appeared, you saved us from Bingling's sword and made a 5-year promise." Yang Dingtian said, "After that, when we returned to Cloud Sky City's ship, Marshal Uncle Shiman couldn't take it anymore. Then, he betrothed Yan Yan to me and gave me the position of Cloud Sky City's lord. Then, he left us." "What?" Mistress said with a trembling voice, "Senior brother Shiman, he's dead?" Yang Dingtian nodded. "How could that be? Wasn't he fine at that time?" Mistress's tears fell again like a broken string of pearls. "He fell into Zhu Qingzhu's trap. His body was infected with the soul-devouring qi and he became a murderous demon. In order to prevent himself from becoming like that, he killed himself after watching me and Yan Yan go through the wedding ceremony," Yang Dingtian said. Mistress fell into sorrow again and sobbed hard. Little Tian, although the whole Yinyang school treated your martial uncle Shiman as an enemy, your master treated him as a close friend. He and martial uncle Qingchen were your master's best friends in his life. Although I rarely saw your martial uncle Shiman, every time I met him, it was very pleasant. I felt that he was like a family member. Martial uncle Shiman was the same as my master. They were both elders that I respected the most in my life, just like my father, Yang Dingtian said. Master's wife then remembered and said, but that little girl, Shiman Yen Yen, has a very bad temper. She's arrogant and insensible. If you marry her, you will definitely be bullied. But for the sake of her father, you have to give in to her a little. Yen Yen, she's a good girl. Yang Dingtian said, she's very sensible and kind. That's good, that's good. Mistress said, and then? Yang Dingtian tried to use the simplest words to describe what happened after he left Yinyang school. How he married Yen Yen, how he became the Lord of Cloud Sky City, how he fell in love with Dongfang Bingling by accident, and then how they got married. Little Tian, then you're already the Lord of Cloud Heaven City? Master's wife asked in disbelief and surprise. Yang Dingtian nodded. Master's wife's beautiful eyes lit up and said, my little Tian is really amazing. As expected, gold will shine no matter where it is. Your master and martial uncle Shiman's eyes are really amazing. They could immediately see that you will have a great future. Yang Dingtian immediately scratched his head in embarrassment. Pfft. Hong Xiao couldn't help but laugh and said, you've already become the Lord of Cloud Sky City, but you don't look like a city lord at all. You're like a child who hasn't seen the world, still scratching your head. Yang Dingtian said, no matter what I become, in front of Mistress, I will always be the little boy who met Mistress for the first time. Mistress' eyes reddened and she said, little Tian, although you downplay your past, I can see that you've experienced countless setbacks and hardships. You are indeed the most amazing young man in the world. Then, Mistress said, little Tian, what about Bingling? Why didn't she come back with you? Could it be that she's still angry with me? Yang Dingtian was stunned and didn't know how to answer. Just now, he had talked about how he and Bingling fell in love, but he didn't mention that Bingling was poisoned by the soul-devouring demon mystic, nor did he mention that Bingling had demonized. No, how could she be angry with you? She misses you as much as I do, and she's also full of guilt for what happened that day. It's just that you know her, she doesn't know how to express it. Yang Dingtian said, she didn't come with me. She went to a faraway place and came back 2 years later. She came back to compete with you? Mistress asked. She was very gentle and kind, but she was also very smart. She immediately understood the meaning behind Yang Dingtian's words. You've already bowed to heaven and earth and become husband and wife. Why are you still competing? Hong Xiao said, son-in-law, looking at you, why don't you give the Yinyang school head position to your wife? Miss looks more impressive. Don't talk nonsense. How can a woman be the head of a school? Mistress said. If I win, I'll be the Yinyang school head. If I lose, Bingling will be the head, Yang Dingtian said in the most understated tone. Mistress smiled gently, but her eyebrows were filled with worry. Although Yang Dingtian didn't say it out loud, she could already tell that something had happened to Bingling. Don't worry, Mistress. Bingling is the girl I love the most in this world. She's also the most amazing girl in this world. So, one day, I'll bring her to you and hold a wedding ceremony, Yang Dingtian said. I believe you. Mistress said gently, little Tian, why did you come to the Yinyang school today? There are 2 main things. Yang Dingtian said, the first and most important thing is that I want to bring you to Cloud Sky City to live with me, Sister Hong Xiao, and all the other sisters in Little Paradise. This was something that Yang Dingtian had planned for a long time. Previously, Yang Dingtian was worried about the safety of the people in Cloud Sky City. Now, it seemed that the people in Cloud Sky City were the safest, or even the safest in the entire world. Mistress was the mother of Princess Mudan, so no one dared to hurt her. Yang Dingtian's baby was Du Guizhao's grandson, so no one dared to hurt him. Yang Dingtian didn't know much about Du Guizhao and thought that he was just a grandmaster. Now, according to Qin Wanzhou, he was even stronger than Zhu Qingzhu and was second only to Wu Lingzi and Wu Yu in this world. Now that Bingling and Ling Qingchen weren't here, Mistress wasn't living well in the Yinyang school. Mistress's beautiful eyes lit up and were filled with radiance. Then, she said worriedly, "Is this okay? Will Madame Shimin have any objections?" "Don't worry. Although Madame Shimin isn't as gentle as you, she's very kind. Also, she's very busy, so she doesn't have any elders at home. After you go, you can take care of the baby," Yang Dingtian said. "You've already given birth to the baby?" Mistress asked in surprise. "Yes, he's already 2 years old. He's very obedient and cute. Unfortunately, I'm very busy and don't have time to take care of him. Yan Yan is taking care of him. After all, he's still young. It's best if you can help take care of him," Yang Dingtian said. That's good, that's good. We'll go now. I can't wait." Mistress's eyes lit up when she heard the word baby. She was overflowing with joy and anticipation. Hong Xiu's beautiful eyes were filled with uneasiness and anticipation. In the past 3 years, they had lived a life isolated from the world. Although they had dignity, it was very desolate. However, Cloud Sky City was a very far place, so they couldn't help but worry. "Sister Hong Xiu, don't worry. After you reach Cloud Sky City, you can go wherever you want. If you want to weave cloth or grow vegetables, Yan Yan will definitely welcome you. She'll treat you as an elder sister," Yang Dingtian said. "I wouldn't dare. We're just servants," Hong Xiu said, covering her mouth. "We don't have any servants. My nominal servant has never been nice to me. I have to be careful around her," Yang Dingtian said. "Then she must want to marry you, but you ignored her," Hong Xiu said with a smile. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Were all women's instincts so accurate? Instantly, he smiled embarrassedly. Mistress didn't notice this at all. She was already imagining how the baby would look like. Yang Dingtian said with a smile, "My second baby will be born soon. Mistress, you'll be busy then." It would have been better if he didn't say it. Once he said it, Mistress's eyes were already filled with stars. She immediately stood up and said, "Hong Xiu, let's pack up immediately. I can't wait for half a day. Let's get ready to go. Call all your sisters over. We'll go together." Then, Mistress looked at Yang Dingtian embarrassedly and said, "Little Tian, is it okay to bring so many people?" "Yes, it can't be better," Yang Dingtian said. "These sisters are probably not young anymore. They can't be single for the rest of their lives. After going to Cloud Sky City, I'll arrange a good marriage for each of them. I have many outstanding young men there. That's the best. I've been worried about their marriage for the past few years," Mistress said. At this moment, Ling Ao came from outside Little Paradise. He said, "City Lord Yang, the elders have invited you over for a chat." After hearing Ling Ao's voice, Mistress's good mood seemed to be ruined. She said, "Little Tian, will they make things difficult for you?" "Don't worry, they won't," Yang Dingtian said. "Mistress will go with you," Mistress said. "No need, Mistress. I don't have anything to ask of them. I came to Yinyang school mainly to take you away. I believe they won't dare to stop me," Yang Dingtian said. "Okay, then little Tian, you go and see them. Mistress will pack up here." "When are we leaving?" Mistress said. Then, she said embarrassedly, "I really can't wait." "When the sky isn't dark, we'll leave," Yang Dingtian said. Mistress said, "Hong Xiu, let's go pack up immediately. Only pick the most important things. Don't bring anything else." "Okay." Hong Xiu immediately went to find her sisters in high spirits and began to pack up. Meanwhile, Yang Dingtian left Little Paradise and went to the Yinyang School's Elders Guild. Yang Dingtian, of course, was eager to tell Mistress about his master's resurrection, but he was directly rejected by his master. As for whether to bring Mistress back to Yinyang School, Yang Dingtian thought about it again and hesitated. This was because the West Continent was facing an unprecedented war. If Mistress had a good life in Yinyang School, then Yang Dingtian did not want to bring her back to Cloud Sky City. However, it was obvious that Mistress did not have a good life in Yinyang School. Although the West Continent was facing a war, the battlefield was near the Cloud Sky Pavilion. At least for now, no matter how fierce the war was, no one dared to harm Mistress and Bao Bao. Yan Yan was so sensible and cute. She was more like a daughter. Hence, Mistress would definitely be happy if she went to Cloud Sky City. That was why Yang Dingtian finally decided to bring Mistress along. Now that he saw how happy Mistress was, his decision was not wrong. In the Yinyang School's main hall, a grand yet simple banquet was being held. The Yinyang School's Elders Guild was entertaining two distinguished guests. One was Ning Yixing, and the other was Zhu Hongyu. However, the banquet was already halfway through. Leng Ao had only invited Yang Dingtian to attend. It was obviously a cold reception. When they arrived at the main hall, Yang Dingtian's seat was actually the 9th seat on the right. It was even below Leng Ao's seat. Every time the Lord of Cloud Sky City came to Yinyang School, he would be humiliated. Yang Dingtian knew this very well. Yan Yan had also mentioned it many times. However, the one who was truly humiliated was not Yang Dingtian or Shimin Wuya, but the Yinyang School itself. Shimin Wuya did not care about being humiliated at all. Moreover, after Dongfeng Minmi disappeared, Shimin Wuya had almost no opponents in the world. However, every time he came to Yinyang School, he would purposely admit defeat and be humiliated. Otherwise, who in the entire Yinyang School could be his opponent? He had already taken back the Yinyang School's position a long time ago. However, for the sake of Cloud Sky City's long-term future and for the sake of his friendship with Dongfeng Minmi, he would rather be humiliated every time to help the Yinyang School. However, the Yinyang School's Elders Guild did not feel ashamed. Instead, they felt proud. It was obvious how decadent they were, how conservative they were, and how narrow-minded they were. Shimin Wuya did not care. Of course, Yang Dingtian did not care either. When Yang Dingtian walked to his seat, the Yinyang School's Elders Guild only nodded slightly in greeting. They did not greet him at all. Instead, it was Zhu Hongyu who stood up and bowed to Yang Dingtian. Zhu Hongyu greets City Lord Yang Dingtian. Greetings, Senior Brother Zhu, Yang Dingtian said with a smile. In the main hall, the remaining 2 martial grandmasters of the Yinyang School were not present. Therefore, there were about 20 martial grandmasters in the main hall. Some of them were Elders Guild members, while others were not. This was the foundation of the Yinyang School. Even if they were conservative, they still had more than 20 martial grandmasters. This number was on par with the Black Heaven sect and even more than the Northwest Qin City. Yang Dingtian, why have you come to the Yinyang School? The Yinyang School's Elder of Internal Affairs, Tian Shuj, asked calmly. Asking for help? Tian Shuj smiled faintly. Your Cloud Sky City is a traitor of the Yinyang School. You are fighting for power, yet you actually came to the Yinyang School to ask for help. Don't you think it's funny? Yang Dingtian, I am not asking for help in the name of Cloud Sky City. I am asking for help in the name of the Tiando League's Council of Light. According to reliable information, Evil Ways, Joyous Palace, South Sea Ning Clan, and other forces want to attack the Cloud Sky Pavilion's earth-splitting city. The Council of Light has mobilized all of our forces to protect these 2 forces, but we are still not strong enough. Therefore, for the sake of the Tiando League, Yinyang School, please uphold justice, support the Council of Light, and protect the Cloud Sky Pavilion and earth-splitting city. Note, the first update has been sent. I will continue to write the second update. My insomnia is worse today. Also, I am treating my friends to dinner tonight, so the update is a little late. Sorry. I did not manage to eat the pig intestine rice noodles. I can only eat it tomorrow. Sob sob. That's strange. The Yinyang School's Internal Affairs Elder smiled and said, This is Central Continent's matter. Why didn't you ask Black Heaven sect for help? Instead, you came all the way to my Yinyang School to ask for help. Yang Dingtian smiled at Zhu Hongyu and said, Regarding this, Senior Brother Zhu should know best. Zhu Hongyu said, City Lord Yang, what do you mean? Yang Dingtian said, I don't have the patience to act. Your father went to the Temple of Blood, the Joyous Palace, and the Ning clan of the South Sea and tried to join forces with them to destroy the Cloud Sky Pavilion, Fisher City, and the West Continent's Council of Light. How am I going to ask Black Heaven sect for help? Zhu Hongyu said, This is a rumor. My father is City Lord Yang Sr. Is it good for you to tarnish my father's reputation? Besides, my father joined forces with the evil ways to attack the Council of Light. Where did you get this top-secret information from? Temple of Blood. Duke Xiao came to tell me, Yang Dingtian said directly. Zhu Hongyu smiled and said, you believe the words of a great devil? Regardless of whether my father colluded with the evil ways, City Lord Yang's relationship with the great devil of evil ways is quite deep. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, all right, let's not talk in riddles. Dear elders, I believe that all of you are already clear about the inside story. It's up to you to decide. Yinyang School's Internal Affairs Elder Tian Shij said calmly, I don't understand what City Lord Yang is saying. My acting skills aren't good. Can everyone be frank? Yang Dingtian said, next, the Council of Light and the Evil Ways will have a decisive battle in martial arts. How will Yinyang School choose? Will you choose to stay out of it, or will you choose to uphold justice? Yinyang School's Internal Affairs Elder Tian Shij said calmly, then I'm sorry, City Lord Yang Dingtian. Is there any benefit in standing on your side? Indeed, there are no benefits. I can't give you territory, nor can I give you anything. Yang Dingtian, however, if you choose to stay out of this, what will happen to your Yinyang School after the Council of Light is destroyed by those evil ways? Aren't you afraid of becoming the next school? The Yinyang School's Internal Affairs Elder was silent for a moment, and then said lightly, I'm very sorry, City Lord Yang Dingtian. Yinyang School doesn't take sides, and we have the right to not take sides. Tian Shij was speaking the truth. It seemed that some secrets were no longer secrets to the entire world. Because of Dongfang Bingling, Yinyang School did not need to pick a side. Whether it was the Tiando League or the Evil Ways, no one dared to do anything to Yinyang School. This was because Dongfang Bingling's position in the Evil Ways was only second to one person. With Dongfang Bingling around, who would dare to do anything to Yinyang School? Yang Dingtian, that's right. Because of Princess Mudan, you don't need to pick a side. But what if I win in the future and want to take responsibility for what happened today? What will you do then? Yinyang School's Tian Shij said lightly, City Lord Yang Dingtian, let's talk about this after you win. Furthermore, City Lord Yang Dingtian couldn't even get through today's crisis, and you still want to ask for help from Yinyang School. How can we believe that you can win? Today, you couldn't even defeat Zhu Qingzhu and Guduiren. You aren't even qualified to be Li Ming's opponent. Yet, you keep saying that you will win in the future. Do you think we are fools? What about justice? What about the Tiando League's justice? Yang Dingtian, are you just going to sit there and watch justice collapse and be destroyed? Where did the righteous spirit of Yinyang School go? Tian Shij smiled lightly. City Lord Yang Dingtian, let me tell you two things. First, every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. Second, the winner takes all. Lastly, I will give you one last thing. There is no justice or evil in this world. If you lose too much, you will become evil. If you win too much, you will become righteous. Yang Dingtian looked at Ling Ao and said, Senior Ling Ao, is this also your attitude? Ling Ao said lightly, you don't need to care about my attitude. Just mind your own business. That's enough. Tian Shij said, all right, City Lord Yang Dingtian, please go ahead. You should have already eaten, so don't disturb us. May I ask where Elder Ning Busi and Elder Qingdebi are? I would like to pay them a visit, Yang Dingtian said. Ning Busi and Qingdebi were Dongfang Minmi's martial uncles. They were both in their 80s or 90s and were the only two grandmasters left in Yinyang School. I'm sorry, these two martial uncles have gone traveling. You won't be able to see them, Tian Shij said. Then I have one more thing, Yang Dingtian said. Tian Shij frowned and said, my patience is about to run out. Master's wife, I want to take her back to Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian said. Oh, then please go ahead, Tian Shij said lightly. He didn't have any intention of asking him to stay. Ling Ao said, the Council of Light is about to go to war, and you want to take her away? She won't be in danger, Yang Dingtian said lightly. City Lord Yang, you have a good plan, Tian Shij sneered. But you're thinking too much. We won't express our attitude just because the sect master's wife is with you. You're thinking too much, Yang Dingtian said lightly. Goodbye. Yang Dingtian left. 4 hours later, Yang Dingtian brought along his master's wife, Han Xiao, and 10 other maids. They rode on 2 giant demon eagles and flew towards the West Province. From beginning to end, they didn't see Dongfang Minmi, 800 miles away from Yinyang School, on Songling Mountain on Kumu Island. There was a stone cave that was bottomless. A man in a black cloak slowly walked in. "This is a private abode. Sorry, we won't receive you." A deep and old voice came from inside. It was the Grand Elder of Yinyang School, the 6-star Grandmaster Ning Busi. The black-cloaked man ignored him and continued walking in. "Friend, what's the meaning of this?" Ning Busi said angrily. Then, an incomparably powerful energy was pushed out. It was a force of hundreds of thousands of pounds. Even a giant beast would be pushed out. The black-cloaked man didn't seem to feel anything and continued walking in. "It seems that we can't be kind today," Ning Busi said lightly. Then, he closed his eyes and waited quietly. After a full 15 minutes, the black-cloaked man walked to the bottom of the cave and stood in front of Elder Ning Busi. "Who are you?" Ning Busi said lightly. Then, he stood up and slowly raised the dragon staff in his hand. "Art of Dragon Rending, go!" Elder Ning Busi roared and struck out with the dragon staff in his hand. Suddenly, thousands of fire dragons burst out from his body and entered the dragon staff. Then, they danced in the air and circled crazily. The countless fire dragons circled and instantly turned into a dazzling giant dragon. Roar! With a roar, it rushed toward the black-cloaked man. Art of Dragon Rending was Elder Ning Busi's trump card. Just this Xian technique alone wasn't the best. It was an upper 8th grade Xian technique. However, it wasn't just a Xian technique. There was also a martial soul in the dragon staff, a 1,000-year-old martial soul, the heavenly fire dragon snake. Therefore, its lethality was extremely shocking. That day, Shiman Wuya suffered a blow. Although he won, he also spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing the fire dragon attack, the black-cloaked man lightly pulled out a sharp sword and shook it lightly. 10,000 swords return. In an instant, countless sword rays rushed out and condensed in the air. Then, they turned into a giant sword and rushed toward the fire dragon. Whoosh 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 whoosh, there was no loud noise or explosion. There was only silence and a destructive aura. Then, the huge sword of light quickly shattered. And the fire dragon turned into ashes inch by inch. Finally, the entire light sword disappeared without a trace. And the fire dragon also completely dissipated in the air. The sword soul and the art of dragon rending cancelled each other out. Ning Busi didn't attack again. Instead, his whole body trembled. He looked at the black-cloaked man in front of him in disbelief. Although he tried his best to suppress it and desperately held the dragon staff in his hand, his robe was still trembling. Then, he suddenly knelt down. "Yinyang School's Ning Busi greets the sovereign." The black-cloaked man lifted the cloak on his head and revealed Dongfang Minmi's face. He also knelt down. "Dongfang Minmi greets martial uncle." Ning Busi couldn't hold it in anymore. Murky tears suddenly surged out. "Sovereign, the heavens have pity on you. You're still alive. You're still alive." Then, Ning Busi's withered hand tightly grasped Dongfang Minmi's arm. "That's not right, sovereign. Why did your cultivation deteriorate?" Ning Busi was puzzled. "Also, although your spiritual aura is still the same as before, your energy aura has changed." Ning Busi didn't suspect that anyone would suspect Dongfang Minmi. This was because no one could impersonate a sword soul that recognized its master. "Martial uncle, it's a long story." Dongfang Minmi faintly said, "This body is no longer mine. It's Senior Lung Qingchen's." "What happened to Qingchen?" Ning Busi asked in a trembling voice. "He's dead. He died at the hands of the demonic crown prince and the princess," Dongfang Minmi said. "My disciple, Yang Dingtian, brought his body back. In the world of ice and snow, my body exploded into pieces, leaving behind an incomplete soul that entered little Tian's body. Little Tian used the soul condensing shadow to find my soul in a miraculous spiritual illusion. Then, he used the million spirit demon fire to protect it. He extracted it from my body and injected it into the soul condensing shadow of the demonic spirit. This made my soul incomparably strong in an instant. Then, it entered Junior Lung Qingchen's body and was resurrected. After Ning Busi heard this, he was instantly stunned. After Dongfang Minmi died, Yang Dingtian actually resurrected him? In this world, it was actually possible to resurrect the dead. This was more than miraculous. This Yang Dingtian was really like a ghost. If he could even resurrect the dead, then what else could Yang Dingtian not do? That's not right. After Qingchen died, his heart was also destroyed. Your soul took over his body, but without a heart, the entire body can't function, Ning Busi said. Dongfang Minmi grabbed Ning Busi's hand and pressed it against his heart. Suddenly, Ning Busi's face shook violently. What a powerful heart. This is the heart of a 2,300-year-old demonic spirit, Dongfang Minmi said. Now, my soul and my heart have reached the limit of strength. Therefore, although my body has just broken through to the great Grandmaster realm, it can still release astonishing combat power. The heavens have really taken pity on us. They allowed the sovereign to be resurrected and complete his unfinished business, Ning Busi said. This matter will be handed over to my disciple, Yang Dingtian, and I will wholeheartedly assist him, Dongfang Minmi said. How can this be? Ning Busi said. Although he is unpredictable and has unparalleled wisdom, he is still young. You still have to guide him for a few decades before you can become the head of the Yinyang school and hand over the world's righteous path to him. There's no need. He's much better than me. No matter what aspect, I'm far from his match. Dongfang Minmi said, I've already decided. Nominally, he's the disciple, and I'm the master. But in reality, he is the master, and I am the follower. Ning Busi said bitterly, since the sovereign has already decided, it is not good for me to say more. This time, when you return to the Yinyang school, are you going to directly pass on the position of Yang Dingtian? I did not return to the Yinyang school. I came directly to find Martial Uncle, Dongfang Minmi said. Now is not the time for me to reveal my identity. This time, I came to the Eastern Cloud State to find you first, and then to find Martial Uncle Dabi. Come with me to the Cloud Sky Pavilion and prepare to fight to the death with Zhu Qingzhu's evil ways. Zhu Qingzhu, who else? Ning Busi asked. There is also the Joyous Palace and the Lonely Man. Dongfang Minmi said. Ning Busi said, the other side has 5 great masters, and we only have 4. Yes, we can barely fight. The other side has 6 great masters, and we have 5. Dongfang Minmi said. This battle will be difficult, but we must win, no matter the cost. Yes. Ning Busi said. I will bring you to find Martial Brother Dabi. At this moment, the cry of a crane suddenly came from afar. Someone is coming. Ning Busi frowned and gripped his dragon staff tightly. Dongfang Minmi immediately sheathed his soul sword, closed his eyes, and bowed his head. In an instant, all the energy and spiritual aura in his body were withdrawn and disappeared without a trace. Half an hour later, Tian Shi's voice came from outside. Tian Shi greets Martial Uncle Ning. What's the matter? Ning Busi said lightly. Ning Yixing and Zhu Hongyu from the Black Sky sect came to visit. They must ask you to bring them to greet the old ancestor. Tian Shi said. Ning Yixing greets Martial Brother Ning. Ning Yixing from the Black Sky sect said. Grandnephew Zhu Hongyu kowtows to the old ancestor. Zhu Hongyu knelt down and kowtowed. Cousin, you are too polite. Ning Busi said lightly. We haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. I miss you very much, Ning Yixing said. Since you hate each other, there is no need to meet. You can go now, Ning Busi said lightly. Cousin, you still don't forgive me? Ning Yixing asked. Decades have passed. There is nothing to forgive. I just don't want to hear your voice, Ning Busi said. Then, I will take my leave, Ning Yixing said. Grandson will take his leave. Disciple will take his leave. The 3 of them rode the white crane and left the island. After a full 15 minutes, Dongfang Minmi said, they are here to test whether or not you went to help Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian also came? Ning Busi asked. Yes, he should have left by now. Dongfang Minmi said, he purposely let Zhu Hongyu and Ning Yixing see that he failed to ask for help from the Yinyang school. Ning Busi hesitated for a moment and said, Sect Master, are you not going to see Madam? Dongfang Minmi fell into silence. After a long time, he said, it is enough for little Tian to see her on my behalf. I already owe her too much, and I have already changed bodies. Perhaps it is best not to provoke her anymore. Ning Busi fell into silence again. After a long time, he said, I heard that Bing Ling demonized and became the demon princess Mudan. Is it true? It is true. Dongfang Minmi said. Ning Busi said, no wonder Yinyang school has been too low-key recently. There is no spirit of justice at all. It turns out that someone is already planning for the future. Not only are they not sad about Bing Ling's demonization, they are actually glad. Yinyang school has been decaying for too long, Dongfang Minmi said. Ning Busi sighed and said, let's go, Sect Master. I will take you to see junior brother Debi. Now that you are back, we two old bones won't be idle anymore. Ning Busi found Qingdebi 1,300 miles away from Dongfang Yunzhou. Qingdebi had been wandering the world for more than 10 years and had never returned to Yinyang school. Even the entire Yinyang school did not know where he was. Only Ning Busi could find him. In a rundown temple, the two of them saw a beggar who was emitting a stench. Let's go. Don't be idle. It's time to work. Ning Busi went forward and hit the old beggar with his stick. Go away, go away. Don't bother me, the old beggar said. Don't look, Ning Busi said. Don't look? I was the one who killed Sect Master. Don't look? Everyone says that Sect Master is dead, but I don't believe it. He is definitely not dead. The old beggar said angrily. I have traveled all over the world, following Sect Master's footsteps. I have already found a clue. The last place Sect Master disappeared should be in the north. Yes, a world of ice and snow. Dongfang Minmi said. Yes, a world of ice and snow. How do you know? Qingdebi said. Then, he felt that the voice was familiar. He suddenly trembled and raised his head in disbelief. He saw a familiar figure and a familiar gaze. Sect Master. Qingdebi couldn't believe it. He was completely stunned as he looked at Dongfang Minmi. After staying in a daze for a few minutes, he crawled over and hugged Dongfang Minmi's legs, saying, I'm not dreaming, right? Sect Master, you are back? I was the one who harmed you. Dongfang Minmi sighed. Young Marshal Uncle Cheng, it wasn't you who harmed me. It was someone else who harmed me. It's just that he used you to harm me. Even so, I can't forgive myself. Qingdebi cried loudly. I must find that person. I must find him. Okay, we will definitely find the person who harmed me. But now, there are more important things to do. Dongfang Minmi said. What is it? Qingdebi asked. Kill Zhu Qingzhu. Dongfang Minmi said. Yes. Qingdebi will follow Sect Master's lead. Qingdebi knelt on the ground. Dongfang Minmi sighed. We have 5 great grandmasters. We are still one less than Zhu Qingzhu. This battle won't be easy. 5 great grandmasters? Qingdebi said. Zhu Qingzhu's side has 6 great grandmasters? Yes, plus Happy Palace. Dongfang Minmi said. Sect Master, maybe, we still have one more great grandmaster. Qingdebi suddenly said. Author's note, second update, 5,000 words. I really can't take it anymore. I'm really tired to the extreme. There's another grandmaster. Who is it? There are only a limited number of grandmasters in the world. Dongfang Minmi said. There were indeed only a limited number of grandmasters in the world. Especially before the war started, all the grandmasters in the Taekwondo League added up were only about one hand. Black Heaven Sect had 2, Yinyang School had 2, and Northwest Qin City had 1. When the war started, many grandmasters who had been hiding came out. For example, Black Heaven Sect's grandmasters went from 2 to 4, and one of them had an unknown background. Even so, there were only a dozen or so great grandmasters in the world. At least, that was the case at the moment. Therefore, Dongfang Minmi was very surprised. He could not think of anyone who was a grandmaster and invited. You are very familiar with that person. You once saved his life. Qingdabi said, shadowless. Him? Dongfang Minmi said in disbelief, he never cultivated mystical skills. He only cultivated swordsmanship and martial arts. A few years ago, he was at most a grandmaster. Shadowless. Yinyang School's Punisher. His swordsmanship and speed were unparalleled in the world. In the battle with Shiman Wuya, he once stabbed Shiman Wuya. However, after the battle with Shiman Wuya, he secretly escorted Yang Dingtian to Cloud Sky City and disappeared. However, 3 years ago, when he fought with Shiman Wuya, he was at most a grandmaster. He was not even an advanced grandmaster. His strength had always been a mystery because he was different from all the other warriors. Now, he had become a grandmaster. How was that possible? This lunatic went to the taboo continent and did not die. After coming out, he became a grandmaster, Qingdabi said. He went to the taboo continent? Does he want to die? Dongfang Minmi said in disbelief. The taboo continent was more than 10,000 miles west of the northwest continent. That continent was close to the abyssal ocean. It was the place where the Legion of Doom appeared several times. The reason why it was called the taboo continent was very simple. It was an absolute forbidden zone for life. The demon realm was already very scary, but it was nothing compared to the taboo continent. A few hundred years ago, countless people had entered the taboo continent, but no one had ever come out, including many great grandmasters. Dongfang Minmi had traveled all over the world, but he did not dare to go to the taboo continent. Even so, the taboo continent was a fatal temptation to every adventurer in the chaotic world. Just like Mount Everest's allure to climbers, the taboo continent was every adventurer's crown. Dongfang Minmi had been to the demon domain, the Dongli grasslands, and even the ghost hell region, but he had never been to the forbidden lands. The reason for that was because going to other places could be considered as taking a risk. However, going to a forbidden place was akin to courting death. Because Sect Master has never been there before, he went. Qingdabi said, as your former sword attendant, perhaps he has always wanted to surpass you, at least in terms of risk. Of course, perhaps it's also because he doesn't take his life seriously. I don't know if he wants to surpass me. However, he definitely doesn't take his life seriously. Dongfang Minmi said. From the moment Shadowless started practicing martial arts, he did not take his life seriously. There was a saying that one would not die if one did not seek death. However, there was another kind of person who constantly sought death. Shadowless was such a person. He never cultivated mystic skills, only martial arts and sword techniques. He was an assassin, a killer. When he was the Yinyang School's Punisher, he had killed countless people and had never failed. When he was still an ordinary grandmaster, he had already killed a high-level grandmaster. In order to study how to kill people, he needed to study and understand the structure of the human body. Therefore, sometimes, he needed to dissect the body. However, while others dissected corpses, he dissected living people. Dissecting living people was fine. Others dissected other people, but he dissected himself. Therefore, when he was in the Yinyang School, no one dared to enter the courtyard where he lived. Because when you pushed open the door, you might see a person cutting open his own chest and observing his own heart. He might even use a knife to cut open his heart and study the internal structure of his heart. Of course, it wasn't just his heart. What he liked to dissect the most were his own meridians and mystic meridians. Because he wanted to figure out whether the meridians were mystic meridians or not. This was a very common topic in the chaotic continent. Only he was filled with doubt and cut open his own meridians no less than 100 times. Then, he came to a conclusion. Mystic meridians could be meridians, but meridians were not mystic meridians. Later on, his courting of death rose to a level. He wanted to study the sea of energy. Then, he tore open his stomach. Moreover, he opened it dozens of times, but he did not find the sea of energy. In fact, there was no sea of energy in his entire stomach. Later on, he entered a deeper level of dissection. He began to search along the meridians in his body to see where they went in the end. In the end, under his lower abdomen, he really found a place where the meridians were sealed. Then, he began to study this place for several years. In the end, he came to a conclusion that this was not the Sea of Energy, but this was the entrance to the Sea of Energy. And the Sea of Energy was a virtual energy field. It had to be said that his research was the most profound in the entire chaotic continent's martial arts civilization. He was almost close to the truth. Such a person who was infinitely courting death, after playing with his own body to a certain extent, heard the news of Dongfang Minmi's death and finally ran to the taboo continent to court death. Because Dongfang Minmi had never been to that place, and he heard that people would die there. Then, he did not tell anyone and went there, but what was unexpected was that no one came back from that place. Only he came back. Where is he now? Dongfang Minmi asked. I don't know. I think he's guarding a brothel. Qingdabi said. In the East Continent's Baidi city, there was a very high-class brothel. The women here were basically as beautiful as flowers. However, it was different from other high-class brothels. Other brothels often sold their skills but not their bodies. This brothel only sold their bodies but not their skills. The women here had to be very beautiful and have good figures. But the highest requirement was the ability to serve men. They wanted every guest who came here to be unable to leave. In a luxurious house, a man and a woman were in the midst of battle. And on the roof, there was a person, silently lying on top, lifting the roof tiles and peeping. It was as if he was not breathing, staring down. His gaze was like a sharp sword, his entire body was like the night itself, weightless and without light. Just like that, he lay on the roof and peeped at the man and woman doing things. When Dongfang Minmi appeared beside him, he could not use words to describe his feelings. A Grandmaster-level expert, not only was he a hired thug in a brothel, but he was also peeping at other people doing things. This was a scene that would make people go crazy. However, Dongfang Minmi did not disturb Shadowless's peeping. Instead, he waited quietly at the side. Finally, after a mournful howl, the man twitched until he was about to faint. Then, like a dead dog, he did not move. He had finished his business. Shadowless sat up silently, then closed his eyes and began to think. Damn, peeping at other people doing things, and he still needed to think? What kind of thing was this? After a long time, Shadowless opened his eyes and looked at Dongfang Minmi, saying, Master, you're here. He was definitely surprised, but his words were still very calm. Yes, I'm here. Dongfang Minmi said, Can I ask you, what are you doing here? Shadowless said, I'm observing. When people do that, spirit, strength, perception, and so on begin to condense, and when it reaches the limit, burst forth. I want to pursue that extreme perception ability, and use it on sword skills. However, sex between men and women is a kind of accumulation and release of desire. So I'm thinking, is there such a thing that can let me overdraw my usual energy and wisdom, and condense it into a short period of time? I use this time to think, practice the sword, and kill people. Then, like a dead dog, I lay there. The few people present did not understand what Shadowless said. But it didn't matter because the words he said were basically incomprehensible to others. Did you succeed? Dongfang Minmi asked. Sort of, Shadowless said. I found something. After inhaling it, my whole mind was instantly focused, and my spirit was instantly lifted. During that time, my killing power was extremely high. But after that, I became dispirited. You always look dispirited, Dongfang Minmi said. Okay, I became even more dispirited in my dispirited state, Shadowless corrected. Then, Shadowless said, Master, people have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and they delay things. Say, if you castrate yourself, will your martial arts improve greatly? Have you heard of such an example? Dongfang Minmi's face twitched. Do you have lust for women? Did you have lust when you were peeping? No. Shadowless said straightforwardly. Then there's no need to castrate yourself. Dongfang Minmi said, Okay, the thing you're researching is very profound, and it can't be solved in a day or 2. Come with me to do something first. Okay. Shadowless said, I'll go and resign now. 15 minutes later, Shadowless resigned from the brothel's bouncer job while cursing and swearing. That charming lady boss refused to let him go no matter what, and it was useless even when he increased his salary by 4 or 5 times. Later, the lady boss used her beauty to seduce him. In the end, Shadowless said something that almost made her vomit blood. It's useless. I once wanted to feel the spiritual condensation brought about by sex, and see if it's different from the feeling brought by that drug. So, I used to control you, and wanted to try that on you, but I failed. Seeing you always reminds me of the pork at the stall. The lady boss's sharp nails scratched his face, and she said sternly, "Get out, get out. You bastard, you're crazy." Then, Shadowless, Qingdabii, and Ning Busi followed Dongfang Minmi to the Cloud Sky Pavilion just like that. Dongfang Nimi alone had brought 4 grandmasters with him. Under the sun, Dongfang Minmi realized that Shadowless didn't age, but became much younger. The scars that were originally densely covered in scars had disappeared completely. However, although his face was white, it was very unnatural, like a wall that had been painted with lime, pale white. "Shadowless, I heard you went to the taboo continent?" Dongfang Minmi said. "Yes." Shadowless said. "How do you feel?" Dongfang Minmi asked. "I don't know. After I went in, it was like a dream, and then I came out in a daze. There seemed to be a lot of things in my head, but I couldn't dig them out." Shadowless shook his head. "Anyway, it's a very, very strange feeling." "It is very strange. After you went in, not only did you not age, but you became much younger. You're in your 50s, but you look younger than Yang Dingtian." Dongfang Minmi said, "And the scars all over your body are gone." "Yes, very strange." Shadowless said. "You're still just practicing the sword?" Dongfang Minmi asked. "Yes, practicing the sword." Shadowless said. "That's good. Yang Dingtian has a set of sword skills that should be the best in the world. You two can learn from each other. Of course, he's not your opponent, but that set of sword skills should give you new inspiration." Dongfang Minmi said. "Oh, let's try it." Shadowless said. Then, the 4 of them didn't talk anymore and continued to fly to the Cloud Sky Pavilion. ***********. 2 days and 2 nights later, Yang Dingtian and Masteress rode 2 demon eagles and landed in the valley of Cloud Sky City. After Yan Yan heard the cry of the demon eagles, she ran out early with the baby in her arms. When she saw Yang Dingtian, she wanted to pounce on him, but when she saw Masteress behind him, her little face instantly turned red and she became bashful. There was no other reason. When Shimin Yan Yan went to the Yinyang school, she couldn't stand her father being humiliated, and she also couldn't stand Dongfang Bingling, so she was always displeased. Masteress was kind and gentle. When she saw Yan Yan's expression, she suddenly felt a little uneasy. But then, her gaze was completely attracted by the baby in Yan Yan's arms. Her eyes instantly widened, and her 2 jade-like hands had the urge to directly carry the baby. Yan Yan hurried over and handed the baby to Masteress. Then, with a red face, she said, "Masteress, you came." With one look, it was obvious that this girl didn't know how to speak properly. What did she mean by "you came"? Masteress carried the baby, and her eyes lit up. She held the baby in her arms, and her whole heart seemed to melt. She said softly, "So heavy, so sturdy. You brought it so well." I brought it blindly," Yan Yan said embarrassedly. Then, she said to the baby, "Baby, call Granny." "This is Granny, Auntie," the baby said sweetly. Suddenly, everyone burst into laughter, and some of the awkwardness was swept away. "It's Granny, not Auntie," Yan Yan said. "Granny, Auntie," the baby said. "Hey, it's really my precious baby." Masteress kissed the baby's little face hard. For the past 2 days and 2 nights, she had been fantasizing about it. The feeling of holding the baby in her arms was really indescribable. Yang Dingtian walked to Jiao Jiao's side and whispered, "Jiao Jiao, this is my Masteress. In the future, she will be in charge of you. She is equivalent to your mother-in-law. If you are insensible and make her angry, I will definitely beat you. Do you understand?" After saying that, Yang Dingtian waited for Jiao Jiao to explode. Who knew that Jiao Jiao would roll her eyes at him and whisper, "Got it." Then, she looked at Masteress with a gaze filled with admiration, that shouldn't be the case. This young lady was more of an idiot and didn't know how to conduct herself. Every time she faced Madame Ximen, she didn't say anything verbally and was still respectful on the surface. But in front of Yang Dingtian, she didn't hold back when speaking to Madame Ximen. So, in general, a girl like Qin Jiaojiao might become a cute little wife, but she was basically not a filial and virtuous daughter-in-law. But now, her attitude towards Masteress was actually so gentle, which really surprised Yang Dingtian. As if she had gathered a lot of courage, Qin Jiaojiao stepped forward and said, You are Dongfang Bingling's mother? Masteress looked at her gently and said, Yes, you are Jiaojiao. N. Qin Jiaojiao said, Dongfang Bingling is so lucky to have such a gentle and beautiful mother. Unlike me, I call a cold and annoying woman my mother. Yang Dingtian understood. Qin Jiaojiao had almost lost her motherly love since she was young, and Qiao Ruhan was her mother in name, but she had always been cold and mean. When Jiaojiao saw Masteress who was gentle and loving from the bottom of her heart, she instinctively took her place. This made Yang Dingtian surprised. The obedient and cute Yan Yan was a little awkward and unnatural when she saw Masteress. And the arrogant and shrewish Qin Jiaojiao was as obedient as a cat when she saw Masteress. Yan Yan saw that Hong Xiu and the other maids were a little uneasy and stood at the side with joy. She quickly went forward and said gently, Sister, this will be your home in the future. I will bring you to see the rooms, okay? Greetings to Madame Yan Yan. Hong Xiu bowed, then stuck out her tongue and said, I'm sorry, I scolded you before. I even scolded Dongfang Bingling, Ximen Yan Yan whispered embarrassedly. Can we grow vegetables and farm here? Hong Xiu asked. Of course, we can also raise silkworms and weave cloth. Yan Yan said, but we are all very lazy. If you want to grow vegetables, you have to be careful. There are many mischievous little demonic beasts in the valley, and they will definitely steal your vegetables to eat. When she said this, a little squirrel was tiptoeing into Baobao's room, preparing to steal Baobao's snacks. When it heard Yan Yan's words, it immediately turned around and stared at Yan Yan innocently with its eyes wide open. It spread out its hands and said, I didn't steal anything. Then, in the blink of an eye, it ran away without a trace. Immediately after, the little bird that was on a lookout also ran away without a trace. At this moment, in Baobao's snack room, there were sounds of insects chirping one after another. This was the big snake's signal, indicating that it had stolen the food and whether it was safe outside. However, the little bird that was on a lookout had already run away. The big snake inside was pretending to be a bug, and its throat was about to go hoarse. Almost instantly, all of Hong Xiu's maids fell in love with this place. This place was really like heaven. Yan Yan sneaked to Yang Dingtian's side and said softly, Husband, you can go and do your work. With you here, I can't even flatter Master's wife. Without you here, I can do better. Yang Dingtian suddenly burst into laughter and said, Okay, then I'll leave this place to you. Yes, by the way, there's a woman from the Snow Clan who came to Cloud Sky City to look for you. She said she came from a very, very far place, Yan Yan said. She's waiting for you in the VIP room. Woman from the Snow Clan? Wu Maji? Yang Dingtian was shocked. Note, the first update is 5,000 words long. I will continue to write the second update. Did all the women of the Snow Clan have such seductive bodies? When Yang Dingtian saw the Snow Clan woman, he couldn't help but sigh. The woman wasn't Wu Maji, but she was dressed exactly the same as Wu Maji. She wore a veil, revealing only her deep eyes. She was wrapped up tightly, and even her hands were covered with gauze gloves. The gloves were embedded with all kinds of beautiful gems. She was extremely conservative, but her snow-white waist was completely exposed. There was also a red gem embedded in her attractive belly button. Miss, you are? Yang Dingtian asked. Brooke Moni, she said. Why are you here? Yang Dingtian asked. It's about the princess of the Snow Clan, Wu Mo, she said. Wu Mo? Yang Dingtian was confused. According to how you address her, she's called Wu Maji, she said. Oh, what's up with her? Yang Dingtian asked. She's pregnant. It's your child, she said. Yang Dingtian was shocked. He'd calculated that Wumaji was especially prone to pregnancy that day, so he'd put in a lot of effort. He hadn't thought she'd actually be pregnant. Yes, it's mine, Yang Dingtian said. Our Snow Clan's king wants to know what you plan to do, she asked. We'll completely eliminate Ning Wuming and let this child inherit the Ning clan, Yang Dingtian said directly. I won't interfere. She was silent for a moment. Our king wants you to go to the Snow Clan, she said. When? Yang Dingtian asked. Now, said the Snow Clan woman. Sorry, I'm very busy right now. I can't go, Yang Dingtian said. It's very important. She was silent for a moment. If you become the true master of the hidden sect and rule the entire Chaos continent, what do you plan to do with the southernmost land? For now, I don't have any plans. Yang Dingtian said. If the Snow Clan rules the entire southernmost land, will you support it? She asked. I'll support Wumaji's child to become the master of the Ning clan, regardless of whether the child is a boy or a girl. Yang Dingtian, we'll kill everyone in the Ning clan who's related to evil ways. The woman from the Snow Clan fell silent again. The Snow Clan live in the South Pole, so we're called the Snow Clan. The Snow Woman said, Do you know why we don't leave this desolate land of ice and snow and go to the extreme south? There are very few materials in this land of ice and snow. We even need the Ning clan to provide us with salt. I don't. Yang Dingtian. Snow she's a southernmost land, southernmost land, southernmost land, she southernless land, southernmost lands. If you leave, you'll be giving up on the Snow Clan's cultivation method, said the Snow Clan woman. So, in order to get enough materials, you don't want to leave the world of ice and snow. Therefore, she had no choice but to marry into the Ning clan. Thank you for the information, Miss, Yang Dingtian said. I heard you've been in trouble recently. Zhu Qing is gathering the strongest forces to kill you, she said. Yes. Yang Dingtian said. Give me a demon eagle. I'll fly back to the Snow Clan as fast as I can. If I can make it in time, we might be able to send people to help. If not, then I'm sorry, she said. But the Snow Clan's experts will lose a lot of power once they leave the southernmost land. Therefore, please prepare a large amount of unfreezing water in advance. How much unfreezing water do you need? Yang Dingtian asked. I don't know. Maybe we'll need a lake. Yang Dingtian, we don't have that much unfreezing water, but the Cloud Sky Pavilion has a snowy mountain. I know that snowy mountain. The temperature isn't low enough, she said. How low do the Snow Clan's experts need when they fight? Yang Dingtian asked. Half the temperature of unfreezing water, she said. That was almost 100 degrees below zero. Where could they find such a place in this world? The snowy mountain in the Cloud Sky Pavilion was only 10 or 20 degrees below zero. Even the southernmost land of ice and snow was only 40 or 50 degrees below zero. Does the weather affect the Snow Clan's experts that much? Yang Dingtian asked. It's very important, she said. There's one thing I'm very surprised about. Yang Dingtian, evil ways are feared everywhere. Even the Yinyang school didn't dare to help me. Why would the Snow Clan help me? The Snow Clan's woman fell silent. 2 reasons. The first reason is that our king and evil ways can't get along well. Of course, that's not our fault. The second reason is that we need a deal. A deal? What kind of deal? Yang Dingtian asked. Do you remember that you got the last item in the Demon City's merchant palace? But I don't know what it is, she said. Right. Yang Dingtian remembered. It was a pulsating green ball. However, no one knew what it was. Give it to us and we'll help you, she said. May I ask what it is? Yang Dingtian asked. It was the last item in the Demon City's merchant palace. How could it be simple? Yang Dingtian wanted to know the answer. I'm sorry, but I can't, she said. I'm sorry, but I can't give it to you either, Yang Dingtian said. The woman from the Snow Clan said, Don't you need our help? I don't know how many experts the Snow Clan can send to help me, Yang Dingtian said. 3 great grandmasters, 9 great grandmasters, is that enough? Asked the woman from the Snow Clan. Impossible. Yang Dingtian hissed. Absolutely impossible. Even the Yinyang school only has 2 grandmasters. How can the Snow Clan have 3? You'll see if there are 3 grandmasters soon, she said. Of course, when they arrive, they'll be placed in jade coffins in unfreezing water. They won't come out until it's time for battle. Also, the environment you prepare must be half as hot as unfreezing water. Otherwise, they'll only have half of their combat power left. Their cultivation will also be damaged. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Was there such a thing in the world? They could only fight at -100 degrees, or their combat power would be greatly reduced and their cultivation would be damaged. What was the point of the Snow Clan's strength then? He was trapped in an ice-cold prison. It wasn't strange for the Snow Clan to have 3 grandmasters. They were too strong compared to their surroundings. I'm sorry, but I can't make the environment half as cold as unfreezing water, Yang Dingtian said. Also, I don't agree to this deal. The Snow Clan woman fell silent. Actually, it's not very difficult to reach that temperature, she said. In Qin Wancho's territory, there's a place called the Li Water Manor. There's a lake there. If you touch the lake, you'll instantly freeze. That's because there's a 10,000-year-old ice-type monster under the lake, the Demoness of Mirage Spirits. If you can get your hands on it, it'll release enough cold energy to reach half the temperature of unfreezing water. How do you know that? Yang Dingtian asked. Even Qin Wancho himself doesn't know why the lake in Li Water Manor freezes. No one knows more about ice than the Snow Clan, said the woman from the Snow Clan. If that's the case, why don't you go get it? Yang Dingtian asked. We're all ice-type monsters. Before we even get close, we'll be completely suppressed. Only fire elemental experts can completely suppress it, said the woman from the Snow Clan. I'm a fire type, Yang Dingtian said. Of course you can't. Even if you're a grandmaster, you'll be frozen to death before you even get close, she said. There's no limit to the coldness in this world. But in Yang Dingtian's scientific knowledge, there was a limit to the coldness, which was absolute 0 degrees Fahrenheit. Even though there was no such thing as absolute 0 in the universe. If we can't even catch this 10,000-year-old Demoness of Mirage Spirits, what's the point of telling us? Yang Dingtian asked. You can't, but you have a demonic fire phoenix. It's the descendant of a half-saint monster. It can devour limitless fire-type energy. The Snow Clan woman said. You can let it devour all the magma at the edge of the abyss and then release it into the lake. Can the demonic fire phoenix defeat the Demoness of Mirage Spirits? Yang Dingtian asked. No, the Snow Clan woman said. The demonic fire phoenix's energy can't compare to the Demoness of Mirage Spirits. But it can at least injure it so that the ice energy it releases isn't enough to kill a fire-type grandmaster. You can send a fire-type grandmaster to put it into an energy jade coffin as fast as possible. That way, it can block the terrifying ice energy it releases. When it's time to fight, it can be released. Then we'll still be frozen to death, Yang Dingtian said. When you fight, put it in the lake. You'll stay away from the water and won't be frozen to death in the air, the Snow Clan woman said. What will happen to the demonic fire phoenix then? Yang Dingtian asked. I don't know, the Snow Clan woman said. Then I'm sorry, I refuse, Yang Dingtian said directly. I won't let the demonic fire phoenix take the risk because it doesn't belong to me. Secondly, before I know what that pulsating green thing is, I won't make the deal. We've calculated. Even if you get support from the Yinyang school, you only have 4 grandmasters. It's impossible to beat Zhu Qingzhu's 6 grandmasters. The Snow Clan woman said. Plus, your request for help won't succeed because Zhu Qingzhu also sent people to the Yinyang school. Your 2 grandmasters won't be able to beat your opponents. That's none of your business, Yang Dingtian said. The Snow Clan woman fell into silence. Alright, you can still send a few demon eagles to follow me to the South Pole. Our king will still send the Snow Clan experts to the Cloud Sky Pavilion in coffins. When the time comes, if you want to trade, then trade. If you don't, then we'll take them back, okay? I'm even more curious now that you're so determined to get that item, Yang Dingtian said. The Snow Race woman immediately shut her mouth and didn't intend to reveal anything about the Devil City's Merchant Palace's finale item that Yang Dingtian had auctioned off. Alright, Yang Dingtian said. Come with me to the Cloud Sky Pavilion. I'll immediately send 2 demon eagles to follow you to the snow clan. Okay, the snow clan woman said. After that, Yang Dingtian accompanied his master's wife for a meal. At this time, Yan Yan was no longer embarrassed. She was back to her sweet and cute self. She got along well with her master's wife. Then, she and Jiao Jiao treated their master's wife like a mother-in-law. The 2 women competed with each other to please their mother-in-law. With 2 daughters-in-law like this and a cute baby, her master's wife's happy smile never stopped. After the meal, Yang Dingtian and the Snow Clan woman flew to the Cloud Sky Pavilion. When they arrived at the Cloud Sky Pavilion, their master had already returned with 3 people behind him. Yang Dingtian wasn't too surprised by Ning Busi and Qing Dabiai's arrival. With their master's help, these 2 people would definitely come. Yang Dingtian's request for help from the Yinyang school was just a smokescreen. However, Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised to see another person. This was also an old acquaintance. He was the punisher of the Yinyang school, Shadowless. In the past 3 years, Yang Dingtian had never heard of him. It was as if he had completely disappeared from this world. He didn't expect to see him here today. Greetings, Grand Uncle Master Ning and Grand Uncle Master Qing. Yang Dingtian was about to go forward and kneel. Don't be like this. You're the master of the Yin sect. We can't accept this. Qing Dabiai immediately went forward to help him up. Yang Dingtian went to Shadowless and bowed. Greetings, Grand Uncle Master Shadowless. Shadowless nodded and said, I heard that your pig-slaying swordsmanship is very powerful? He was really direct. Yang Dingtian immediately nodded and said, yes, it's quite powerful. I heard that it's the best in the world. Then let's exchange some pointers. Shadowless said directly. This person was really too direct. Okay, I'll definitely exchange pointers with Grand Uncle Master later. Yang Dingtian said, but now, we have something important to discuss. Then, Yang Dingtian looked at the few people in the room. The few great masters on Yang Dingtian's side were all here. Now, we have 5 great masters on our side, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, 6. Dongfang Minmi said, your Grand Uncle Master Shadowless is already a great master. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian and Qin Wancho were both shocked. Shadowless had actually become a great master. This was too heaven-defying. He didn't cultivate his martial soul or Xian skills. He only cultivated his martial skills. He could also become a great master like this. There was no need to mention Shadowless's talent. Shiman Wuya had long said that if he was willing to cultivate his martial soul, Xian skills, and other cultivation methods, and then complement each other, he would have already become a great master. In his words, he would never be able to become a great master just by cultivating sword skills. They didn't expect him to actually become a great master. Brother Shadowless becoming a great master is really a pleasant surprise. Qin Wancho said, but this way, we still only have 5 great masters. There's still the ancient giant beast, Xiao Xiao. Yang Dingtian said. Zhu Qingzhu knows how powerful the ancient giant beast is. He definitely won't fight on the sea. Qin Wancho said. Xiao Xiao can transform into human form, but its cultivation will be weakened by many times. However, it's still a great master. Yang Dingtian said. Qin Wancho was immediately overjoyed and said, 6 great masters against 6 great masters. The great masters are also evenly matched. This battle will be worth fighting. Can we win? Yang Dingtian said. At least we won't lose. Qin Wancho said. It's a pity that Du Guxiao won't make a move. Otherwise, we'll definitely win. If he doesn't make a move, perhaps no one here will be a match for Zhu Qingzhu. Perhaps that ancient giant beast Xiao Xiao will be pleasantly surprised. Her? Yang Dingtian said, she definitely won't be killed. However, it'll be very difficult for her to win. She's very powerful, but her brain is very simple. She only knows how to fight in the most direct way. Are you prepared to use that trump card? Qin Wancho asked. He obviously meant Naga. No. Now's not the time. Yang Dingtian said. Then this battle can only be won at best. Xianxia said. If we add 3 more great masters, will we definitely win? Yang Dingtian asked. Definitely, and we'll be able to keep Zhu Qingzhu. Xianxia said, but there's no other great master in this world, let alone 3. Yang Dingtian said, someone from the Snow clan in the extreme south came looking for me. They told me 2 things. First, Wu Maji is pregnant. Yang Dingtian's face turned slightly red. Fortunately, no one would laugh at him for this. Second, they want to make a deal with me. Yang Dingtian said, they want the treasure I bought at the merchant hall in the Demon City, and it looks like they're determined to get it. I don't know what it is, or what it's used for. However, since the Snow clan wants it so badly, it's obviously a treasure. As long as I give it to them, they're willing to send 3 great masters and 8 or 9 great masters to help me. Instantly, everyone fell into silence. Yang Dingtian continued, however, the conditions for the Snow clan's experts to fight are very harsh. They need to fight in an extremely cold environment. Otherwise, their fighting strength will be greatly reduced, and their cultivation will also be damaged. In this extreme cold, they need to be at half the temperature of non-freezing water. That's impossible. Xianxia said. The Snow clan told me a way to create this kind of fighting environment. Yang Dingtian said, the lake in your Lishui manor, as long as you touch the water, you'll instantly freeze. Yes, I still don't know the reason. Xianxia said, I also dived into the water to investigate. However, I didn't even reach 20 feet into the ice before my entire body froze and I couldn't move an inch. Because in the depths of the lake, there's a 10,000-year-old demon mother of fantasy spirit. This is an extremely cold demon beast from the bottom of the sea, and it survived the great destruction of the ancient era. Yang Dingtian said, as long as you catch this 10,000-year-old ice demon beast, you can create an extremely cold fighting environment. You also know that I can catch this demon mother of fantasy spirit. Although the Naga Shuang wasn't strong, it didn't fear any injuries and could command any ancient sea demon beast. Therefore, it was very easy to catch this demon mother of fantasy spirit. The key was whether or not to take out the final item of the Demon City's merchant palace to trade with the Snow clan. Little Tian, you're the highest leader, so this matter can only be decided by you. Dongfang Minmi said, whether or not the trade is done, we'll completely obey. Yes, sect master, you decide. Xianxia said, even if we don't trade, we have 6 great masters, and we're already in an invincible position. And for this war, if we don't lose, we'll win. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, however, whether or not the trade is done, it's necessary to catch that demon mother of fantasy spirit. It's better to be prepared. However, that's your territory, Martial Uncle Qin, so that demon beast should also be considered yours. I'm very willing to offer this Lishui manor and everything inside. Xianxia said. Thank you, Martial Uncle Qin. Yang Dingtian said. Then, Yang Dingtian immediately brought Xiao Xiao and Shuang Er to the Lishui manor to catch that 10,000-year-old ice demon. At this moment, Shadowless suddenly said, Yang Dingtian, you're done talking, right? Yes, Martial Uncle. Yang Dingtian said. Good, then let's exchange pointers. Shadowless said. Yang Dingtian was startled, then said, yes. Dongfang Minmi stepped forward and said, Little Tian, is it convenient for you to teach the pig-slaying sword technique? If it's convenient, Shadowless's pig-slaying sword technique might be 10 times more powerful than yours. It's convenient, there's nothing inconvenient about it. Yang Dingtian said. Immediately, Shadowless couldn't wait to draw his sword. Yang Dingtian also drew his soul sword, and the two directly prepared to exchange pointers in the secret room. Martial Uncle, this sword technique of mine is divided into 9 levels, from complex to simple. The first level is the Shiwu 9 Tribulation Sword. Of course, it's the high-level state of the hidden sect swaying Calamity Crossing Sword. Yang Dingtian said. When these words came out, everyone was instantly stunned. The hidden sect swaying Calamity Crossing Sword was already the #1 sword technique in the world. But it was merely the lowest level of the pig-slaying sword technique. Note, the second update is 5,600 words. Today's update is close to 11,000. Please support. Yang Dingtian gently swung the sword in his hand. The first tribulation, sword of Advent. Whoosh. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's figure was like a red-crowned crane, moving around and changing in the narrow secret room. The sword light was blurred, and his footsteps were graceful like an immortal. Although the secret room was very small, Yang Dingtian's sword seemed to be floating all over the world. However, it did not feel the slightest bit cramped. Instead, it felt that the whole secret room was vast and boundless. Shadowless originally drew his sword and wanted to go forward to learn from each other. However, after seeing Yang Dingtian's first move, he retreated to the side. Because he found that this kind of learning did not need the sword, just the heart was enough. The second tribulation, sword of all lives. The third tribulation, sword of ruthlessness. The fourth tribulation, sword of ecstasy. The fifth tribulation, sword of boundless. The sixth tribulation, sword of selflessness. The seventh tribulation, sword of great compassion. The eighth tribulation, sword of nirvana. The ninth tribulation, sword of innocuous. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Endless swords, endless shadows. The whole secret room was completely filled with Yang Dingtian's sword shadows. Almost every move, every style, left an afterimage in the air. At this time, even if Yang Dingtian finished the sword technique, it felt like the whole sword intent was still all over the air. When these thousands of shadows were connected together, it was the complete Shiwu 9 Tribulation sword, the best sword technique in the world. Almost all the people present were intoxicated by it. Yang Dingtian had almost never really used the Shiwu 9 Tribulation sword. Because in battle, he used the pig-slaying swordsmanship more. In the chaotic world, swordsmanship and sword moves were very neglected. Therefore, although the few great masters present stood at the top of the martial arts civilization, their understanding of swordsmanship was not at the peak. At this time, after seeing Yang Dingtian's moves, they were almost completely shocked. They were even eager to change their style and immerse themselves in the study of swordsmanship. This was indeed the best sword technique in the world. Every move and style was so mysterious and so gorgeous. It was as if every move exhausted all the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Every style burned all the brilliance. Yang Dingtian's moves were not swords, as if they were the vicissitudes of the world, the disasters of heaven and earth. No wonder he was the best sword technique in the world. Senior, what do you think of this sword technique? Yang Dingtian asked. Profound and mysterious. Shadowless said, but I have a feeling that this sword technique has reached its peak. But I don't know how to make it better. As soon as he said this, Yang Dingtian was amazed. He was indeed the best swordsman in the world. He was able to grasp the essence of this set of swordsmanship immediately. Have you memorized all the sword moves? Yang Dingtian asked. Got it. Shadowless said. This time, Yang Dingtian was even more shocked. Although the Shiwu 9 Disaster Sword only had 9 moves, they were extremely complicated. There were at least hundreds of movements and thousands of angles. Previously, Yang Dingtian had been engraved in his mind, and he had practiced it countless times. As for Shadowless, he had already memorized it after reading it once. I'll do it again. This is the second time, Yang Dingtian said. Shadowless frowned. He had already memorized it. Why did he have to do it again? Then, Yang Dingtian performed another set of the Shiwu 9 Disaster Sword. Instantly, everyone saw the scene of an immortal performing a sword dance again. They were shocked and amazed again. Yang Dingtian asked, Seniors, what do you think of this time? Qin Wancho said, it seems a bit simpler than last time. It doesn't look as profound. Dongfang Nimi nodded and said, from the looks of it, it seems to be inferior to the previous one. Yang Dingtian looked at Shadowless. Martial uncle, what do you think? It seems a bit stronger than last time, Shadowless said. Everyone felt that the second time wasn't as profound as the first. Only Shadowless felt that the second time was better. Yang Dingtian said, I'll do it a third time. Then Yang Dingtian did it a third time. Then, the fourth time, the fifth time, the sixth time, the seventh time, the eighth time, and the ninth time. This set of swordsmanship was simpler and more straightforward than last time, and more vulgar than last time. Therefore, the few great grandmasters present fully felt the feeling of burning the zither and cooking the crane. They watched an immortal Shiwu 9 disaster sword turn into a butcher's pig-killing swordsmanship. That feeling was really too painful. They watched helplessly as a peerless beauty turned into a flower that picked its nose. This is the pig-killing swordsmanship? Xianxia said. Yes. Yang Dingtian said. I understand now. The person who created this set of swordsmanship is definitely the #1 villain in the world. Xianxia said, it's as if a person pushed a peerless beauty in the most gorgeous clothes in front of you, instantly charming you and making you intoxicated. Then, he stripped her clothes. You were still intoxicated and even had your blood boiling. But then, he peeled off the skin of the beauty, turning it into horrifying flesh and blood. Then, he removed the flesh, leaving only a pile of white bones. Let me tell you, what peerless beauty, it's all an appearance. It's just a skeleton. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be stunned. Xianxia's metaphor was really unique and accurate. Of course, it was also very bloody. Only Shadowless fell into silence after watching. After a full quarter of an hour, he looked at Yang Dingtian and said, I understand now. This set of swordsmanship of yours is indeed the #1 in the world. If we only talk about swordsmanship, even if you only have 80% of my speed and power, I'm still not a match for this set of swordsmanship. But after I learn this set of swordsmanship, your swordsmanship will be far inferior to mine. My understanding of swordsmanship is not something you can compare to. Yang Dingtian nodded vigorously and said, yes, martial uncle. I'm at most a learner. And you're the one who comprehended it, and even modified it. Then I'll go learn it. Shadowless directly walked out and said, this set of swordsmanship is too difficult. I think I'll need a few days to learn it, at least tens of thousands of times. After saying that, a black shadow flashed and Shadowless directly disappeared. A few years ago, Shadowless's speed was already extremely shocking. And now, he was really called Shadowless. His teleportation speed was not inferior to the demonic spirit mist cloak at all. But Shadowless didn't have the demonic spirit mist cloak. Master, it's been 4 to 5 days since Zhu Qingzhu went to Evil Ways to ask for help. When do you think they'll launch a large-scale attack? Yang Dingtian asked. Soon. They might be waiting for South Sea Ning clan. Dongfang Minmi said. In this battle, South Sea Ning clan won't be of much use anymore. After all, they don't have a grandmaster. Yang Dingtian said. They don't have a grandmaster, but Zhu Qingzhu is cooperating fully with Evil Ways. They can't avoid Li Ming's representative. If Ning clan doesn't go out, Joyous Palace won't be at ease. Dongfang Minmi said. Then I'll go get that phantom spirit demoness. Yang Dingtian said, Martial Uncle Qin, come with me. Yes. Xianxia said. Master, I'll leave this side to you. Yang Dingtian said. Don't worry. Dongfang Minmi said, even if Zhu Qingzhu attacks now, we can barely avoid defeat. A few hours later, Yang Dingtian and Xianxia once again flew to Lishui Manor. The entire northwest continent was a land that had been torn apart. It had been damaged by the Ancient Era and destroyed by the world-ending war. Therefore, compared to other continents, the northwest continent was in ruins. Everywhere was charred black and blood red. That kind of lush scene was more common in the south of Sunset Mountain Range. Within a few hundred miles of Lishui Manor, it was practically a piece of charred land. There was barely any greenery to be seen. Only Lishui Manor was lush and verdant. It was like a fairyland with clear water and green mountains. Even in the southwest continent, or even the central continent, it was rare to see such a nourishing land. Previously, no one knew why it was like this, but now they understood. This was because there was an underwater ice demon from the ancient world below. The ice energy it released cured the fire poison on the land, causing the land within dozens of kilometers to become moist and cool. After thousands of years of nourishment, the charred land finally turned into a fairyland-like oasis. Arriving at Lishui Manor's lake, Yang Dingtian looked at the mirror-like water surface and said, Martial Uncle, if you take out that 10,000-year-old ice demon, this lake and this beautiful scenery might disappear. Don't you think it's a pity? For the sake of the greater cause, what's there to feel pity about? Xianxia said, after I occupied this place and built Lishui Manor, it was difficult for me to enjoy it. It's hard for me to enjoy it. I'm too busy. Then you wait here. I'll go down. Yang Dingtian said. What about Queen Naga? Xianxia asked. He had never seen Yang Dingtian bring her out of Naga. I can summon her at any time. Yang Dingtian said. Xianxia was shocked. Could it be that Naga had the ability to tear apart space? That plane was too creepy. But the more mysterious and powerful Yang Dingtian and Naga were, the more confident Xianxia was. Yang Dingtian leaped lightly and jumped into the lake. As expected, as soon as it came into contact with the lake water, the entire lake surface within a dozen li was instantly frozen. Then, Yang Dingtian released his mystic energy and broke the ice. The deeper he went, the colder it became. When he was less than 10 meters deep, it had reached the temperature of unfreezing water. Yang Dingtian continued to go deeper. He found that his whole body had started to freeze. Then, his mystic meridians also froze. Next, his energy sea and even his soul would be frozen. Could it be that the coldness of this world was really infinite? Yang Dingtian was now a 5-star 9th grade grandmaster, but he still had ice energy that could completely freeze him. He didn't dare to be careless. It was okay to test his ability, but there was no need to risk his life. Yang Dingtian took a few steps back and woke up Naga Shuang in the spatial ring. Once Naga fell asleep, it was very, very difficult to wake her up. Later, Shuang secretly told Yang Dingtian about the most sensitive part of her body. As long as he scratched it gently, she would wake up immediately. Yang Dingtian reached a few inches below Shuang's waist and 2 inches below her tailbone. He found a completely different scale and gently bent it in the opposite direction. Ah! Naga trembled and immediately woke up with a cry. Then, she came out of the spatial ring and wrapped herself around Yang Dingtian. She kissed Yang Dingtian's mouth and said in a sweet voice, "Husband, you can't do this. Shuang can't take it if you keep playing like this." Then, she hung on Yang Dingtian's body and continued to fall asleep. Once Naga fell asleep, she was very sleepy. It was very difficult to fall asleep in an extremely cold environment. At this time, the temperature was completely below -100 degrees Celsius. In such an environment, Yang Dingtian didn't feel very good, but Naga Shuang could still sleep. Yang Dingtian stroked her delicate body and found that her body was still warm, as if the bone-piercing cold had no effect at all. After carrying Shuang, Yang Dingtian continued to move forward. Then, he suddenly found that Naga Shuang was releasing an energy field. In this energy field, no cold could invade and it could completely maintain a constant temperature. Then, Yang Dingtian found that he didn't feel cold anymore. Thus, Yang Dingtian kept going down, 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 and down. He kept using his soul sword to cut the ice deeper. 50 meters. 100 meters. 500 meters. 1,000 meters, Yang Dingtian was really stunned. So deep, even a great grandmaster couldn't take it after a few dozen meters. Therefore, Yang Dingtian thought that the bottom of the lake was at most 100 meters deep. Who knew that it was completely endless? After 1,000 meters, he still couldn't see the bottom. However, the deeper he went, the smaller the area of the surrounding water became. The entire lake was like a huge funnel. Just like that, Yang Dingtian kept going down, down, down. 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 4,000 meters. Towards the end, the ice was already hard to the extreme. Yang Dingtian used a soul sword close to the emperor grade to cut it. Yang Dingtian was really shocked. One had to know that his soul sword was close to the emperor grade. Not to mention looking at ice, even if it cut stone or steel, it would be like tofu. It could even cut an ordinary bloody black gold sword easily. At this moment, it was actually a bit strenuous to cut the ice. As for this ice, it was only condensed from water. Yang Dingtian took out a black gold dagger from his spatial ring and threw it out. Although it wasn't bloody black gold, it was still a treasure blade. One dagger was worth tens of thousands of gold coins. After throwing it out of Naga's energy field, it smashed into the ice. Then, something shocking happened. The black gold dagger was instantly frozen. When it hit the hard ice, it instantly shattered. Even if it was a few tens of degrees below zero on Earth, it wouldn't be so scary. Thus, Yang Dingtian carried the sleepy Naga Shuang and continued to go down. 5,000 meters, 6,000 meters, 7,000 meters. The area at the bottom of the lake became smaller and smaller. Finally, when it was 9,000 meters, they reached the real bottom of the lake. Yang Dingtian understood. Before the ancient times, this place was actually an ocean. It was just that after the world was turned upside down, it became land. And now, more than 9,000 meters below was the bottom of the sea of the ancient times. As for the 10,000-year-old illusory spirit demon mother, Yang Dingtian saw it. It wasn't scary or ferocious. Instead, it was very cute. It was a transparent jellyfish with a faint blue color. It wasn't big, only a meter in diameter. It was light and fluttering like a cloud. It was magnificent and had a dreamy and mysterious blue color. It was also a demonic beast, but it was the simplest demonic beast. It only knew how to do two things. One was to suck with all its might, the other was to spit with all its might. At this moment, Yang Dingtian saw a pool of blue water at the bottom of the lake. And the jellyfish was swimming in this blue water. At this moment, it felt that someone was invading, so it opened the big umbrella on its body with all its might, spitting out a terrifying ice energy. Naga destroyed the entire underwater civilization, and the ancient times annihilated the entire chaotic world. No matter if it was the sea or the land, the martial arts creatures carried out a thorough cleansing. And this jellyfish was the simplest demonic beast. It had almost no martial arts ability. Moreover, it was in this blue water, so it survived the ancient times. After living for 10,000 years, even the simplest demonic beast had become incomparably powerful. Therefore, it nourished the entire land, turning the scorched land into an oasis. It was also the most stupid and the most cowardly demonic beast. If someone touched the seawater 10,000 meters above, it would be extremely scared. It spat out the ice energy with all its might, and instantly froze the entire lake. When it felt that there was no threat, it sucked back the ice energy, and the entire lake instantly thawed. In Yang Dingtian's imagination, the phantom spirit demonic mother was an extremely terrifying and mysterious 10,000-year-old demonic beast. He had also made absolute mental preparations, intending to use the dignity of the Queen of Naga to subdue it. Now it seemed that it was useless, and even the dignity of the Queen of Naga would not be able to command this jellyfish. If the ancient giant beast Xiaoxiao was said to have a problem with its brain, then this jellyfish simply did not have a brain. Even if the Jade Emperor came, it would not understand. It only knew one thing, and that was to suck, and spit. However, at this moment, Yang Dingtian's attention was not on this phantom spirit demonic mother. It was very easy to deal with it, and he just had to catch it directly. In fact, he was a little surprised. Because after the Naga's energy shield enveloped this 10,000-year-old ice demon, all of its movements completely stopped, and it suddenly shrank into a ball. From a diameter of more than 1 meter, it became only the size of a fist. Then, Yang Dingtian directly caught it without any effort, and put it into a special energy shielding jade box. Almost in an instant, the entire lake instantly thawed. Qin Wanzhou, who was on the ground, clearly felt that the temperature of the air instantly rose by more than 10 degrees. Yang Dingtian focused his attention on the pool of blue water that the jellyfish was residing in. This pool of blue water was very small, less than 4 or 5 cubic meters, which was just enough for the jellyfish to swim around. However, Yang Dingtian clearly knew that this pool of blue water was absolutely not simple. Perhaps it was it that had nourished this phantom spirit demonic mother for 10,000 years, and also allowed it to escape the calamity of ancient extinction. However, Yang Dingtian did not discover anything in this water, and he could not even feel a little bit of energy. There was another point: this phantom spirit demonic mother had cultivated for 10,000 years, and possessed extremely terrifying ice energy. However, it still needed a source of energy, and it would not produce ice energy out of thin air. It would only absorb and release. The energy that supplied it for 10,000 years of cultivation must be incomparably terrifying. However, this pool of blue water, Yang Dingtian really did not feel anything strange about it. He would study it later. After Yang Dingtian filled the box of blue water, he directly closed it, and directly flew up with the phantom spirit demonic mother. Bang! Yang Dingtian directly flew out of the water. Before flying out of the water, Yang Dingtian put Shuang Air back into the spatial ring. During the entire process, this Naga queen had been sleeping, and did not even wake up, and did not know what had happened. Sect Master, it's a success. Qin Wanchou said. It's a success. Yang Dingtian, however, why do I faintly feel that the land below us seems to have some kind of change? Qin Wanchou nodded and said, I feel it too. Then after this battle, I will return this phantom spirit demonic mother to the bottom of the lake, and I hope it will not anger this land. Yang Dingtian said. Yang Dingtian and Qin Wanchou's senses were very sharp, and they both felt that the energy balance of this land seemed to have been broken. They did not know what the consequences would be, but they could feel that the consequences would be very serious. At this moment, Yang Dingtian even faintly felt that the nearby forest seemed to be slowly withering. Suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, Yang Dingtian was even more determined that no matter how precious this phantom spirit demonic mother was, after this battle, he must return it to its original position. Yang Dingtian was flying towards the cloud sky pavilion when suddenly, Zhu Hongxue stopped him in the air. Senior brother Zhu, what's the matter? Yang Dingtian asked. Shimanju went to Cloud Sky City to find you, but you were not there. So the people of Cloud Sky City immediately sent the Demon Eagle messenger to the Cloud Sky Pavilion. You and Marshal Uncle Qin coming to Li Water Manor was a secret, so I specially waited for you here. Zhu Hongxue said. Shimanju went to Cloud Sky City to find me? Yang Dingtian was surprised and puzzled. Was Shimanju not afraid of death? He even dared to go to Cloud Sky City? Thank you, senior brother Zhu. Yang Dingtian said. Then, he flew towards Cloud Sky City. Shimanju greets the city lord. After seeing Yang Dingtian, Shimanju immediately knelt down. You actually broke through to the master realm. Yang Dingtian said in astonishment. Yes, I obtained the evil spirit energy, Shimanju said. Why did you come to Cloud Sky City? Don't you know that Cloud Sky City is a forbidden area? Enemies of the Tiando League and evil ways cannot enter, Yang Dingtian said coldly. I know. Palace Master Dugu's grandson and Princess Mudan's mother are here, Shimanju said. So, no matter if it's Zhu Qingzhu, Ning Wuming, or anyone else in the world, no one can enter Cloud Sky City's central castle with any hostility. No one had set such a rule. Dugu Shao did not say anything, and Princess Mudan did not say anything either. However, everyone already knew about this unspoken rule. Shimanju, you are really amazing, Yang Dingtian said indifferently. You instigated a rebellion in Cloud Sky City. I suppressed the rebellion, but you ran away. Then, you followed Qin Chichi's million-strong army to attack Cloud Sky City. Qin Chichi's army was completely annihilated, and you ran away. Then, as the exiled Cloud Sky City Lord, you joined Zhu Qingzhu's Central State Army and came to suppress my western region. The Central State Army was defeated, Zhu Qingzhu was defeated, and you ran away. Since the start of the Cloud Sky City Lord Marshal competition, you have escaped from my hands 4 times. Now, you actually dare to deliver yourself to my doorstep. Are you not afraid of death? Do you think that I can't kill you because you have an undying evil spirit body? Of course you can kill me, Shimanju said. However, I have no choice but to come. Speak, what is it? Yang Dingtian asked. I represent my master, Ning Wuming, to negotiate with you, Shimanju said. What do you want to talk about? Yang Dingtian asked. Many things, such as the matter of cooperating with Black Sky Sect's Zhu Qingzhu. Ning Wuming said. Note, the first update is 6,000 words long. I will continue to write the second update. Please support me. Qin Chichi was dead, she didn't let Yang Dingtian do it, she did it herself. Of course, before she died, she played Yang Dingtian once. She heard Yang Dingtian say that he wouldn't kill her, so she killed herself. Of course, Qin Chichi had the evil spirit energy to protect her soul. So after her body died, her soul could escape at the fastest speed. There was no energy cage here. But after her body died, her soul just floated in the air, motionless. Just as Yang Dingtian was about to put her soul into the soul ring, her soul suddenly rushed out of the evil spirit energy circle, and her soul instantly dissipated. That's right, with the evil spirit protection, one wouldn't die. But if he wanted to die, then nothing could stop him. Just like that, Yang Dingtian looked at Qin Chichi's soul in front of him. Her soul instantly dissipated, leaving behind a cloud of evil spirit energy in the air. Suddenly, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. He even couldn't understand Qin Chichi. She clearly didn't have to die, and it wasn't as if she had nothing to live for, but why did she choose to die? Perhaps, it was to let her daughter completely become Yang Dingtian's daughter, so that they wouldn't have any entanglements. If she was alive, even if she was in the dungeon, her daughter wouldn't completely become Yang Dingtian's daughter. Yang Dingtian reached out and touched the place where Qin Chichi's soul dissipated, as if he wanted to feel Qin Chichi's last soul. He sighed and said, "Everything you do is too intense, so it's not easy for you to be happy." Then, he put the evil spirit energy into the energy jade box. He used the ice coffin to store Qin Chichi's body. An hour later, he and Song Chunhua returned to Cloud Sky City again. During the flight back to Cloud Sky City, after sleeping for 3 hours, the baby was hungry again. She even peed and had diarrhea. So, on the Demon Vulture King, Yang Dingtian and Song Chunhua hurriedly changed the baby's diaper and washed her butt. Then, Song Chunhua used her celestial qi to warm the milk in the bottle and fed it to the baby. Then, the baby seemed to feel that the aura was a little different, as if it wasn't his mother's aura, so he began to cry loudly. No matter how hard Yang Dingtian tried to coax him, he could not be appeased. The baby was very strong, and his cries were very loud. As he cried, he danced with joy. However, she was crying very hard. Her little face was first red, then a little purple. This baby seemed to have the same temperament as Qin Chichi, fierce and fierce. Song Chunhua had no choice. She unbuttoned her clothes with a red face and stuffed it into the baby's mouth. Although there was no water inside, she could still deceive him. The baby was still crying after holding it in his mouth. However, as she sucked and cried, her voice gradually became softer. Although she felt different, it was still better than not having anything to drink. As he sucked, he gradually fell asleep. After the baby fell asleep, Song Chunhua did not pull her tongue out of the baby's mouth. She continued to let the baby suck on her tongue. Then, she gently leaned into Yang Dingtian's arms. Her entire person instantly became gentle, and her entire body released an incomparable feminine charm. "God, when everything is over, I want to have a child too," Song Chunhua said softly. "Okay," Yang Dingtian replied. Song Chunhua grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand and placed it on her face. Then, she lifted her beautiful face and kissed Yang Dingtian's lips. After returning to Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian buried Qin Chichi's coffin in the icy cave. There was no tombstone or grave. When he carried the baby and appeared in a remote valley, Mistress, Xianxia, and the others were teaching the baby to read. They wrote big words on a large piece of silk and then spread the silk on the soft ground. The baby crawled on it to learn the words. After shouting a word, the baby would quickly crawl over to recognize it. In order to introduce a competitive mechanism, they even let the little squirrel, the little fox, and other small demon beasts join the game. They competed with the baby. Whoever found the word first would have food to eat. In the end, the baby's speed of recognition was not slow, but its crawling speed was not fast enough. Hence, they lost more than they won. They were a little depressed. Xianxia used a rope to tie up the little squirrel's 4 legs so that everyone could compete fairly. Hence, the baby won more than she lost, while the little squirrel and the little fox could only jump around with their legs tied up, looking at Xianxia with resentment. "She's too biased. She's your son and we're pets. Don't pets have human rights?" "No, the right to be pampered." When they saw Yang Dingtian carrying a baby in, everyone was stunned. Yang Dingtian handed the baby to Qin Jiaojiao and said, "Jiaojiao, this will be our daughter from now on. You have to take good care of her, understand?" Jiaojiao pouted and said with grievance, "Which wild woman's child is this?" She was an idiot, so Yang Dingtian did not argue with her. He carried the baby and pointed at her. "Baby, this is your little sister, understand? Little sister, don't." The baby instinctively felt threatened and quickly waved her small hands. Then, she reached out to push the baby. Yang Dingtian's face turned stiff and was about to scold her. "Grandma." The baby immediately wailed and reached out to the master's wife. She said that she was crying, but there was not even a drop of tear. The master's wife did not know whether to laugh or cry. She quickly carried the baby over and coaxed her while teaching her. At this moment, the little squirrel quickly jumped to the word and ate the pine nuts on it. Then, he looked at the baby and smiled proudly. Bad rat, bad little sister, baby doesn't want. This time, the baby really cried. Daddy, Daddy, where's little sister, where's little sister? At this moment, there was a commotion outside and the door was pushed open. Little Ningning rushed in and hung around his neck like a koala. Little Ningning was already 7 years old and could not play all day long. She had to study and learn swordsmanship. She hugged Yang Dingtian and complained that her mother had abused her and the master had also abused her. Then, she said to Yan Yan, Auntie Yan Yan, I don't want my mother anymore. Can you be my mother? It was unknown when little Ningning started calling Yang Dingtian daddy. It was definitely instigated by Qin Mingli. Of course, she still called Qin Huayu daddy. But Qin Huayu was very strict and she was not close to him. Yang Dingtian didn't bother about her and allowed her to blabber as she wished while hugging her. But she quickly slid down from Yang Dingtian and said, Daddy, the little sister is so small. Let me carry her. Then, she took the baby from Qin Jiaojiao. Daddy, is she like little Ningning and not your biological daughter? The little girl asked. When she said that, even Yang Dingtian was shocked. This little girl was only 7 years old. How could she be so scheming? Instantly, Yan Yan rolled her eyes at Qin Jiaojiao. You idiot, you're not even as smart as a 7-year-old girl. At this moment, Qin Jiaojiao could tell that although the baby was still very small, she looked very similar to Qin Chichi. What about her? Qin Jiaojiao asked. Although they didn't like each other, Qin Chichi was still her sister in name. She chose to leave, Yang Dingtian said. Instantly, Qin Jiaojiao's beautiful eyes dimmed. She was domineering and fierce, but her heart was very soft. When she heard the news of Qin Chichi's death, she was extremely sad. Then, she took the baby from little Ningning with red eyes and said gently, Nan Nan, you're my biological daughter from now on. Ningning, go to school. At this moment, Ning Rower rushed in and her voice was the harshest. Little Ningning was extremely naughty. Now, every time she went to school or practiced her sword, Ning Rower had to guard outside. Otherwise, she would immediately run out to play. In Cloud Sky Castle, little Ningning was already a little king and the only leader of all the children under the age of 10. Also, she planned to expand her power to Cloud Sky City outside the castle. She was always jumping up and down and had even developed into group fights. Of course, she didn't fight herself and ordered others to do it. Ning Rower could tell that this daughter was completely like Qin Huayu and had nothing to do with her own gentleness. Previously, when she was alone with her, she couldn't tell. Later on, when she went to Qin City and was suppressed, she couldn't tell. Ning Rower thought that her daughter was smart and obedient. Now that she was in Cloud Sky City, the little girl was doted on by almost everyone, so her mischievousness was completely released. Ning Rower couldn't control her at all and cried a few times. Previously, every time she cried, the little girl would immediately get scared and come over to comfort her mother. Now that Ning Rower cried, the little girl said straightforwardly, What's the use of crying in front of me? You should cry in Daddy's arms. The gentle Ning Rower couldn't hold it in anymore and hit her little butt. After hitting her, the little girl patted her butt and said, No, Mommy, you're too soft-hearted. Instantly, Ning Rower almost fainted from anger. Ah, Xiaotian, you're back. When Ning Rower saw Yang Dingtian, her face turned red and she was extremely embarrassed. The source of her embarrassment was Duan Ruyan. After Duan Ruyan was rescued, she came to see Ning Rower twice. The first time, she said straightforwardly, Rower, what do you have to fight for yourself? Hurry up and let Yang Dingtian marry you. The second time, she asked if she had done anything with Yang Dingtian. With such a carefree and unrestrained master, how could Ning Rower not be embarrassed? Daddy, you have to care more about my mommy. Otherwise, if she stares at me all day, my days will be very difficult. Ningning jumped on Yang Dingtian's neck and said. Yang Dingtian immediately pinched her little face and said, Little girl, who did you learn these words from? Yang Dingtian was too busy, so he didn't interact much with little Ningning in the past half a year. He didn't expect the little girl to be so mischievous. It's all because of that bad woman Qin Mingli. She taught little Ningning bad things. Ning Roer said angrily. Mommy, don't say bad things about Mingli's mother. Little Ningning said, she has been helping you. You can't be so heartless. Look, look. Ning Roer said bitterly. Yang Dingtian carried little Ningning out and went to Ning Roer's room. Little Tian, little Ningning can't go on like this. She must be disciplined. Otherwise, she will be even more lawless. Not only does she play truant every day, but she also brings the other children to play truant with her. She even gets people to fight. She practices swordsmanship every day as if she wants to kill him. Ning Roer said. Hearing her mother complaining, little Ningning didn't care. Instead, she listened and laughed. Sister Roer, what kind of person do you want Ningning to become? Yang Dingtian asked. I don't know either, but girls have to be gentle and virtuous. Roer said. I think little Ningning is pretty good like this. Yang Dingtian said, every child is different, so every child has to be taught according to their aptitude. Ningning is different from you. You are gentle like water. Ningning is like Qin Huayu. However, she is not as vicious as Qin Huayu. She still has your kindness. So don't worry. She will be very outstanding in the future. She will be more outstanding than you and Yan Yan. When Ningning heard Yang Dingtian praise her, her eyes immediately lit up. It seems that Daddy is indeed different. He can tell how amazing I am at a glance. Lass, why don't you go to school? Yang Dingtian asked. The things that old man taught me are too old-fashioned, little Ningning said. Besides, I already know a lot of things, but I still have to learn there every day. I'm like a fool. Then why don't you learn swordsmanship? Yang Dingtian asked. The little girl pursed her lips and did not say a word. Just as Yang Dingtian said, little Ningning was very smart, but she was also very upright and kind. Even if it was such a small problem, she would rather not say it than lie. I want to learn from Daddy, but I know Daddy is very busy. Ningning said sweetly, Daddy, I don't want to learn Sky Phoenix Pavilion's martial arts. I don't want to be like Grandmaster, nor do I want to be like Mother. I don't want to go to Sky Phoenix Pavilion when I grow up. Yang Dingtian rubbed her little head and said to Ning Roer, did you hear that? Sister Roer, this girl is very clear in her heart. Don't just discipline her. You have to figure out what she's thinking. I don't have much knowledge anyway, so I can't discipline her well. Roer turned her face away. She had always been as gentle as water, so this was the first time she had said such angry words. Daddy, you guys chat. I'll go see little sister, Roer said softly. Then, she slid down from Yang Dingtian's arms and ran away. Yang Dingtian was really impressed. This little girl was too smart. She was even smarter than her mother at such a young age. Yang Dingtian went forward and said gently, Sister Roer, I'm sorry. I've made you suffer. Ning Roer's tears fell as she said, I know. I shouldn't ask for too much. But I didn't ask for too much. Qin Huayu has already obtained his happiness. Ning Roer was already very brave to say this. It was unknown how much courage Duan Ruyan had given her. After this matter is settled, we will have a simple ceremony to marry you and Mu Liani, Yang Dingtian said gently. Ning Roer said gently. If it was an ordinary woman, she would definitely feel as though she was being bestowed with a gift and would feel that her pride was hurt. However, Ning Roer wouldn't think like that. She was gentle, and just like what she said, she didn't ask for much. In this world, there were independent and intelligent women like Dongfang Bingling and Du Gufengwu. There were also women like Ning Roer who were gentle like water and needed to find someone to rely on. Sect Patriarch, Ning Wuming requests for an audience. Jiao Liao came to report. Is it Shimanju or Ning Wuming himself? Yang Dingtian asked. It's Ning Wuming himself. Jiao Liao said, he is at the mountain peak 300 miles outside the city, waiting for you. Yang Dingtian met Ning Wuming again. At this moment, he was no longer full of smiles. It was as though he was 10 years older than half a year ago. His face was full of stubble, and his entire body was filled with vicissitudes of life. Ning Wuming greets sect patriarch Yang. Ning Wuming stepped forward and bowed. Greetings to young Lord Ning. Yang Ding Tian. Then, the two of them fell into silence. Emoji is pregnant. I know. Ning Wuming suddenly said. N. Yang Ding Tian. Sect Patriarch Yang, in your heart, do I value the Ning clan more or evil ways more? Ning Wuming asked. Evil ways. Yang Ding Tian said, because evil ways can give you everything, but can also make you lose everything. Evil ways are actions, and the Ning clan is the goal. Ning Wuming said, everything I do is for the Ning clan. Including killing Ningyu? Yang Ding Tian asked. Yes, including killing him. Ning Wuming said, since he's already living a life worse than death, he might as well die. If he doesn't die, Emoji won't really follow me. Even if he dies, Wumaji won't really follow. You. Yang Ding Tian said. That's also because of you. Otherwise, in 10 or 20 years, she would have followed me one day. Ning Wuming said sternly. Ning Wuming gradually calmed down and said, you always thought that Ningyu's kindness to me was as heavy as a mountain, right? When I was still the illegitimate child of the Ning clan, no one treated me as a human. Everyone treated me as a servant, including Ningyu. It was Wumaji who treated me as a human, as a younger brother. I met her when I was 12 years old. She was so proud and arrogant that Ningyu didn't even dare to raise his head in front of her. She was a princess in the Snow clan, and she was still a princess in the Ning clan. Although she hadn't married into the clan, no one dared to provoke her. Only I, because of my extreme love and inferiority, went against her and was even prepared to hurt her just to get her attention. Then, when I was about to be beaten to death, she saved me and told me that I was stronger than your brother. It was this sentence that supported all my courage. I was stronger than Ning Jing. I wanted to show that I was stronger than Ningyu. Ning Wuming said, Ningyu wasn't worthy of Emoji, and neither was I. But I wanted to do everything I could to make myself worthy of her. It was you who ruined everything. Yang Ding Tian really didn't know that there were so many things between Ning Wuming and Wumaji. Did you come to find me just to interrogate me? Yang Ding Tian asked. Of course not. Ning Wuming said, I came to find you to ask you to return Emoji to me. The child in her stomach is yours, but I don't care. I will treat it as my own son and make it the new master of the Ning clan. If you don't trust me, I can sterilize it now. If Emoji isn't willing to follow me, it's fine. Let her return to the Ning clan. In 10 or 20 years, she will follow me one day. I don't care about anything in the central state. I will return to the Ning clan, and until the Demon King Wendian revives, I won't care about anything. Ning Wuming said, for this goal, I can help you eliminate Zhu Qingzhu. But don't provoke the Ning clan, and don't provoke Wumaji. Then, Ning Wuming stared at Yang Ding Tian and said, when I say eliminate, I mean kill Zhu Qingzhu. Note, the first update is 5,000 words long. I will continue to write the second update. Please support me. Yang Ding Tian, what else do you want? I just want to protect the Ning clan. I treat your son like my own. He's the future master of the Ning clan. What else do you want? Ning Wuming said sternly. Yang Ding Tian remained silent. Then what do you want me to do? Refuse to cooperate with the Snow clan, and don't give them the treasure of the Demon City's merchant palace, Ning Wuming said. Yang Ding Tian said, but 2 days ago, when Shimanju came on your behalf, he proposed a deal. He wanted me to give you the treasure of the Demon City's merchant palace. That was just a test. I just wanted you to know the value of the treasure. Don't cooperate with the Snow clan, Ning Wuming said. Your ears are very sharp. When the Snow clan came to find me, you already knew, Yang Ding Tian said. The Snow clan and the Ning clan have been in contact for almost 1,000 years. How could we not be familiar with each other? Ning Wuming said, it's because of your existence that the Snow clan has an ambition they shouldn't have. They're trying to take over the entire southernmost land. If the Snow clan didn't come to cooperate with me, would you have come to me? Yang Ding Tian suddenly asked. Green Lord Zhu wanted to get rid of the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness, so I had the urge to come to you. But in the end, I still didn't want to cooperate with you, Ning Wuming said. Even if Green Lord Zhu wanted to get rid of the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness, he didn't have the strength to do so. I would have continued to cooperate with Green Lord Zhu to eliminate you. Then I would have followed him and the Pleasure Palace to divide the western region. Ning Wuming sighed. I didn't expect the Snow Clan to appear. I know the experts of the Snow Clan very well. If they fully support you, then you and Green Lord Zhu's power will be on par. No one will be able to eliminate the other. If the two of you are fine, then I'm not. I'm not afraid of Green Lord Zhu, but I'm afraid of you. He can't kill me, but you and the Snow Clan can. Originally, you had nothing to do with the Snow Clan, but Emoji is pregnant with your child. So I thought about it, but there's nothing I can do. I can only cut off the possibility of you cooperating with the Snow Clan and work with you myself. Ning Wuming said, whether the Snow Clan saves you or I saves you, it's all the same. Yang Dingtian fell silent for a moment before he said, do you know what the Demon City's Merchant Palace's treasure is? Roughly. Ning Wuming said. What? Yang Dingtian asked. It should be considered a key. Ning Wuming said, the key to opening an endless treasury. After entering this treasury, you might be able to become the #1 person in the world. Since it's so precious, why didn't anyone fight for it at the auction? Why did I get it so easily? Yang Dingtian asked. Because no one knew what it was at that time? Ning Wuming said. Then why do you know now? Yang Dingtian asked. Because a very, very, very important person wants this item. Ning Wuming said, I'm sorry, that's all I can say. If you want to know more, I'll tell you after we complete the transaction. Yang Dingtian continued to be silent. Ning Wuming said, Yang Dingtian, the terms I proposed are already very good. As long as you refuse to cooperate with the Snow Clan, I'll help you defeat Zhu Qingzhu. Then, you'll send Wu Maji to me. I'll treat the child in her womb as my own and make him the successor of the Ning clan. After that, your Council of Light and my Ning clan will mind our own business. I won't interfere in the affairs of the world. What if I refuse? Yang Dingtian said. Then I'll help Zhu Qingzhu beat you with all my strength. Ning Wuming said. But I have the help of the Snow Clan's experts. I'm not at a disadvantage anymore. You can't do anything to me. Yang Dingtian said. That's right. When the time comes, you'll have 5 martial grandmasters. We won't be able to kill you. Zhu Qingzhu can only retreat. Ning Wuming said, next, you'll join forces with the Snow Clan to attack my Ning clan. So, in order to save my life, I can only rely on others. For example, Wu Yuming. I'm sure you don't want to see that happen. Yang Dingtian, this is a very good deal. Ning Wuming said indifferently, I'll help you kill Zhu Qingzhu and we'll mind our own business. Wu Maji will belong to me and your son will become the future leader of the Ning clan. Then, Ning Wuming took out a box and said, there's a pill called Fierce Flame Pill inside. Put it on the coffins of the Snow Clan's experts and it will cause great damage to them. When I arrived at the battlefield, I smelled the scent of the Snow Clan's experts and knew it was your signal. Whether you agree or not, I'll give you the Fierce Flame Pill. Yang Dingtian took the box and put it in his bosom. I hope we'll have a pleasant cooperation. Ning Wuming said and then quickly left. Yang Dingtian went to have a meal with Mistress and the others. Then, he used his fastest speed to return to the Cloud Sky Pavilion. 3 days later. The Snow Clan's experts arrived. 3 women escorted 12 ice coffins and flew to the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Among the 12 coffins, there were 3 venerable masters and 9 venerable masters. The Snow Clan's woman, Brook Moni, said to Yang Dingtian, I brought the Snow Clan's experts. Sect Master Yang, did you get the Phantom Spirit Demon? Matriarch? Yes, I did. Yang Dingtian said, it's just a 10,000-year-old ancient frigid ice jellyfish. It only has 2 instincts. One is to constantly absorb the ice energy and the other is to constantly release it. The Snow Clan's woman was overjoyed. Sect Master Yang is indeed powerful. No one in the world can catch the Phantom Spirit Demon Matriarch and you actually got it. So, have you decided to make the deal? Not yet. Yang Dingtian said. Why? The Snow Clan's woman said, the Demon City's merchant palace's treasure is useless to you. Because I don't know what kind of treasure it is. If it's too valuable, I'll be a fool. Yang Dingtian said. You're too greedy, City Lord Yang. The Snow Clan's woman said, what could be more important than your life? If you can't even keep your life, what's the point of this treasure even if it's priceless? It's not the time to make the deal anyway. I still have time to think, don't I? Yang Dingtian said. Indeed, your performance reminds me of the saying, you won't cry until you see the coffin. The Snow Woman said, I have to warn you, you only have 2 grandmasters on your side. As for Zhu Qingzhu, he had a total of 6 martial grandmasters. Without our help, you'll die without a doubt. If there's a need, I'll definitely ask for your help. Yang Dingtian said. The Snow Clan's woman's expression was full of displeasure. Then, the 3 Snow Clan's women escorted the 12 coffins into the deepest dungeon of the castle. They didn't sleep or rest, guarding the 12 coffins. The Council of Light's upper echelons were all in a secret room. Yang Dingtian repeated the details of Ning Wuming's negotiation, then asked, everyone, do you think Ning Wuming's words are true? I don't trust him. He's extremely cunning. Song Chunhua said, his every action and every word is a trap. Qin Wanzhou said, I've never seen such a cunning person in my life. We have to be careful. Tang Buizhao said, according to the relevant information, Zhu Qingzhu had reached an agreement with the Vulture Palace. When Zhu Qingzhu was trying to obtain the Sky Cloud Pavilion and Earth-splitting city, the Vulture sect interfered and almost caused him to fail. Perhaps the agreement between Zhu Qingzhu and the Vulture sect has something to do with the Ning clan of the South Sea. Qin Huayu suddenly said, Sect Master, I'd like to ask, are Ning Wuming's feelings for Wu Maji real? Yang Dingtian recalled for a moment, then nodded and said, it should be real. Qin Huayu said, if a person's love is real, then his ambition will also be vicious. Basically, one leg will be tied up, so even if he's evil, it's very difficult for him to be completely evil. Qin Huayu was judging others by their own standards. He was also a ruthless person, and he was completely unscrupulous in the past. Later on, because of Ning Ro and Little Ningning, a flaw appeared in his heart, and he gradually became weak. Then, after a long period of contact with Yang Dingtian, in addition to being suppressed by Qin Chichi and Qin Wanzhou, he almost fell into a desperate situation and even committed suicide. Since then, Qin Huayu had completely changed. It was as if a person who died once would undergo a transformation. He felt that if a person truly loved, then there would be flaws and weaknesses in their character, and it would be very difficult for them to be extremely evil. Therefore, Qin Huayu chose to trust Ning Wuming a little. Moreover, Qin Chichi had also said that Ning Wuming had said so much to him, such as forcing him to kill Qin Chichi, because he wanted to save Qin Chichi's life. In the end, regarding the contents of Ning Wuming's negotiation, it was impossible to determine whether it was true or not. If we really want to keep Zhu Qingzhu and Ning Wuming, do we have to cooperate with the Snow Clan? Zhu Hongxue suddenly asked. Yang Dingtian nodded, and so did Qin Wanzhou. Now, Yang Dingtian's side had a total of 6 martial grandmasters. Zhu Qingzhu also had 6, so it would only be a situation where both sides would suffer. It was impossible to keep Zhu Qingzhu. However, if the Snow Clan's 3 martial grandmasters and 9 martial grandmasters were added, it was completely possible. If the contents of Ning Wuming's negotiation were true, then if they chose to cooperate with the Snow Clan, the number of martial grandmasters on both sides would be 9 to 6. Yang Dingtian had 9 and Zhu Qingzhu had 6. At this time it was possible to keep Zhu Qingzhu, but it was very difficult. There was only a 20 to 30% chance of success. If they chose to cooperate with Ning Wuming. Ning Wuming had said that they could use the temple token to force Joyous Palace to change their attitude. Moreover, he had hidden an expert in the Black Heaven sect. In this way, Zhu Qingzhu would only have 3 martial grandmasters left, but he would have to face the pincer attack of Yang Dingtian's 6 martial grandmasters and the 3 martial grandmasters from the evil ways. The ratio of power was now 9 to 3. With a ratio of 9 to 3, the probability of taking down Zhu Qingzhu was at least 80 to 90%. In this way, the benefits of cooperating with Ning Wuming were much greater. They would not have to lose the trump card of the Demon City's merchant palace, and the probability of eliminating Zhu Qingzhu was much higher. However, the key was whether to believe Ning Wuming's words. His deal seemed very tempting. Yang Dingtian would not have to pay anything, and Ning Wuming would help him eliminate Zhu Qingzhu. Then, before the Demon King was resurrected, he would never step foot on the mainland. Moreover, the child in Wu Maji's stomach would become the new Ning clan master in the future. It seemed like the terms of this deal were extremely generous. However, if Yang Dingtian chose to cooperate with the Snow clan, even if they could not eliminate Zhu Qingzhu, defeating him would not be a problem. After that, Yang Dingtian would cooperate with the Snow clan to eliminate the Ning clan. When that time came, the entire Ning clan would be destroyed. If Ning Wuming wanted to escape, he would have to rely on Wu Yuming as a servant. However, this would be extremely painful for Ning Wuming. Moreover, it might not be possible because he was already Li Ming's lackey. Even if he wanted to rely on someone else as a lackey, they might not be willing to accept him. Even if they did, Li Ming might not let him off in the future. Sect Master, Zhu Qingzhu has secretly left the Black Heaven sect. He should be fully prepared. Qin Wanchou said, if nothing goes wrong, he will mobilize all his top experts to eliminate the Council of Light by tomorrow night at the latest. Yang Dingtian nodded. Qin Wanchou said, no matter what decision or choice you make, you must make it. However, no matter what choice you make, we will support you. Thank you. Yang Dingtian nodded. Then I'll go have a good sleep and prepare for tomorrow's big battle. Qin Wanchou patted Yang Dingtian's shoulder and left. Now, Yang Dingtian had three choices. The first choice was to not hand over the trump card and not cooperate with the Snow clan. However, if he did not cooperate with Ning Wuming, both he and Zhu Qingzhu would suffer losses. Neither side could do anything to the other, but both sides would suffer losses. Perhaps many of the grandmasters would die. The second choice was to cooperate with the Snow clan. Then, he would definitely win this battle, but the probability of killing Zhu Qingzhu was about 20 to 30%. The consequence would be to hand over the trump card. The third choice was to cooperate with Ning Wuming. Then, not only would he win this battle, but he would also be able to eliminate Zhu Qingzhu. Moreover, he would not have to hand over the trump card. However, his only concern was whether he could trust Ning Wuming or not. The first choice did not require him to hand over the trump card, but the casualties would be the greatest. The second choice required him to hand over the trump card, but the casualties would be small and the battle results would be small, but it was the safest choice. The third choice had the greatest benefits, but the risk was also the greatest. These three choices, no matter which one it was, were all a gamble. Late at night, Yang Dingtian came to the depths of the cave. The three Snow clan women did not sleep or rest, guarding the 12 ice coffins. What? Sect Master Yang, have you made up your mind? The Snow clan woman said, as long as you hand over the trump card, the 12 of us will guarantee your safety and even victory. Can you open the ice coffins? I want to see the people inside. Yang Dingtian said. No. The Snow clan woman said, after you agree and release the phantom spirit demon mother, the 12 of us will fight with you. The 12 masters of the Snow clan will immediately come out and fight for you. Otherwise, they must stay in the coffins. If they open the ice coffins, their cultivation will be damaged. Just for a moment, there will be damage? Yang Dingtian sneered. Yes, there will be some damage. The Snow clan woman said. What if I must see it? Yang Dingtian said. The Snow clan woman fell into a fierce struggle, then nodded, okay, only one coffin can be opened. I want to see the person with the highest cultivation. Yang Dingtian said. The Snow clan woman frowned, Sect Master Yang, the person with the highest cultivation is also the one with the most noble status. Don't go too far. What if I must? Yang Dingtian said. The Snow clan woman gritted her teeth, then nodded, Sect Master Yang, you really disappoint me. Then, she came to the middle coffin. Suddenly, the three Snow clan women guarded the coffin in the middle. Whoosh. The Snow clan woman suddenly opened the coffin. Instantly, a bone-piercing cold aura rushed out. Almost in an instant, the entire floor of the dungeon was covered with frost, and the temperature dropped to below zero. The person in the coffin had a ruddy face, without the slightest feeling of being frozen. The face was somewhat familiar. The person in the coffin was middle-aged, wearing an incomparably luxurious brocade robe and holding an ice jade sword. His face was extremely handsome and dignified, somewhat similar to Wu Maji. Could it be that the person in the coffin was Wu Maji's father? The Snow Clan king? If that was the case, then the Snow Clan had really sent out all their forces. Even the king of the Snow Clan had come, which showed how determined he was to get this treasure. Sect Master Yang, do you see our sincerity? The Snow Clan woman quickly closed the coffin, then said coldly. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Many thanks for your noble's deep friendship. I have one last question." The Snow Clan woman said angrily, "Sect Master Yang, don't go too far. Don't think that we have to beg you." Yang Dingtian asked, "I would like to ask. What exactly is this Demon City's Merchant Palace's treasure that you want to obtain from me? Don't be too detailed, just tell me a little, okay?" The Snow Clan woman immediately shut her mouth, not saying a word, and glared coldly at Yang Dingtian. Meanwhile, Yang Dingtian stood straight in front of her and stared at her. After a long while, the Snow Clan woman said, "That thing is only a key to open something." "Alright, that's all I can say." With that, the Snow Clan woman Brooke sat on the ground, closed her eyes, and adjusted her breath, no longer paying any attention to Yang Dingtian. "Then see you tomorrow, goodbye," Yang Dingtian said. The next day came. Today, Zhu Qingzhu's 6 grandmasters and dozens of grandmasters would definitely attack. In fact, they were already here. The Demon Eagle Legion had detected them at the first moment. They came from the Joyous Palace in the north. Hundreds of black figures riding demon spirit rays flew toward the Cloud Sky Pavilion. All of them were wearing the black cloak of the Joyous Palace. Because they were attacking in the name of evil ways, Zhu Qingzhu and the others had to dress up like the Joyous Palace. Yesterday, Zhu Qingzhu and a few hundred experts set off from the Joyous Palace. Now, they were 18,000 li away from the Cloud Sky Pavilion. When the sun rose today, they discovered Zhu Qingzhu's group of experts in the Bedlam Sea. Currently, they were 9,000 li away from the Cloud Sky Pavilion. When night fell, Zhu Qingzhu's 6 grandmasters, dozens of grandmasters, and hundreds of grandmasters would arrive at the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Although there were only a few hundred of them, they could destroy the heaven and earth. This was the biggest battle. Night fell. Zhu Qingzhu's group of experts and hundreds of black figures appeared in the sky above the Cloud Sky Pavilion. The final battle had finally arrived. Note, second update, 5,100 words. Begging for monthly votes. In this battle, Yang Dingtian had 3 choices. The first choice was not to work with Ningwuming or the Snow Tribe. In the end, both sides would suffer heavy losses. The second choice was to work with the Snow Tribe and defeat Zhu Qingzhu. However, he would not be able to kill Zhu Qingzhu. Moreover, he would have to hand over his trump card. The third choice was to work with Ningwuming and kill Zhu Qingzhu. He would not have to hand over his trump card. However, he would have to believe Ningwuming. This was an extremely huge risk. Therefore, these 3 choices were all gambles. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. The smaller the risk, the smaller the reward. Only Zhu Qingzhu led 6 martial grandmasters and 45 other martial grandmasters to enter the Cloud Sky Plateau. The remaining few hundred martial honorable experts were all floating in the sky above the Cloud Sky Plateau. They were blocking the southern exit. Zhu Qingzhu led over 50 people and gave up on their flying mounts. They flew directly towards the Cloud Sky Pavilion's Valley Castle. After flying for 2,000 miles, they arrived at the Black Castle in the valley. Zhu Qingzhu led over 50 top experts and surrounded the castle in the sky. Yang Dingtian, your end is here. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded in the sky. It was the Joyous Palace Master. His body was thin, but his figure was like a thunderous roar. The 50 experts were all wearing the Evil Way's black cloak. However, some of the cloaks were embroidered with gold edges, while others were embroidered with red edges and silver edges. Yang Dingtian, why don't you come out? Zhu Qingzhu's voice resounded in the sky. Although he had changed his voice slightly, it did not change it completely. It only made his voice more vigorous and dark. Whoosh 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 whoosh, dozens of figures flew out from the cloud sky pavilion's castle. They were like meteors shooting into the sky. Everyone on Yang Dingtian's side was covered in white cloaks. Similarly, there were close to 50 people. In the entire West continent, there were close to 30 martial grandmasters including battle puppet demon Yu Wuqing. In addition to the cloud sky pavilion and earth-splitting city, there were more than 40 people. Including the martial grandmasters, there were close to 50 people on Yang Dingtian's side. All of them were martial grandmasters and above. Among them, there were 6 martial grandmasters. Close to the great grandmaster level, a total of 4 people. However, other than Yang Dingtian, everyone else was shrouded in a white cloak, not revealing their faces. This was the biggest battle in 200 years. This was the battle at the pinnacle of martial arts in the past 200 years. There had never been a time when so many martial grandmasters and martial grandmasters were involved in a duel. This battle had gathered at least 80% of the world's great grandmasters and more than 60% of the world's great grandmasters. The Black Cloak army led by Zhu Qingzhu formed a circle and completely surrounded Yang Dingtian's group. Yang Dingtian slowly took off his white cloak and revealed his true face. He said to Zhu Qingzhu, Sovereign Zhu, Palace Master Solitude, Ning Wuming. We're all acquaintances, so why don't you show your true face? That thin and small figure directly lifted the black cloak, revealing a thin face. This was the first time Yang Dingtian saw Joyous Palace Master acting all alone, but he didn't seem happy at all. His son was very handsome, but he was very ugly. He was very, very thin, like a bamboo pole. His face was long and narrow, filled with a ruthless aura. Ning Wuming floated beside him, looking even more handsome. Today, he had shaved off his beard and returned to his previous handsome self. Sovereign Zhu, you don't need to hide your head and show your tail, right? Yang Dingtian said. Hee, I don't know what you're talking about. Zhu Qingzhu was still shrouded in his black cloak. He said coldly, I only know that your end has arrived. That might not be the case. Yang Dingtian laughed. You only have 2 martial grandmasters, you're dead meat. Zhu Qingzhu doesn't dare to kill you, but I dare to kill you. Joyous Palace Master said sternly. That might not be the case. Yang Dingtian laughed faintly, Young Master Ning, don't you think so? Suddenly, a dozen golden rays of light shot out from the bottom of the castle, like smoke, they drilled into the sky. Even in the dark night sky, they were resplendent and bright, like the rays of the sun. Yang Dingtian, you agree to trade with me? Ning Wuming laughed. That's right. Although trading with you is risky, the rewards are also great. Yang Dingtian said. Yes, the rewards are great. Ning Wuming said, not only will you be able to kill Zhu Qingzhu, you won't have to give up any treasures. I'll raise your son like my own and let him become the Ning clan master. It's really a great reward. Sir Yang Dingtian, you like to gamble more than I thought. In this world, I'm gambling every time. I'm betting my life in exchange for an incomparably rich result. If I lose my life. If I win, I get everything. Yang Dingtian said, however, my luck is always good and I win every time. What about this time? Young Master Ning Wuming, did I win? Zhu Qingzhu was shocked when he heard this. He looked at Ning Wuming and said sternly, what do you mean? Nothing, sect leader Zhu. I just made a deal with young Master Ning Wuming. Yang Dingtian said, we'll work together to kill you, and he'll stay in the Ning clan forever. He won't interfere with any of the mainland's matters. We'll mind our own business. Ning Wuming, is this true? Zhu Qingzhu looked at Ning Wuming coldly. Ning Wuming shrugged and said, if you can do it, I can do it. You sold me to the vulture sect, why can't I sell you to Yang Dingtian? Haha. Ning Wuming laughed coldly. What do you have, Ning Wuming? Even if you work together with Yang Dingtian, how can you kill me? My Black Sky Sect and Joyous Palace have a total of 6 martial grandmasters and more than 30 grandmasters. Even if you and Yang Dingtian were to combine, you would only have over 50 masters and 2 great masters. Ning Wuming shook his head and said, more than that. The Joyous Palace Master will listen to my orders. Dream on, you lackey. Princess Joy was a loner. Without any hesitation, she turned hostile and her words were filled with disdain. Ning Wuming slowly took out a token. This token was made with a snow-white jade and the face of a peerless beauty. This face was so lifelike that one could faintly feel the tears on it. This was the Temple of Annihilation's token, the face of a beauty. The Temple of Annihilation's token is here. Do you dare to disobey my orders? Ning Wuming laughed coldly. Gudu trembled violently and revealed an expression of disbelief as he said, how could this command medallion be in your hands? How? I'm asking you, do you dare to disobey my orders? Ning Wuming said. I don't dare. The joyous princess said, before the token melts, I'll obey your orders. But after the token melts, don't blame me even if I kill you. Then I'll try my best to settle everything before the token melts. Ning Wuming said indifferently, all the experts of the joyous palace, turn around. Swish. Immediately, the two martial grandmasters and dozens of grandmasters of the joyous palace turned around and faced Zhu Qingzhu. Swish. Immediately after, the 12 experts of the Ning clan of the South Sea all turned around and faced Zhu Qingzhu. In an instant, the entire situation changed. Previously, Zhu Qingzhu's 50 people were fighting against Yang Dingtian's 50 people. Now, it was Yang Dingtian's 50 people and the Evil Way's 30 people against Zhu Qingzhu's 20 people. The situation changed from 80 people to 20 people. Zhu Qingzhu, it's not my doomsday, it's yours, Yang Dingtian said coldly. Zhu Qingzhu laughed and said, Yang Dingtian, didn't you claim to be righteous? Why are you colluding with the Evil Ways to destroy the Tiando League? To use a very fashionable phrase, there's no need to talk about righteousness when dealing with these evil ways. Everyone, attack together. Yang Dingtian said with a faint smile. Well said. Those who achieve great things will do anything. Ning Wuming said loudly. Then, he extended his hand to Yang Dingtian and said, Faction leader Yang Dingtian, happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Yang Dingtian also extended his hand. In the air, he and Ning Wuming clapped in the air. Pa. The two people's palms collided fiercely in the air, producing a crisp sound. Ning Wuming, let's attack together and kill Zhu Qingzhu. Yang Dingtian shouted loudly. Then, dozens of experts rushed towards Zhu Qingzhu. Yang Dingtian, today, I've finally seen through your true colors. Your ugly side will be exposed to the whole world. Zhu Qingzhu shouted fiercely. In an instant, Yang Dingtian, Ning Wuming, and Joyous Palace. More than 80 people from the three sides rushed toward Zhu Qingzhu's group of 20 people like lightning. Boom! At the same time, a loud sound came from the castle below. Then, the incomparably huge castle seemed to be swallowed by an incomparably powerful force. It was smashed into pieces and completely collapsed into the ground. Then, an endless amount of black smoke suddenly appeared in the air. In an instant, hundreds of figures in the air were completely swallowed up. Then, an incomparably terrifying scene happened. On Yang Dingtian's side, the people wearing white cloaks in the air suddenly fell down one by one. Puff, 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 puff. Like raindrops, the experts on Yang Dingtian's side fell to the ground one by one and fell into the deep darkness. Then, they let out an incomparably mournful cry. Yang Dingtian was completely shocked by the scene. He could not believe what he was seeing. He only saw his comrades falling into the darkness one by one. In the end, everyone was swallowed up by the black smoke, leaving only Yang Dingtian alone. Oh, there were also two white figures floating behind Yang Dingtian. More than 40 experts on Yang Dingtian's side were all swallowed up by the black energy smoke. Swish, swish, swish. Then, the experts from Ning Clan, Joyous Palace, and Black Heaven Sect all turned around. 6 great masters and more than 50 great masters surrounded Yang Dingtian. Idiot, you've been fooled. Ning Wuming sneered. There are no Snow Clan experts in those coffins at all. There are 12 living bodies filled with endless black energy. This is the black energy extracted from the celestial Red Sea. It can swallow all martial artists. Xianxia and all experts' energy. For this battle, we've lost tens of thousands of people and extracted the celestial Red Sea's water for 5 days and 5 nights. It's all for the sake of killing you all. Yang Dingtian's face was pale. He trembled and said, those women are from the Snow Clan. Oh, they are from the Snow Clan. Ning Wuming said. Our Ning clan and the Snow Clan have been dealing with each other for so many years. What's so strange about getting a few Snow Clan women? That Brook Moni is just one of my female slaves, idiot. Yang Dingtian's eyes were lifeless. He could not believe what he was seeing. But I clearly saw Wu Maji's father, the Snow Clan's king. Do you know what the Snow Clan's king looks like? I haven't even seen him, how could you? Ning Wuming sneered. He looks like Emoji, right? I crippled him while he was still alive and changed his face to look like Emoji. I wanted you to think that this is the Snow Clan's king, Emoji's father. Do you really think that the Snow Clan's experts will come to help? Dream on. It was all part of my plan. Then why is there a phantom spirit demonic mother? Yang Dingtian asked. The Snow Clan's experts do need to stay in the ice coffins and fight in an extremely cold environment. Ning Wuming said. Every lie has to be 90% true and 10% false to deceive people. Don't you understand? If I didn't make everything look so real, would you believe me? Would you be fooled? Look, aren't you fooled by me? Also, these living bodies carrying the black crystals are supposed to stay in the ice coffins. Otherwise, wouldn't they be exposed? The black crystals devour everything. Why are you all fine? Yang Dingtian suddenly asked. Because we have the evil spirit energy in our bodies. Oh, you have it too, so you are fine too. The other one should be Duan Ruyan. She also has the evil spirit energy in her body. But I don't know who the other one is. Ning Wuming sneered. However, there are only 3 of them, and none of them are martial grandmasters. Do you think you still have any hope? Your 4 or 5 martial grandmasters have all been devoured by the black crystals. They are all finished. Yang Dingtian, your end is here. How do you know? Yang Dingtian hissed. How do you know that I have 5 martial grandmasters? You should think that I only have 2 martial grandmasters. Ha ha ha. Ning Wuming laughed. Do you think you can fool us with that little trick of yours? You went to the Yinyang school to ask for help, then pretended to fail and left with your tail between your legs. You only brought your master's wife back. Then, there was another mysterious person who invited Ning Busi, Jingdabii, and Shadowless to the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Then, you made us think that you only have 2 martial grandmasters. Do you think you can fool me and Zhu Qingzhu with such a childish trick? Yang Dingtian's body trembled, as if he had been drained of all his strength. Yang Dingtian, if it weren't for the fact that you have 5 martial grandmasters, do you think we would have put in so much effort to put on such a big show with you? Would we have sacrificed tens of thousands of people to refine so many black crystals? Would we have sacrificed dozens of experts to detonate their sea of qi to release the black crystals? Ning Wuming laughed. It's because you have 5 martial grandmasters that we can't do anything to you. That's why I devised a scheme to kill you. Then, Ning Wuming looked at Zhu Qingzhu and said, Sect Master Zhu, what do you think? You don't necessarily need to rely on force to destroy your enemies. You also need to rely on wisdom. Yang Dingtian, didn't you just say that every step you took was a gamble with your life? You even said that you won every step you took. Ning Wuming pursed his lips. You should be very proud of yourself. In the last battle, you used cannons to defeat me and Qin Chichi. Then, you used submarines and ancient giant beasts to defeat Sect Master Zhu. You're so awesome that you've unified the West continent. You must be very proud of yourself, right? Actually, in my heart, in my eyes, you're nothing. You're just an idiot. I just set up a little fairyland, and you just jumped in, you stupid thing. I just need to stretch out a finger and I can crush you to death. Then, Ning Wuming's face became extremely ferocious. He said coldly, Yang Dingtian, you've sullied my beloved woman. I told you at that time that I'll definitely take revenge. I'll make you beg for death. I don't dare to touch your son. I don't dare to touch your master's wife either. But as for your 2 wives, I will definitely humiliate them to the point where they will beg for death but not be able to. You made my beloved woman pregnant. That's right, I won't hurt the child. I'll still treat him like my own son. I'll even give the Ning clan to him. But as revenge, I'll make your wives give birth to 10 children for me. Then, I'll make them work like cows, horses, pigs, dogs. Because they're your women's children. They're just the products of my revenge. Stupid Yang Dingtian. You're really nothing. It's so easy for me to destroy your Council of Light without any effort. Ning Wuming pursed his lips and said, do you want to live? Yang Dingtian had almost lost his ability to react. He stared blankly at Ning Wuming. If you want to live, hand over the treasure you had in the Devil City's merchant palace and I'll spare your life. Alright, at least I won't castrate you. Ning Wuming said. Isn't that fake? You want the treasure from me, isn't that fake? Yang Dingtian said in a daze. Fake and fake, real and fake. When will your brain become smarter? Ning Wuming said, this treasure is real. Then, I'm sorry, I won't make the deal. Yang Dingtian said. Don't worry, you'll make the deal. When I humiliate your wife in front of you and torture her, you'll make the deal. Ning Wuming said indifferently. At this moment, Zhu Qingzhu's eyes revealed a trace of pity. Then, he lifted his black cloak and revealed his true face. Sigh, Yang Dingtian, I'm starting to sympathize with you. Zhu Qingzhu said indifferently, but I still have to say, you're too stupid, too childish. You'll jump into any trap. It's fine if you kill yourself, but you've killed Qin Wanchou and the others as well. Ning Wuming, let my wife go. Yang Dingtian suddenly said. How? Don't humiliate them? Ning Wuming sneered. Yang Dingtian's face trembled and said, I beg you, let my wife go. Kill yourself, then I'll consider it, but I can't guarantee it. Ning Wuming said. Okay, remember your words. Yang Dingtian suddenly slammed his palm on his lower abdomen. No. Duan Ruyan roared and rushed forward to stop him. However, Yang Dingtian's palm had already hit his own energy sea. Blood immediately spurted out, his Xian veins instantly shattered and blood spurted out. Then, his entire body flew out like a straw. As for the puppet battle devil Yi Wuchen behind him, it flew out like a puppet without any reaction. Duan Ruyan quickly rushed over and hugged Yang Dingtian, desperately injecting her Xianxia. Yang Dingtian's mouth was full of blood. He said to Ning Wuming, remember your words. What words? Ning Wuming said. I'll kill myself, and you let my wife go. Yang Dingtian said. I only said I'll consider it. Ning Wuming pursed his lips, as if he had fallen into hesitation. Then, he said, okay, I've considered it. The answer is, I won't let her go. I'll still torture your wife 1,000 times, make them give birth to 10 children, and then become pigs or dogs. You'll die a horrible death. Yang Dingtian roared. Then, blood spurted out and he directly fainted. Suddenly, only Duan Ruyan and a walking corpse were left in Yang Dingtian's battle. Ning Wuming spread out his hands towards Zhu Qingzhu and said, look. We've won. Yang Dingtian's entire army has been wiped out, it's just that simple. Ha ha ha. Zhu Qingzhu laughed and said, young Master Ning is indeed amazing, this Zhu is really amazed. I never thought that intelligence and schemes could be so powerful, completely wiping out the insufferably arrogant Council of Light. Then, Zhu Qingzhu laughed and said, let's go to Cloud Heaven City and reap the fruits of our victory. Yang Dingtian's wife will be mine, and his mother-in-law will be yours? Ning Wuming laughed. That's right, that's it. Zhu Qingzhu laughed and said, after taking Yang Dingtian's woman, we'll go and reap his territory. It's a territory of 40,000 li, divided equally among 3 families. Sorry, it's divided equally between 2 families, Ning Wuming suddenly said. 2 families? What do you mean? Is young Master Ning really so noble? Zhu Qingzhu's gaze trembled slightly. I've said it before, I can't tell if my words are true or false. Ning Wuming looked at Zhu Qingzhu and said seriously, but, what I said just now about killing you is true. Do you think I'll tolerate you selling me to the vulture sect? Zhu Qingzhu's expression changed drastically, and he said sternly, do you think you can kill me? Ning Wuming said, the matter of the token in my hand is also true. Lone mutant, listen to my orders, kill Zhu Qingzhu. Yes. Lone Mutant was filled with unwillingness as he roared. Instantly, the two martial masters and dozens of martial masters from Joyous Palace turned around and faced Zhu Qingzhu. The dozens of martial masters from Ning clan also turned around and faced Zhu Qingzhu. Suddenly, it became a battle between 20 martial masters from Evil Ways and 20 martial masters from Black Heaven sect. Zhu Qingzhu laughed loudly and said, "You're just 2 martial masters and 20 martial masters. What can you do to me?" Ning Wuming spread out his hands and said, "Sect Master Zhu, I never fight an unprepared battle. I once told Yang Dingtian that I have a martial master spy in Black Heaven sect. Do you think it's true?" Zhu Qingzhu's expression changed drastically, and he looked at the martial masters beside him. "It's false," Ning Wuming said, "because it's not 1, but 2 martial masters." Kill. Instantly, the 2 martial masters behind Zhu Qingzhu appeared. Ning Wuming and his group, as well as the mysterious martial master, were like black shadows as they struck toward Zhu Qingzhu's back like lightning. At the same time, the Ning clan and Joyous Palace's experts all charged toward Zhu Qingzhu. "Zhu Qingzhu, your end is here," Ning Wuming sneered. At the same time, on the dark mountain peak far away, 2 people were playing chess while watching the battle. Sect Master Dongfeng, Yang Dingtian has gone astray. Qin Wanchou suddenly sighed. Note, the first update has been delivered with 6,000 words. I'll continue with the second update. Please vote for me. Boom, 4 martial grandmasters and dozens of martial grandmasters gathered all their strength and attacked Zhu Qingzhu. How shocking was this kind of energy? It was close to destroying the heavens and earth. Zhu Qingzhu's body shot up into the sky like a cannonball. He wanted to dodge the attack as fast as he could. However, no matter how fast he was still hit by the powerful force. His tall body shook violently, and blood spurted out. His body froze. Immediately, Ning Wuming and the 4 great masters of Evil Ways rushed over like lightning and chased after him. At the same time, another great master of the Black Sky sect rushed over to protect Zhu Qingzhu. As for the remaining grandmasters, they were engaged in a chaotic battle. More than 20 masters of the Evil Ways were fighting against more than 20 masters of the Black Sky sect. In an instant, the entire cloud sky plateau shook and thunder filled the sky. Once the original allies turned against each other, they became even more vicious and wanted to kill each other. On the other hand, Zhu Qingzhu and another great master of the Black Sky sect were fighting against the 4 great masters of the Evil Ways. Zhu Qingzhu knew from the beginning that the unknown great master beside him was a monitor sent by the Temple of Annihilation. However, Zhu Qingzhu did not expect Yu Ning's identity to be an infiltrator of the Evil Ways. Evil Ways had infiltrated the Black Sky sect the most. Zhu Qingzhu knew this very well. A few years ago, another infiltrator of the Evil Ways had appeared in the Black Sky sect. However, Yu Ning was his youngest martial uncle. He had always been honest and diligent. He had always been the most loyal person and had never taken advantage of his seniority. Moreover, his talent was originally not enough for a great master. It was only when Zhu Qingzhu gave him the 3rd grade evil spirit energy that he successfully broke through to the great master level. Therefore, he never thought that Yu Ning was an infiltrator of the Evil Ways. However, his senior brother, Zhu Qingqi, who was fighting side by side with him, was usually at odds with Zhu Qingzhu. More than 20 years ago, he was Zhu Qingzhu's strong competitor for the position of the Black Sky sect master. On the surface, the person who was most loyal to him wanted to kill him. On the other hand, the person who was at odds with him was going through life and death with him. Zhu Qingzhu sighed inwardly. "Senior brother Zhua, I know this is not the right time, but I still want to apologize to you." "I'm sorry," Zhu Qingzhu said loudly. "There's no need for that. Even if I don't agree with you, you're still the Black Heaven sect leader," Zhu Qingqi said coldly. "Haha, then we'll be fellow disciples in hell," Zhu Qingzhu said loudly. "Forget it. I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore," Zhu Qingqi said coldly. What would happen if 40 to 50 grandmasters fought each other? In the end, it was like an earthquake, but also like a sky full of lightning and thunder. In the air, there were countless loud booms, countless flames, and countless light swords. The dozens of people were like hundreds of streaks of light, crazily shuttling through hundreds of miles of space. countless sword auras and flames, countless profound skills, burst forth in the air. The dark night sky was as bright as day. Looking up, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. It was bizarre. Boom, the terrifying sword radiance stood on the huge rock. Instantly, the huge boulder shattered. More than 10 master-grade Xian skills fiercely struck the mountain peak. In an instant, the mountain peak, which was dozens of meters tall, was shattered. There was no doubt that the battle between dozens of grandmasters was the most magnificent scene in the past few hundred years. In comparison, the battle between 6 grandmasters was nothing to write home about. Because once they reached the grandmaster level, they would instead use even fewer profound skills and martial spirits. It was completely a battle of pure profound qi. Moreover, even if the two parties were crazily fighting each other, their auras were firmly locked onto Yang Dingtian and Duan Ruyan, not giving them any chance to escape. Zhu Qingzhu did not want to continue fighting. He frantically tried to escape from the battlefield. However, the 4 grandmasters locked onto his surroundings, not giving him any chance to escape. 3 of the 4 grandmasters were fighting Zhu Qingzhu, while Ning's group was fighting Zhu Qingqi. The battle between grandmasters was like a scene in hell. It was filled with chaos and darkness. There were no gorgeous lights, no shocking Xian skills. It was just a saber, a sword, and a palm. Among the 3 grandmasters surrounding Zhu Qingzhu, Guduiran's cultivation was the highest. He was a 7-star grandmaster, while the rest were mid-level. Grandmasters. Zhu Qingzhu was ambushed at the beginning. In his panic, he was hit twice in a row. Blood spurted from his mouth, and his body was injured. However, after he calmed down, he managed to stabilize the situation. With a sharp sword in his hand, he fought 3 grandmasters. Although he was at a disadvantage, the more he fought, the more stable he became. After he stabilized, his sword moves became more and more ordinary and plain. However, they became more and more invulnerable. Guduiran and the other 2 grandmasters of evil ways were more and more helpless against him. Haha, it won't be that easy to kill me with just 3 grandmasters. Zhu Qingzhu sneered. Then, the battle between the 2 parties was completely deadlocked. A few hundred miles away, Dongfang Minmi and Qin Wanzhou, who were watching the battle in the dark, were stunned when they saw this scene. They thought that Zhu Qingzhu would definitely die under the siege of 3 grandmasters. Guduiran was a 7-star grandmaster, and the other 2 were mid-level grandmasters. Who would have thought that after the initial panic, Zhu Qingzhu would become more and more stable in the battle? He was fighting 3 grandmasters alone, and his opponents were completely helpless against him. This Zhu Qingzhu is really strong. No wonder he's the #1 expert in the Taekwondo League, Qin Wanzhou said. Qin Wanzhou said, if we didn't have the sect master's strategy and rashly started the battle, even if it was 6 martial grandmasters against 6 martial grandmasters, it would still be hard to say who would win. That's right. There is a world of difference between great grandmasters and great grandmasters. Dongfang Minmi said, it seems like Zhu Qingzhu alone can stop you, me, and Uncle Master Ning Busi. According to the original plan, this battle hasn't started yet. Now that the battle has reached a deadlock, what should we do? Qin Wanzhou asked, should we join in? Dongfang Minmi shook his head. If they joined in now, Zhu Qingzhu and the evil ways would quickly stop fighting and join forces against the outside world. Ning Wuming also didn't expect this to happen. 3 grandmasters couldn't even take down Zhu Qingzhu. He had already fallen out with Zhu Qingzhu, and they would never rest until one of them was dead. If he couldn't kill Zhu Qingzhu by the time the token melted, it would be the time of his death. Ah-san, kill him. Ning Wuming ordered. Yes. The mysterious grandmaster who was shrouded in darkness had such a ridiculous name. He was called Ah-san. After receiving Ning Wuming's order, Ah-san's body suddenly expanded rapidly. Then, it started to devour the surrounding darkness. His entire body was quickly shrouded in darkness, and he became an incomparably huge shadow. Boom. Then, his entire body, along with the surrounding dark energy, turned into a black shadow and rushed toward Zhu Qingzhu. Wherever this black shadow passed, everything was instantly corroded. Everything within a few thousand meters was instantly corroded and turned into disgusting black ashes. So, it's a dead spirit. Zhu Qingzhu sneered. In an instant, San turned into endless darkness and rushed in front of Zhu Qingzhu, wanting to pass through his body. Ah! Zhu Qingzhu roared and struck out with his palm. In an instant, a distorted light shadow suddenly separated from his body. It was as if his entire body was separated, and another clone appeared. Zhu Qingzhu's distorted doppelganger suddenly burst out and tore apart a huge energy shield. In an instant, San's dead spirit slammed into the energy shield. Ah! In an instant, the dead spirit let out a terrifying scream. Its black cloak was shattered, and its entire body exploded into pieces, turning into countless black smoke that filled the air. Only 2 eyes were left, like 2 will-o'-the-wisps, floating in all directions. Zhu Qingzhu sneered. Ning Wuming, don't forget that I'm a level 2 evil spirit, 1 level higher than you. Then, he suddenly retracted his hand. The light shadow of the evil spirit suddenly retracted into his body. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. A level 2 evil spirit could actually fight without a body, and it could completely resist all damage. But then, Zhu Qingzhu was also stunned. That was because the shattered San's dead spirit began to reform in the air, and finally, it completely recovered. However, this time it was not covered by the black cloak, and its terrifying body was completely exposed. Everyone could see the appearance of this undead spirit. Its 2 ghostly fire-like eyes were the soul of this undead spirit, and its beating heart was the original source of its life. Its lower abdomen was the qi that was wrapped in the energy of a 3rd-grade evil spirit. Other than that, there was nothing else on its body. It was completely covered in black smoke. This was the evil ways of the dead spirit, and it was even more powerful than the war puppet demon. It retained its intelligence, and it was impossible to kill. An undead spirit that can't be killed. Hee, so what? Zhu Qingzhu sneered. Then, he suddenly raised his sword. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, his body began to split into 2, and then 3. Zhu Qingzhu, when Yang Dingtian and Duan Ruyan saw the scene, they were stunned once again. If it were not for this battle, they would not have seen this terrifying scene. Ning Wuming had a great grandmaster undead spirit, an undead spirit that could not be killed. As for Zhu Qingzhu, he could actually create an evil spirit clone. Instantly, the 3 Zhu Qingzhu, real and fake, fought against the 3 great grandmasters of the evil ways. Of the 3 Zhu Qingzhu, only 1 was real. However, no one could tell the difference. Only when you hit 1 Zhu Qingzhu and found that he was completely unharmed would you know that it was fake. In an instant, the 3 great grandmasters of the evil ways fell into a disadvantageous position. Hiss! The Joyous Palace's great elder pierced his sword through Zhu Qingzhu, and found that he was completely unharmed. Another fake! The Joyous Palace's great elder said angrily. Then, he pulled out his sword and turned to deal with the other one. However, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. He saw Zhu Qingzhu's sword piercing his back, directly piercing his heart. Then, it shook violently. In an instant, the Joyous Palace's great elder's heart shattered. Then, his entire body was completely shattered. After his body shattered, the Joyous Palace's great elder suddenly turned into a mournful soul. Under the protection of the evil spirit clone, he frantically tried to escape. Sorry, I'm the real one. Zhu Qingzhu sneered and wiped the wound on his left chest. He was actually so ruthless, allowing the other party to pierce through his body without the slightest hindrance, making the other party think that he was a fake. Then, with a lightning-fast sword, he instantly killed the other party. Under the siege of the 3 great grandmasters, not only did Zhu Qingzhu not lose, he even used the evil spirit clone technique to kill one of them. Now, he only had 2 great grandmasters left. The great elder's soul turned into a stream of light and frantically escaped. Want to run? Dream on. Zhu Qingzhu sneered. Then, the evil spirit clone suddenly left his body and chased after the great elder's soul. His clone instantly turned into an inescapable net and caught the escaping soul. After catching the great elder's soul, Zhu Qingzhu's evil spirit clone returned to his body. Undead warrior can't be killed? I don't think so. Ha ha ha. Zhu Qingzhu laughed loudly and suddenly stuffed the great elder's soul into the undead warrior's body. Suddenly, two souls were stuffed into the undead warrior's body. Instantly, the undead warrior began to lose control. He completely lost control of his body and his black body began to twist and tear. Two balls of will-o'-the-wisp eyes began to change shape. Then, an incomparably mournful roar came from the sky. Whoosh! Xianxia once again created a clone. His main body was fighting the joyous palace master alone. His evil spirit clone left his body and suddenly appeared in front of the undead warrior who had lost control. The evil spirit clone suddenly pierced into the will-o'-the-wisp eyes of the undead warrior and tore it apart. The undead warrior let out a terrifying howl. Dark energy crazily overflowed and pierced the huge rocks below, shattering them inch by inch. The trees in the distance instantly withered. Undead warrior, can't you really kill him? Xianxia's evil spirit clone laughed loudly. Then, he pierced his hand into the undead warrior's lower abdomen and grabbed the chi protected by the evil spirit clone and pulled it out. Undead warrior, can't you really kill him? Xianxia's other hand pierced into the undead warrior's chest and pulled out the demon spirit heart. In an instant, the undead warrior's body was completely distorted. Its chi was grabbed and its heart was pulled out. However, it didn't completely leave its body. There was still a black energy connected to its body, but its entire body was completely distorted. However, it still couldn't be killed. Can't you really kill him? Xianxia said malevolently. Then, his evil spirit clone suddenly opened its mouth. Suddenly, the most terrifying scene appeared. Xianxia's originally handsome and mighty evil spirit clone was now horribly deformed. Its mouth became incomparably huge and swallowed the undead warrior. That's right, it was going to eat him alive. A snake could swallow an animal that was much bigger than itself. As for Xianxia's evil spirit avatar, it devoured the undead warrior 1 foot at a time. Just like that, it ate him. After eating him, Xianxia's evil spirit clone was completely distorted. Its entire body was surging. Whoosh! The evil spirit clone shrunk back into its main body. Xianxia sneered at the joyous palace master and Ningwuming. Ningwuming, your end has arrived. Note, the second update is 4,100 words. Today's second update is over 10,000 words. Please support me. Note, I recommend a book by a sincere author, taking charge of the celestial kingdom. A Xianxia type of farming and development is very rare. After Xianxia finished speaking. Whoosh 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 whoosh. In an instant, his entire body was torn into countless clones and rushed toward the lone man like a tide. In an instant, countless light shadows suddenly penetrated the lone man's body. Pop! The lone man's clothes suddenly burst open, revealing his bony and terrifying body. Then, the skin all over his body shattered inch by inch. The bright red muscles were exposed, and it was incomparably terrifying. After countless Xianxia penetrated his body, his hair was pulled out by the roots one by one, and countless flesh and blood were torn apart inch by inch. In an instant, he became a mangled muscle man. Roar! In the end, Xianxia let out a ferocious roar at his terrifying body. Suddenly, it was like the roar of an ancient giant beast, earth-shattering. The snow mountain in the distance once again collapsed. This roar was like the shockwave of a nuclear bomb. In an instant, the lone man's body was blown away like a straw. Blood splattered everywhere, and the flesh and blood on his body were torn apart inch by inch. You, the lone man, love to roar the most. Today, I will also roar for you to see. Xianxia said coldly. The lone man who flew thousands of meters away was now badly mutilated, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Xianxia suddenly turned his head and looked at Ning and the others. He sneered, "Junior Uncle Ning, I didn't expect that an honest person like you would betray us." Ning and the others were completely frightened by Xianxia's supreme pressure. They were originally on par with Xianxia, but at this moment, their hearts were in a frenzy, and they were completely at a disadvantage. Xianxia slowly moved forward, and Ning and the others followed. When Xianxia saw Xianxia's terrifying appearance, he immediately frowned and retreated to the side, not hiding the disgust in his eyes. "Senior brother, I also don't want to do this. I also don't want the evil spirit to control my body, but I have no choice. If I don't do this, we will all die." Zhu Qingzhu said to Zhu Qingqi. When Ning and the others saw Zhu Qingzhu coming, they desperately tried to escape. His speed of escape was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. Zhu Qingzhu was just like a dragon or a tiger, following them unhurriedly. Zhu Qingzhu's speed seemed very slow, but he completely enveloped Ning Cheng's group. Then, in the blink of an eye, Ning Yi's group discovered that Zhu Qingzhu was standing right in front of him. Martial Uncle Ning, how does it feel to betray me? Tell me how you feel, Zhu Qingzhu said indifferently. I am a lurker of evil ways. I have always been loyal to the Temple of Annihilation, Ning Yixing said. I don't mind betraying you because I have no other choice. No. Zhu Qingzhu sneered, low-level evil ways infiltrators don't have a choice, but those above the Grandmaster level can have their own will. You betrayed me because you thought I was dead for sure. Zhu Qingzhu, you keep talking about betrayal. Did you not betray the Tiando League yourself? Aren't you a lackey of evil ways? Ning Yixing sneered. I'm not. Zhu Qingzhu roared, don't treat me like a dog like you. I'm just a collaborator of the Temple of Annihilation. I don't even care about that cripple Li Ming, let alone Ning Wuming. You. How dare you humiliate the Crown Prince? Ning Yixing said in a trembling voice. Bullshit Crown Prince. He's just a dog. A dog that's jealous of Yang Dingtian. Zhu Qingzhu smiled and said, Martial Uncle Ning, since you've always been honest and sincere, I'll give you a chance. I'll let you have one move. Ning Yixing's body trembled. Then, a strange smile appeared on his face. No need, Zhu Qingzhu. If we die together. You shouldn't talk so much nonsense with me, then, suddenly. Boom, then, Ning Yixing's body suddenly exploded, and his body was instantly smashed to pieces. He had detonated his sea of qi. Suddenly, a blinding light shot out, illuminating the entire night sky as if it were daytime. A Grandmaster detonating his sea of qi was terrifying. It was like a small nuclear bomb. Although it was a few thousand meters above the ground below it was instantly turned into dust. A mountain peak directly below it was flattened. Ning Yixing was decisive. When he saw that he was going to die, he immediately detonated his sea of qi and escaped with his soul. The blinding white light was 100 times brighter than the sun. Within 1,000 meters, it could almost blind people. One had to know that the sea of qi was completely condensed from celestial qi. A Grandmaster's sea of qi was condensed over a few decades. It was tens or even hundreds of times stronger than the Grandmaster's own energy. Therefore, even if a Grandmaster detonated his sea of qi, a Grandmaster would not be able to withstand it. Ning Yixing was a Grandmaster. Perhaps only a half-saint could withstand the detonation of his sea of qi. The Grandmasters from the Ning clan and Black Heaven sect all stopped fighting. They stared at the terrifying white light to see if Zhu Qingzhu was dead. Ning Wuming's face was filled with ferocity and excitement. If he knew that Zhu Qingzhu was so powerful, he would not have turned against him. He had already ordered the 3 great Grandmasters to kill Zhu Qingzhu alone. Logically speaking, it should have been a sure thing. Who would have thought that things would turn out like this? If he knew that Zhu Qingzhu was so powerful, he would have obediently stayed under Zhu Qingzhu's pressure. Now, it was too late. However, he did not expect that the completely demonized Zhu Qingzhu's brain was not enough. He actually allowed Ning Yixing to stall for time before detonating his sea of qi. No one could withstand the detonation of a Grandmaster's sea of qi, including Zhu Qingzhu. Even if he was a 9-star Grandmaster. Zhu Qingzhu was dead meat. His soul would not die, but his body would. Without the body of a 9-star Grandmaster, Zhu Qingzhu's soul was nothing. In the distance, Qin Wanchou and Dongfang Minmi also held their breaths as they looked in this direction. The white light gradually faded. Everyone saw the result. A figure with long hair and long robes fluttering in the wind. Amidst the blinding white light, he faced the sky with his hands raised high. It was as if he was enjoying being bathed in this powerful energy light. Zhu Qingzhu was safe and sound. Not to mention death, even a strand of his hair was not damaged. There seemed to be a layer of terrifying energy that enveloped his entire body. Seeing everyone looking at him, Zhu Qingzhu slowly stretched out his hand and grabbed a light figure. It was Ning Yixing's soul, which was wrapped in an evil spirit. He could not escape in time and was caught alive. He screamed and struggled crazily. "Idiot, you're too stupid." Zhu Qingzhu pursed his lips and then squeezed. "Ah!" Ning Yixing's soul screamed miserably. Then, it was squeezed into the size of a peanut. Zhu Qingzhu gently threw it into his mouth and chewed. Ning Yixing's soul was crazily chewed and cut in Zhu Qingzhu's mouth. His screams were even more soul-stirring. It was as if one's soul was going to scatter. Four martial grandmasters had been completely wiped out by Zhu Qingzhu alone, whether it was Yang Dingtian, Qin Wanzhou, or Dongfang Menmi, they all felt their hair stand on end. Fortunately, they did not directly start a battle. Otherwise, they would not have just lost. They would not even know how they died. Four grandmasters had been wiped out by Zhu Qingzhu alone. Moreover, the cultivation of these four grandmasters was almost higher than Yang Dingtian's side. After chewing, Zhu Qingzhu directly swallowed Ning Yixing's soul. Then, he said to Ning Wuming, "It's your turn." Ning Wuming's face trembled slightly. He said, "Sect leader Zhu, I regret it." "Is that okay?" "No, I've looked down on you for a long time. Even if you don't fall out with me today, I will." Zhu Qingzhu said, "In my eyes, you've always been worse than a pig or a dog." Ning Wuming's face twisted. He said, "Then, I admit that I'm a pig or a dog. I'll beg for mercy." "Is that okay?" "No." Zhu Qingzhu said, "If you're Yang Dingtian, I can spare you. But you're a dog. That won't do. This won't do, that won't do. That's really bad." Ning Wuming said miserably. "Then, are you ready to die?" Zhu Qingzhu asked. "Death is so scary. Even if I prepare for 10 years, it won't be enough." Ning Wuming said with a pained expression. Then, he pointed behind Zhu Qingzhu and said, "Sect leader Zhu, look behind you." "What's behind you?" Zhu Qingzhu turned his head slightly. Ning Wuming fled frantically. His ability to escape was quite impressive. Last time, he had escaped from Dongfang Mimi's hands alive. Zhu Qingzhu ignored him and allowed him to escape. That was because there was indeed an unforeseen event behind him. The lonely man, whose body was badly mutilated and whose muscles and veins were exposed, crawled up again like a malicious spirit. "Zhu Qingzhu, no one in this world can kill me." "So, you can't give me doomsday," the terrifying lonely man said slowly. "Oh, is that so?" Zhu Qingzhu said. Then, he waved his hand lightly. Bang! Ning Wuming, who had already escaped more than 10 miles away, suddenly realized that the air in front of him had suddenly turned into an incomparably sturdy energy wall. He was suddenly bounced back. In an instant, his head was broken and bleeding. Then, the energy wall suddenly surrounded him and turned into a prison, trapping him inside. Then, Ning Wuming was brought back alive. Divine skill, it was really a divine skill. "We haven't finished talking. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Zhu Qingzhu asked Ning Wuming. Ning Wuming said with a pained expression, There's nothing to talk about." "I originally wanted to talk to you about your dreams and life," Zhu Qingzhu said. "You said that I sold you to the Vulture sect." "That's true, but you thought that I sold myself to the Vulture sect. That's false and slanderous. Who am I, Zhu Qingzhu, to rely on? I'm only one step away from becoming a half-saint. Once I break through, I'll flatten the Vulture sect and pay them back for the humiliation they gave me. Do you know who I hate the most in this world? The first person I hate is the person who gave me the evil spirit. Because I knelt before him, I can't stand up anymore. The second person I hate is the Vulture sect. I've already knelt once, and he wants me to kneel a second time. Yang Dingtian had defeated me before and had beaten me until I was covered in dirt. This time, the Cloud Sky Pavilion had split the city and had even schemed against me, causing me to vomit blood from anger. But I don't hate him at all. I think he's very cute. I think this junior is very promising. I want to kill him because I can't live with him. But I don't hate him at all. In fact, I like him a lot. But people like you are different. You're filthy and disgusting to the extreme. You're worse than pigs and dogs. After saying that, Zhu Qingzhu said to the strange man, "What killing move do you have? Hurry up. Don't dilly-dally. I can't wait any longer." The strange man's bloody face revealed an incomparably complicated and painful expression. Then, he said, "Zhu Qingzhu, just like how you don't want to completely turn into a devil and let the evil spirit control you, I don't want to completely transform and let that beast control me. But, there's no other way. Aoo." Instantly, the strange man let out an earth-shaking roar. In an instant, the heavens and earth shook. On a mountaintop hundreds of miles away, heavy snow violently collapsed, burying Qin Wanzhou and Dongfang Minmi. Within 1,000 miles, all the animals were so frightened that they pissed their pants. Then, the strange man's body began to swell and crack, and he began to change shape. His entire head swelled by dozens of times, revealing terrifying fangs at the tip of a sword. No one would ever forget this scene. The strange man's appearance of a muscular man was already horrifying and disgusting enough. Now, his head instantly swelled by dozens of times, growing long and sharp. 2 fangs suddenly grew, no less than a foot long. 2 bloody horns split out from his head, no less than 3 feet long. His entire head was no less than 4 to 5 meters in size. As for his body, it was still a human body, only 1/10 the size of his head. Therefore, this appearance suddenly became incomparably strange and disgusting. Immediately, his body also began to swell and burst. It swelled by dozens of times, no less than several tens of meters tall. His 2 hands were still 2 hands, but they were like claws. His terrible nails were no less than a foot long. His 2 feet had completely become claws. His legs were more than a meter long, with a pair of eyes. They swayed and were dripping with blood. Then, 2 bloody flesh wings suddenly grew from his back, and finally became a pair of wings that were dozens of meters long. The flesh on his nose was completely shattered, and only the snow-white nasal bone was exposed. 2 eyes burst out of his body. 2 ears were strangely huge. The strange man had become a living devil that looked like the Shura of hell. A ferocious and terrifying monster that was dripping with blood. Even someone as powerful as Zhu Qingzhu was completely stunned by this scene, and his eyes trembled slightly. As for the experts of the Black Sky sect and the Ning clan, they had completely forgotten about the slaughter and were staring blankly at this horrifying scene. On the other hand, Yang Dingtian's side was completely shocked. They had already imagined this earth-shattering battle to the extreme, but they did not expect this scene to occur. They did not even have any concept of the strange man in front of them that had turned into a monster. "Zhu Qingzhu, you don't want to become like that, and I don't want to become like this either," the strange man said in a deep and terrifying voice. "You kneeled to me, and I kneeled to someone. You want to be strong, and I want to be strong too. So, he gave you a second-grade evil spirit. But he gave me this." Zhu Qingzhu suppressed the trembling in his heart and asked, What is this? Does the Yiksha know?" The strange man said in pain, "He put me together with the Yiksha of hell. He wanted to do an experiment on me. He put the Yiksha's heart and demon core in my body, and he even implanted a Yiksha Xian vein into my body. As long as I don't transform, it will hibernate. But I still have to support it. That's why I'm so skinny that I don't look like a human or a ghost. I was a 7-star martial grandmaster more than 10 years ago, and I'm still a 7-star martial grandmaster now. I want to be strong? It's simple. Transform. But I don't want to." Zhu Qingzhu fell silent. "That's why I really admire Du Gushao." At that time, he straightforwardly said, "No." Solitary Mutant said, "Green Master Zhu, tell me, where did you kneel at that time?" "Soul leaving palace." Zhu Qingzhu said. "What a coincidence, I was there too," the strange man said. "Du Gushao went there too, but he didn't ask for anything and came out. Of course, he might have asked for something, but it was different from us. I remember that there was another person besides the 3 of us. I saw the footprints of a 4th person," Zhu Qingzhu said. "That person went there earlier than us." "Yes," the strange man said. "Alright, we've finished reminiscing about the past. Let's fight. But I promise you, no matter who wins or loses, we'll kill Ning Wuming." "Excellent, excellent." Zhu Qingzhu said. Ning Wuming's face suddenly twitched. Poochie, Poochie. The strange man flapped his wings and flew into the sky like a demon. Suddenly, the entire sky was filled with a bloody rain. Then, he stretched out his right hand. Suddenly, an incomparably sharp claw stretched out and condensed into a huge bone sword more than 10 meters long. Ah! The monster was alone, and it suddenly slashed down with its sword. Boom! The shocking thunder, accompanied by a monstrous rain of blood, smashed toward Zhu Qingzhu. Ah! Zhu Qingzhu suddenly roared. He raised the sword in his hand and blocked. Bang! There was a loud sound. The ground more than 10 miles below was suddenly torn apart. A fortress was instantly shattered. The battle between these two top experts had become even more simple and unadorned. It even looked more clumsy. You slash with your sword, I block with my strength. The power of the strange man's sword was as shocking as the sky. It smashed onto Zhu Qingzhu's sword. In an instant, Zhu Qingzhu's body suddenly deformed. Zhu Qingzhu, who was originally 1.9 meters tall, was instantly crushed and deformed. He was less than a meter tall. All the bones in his body were shattered. All the skin on his body burst open. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were crushed inch by inch, turning into mush. Blood spurted out, and countless broken bones shot out of his body like bullets. The handsome and mighty Zhu Qingzhu instantly turned into a bloody gourd. Anyone who encountered such a situation would have died a long time ago. However, the terrifying evil spirit energy quickly repaired Zhu Qingzhu's entire body. The internal organs that were shattered into mud were intact inch by inch. The shattered bones were restored inch by inch. The cracked skin was restored inch by inch. Ah! The strange man roared, and the giant sword in his hand was still crazily pressed down. Suddenly, Zhu Qingzhu's body, which had just recovered, was instantly destroyed again. The energy wall that trapped Ning Wuming was also instantly shattered. Ning Wuming continued to flee frantically. The strange man suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped. Pa! With a loud noise, Ning Wuming was slapped to the ground from more than 10 miles away. Blood spurted wildly, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. The strange man's sword continued to press down. Zhu Qingzhu went from 1 meter to 1.5 feet. His whole body was like a meat patty. Bang! His 2 eyes suddenly popped out of their sockets. Blood spurted wildly all over his body. The speed of recovery was far less than the speed of destruction. Zhu Qingzhu, it seems that the thing that person gave me is still more powerful. The strange man said, sure enough, the uglier, the stronger. Note, the first update is 5,200 words, I will continue to write the second update, please vote. Xianxia, it was a dark creature that lived thousands of miles underground. It could survive under extreme temperature and pressure. Not only was it invulnerable to swords and spears, but it was also invulnerable to ice and fire. Its attack method was very simple and direct. It was pure strength. Hundreds of thousands of kilograms, or even millions of kilograms of strength. It didn't release fire energy or ice energy. It was pure strength that made it invulnerable to swords and spears. Zhu Qingzhu, on the other hand, had a second-grade evil spirit that could resist almost any kind of energy damage. It could even ignore the self-destruction of a grandmaster. However, the lone mutant's Xianxia was the most direct form of physical suppression. Moreover, it was a Xianxia that had cultivated for thousands of years. How terrifying was its strength, his second-grade evil spirit couldn't protect his body at all. Zhu Qingzhu, you are very strong. I don't doubt it at all. Apart from a few 200-year-old immortals, you are invincible. The demon said coldly, but don't forget, humans will never be able to compete with demonic beasts. I am no longer a human, but a 1,000-year-old Xianxia. I'm not something a mere mortal like you can resist. Zhu Qingzhu's body had been pressed down to a height of 1 foot. The evil spirit's energy couldn't restore his body anymore. His entire body was shattering and collapsing. His sea of qi had also begun to shatter. Just like what the Xianxia had said, the strength of humans couldn't be compared to demon beasts. The difference in strength between humans and demon beasts of the same level was more than 10 times. The Xianxia had become a 1,000-year-old demon beast. It was an extremely terrifying Xianxia. It could be said that except for a few 200-year-old ancestors, no one could resist the power of its sword. Including Qin Wanzhou and Dongfang Minmi, anyone who tried to stop it would die, let alone Yang Dingtian. Zhu Qingzhu, on the other hand, was already extremely heaven-defying to be pressed down to a height of 1 foot. This was because the Xianxia's energy was at least 1,000,000 kilograms. Moreover, Xianxia lived thousands of miles underground in the extremely dark domain. Not only was it invulnerable to swords and spears, but even ice and fire couldn't harm it. Zhu Qingzhu's sea of qi began to crack. Once the qi sea completely exploded, Zhu Qingzhu's body would be destroyed. After losing the body of a 9-star martial grandmaster, even if his soul was a second-class evil spirit, he would still need to possess another body to be reborn. But in this world, he could no longer find such a powerful body. Of course, some might say that Zhu Qingzhu had an evil spirit doppelganger. Why didn't he use it? At this time, his body was completely protected by the evil spirit. I will miss you, Zhu Qingzhu. Gudu roared. His bone sword slammed down, wanting to crush Zhu Qingzhu into pieces. Zhu Qingzhu had already been squashed into a bloody meat patty, but he was still laughing. Haha, this battle is really satisfying. Zhu Qingzhu teared up. He really defeated 10 people by himself. Even though I'm close to a demi-saint, and even though I have a second-class evil spirit, I still can't withstand the force of a few million pounds. My evil spirit avatar can't come out. However, no one has seen my martial spirit before. It's time for it to come out for a walk today. Boom, in an instant, a black shadow flew out from Zhu Qingzhu's body. Ha 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 ha, then, a shrill and terrifying laughter came from the air. It was neither male nor female, neither yin nor yang. This martial soul was a mass of black shadows and black smoke. It could take any shape. However, when it floated, it vaguely had the shape of a human. It wore a pointy hat, and its whole body was withered, twisted, and incomparably long. Seeing this martial spirit, Qin Wanzhou asked in a trembling voice, Sect Master Dongfang, you know what kind of demonic beast this is? I have never seen it before. I haven't even seen it in books, Dongfang Minmi said. Qin Wanzhou's heart suddenly turned cold. If even Dongfang Minmi had never heard of it, it was almost equivalent to no one in this world knowing. However, I can roughly guess what kind of demonic beast it is, Dongfang Minmi said. What? Qin Wanzhou asked. Energy demonic beast, soul-devouring beast. Dongfang Minmi said, no wonder Zhu Qingzhu didn't cultivate a sword soul with his talent. It's because he has an almost heaven-defying soul-devouring beast. Perhaps, the soul-devouring Xianxia he cultivates has a lot to do with the soul-devouring beast. Soul-devouring beast? The lonely man said in a trembling voice. That's right, soul-devouring beast. Zhu Qingzhu said coldly, after I obtained the second-grade evil spirit, I personally went to the ghost netherworld to catch it. Ha 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 ha. The soul-devouring beast was still laughing wildly, dancing in the air. Wherever it passed, it destroyed, polluted, and tarnished everything. Even the light of the moon and the air were polluted. Ha ha ha. It suddenly passed through a mountain. In an instant, the places it passed through, the snow, the mountain rocks, and the places it passed through were instantly corroded into disgusting black mud. Wherever it passed, all life was cut off, and everything became extremely dirty. Ha ha ha, the soul-devouring beast flew in the air for a few hundred miles, destroying and polluting countless places. Then, it flew back to the sky above Zhu Qingzhu. Ha 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 ha, it was another terrifying laugh. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the soul-devouring beast quickly passed through the bodies of the demons and the lonely man. The soul-devouring beast martial spirit had the weakest corrosive power against powerful spiritual energy. However, it had an incomparably shocking corrosive power against pure physical bodies. Almost instantly, a few black holes appeared on the body of the lonely man. Then, it began to rot and began to be contaminated. The flesh and blood in the holes turned into disgusting and dirty black mud. Roar. The Xianxia let out a shocking howl. The ground below was fiercely torn apart, and the hot air hundreds of meters underground soared into the sky. Then, Zhu Qingzhu slowly stood up inch by inch. In the end, he completely returned to his previous appearance, but his body was dripping with blood. Swoosh. Zhu Qingzhu trembled slightly. In an instant, all the blood stains were scattered clean. He had returned to his previous handsome and mighty appearance. With a gentle wave of his hand, the soul-devouring beast martial spirit suddenly drilled into his body. Originally, this soul-devouring beast could have easily killed the lonely man. However, Zhu Qingzhu did not do so. The lonely man lowered his head and looked at the corroded holes in his body. A white light flashed, and these corroded holes began to gradually recover. Don't forget, the lonely man also had the evil spirit energy. However, as the leader of the ancient evil ways, the evil spirit energy that was passed down from generation to generation was also the traditional evil spirit energy. It was different from the evil spirit energy in Zhu Qingzhu and Dongfang Bingling. Whoosh, Zhu Qingzhu suddenly flew into the sky. Brother Guduiren, have your wounds healed? Zhu Qingzhu asked. Almost, the lonely man said. Brother Lonely, you fought me with your strength. Then, I will fight you with my strength. What do you think? Zhu Qingzhu said. Zhu Qingzhu, you are a human after all. You can't compete with 1,000-year-old Xianxia in terms of strength, the lonely man said. I advise you to use the soul-devouring beast to kill me. Ha ha ha. Zhu Qingzhu laughed. I can use the soul-devouring beast to escape, but I can't use it to kill you. Because if I do that, I will lose. Then, he sheathed his treasured sword and stretched out his bare hands. Suddenly, all the Xianxia and evil spirit energy gathered in his hands. Zhu Qingzhu's sea of qi in his lower abdomen began to shine brightly. Then, the sea of qi in his lower abdomen began to move. It turned into 2 rays of golden light and slowly moved to his 2 arms. Then, his 2 arms began to change. They slowly turned white and then gold. In the end, Zhu Qingzhu's hands turned into hands made of gold. What? What is this? The lonely man asked in a trembling voice. Sea of qi transference. Zhu Qingzhu sneered. Everyone says that the strength of a human is incomparable to that of a beast. I don't believe it. I believe that a human is stronger than a beast. Brother Lonely, let's have a competition of strength today. What do you think? All right. The lonely man said loudly. Let's see if you, the strongest person in the Tiando League, or I, the 1,000-year-old Xianxia, is stronger. Suddenly, Zhu Qingzhu flew to Lonzuan's upper body and grabbed both of Lonzuan's hands. The lonely man's giant beast also grabbed Zhu Qingzhu's arms. Let's fight on the ground, the lonely man said. All right. But your body is much bigger than mine. I can only float in the air, Zhu Qingzhu said. No need. I have a way, the lonely man said. Then, the lonely man fell to the ground. The demonic beast, which was dozens of meters in size, stomped on the ground, creating a huge crater that was dozens of meters deep. Then, Gudu stood on top of the pit, while Zhu Qingzhu stood on the ground. Their hands were parallel to each other. Then, they grabbed each other's arms. The lonely man said, Zhu Qingzhu, are you sure you want to do this? This kind of wrestling won't end unless one of them is torn apart alive. Of course. Zhu Qingzhu said. Then, the 2 of them suddenly bent down and roared, Rise! Rise! It was as if there was a thunderclap in the sky. Following these 2 sounds, the dust and gravel on the ground suddenly shot into the air. Then, Zhu Qingzhu, who was only 1.9 meters tall, and the 1,000-year-old Xianxia, who was 40 to 50 meters tall, began to compete in strength. 2 of the strongest people in the world began to compete in the most direct way. There was another roar. In an instant, a few million kilograms of strength exploded out. In an instant, the ground in a radius of dozens of miles shook. Qin Wanchou crawled out from the snow and looked at Zhu Qingzhu. Regardless of whether he is good or evil, Zhu Qingzhu is a hero. That's right. When his brain broke away from power and returned to strength, he was indeed an indomitable hero, Dongfang Mimi said. Humans were really complicated creatures. That day, Zhu Qingzhu used the soul-devouring Xianxia to frame Shimen Wuya. He was afraid that Shimen Wuya would become the strongest person in the world one day. But now, Zhu Qingzhu gave up on using the soul-devouring beast to kill the lonely man. It was as if Zhu Qingzhu, who had been completely demonized, was even more righteous than before. After releasing a few million kilograms of strength, Zhu Qingzhu and the lonely man were safe and sound. They did not move at all. What was the meaning of unparalleled strength? This was it, the two of them grabbed each other's arms and competed in strength. Ah! The two of them roared again. In an instant, an even more powerful force burst out. Then, the ground suddenly trembled, and the ground between the two of them was instantly torn apart by an incomparably huge force. The two of them were still equally matched. How powerful was the 1,000-year-old Xianxia beast? It was easy to imagine. As a human, Zhu Qingzhu could shift his sea of qi into the strength of his golden arms. Ah! The solitary man suddenly roared. In an instant, the ground under his feet could no longer withstand the force. After a loud explosion, it suddenly collapsed. Ah! Zhu Qingzhu roared. The ground dozens of kilometers under his feet couldn't bear the pressure at all. It caved in and exploded. In an instant, a body that was dozens of meters tall and a body that was 1.9 meters tall was completely buried in the ground. They could not be seen at all. Then, a thunderous roar could be heard. Then, like an earthquake, the mountains shook and the ground shook. Huge rocks flew everywhere. No one knew who had won or lost. No one knew who had won or lost. The only thing that could be felt was the two people's roars. Whoever let out the last roar should be the winner. Roar, all of a sudden, a roar that sounded like the descent of a devil came from underground. This roar continued without end. The ground within 100 miles exploded, and countless amounts of energy shot out from the cracks. A huge mountain range suddenly split open from the middle and was torn into two halves. The last roar came from the 1,000-year Xianxia. For some reason, this roar did not stop. Although Zhu Qingzhu was the enemy, Yang Dingtian's heart still darkened when he heard that the last roar was made by the lonely man. At this moment, a huge crack suddenly appeared on the ground. Then, a red body rushed into the sky. It was the 1,000-year-old Xianxia that was dozens of meters tall. It suddenly shot thousands of meters into the sky. Then, whoosh, blood rained down from the sky. Flesh and blood splattered down from the sky. The 1,000-year-old Xianxia that was dozens of meters tall was torn from the middle and died completely. Then, a white light rushed into the sky. It was Zhu Qingzhu. He was still safe and sound. His two golden hands were clenched into fists. Under the illumination of the golden light and the rain of blood, Zhu Qingzhu looked like a god that had descended to the mortal world. He, a mortal, had actually won against a 1,000-year-old Hell Xianxia in a contest of strength. It was a naked contest of strength. He actually tore a 1,000-year-old Xianxia apart. "I'm sorry, brother lonely. You've lost," Zhu Qingzhu said slowly. A light figure slowly flew out from the Xianxia's corpse. It was the lonely man's soul that was protected by the evil spirit. "Yes, I've lost. I've lost the body of the 1,000-year-old Xianxia and the body of a 7 stars martial grandmaster," the lonely man said. "But from another perspective, I've been freed." Then, the lonely man said, "Zhu Qingzhu, do you want to eat my soul? If you don't, I'll go back." "I'm not eating," Zhu Qingzhu said. "Then, goodbye," the lonely man said. Then, his soul turned into a white light and flew toward the north. Finally, Zhu Qingzhu looked at Ning Wuming. "It's finally your turn, Ning Wuming," Zhu Qingzhu said. At this moment, Ning Wuming's entire body, from top to bottom, from the inside to the outside, was trembling in shock. He painfully got up from the ground and touched the blood at the corner of his mouth. He still regretted it. He regretted it so much that he wanted to die. If he knew that Zhu Qingzhu was so strong, he definitely would not have turned against him. Ning Wuming sighed. "Yes, it's my turn. Sect Master Zhu, can you let me prepare a little before I fight you? There's no need to fight between me and a dog." "You're not qualified to fight me," Zhu Qingzhu said. "But even if you want to kill a dog, you can let this dog prepare a little." "Then, thank you very much," Ning Wuming said. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, "It's really painful. I'll definitely be in so much pain that I'll die." Everyone was puzzled. What did he mean? Ning Wuming stretched out his hand and opened a box. "The things inside are not mine. I was planning to give them to a woman." Ning Wuming frowned. But now, I have no choice but to save my life. He took out a piece of clothing from the box. It was a demonic spirit mist clothing that looked like a black shadow. Evil ways had killed so many demonic spirits. Where did all the items go? They were all here. Then, he took out a set of armor. It was the demonic spirit black armor. Demonic spirits were not afraid of any energy damage because they had a heaven-defying energy shield on their body. It was an energy shield that could only be broken by a few hundred experts for a day. Now, this energy shield had been forged into the demonic spirit black armor. Not to mention that it was absolutely impenetrable, it could also resist any kind of damage. Then, he took out a complete demonic spirit claw. It was an indestructible demonic spirit claw. And it was a modified demonic spirit claw. Xianxia of the Vulture sect had done everything he could and prepared for decades. It was to make a demonic spirit mist clothing and demonic spirit black armor for Vulture. Currently, the demonic spirit mist clothing was almost ready. However, the demonic spirit black armor that could resist all kinds of damage was not even enough for a doo-doo. Ning Wuming did not know how many demonic spirits he had killed. These few peerless treasures were originally intended for Wu Maji. Now, in order to save his life, he could only use them himself. He wore the demonic spirit black armor. It did not fit him well. Then, he put on the demonic spirit mist clothing. Then, he put on the demonic spirit claw. In an instant, the most expensive equipment in the world was all worn by Ning Wuming. With such a set of equipment, Ning Wuming could even kill a great grandmaster. However, Zhu Qingzhu did not care. After wearing it, Ning Wuming looked at the claws in his hand in a daze. Ning Wuming, are you done? Zhu Qingzhu asked. Soon, soon. Ning Wuming's face twisted in pain. It will definitely hurt, it will definitely hurt. I might even die from the pain. Still, no one understood what he meant. However, everyone understood what was going on. Ning Wuming's demonic spirit black claws suddenly pierced into his own eyes and dug out his eyeballs. His eyeballs that were dripping with blood were directly dug out. Only 2 black and bloody holes were left on Ning Wuming's handsome face. Ning Wuming let out an incomparably mournful cry. Although his voice was not as loud as the Millennium Yixia's, it was the most hair-raising and soul-shattering sound. His screams were extremely mournful. All the hair on Yang Dingtian's body stood up. Not only was he vicious to others, but he was even more vicious to himself. Ning Wuming actually dug out his own eyes while he was still alive. Then, he quickly took out 2 gem-like demonic spirit eyes from his arms and stuffed them into his own eye holes. These 2 demonic spirit eyes were completely black, but they released a strange light. Demonic spirit eyes. They possessed incomparably terrifying mental strength. Once glanced at, one's soul and mind would instantly shatter. Yang Dingtian had a strong will, but when he was glanced at by the demonic spirit eyes, it was as if a bomb had exploded in his head. In an instant, all his rationality, will, and consciousness were blown to smithereens. Then, he went berserk and injured Qin Huayu and Song Chunhua. He went berserk for a few hours, only to be glanced at. The 2 black demonic spirit eyes were inlaid on Ning Wuming's handsome face. It was incomparably strange. This was because these 2 eyes were too bright. There was only black and no white. Everyone even felt that the current Ning Wuming was far more strange and terrifying than the Hell Yixia just now. Ouch, ouch. It really hurts, it really hurts. Ning Wuming kept groaning and groaning. Then, in front of everyone, he began to adjust the demonic spirit eyes in his eye sockets. Seeing this scene, not only did everyone shiver, even Zhu Qingzhu's facial muscles twitched slightly. Sect Master Zhu, I forgot to tell you. Actually, I'm good at mental strength, Ning Wuming said. You keep saying that I'm a dog, and all of you keep saying that I'm a dog. Fine, I'll be the dog, alright? I'm a snob, so I dug out my dog eyes and replaced them with the eyes of a demon. Now, this dog of mine is going to bite people. After saying this, his demonic spirit eyes seemed to come alive and grew completely in his eye sockets. Then, they suddenly released a dazzling light that swept across everyone present. In an instant, those who were swept by his gaze felt as if their brains had exploded, and their souls were instantly scattered, Note, the second update is 5,600 words. Today's second update is 11,000 words. Please support me. Everyone who was hit by Ning Wuming's gaze instantly froze as if they had been hit by a body-freezing spell. Zhu Qingzhu's expression changed, then he sneered, "Is that all you've got?" Ning Wuming smiled sinisterly, then he shot his gaze at Zhu Qingzhu. Zhu Qingzhu's eyes widened as he stared back at Ning Wuming. He did not believe that he would be afraid of a dog like Ning Wuming, even if this dog had a different pair of eyes. However, half a second later, Zhu Qingzhu felt his brain explode as a white light flashed. In an instant, his soul felt like it was being torn apart. Ah! Zhu Qingzhu roared as blood spurted out of his mouth. Of course, it was not because Ning Wuming's demon spirit eyes had any offensive power, but because Zhu Qingzhu was using his evil spirit and celestial qi to suppress the chaotic soul in his brain, causing him to bleed. Zhu Qingzhu's face twitched as he sneered, "Your dog eyes are indeed powerful. It's the same if I close my eyes and kill you." Then, Zhu Qingzhu tore a piece of cloth and tied his eyes. At this time, the dozens of masters who had been hit by Ning Wuming's gaze finally recovered a little. Seeing Zhu Qingzhu close his eyes, they quickly followed suit. However, it was useless. Even if these masters closed their eyes, their souls would instantly disperse after being hit by Ning Wuming's demon spirit eyes. This time, it was not as if they had been hit by a body-freezing spell. Instead, they screamed in agony. Ah! The dozens of masters, whether they were from the Black Heaven sect or the Southern Seas Ning clan, all held their heads and screamed in agony. "Is that all you've got?" Zhu Qingzhu laughed. "Then not only can I cover my eyes, I can even tie my hands and kill you, dog." "Is that so?" Ning Wuming laughed. "Then, give it a try." Then, Ning Wuming's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace like a bolt of lightning. It was the demon spirit mist cloak. His demon spirit mist cloak was much stronger than Vulture's, and it could instantly cover a distance of 10 miles. Then, in the next second, he appeared in the crowd of dozens of grandmasters. "Go, go, go, my slaves." Ning Wuming laughed sinisterly and waved his hands. Be it the Black Heaven sect, the Ning clan, or even your Joyous Palace's experts, all of them were controlled like walking corpses. Whoosh 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 whoosh. One by one, the grandmasters shot toward Zhu Qingzhu like cannonballs. Every grandmaster-level powerhouse had a ferocious look on their faces. They were bloodthirsty, and they attacked Zhu Qingzhu crazily. Whoosh 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 whoosh, one after another, Zhu Qingzhu was surrounded by more than a dozen evolved Jing masters. "Ha ha ha. Is that all you've got?" Zhu Qingzhu sneered. He didn't even draw his sword. He didn't even have time to withdraw his golden arm. Like a bolt of lightning, he grabbed the grandmaster's legs and tore them apart. Ah! A mournful cry rang out. That advanced grandmaster was almost unable to resist at all. He was torn in half in an instant. Blood dripped, and his internal organs flew out. Then, a frenzied soul flew out. Zhu Qingzhu's evil spirit doppelganger darted out and devoured the frenzied soul, chewing it and eating it alive. Even though Zhu Qingzhu was besieged by more than 10 grandmasters, his sea of qi still hadn't returned to its original position. However, he was still unscathed. The golden arm was like a bolt of lightning. It grabbed the grandmasters one by one and tore them apart. Zhu Qingzhu used the most brutal method to tear these grandmasters to death one by one. Then, his evil spirit doppelganger devoured their souls one by one. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen grandmasters had been killed. Every single one of them was torn apart alive and had their souls eaten. Yang Dingtian and the rest who were watching from afar were completely stunned. Is he still human? This is a heaven-defying killing god. Dongfang Minmi and Qin Wanzhou were no longer as carefree as before. They simply lay in the snow and didn't come out. They looked at each other. Luckily, Yang Dingtian had plotted to make Zhu Qingzhu and Ning Wuming fight. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died tonight. The other party had 6 grandmasters, and so did Yang Dingtian. They seemed to be evenly matched. However, if they really fought, the 6 grandmasters would probably all be killed by Zhu Qingzhu alone. Perhaps the only one who would survive in the end would be that extremely strong humanoid Xiao Xiao. In an instant, Zhu Qingzhu killed more than 10 grandmasters and devoured them all. His whole body was once again covered in blood. This person was really strange. When he was covered in his own blood, he shook it all off. However, when he was covered in other people's blood, he kept it on his body like a blood-red battle robe. Ha ha ha. Satisfying, satisfying. Zhu Qingzhu laughed. Dog Wuming, come again. Hearing such a humiliating name, Ning Wuming's face turned completely hideous. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish, Ning Wuming said sternly. Then, he waved his hands wildly. Go, 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 just now, all the grandmasters from Joyous Palace were killed by Zhu Qingzhu alone. Now, Ning Wuming had thrown all the grandmasters from the Ning clan and Black Heaven sect over. Ha ha ha, Zhu Qingzhu, you're neither a human nor a ghost now. Why don't you kill everyone from your Black Heaven sect? Ning Wuming laughed loudly. Suddenly, more than 20 grandmasters pounced on Zhu Qingzhu and surrounded him in a frenzy. All of a sudden, Zhu Qingzhu was in trouble. Because his eyes were closed, he could only rely on his mind to distinguish between the Black Heaven sect and Ning clan. Therefore, he could not kill quickly. He had to distinguish them first before killing. Whoosh 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 whoosh. More than 20 swords slashed at Zhu Qingzhu in a frenzy. Zhu Qingzhu's figure was faster than lightning as he frantically dodged these swords. His hands were still grabbing every grandmaster at lightning speed. When he found out that they were from the Black Heaven sect, he would throw them aside. When he found out that they were from the Ning clan, he would tear them apart instantly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After a while, a few more grandmasters from the Ning clan were torn apart and their souls were devoured. After the grandmasters from the Black Heaven sect were spared by Zhu Qingzhu, they still could not regain their senses and attacked Zhu Qingzhu in a frenzy. Zhu Qingzhu could neither kill nor fight, so he could only frantically dodge. Instantly, he fell into a passive state and was slashed dozens of times. His entire back was covered in blood. Ning Wuming, I'll *CK your mother. I'll tear you into pieces. Tear you into pieces. Zhu Qingzhu could not resist being attacked by more than 20 of his own people. He was instantly enraged and attacked the Ning clan even more viciously. When Zhu Qingqi saw this, he gritted his teeth and flew toward Zhu Qingzhu to help him block the attacks. Ha ha ha. Another walking corpse. Ning Wuming laughed loudly. Then, he suddenly appeared in front of Zhu Qingqi. His eyes instantly shot out a terrifying light. When Zhu Qingqi saw Ning Wuming suddenly appear in front of him, he immediately slashed down with his sword. However, the light from the demon spirit eye instantly pierced his soul. Boom! Instantly, Zhu Qingqi's soul exploded. His eyes instantly turned blood red. Then, the Grandmaster Zhu Qingqi instantly turned into a murderous demon and charged toward Zhu Qingzhu. No words could describe Zhu Qingzhu's anger at this moment. That despicable dog Ning Wuming was actually so despicable. Zhu Qingzhu could not resist the attacks of a 6-star Grandmaster. He could only dodge, which was a little difficult for him to endure. Then, an extremely bloody and strange scene appeared in the sky. Zhu Qingqi and more than 20 Black Heaven sect elites chased after Zhu Qingzhu. As for Zhu Qingzhu, he could only desperately dodge. Since he could not fight back, he risked his life to kill the Ning clan elites. Swish, 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 Zhu Qingzhu's back was slashed by sharp swords. Blood splattered everywhere. Especially Zhu Qingqi's swords. Every slash penetrated his bones. It was extremely tragic. Even the energy of a second-grade evil spirit could not heal his injuries. After the furious Zhu Qingzhu caught the Ning clan elites, he did not just tear them apart. In order to vent the anger in his heart, he used an even more ruthless method to kill them. He grabbed a Ning clan elite with each hand, then raised his golden fist and smashed it wildly. Bam, 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 bam. A fist smashed down, and the entire head exploded like a watermelon. Another fist smashed down, and half of the body was instantly pulverized. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. After 4 or 5 fists, the entire person evaporated, turning into blood and minced meat. Not even a fingernail-sized piece of flesh could be found. Zhu Qingzhu's fists had turned into a human flesh pulverizer. It did not matter what kind of armor you were wearing, how many stars you were at, What kind of evil spirit energy you had, what sorcery or mystic techniques you used. Every one of them did not exceed 5 fists, and they would make you disappear from the face of the earth. After killing you, he would chew your soul into pieces and swallow it into his stomach. This scene made Qin Wanqiu and Dongfang Minmi's hair stand on end. City Lord Qin, if we go out and help Zhu Qingzhu now, what will happen? Dongfang Minmi asked. We will be smashed to death by his fists and turned into minced meat, Qin Wanqiu said with a shiver. Just like this, Zhu Qingzhu used the most brutal method. His back was crazily chopped by his own people. He smashed the Ning clan's elites one by one, and they all disappeared from the world. In less than half an hour, all the Ning clan's elites had been killed, and they all disappeared from the world. Yang Dingtian, who was far away, licked his dry tongue. Today, Zhu Qingzhu alone had killed 4 martial grandmasters and more than 30 martial grandmasters. Oh my god! He could not help but touch the back of his neck. Dog Wuming, it's your turn, Zhu Qingzhu roared in anger. Then, Zhu Qingzhu's figure rushed toward Ning Wuming like lightning. His speed was extremely fast. The speed at which he dashed out in an instant even produced a sonic boom effect. This speed was at least several times faster than Yang Dingtian's. Although they were dozens of miles apart, Zhu Qingzhu arrived in front of Ning Wuming in almost a moment. He stretched out his golden arm and wanted to grab Ning Wuming. However, Ning Wuming's body instantly disappeared from where he was and reappeared 5 kilometers away. No matter how fast a human's speed was, it could not be compared to a devil spirit. Ning Wuming, who was wearing the devil spirit mist cloak, appeared in an instant. No matter how fast Zhu Qingzhu was, he could not catch up. Just like this, Ning Wuming kept flashing in the air. Zhu Qingzhu chased frantically, but he could not catch up. Ha ha ha. How is it, old dog? Did I have fun playing with you? Ning Wuming sneered. Don't be complacent too early. Zhu Qingzhu laughed and then punched out. Suddenly, the terrifying black soul-devouring beast martial spirit flew out. Ha 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 ha. The soul-devouring beast laughed shrilly and pounced toward Ning Wuming. Wherever the soul-devouring beast passed, darkness and filth would appear. The soul-devouring beast's speed was even faster than Zhu Qingzhu's. It arrived in front of Ning Wuming in an instant. However, Ning Wuming stood in the same place without moving. Ha 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 ha. The soul-devouring beast martial spirit continued to laugh shrilly and was about to rush over Ning Wuming's head. Ning Wuming raised his head. His eyes instantly emitted a snow-white light that pierced into the soul-devouring beast's dark green eyes. Ah! The soul-devouring beast martial spirit suddenly let out an incomparably miserable scream. Bang 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 bang. In an instant, the ice on the mountain peak 100 miles away was completely shattered. The tiles within 100 miles could not withstand such a shrill sound and were instantly shattered. All the people with low cultivation within 100 miles could not withstand it. Their eardrums were torn and blood spurted out. Boom. Then, the soul-devouring beast martial spirit's body suddenly exploded and instantly turned into black shadows that filled the sky. Ha ha ha. Ning Wuming laughed and said, Old dog, have you run out of tricks? I still have more. Then, Ning Wuming stared at the black shadows that filled the sky and condensed his palm in the air. In an instant, the black shadows that filled the sky condensed and turned back into the soul-devouring beast martial spirit. However, it was no longer a shrill laugh but a crazy scream. Go, eat this old dog for me. Ning Wuming said sternly. Suddenly, the soul-devouring beast screamed and madly tried to devour Zhu Qingzhu. Almost instantly, the entire soul-devouring beast madly surrounded Zhu Qingzhu. Whoosh! The evil spirit clone instantly enveloped Zhu Qingzhu's body completely. The soul-devouring beast madly bit and bit, but it could not do anything to the evil spirit energy shield. It could not do anything to Zhu Qingzhu. If I can't kill you, then kill the people from your Black Heaven sect. They can't take it, right? Ning Wuming laughed. Ning Wuming waved his hand. Whoosh! In an instant, the soul-devouring beast pounced on the Black Heaven sect's masters. The soul-devouring beast could not do anything to Zhu Qingzhu, but it was like slaughtering chickens and dogs to the Black Heaven sect's masters. In an instant, it was about to devour all of the Black Heaven sect's masters. Wherever it passed, the Black Heaven Sect's masters instantly turned into mud and half of their bodies were instantly contaminated. Despicable dog wooming, I'll tear you into pieces. Zhu Qingzhu was furious. Then, he opened his arms and his body emitted a golden light. He shouted, "Withdraw." Suddenly, his entire body was like a whirlpool. The soul-devouring beast's demon soul struggled madly, but it was still taken back into Zhu Qingzhu's body. At this time, the 4 Black Heaven Sect's masters' bodies were completely rotten. Zhu Qingzhu glanced at them. His eyes were blood red, and he looked at Ning Wuming as if he was going to spit fire. "Ning Wuming, I'll definitely tear you into pieces." "Definitely." Ning Wuming sneered. "Old dog, I'm afraid you don't have that ability yet." After saying that, Ning Wuming flashed and disappeared quickly as if he was showing off. He circled around Zhu Qingzhu crazily. In terms of cultivation, 100 Ning Wuming could not compare to Zhu Qingzhu. However, he had the demon spirit eye, the demon spirit black armor, and the craziest flash technique. There was no way to defeat him because he could not hit him at all. No matter how powerful he was, it was useless. "I'll give it a try," Zhu Qingzhu said coldly. Then, he clasped his hands together and shouted, "Out." In an instant, countless light and shadow avatars flew out of his body. 3, 5, 10, 20, 50, 100, 1000, 10,000, countless light and shadow avatars shot out. In an instant, the most magnificent scene in the entire sky appeared. Countless Zhu Qingzhu appeared between heaven and earth in a grandiose manner, as if they were paving the ground. "Ha ha ha." Ning Wuming sneered. "Old dog, these avatars of yours can't even withstand a single blow. They're useless." "Is that so?" Zhu Qingzhu smiled faintly. "Disperse." Zhu Qingzhu shouted. In an instant, countless light and shadow avatars of Zhu Qingzhu scattered in all directions. Shield. Countless Zhu Qingzhus formed an incomparably huge energy shield that covered 10 miles of space. It completely enveloped Ning Wuming, himself, and all the Black Heaven Sect's masters. Spin. In an instant, the energy shield spun wildly. Everyone who saw this scene would be shocked for the rest of their lives. Countless Zhu Qingzhu's light and shadow avatars formed a huge sphere that spun wildly. This energy sphere had a diameter of 10 miles. As it spun wildly, it overflowed with brilliance and vibrant colors. It was magnificent. Ning Wuming's expression suddenly changed. Then, he flashed crazily. Bang, 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 bang. However, the space within 10 miles of him was completely covered by the energy sphere. Every time he flashed, he would hit the energy wall and be bounced back. "Now, where are you going?" Zhu Qingzhu sneered and slowly walked toward Ning Wuming. "Ha ha ha." Ning Wuming continued to flash. 10 miles of space is enough for me to escape. I'd like to see how long your energy can sustain this evil energy shield." Then, Ning Wuming continued to flash wildly. That's right. Although 10 miles of space was a little small, it was still enough for him to flash and escape. "Is that so?" Zhu Qingzhu sneered and then retracted his palm. "Condense." Then, the rapidly spinning energy shield quickly became smaller and smaller. Ning Wuming's expression changed. If it was 10 miles of space, he could still flash and escape. If it was only 1 mile, then he would definitely die. It was like a person catching a mouse. It was not easy to catch a mouse in a 10 square meter house, but it was easy to trample it to death in a 1 square meter space. If it was only 0.1 square meters of space, then the mouse would definitely die. The energy shield spun rapidly and shrunk rapidly. Ning Wuming waved his hand. Immediately, Zhu Qingqi and all the elites of Black Heaven Sect surrounded Zhu Qingzhu and attacked him. After the energy shield shrunk, Zhu Qingzhu could not escape anymore. Moreover, he was being chased by more than 10 of his own people. Almost instantly, he was surrounded by Zhu Qingqi and the rest of the elites and was being attacked. At this time, his evil energy had formed an energy shield and could no longer protect his body. In an instant, he was covered in blood. "Ah!" Zhu Qingzhu roared, condensing ice shield. Almost instantly, Zhu Qingzhu's body was covered in a layer of frost. Then, it condensed into ice. layer by layer, layer by layer, layer by layer. After a while, Zhu Qingzhu's entire body was covered in frost. Then, he allowed Zhu Qingqi and the rest to attack him with their swords. Zhu Qingqi's sword was too frightening. With just one slash, the impenetrable frost was torn apart and the sword cut into his flesh. Zhu Qingzhu gritted his teeth and stood still. He allowed himself to be attacked and quickly condensed into ice to protect his body. He used all his energy to control the shrinking of the energy shield. As the energy shield shrunk, Ning Wuming was being pulled closer and closer. Meanwhile, Zhu Qingzhu was being hacked into a bloody mess by Zhu Qingqi. His condensing ice shield could block the other Grandmaster's swords, but it could not block Zhu Qingqi's sword. As the energy shield shrunk, Ning Wuming began to feel fear and panic. This was because Zhu Qingzhu's face, which was filled with anger and hatred, was getting closer and closer. Once the energy shield shrunk to a certain extent, the two of them would face each other. Ning Wuming would be dead for sure. At this time, Zhu Qingzhu was no longer human after being hacked by Zhu Qingqi. His body was covered in blood, and his flesh was torn apart. It was a horrifying sight. As most of the evil spirit's energy was used to maintain the energy shield, it could not be used to heal his injuries. Zhu Qingzhu's injuries were getting worse. Hee, dog Wuming, are you dead meat? Zhu Qingzhu sneered. That's not necessarily true. Ning Wuming sneered. Your evil spirit has already left your body. What do you think will happen if another Grandmaster self-destructs at this time? Zhu Qingzhu's expression changed. He shouted, Ning Wuming, how dare you? Why wouldn't I dare to do something so beneficial? Ning Wuming laughed and said, your evil spirit energy shield is so powerful and tightly wrapped around him. If you ask Great Grandmaster Zhu Qingqi to detonate his Qi, he will definitely be killed. If Zhu Qingzhu explodes his self-destruct, you and everyone in Black Heaven sect will be smashed to pieces. As for me, of course, I will be safe and sound. That's because my dark spirit black armor is quite powerful. Then, Ning Wuming waved his hands. Instantly, Zhu Qingqi, who was being controlled, stopped attacking and his body trembled. In an instant, Zhu Qingqi's body gradually turned red. Then, his xian veins began to crack inch by inch. Countless rays of red light shot out from his body. Finally, the sea of qi in his lower abdomen began to crack, and a shocking light shot out. Zhu Qingqi's sea of qi was beginning to be destroyed. Zhu Qingqi, a 6-star Grandmaster, was going to self-destruct. Now, if Zhu Qingqi self-destructed, everyone in the energy shield would be smashed to pieces, including Ning Wuming. All the elites in Black Heaven sect would be completely wiped out. Yang Dingtian immediately gave the order to release the phantom spirit demonic matriarch. It wanted to completely freeze Zhu Qingqi's xian veins and sea of qi. At this time, no matter how dangerous it was, they had to save him. How about it? You can only retract your energy shield, right? Ning Wuming laughed sinisterly. Not necessarily. Zhu Qingzhu laughed. Then, his body shook violently. Bam! The ice on Zhu Qingzhu's body shattered. Then, he allowed the dozens of Grandmasters to hack at him and placed his palm on Zhu Qingqi's head. Instantly, an extremely cold energy penetrated his body. Almost instantly, Zhu Qingqi's body froze into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, his xian veins froze. The self-destruction of his entire sea of qi was forcefully suppressed. He can't move now. Kill him. Ning Wuming said sternly. Instantly, the dozens of Black Heaven sect Grandmasters who were under his control began to attack Zhu Qingzhu. Zhu Qingzhu's entire back was ripped open, revealing his white bones. Zhu Qingzhu's lips twitched. A blue ice started to spread from Zhu Qingqi's body to his body. Then, the ice shield protected his entire body. No matter how the Grandmasters hacked at him, he was unharmed. Just like that, Zhu Qingzhu not only suppressed Zhu Qingqi's self-destruction but also protected himself. He even controlled the shrinking of his energy shield. However, the shrinking speed was getting slower and slower. Haha, impressive, impressive. Ning Wuming laughed coldly. However, if all of your remaining Grandmasters self-destruct, you probably won't be able to take it. Destroy. Destroy them all. Today, I will wipe Black Heaven sect off the face of this world. Ning Wuming roared. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the clothes on the dozens of Black Heaven sect grandmasters exploded. Their Xian veins began to shatter. Countless rays of red light shot out from their bodies. Then, the sea of qi of the grandmasters began to tear apart. The grandmasters were going to self-destruct at the same time. Zhu Qingzhu, who was trapped in the ice, was in despair. He might be able to suppress Zhu Qingqi, but he could not suppress the rest of the Black Heaven sect grandmasters. Suddenly, a crazy light shot out from Zhu Qingzhu's eyes. This light made Ning Wuming even more terrified. Your dark spirit black armor can withstand the self-destruction of a grandmaster. It can withstand the self-destruction of dozens of grandmasters. What if a 9-star grandmaster joins the fray? Zhu Qingzhu sneered. Ning Wuming's expression changed drastically. He trembled as he said, Zhu Qingzhu, why you're crazy? You're crazy. As long as you remove your energy shield and let me escape, you won't have to die. You won't have to die. Didn't you say that you'll let me go? Hee hee. It's too late. Zhu Qingzhu sneered. Losing to Yang Dingtian has already made me vomit blood. However, I can still accept it. After all, he's a junior. A talented junior. However, I'd rather die than lose to a dog. So, let's all die together. Then, Zhu Qingzhu slowly closed his eyes. His Xian meridians and sea of qi began to tear apart. He was the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect, a powerhouse who was only one step away from becoming a half-saint. However, he wanted to die together with Ning Wuming. Ning Wuming was right. As long as he removed his energy shield and kept the second-grade evil spirit back into his body, he would be fine. However, Ning Wuming would be able to escape if he did that. Zhu Qingzhu had knelt down before, and he saw it as a great humiliation. He had said that he would not kneel again. He saw Ning Wuming as a dog. If he was forced to compromise by Ning Wuming, it would be worse than killing him. Therefore, he chose to self-destruct his sea of qi and die together with Ning Wuming. Ning Wuming was completely terrified. He had completely lost his mind. No, sect leader Zhu, please don't. I still want to see my beloved woman. I can't die, I can't die. Ning Wuming wailed. Zhu Qingzhu was completely indifferent. He continued to tear apart his sea of qi. Suddenly, 2 grandmasters and more than 10 grandmasters were about to self-destruct. Zhu Qingzhu and Ning Wuming were about to die together. Suddenly, a ray of white light flew across the sky. Yang Dingtian shot up into the sky and opened the energy box. Instantly, the 10,000-year-old illusory spirit demonic mother spat out icy energy. Almost instantly, everything inside the energy shield froze. Author's note, the first chapter has 7,000 words. Originally, it could be divided into 2 chapters. However, for the sake of the continuation of the plot, it will be 1 chapter. Please support me. The moment he opened the demonic mother of illusionary spirits, Yang Dingtian immediately threw it down together with the box. Just now, he had to be so close to freeze the self-detonating grandmasters. However, no one could withstand such a low temperature. They were all finished in a moment. The demonic mother of illusionary spirits and the jade box fell on top of a mountain and were buried in the snow. Then, an incomparably beautiful scene appeared once again. All the accumulated snow instantly turned into blue ice. The entire mountain instantly turned into a sparkling and translucent glacier. Everything within a radius of a few dozen miles froze into ice. The energy shield that was only a few thousand meters away from the demonic mother of illusionary spirits was no exception. Zhu Qingzhu and Zhu Qingqi were already covered in ice. Now, the layer of ice was infinitely thicker. After seeing Yang Dingtian, Ning Wuming and Zhu Qingzhu were completely stunned. They looked at him in disbelief. Yang Dingtian bowed to Zhu Qingzhu and said, "Martial uncle, please heal your injuries for now. Leave Ning Wuming, this lackey, to me." Zhu Qingzhu did not say anything. He closed his eyes and began to suppress the tearing of his sea of qi. Without a doubt, the self-detonation of his sea of qi was very serious. Ning Wuming struggled slightly and the ice on his body shattered. He looked at Yang Dingtian and hissed, "Yang Dingtian, you are fine? How are you fine? You know how to act." "Of course, I know how to act too." Yang Dingtian laughed. Now, it's time for us to play. Haha, with just you? Even Zhu Qingzhu can't do anything to me. Who do you think you are? Ning Wuming sneered. It's not just me. Yang Dingtian smiled. Me too. Dongfang Minmi stopped. Me too. Me too. Me too. Me too. Instantly, Qin Wanchou, Ning Busi, Qing Dabii, Shadowless, and Xiao Xiao flew over like shooting stars and surrounded the energy shield. Of course, everyone closed their eyes and did not dare to look at Ning Wuming. Ning Wuming was completely stunned. Yang Dingtian had pretended to commit suicide. This was nothing. No one cared, because he was too weak. Even if he was pretending, it was nothing special. He still couldn't escape. However, why were these martial grandmasters all fine? Weren't you all devoured by the dark energy? Wasn't his cultivation destroyed? Ning Wuming said in a trembling voice, without the evil spirit energy, no one can stop the devouring of the dark energy. Ning Wuming, the black fog that exploded just now was not dark energy, but a very special kind of energy bomb, a bomb without fire, Yang Dingtian said. I have already moved the 12 coffins that contain dark energy away. Impossible. Ning Wuming hissed, you can't possibly see through my plan. You always thought that they were the Snow Clan's experts, and you even believed that the Snow Clan's king was here. That's right, said Yang Dingtian. I always believed that it was a powerful cultivator from the Snow Clan, until I asked to open the coffin. So what? I had already predicted that you would ask to open the coffin, so I placed a middle-aged man who looked like emoji inside to make you think that he was the Snow Clan's king, said Ning Wuming. But, I smelled the dark energy in his body, said Yang Dingtian. Impossible. He was in the unfreezing water and was sealed by the energy jade coffin. Moreover, the dark energy doesn't have any aura, you can't possibly recognize it, said Ning Wuming. Yang Dingtian said helplessly, believe me, I am more familiar with the dark energy than you. Alright, let me tell you, I have this thing in my body. Not to mention opening the coffin in an instant, even if it was a crack, I would be able to smell the dark energy inside. Once I smelled it, the rest of the plan would be very easy to break. Ning Wuming's lips trembled, no wonder, no wonder. Then my plan still has no flaws. It was a complete accident that you saw through it. Yes, your plan has no flaws at all. Yang Dingtian said, if I wasn't so familiar with the dark energy, we would have already fallen into your trap and been completely finished. Because you gave me 3 choices on the surface. The first choice was to not work with you or the Snow Clan. The second choice was to work with the Snow Clan. The third choice was to work with you. But, these 3 choices were all traps. Whether I believe you or not, no matter which choice I make, we will be completely destroyed. Ning Wuming's face twitched, humph. My plans have always been flawless. You saw through it this time, not because you are too smart, but because you are still far inferior to me. My brain has always been inferior to yours, said Yang Dingtian. No. Li Ming suddenly said sternly, after the explosion, the sky was filled with black fog. I could feel a devouring power, I could feel a dark energy. Although because I have an evil spirit in my body, I am very numb to it. But I still felt a very special smell. This smell is very similar to the dark energy. Then tell me, what does the dark energy smell like when it can't devour you? Asked Yang Dingtian. The smell of nothingness, said Ning Wuming. That's right, other than the dark energy, there is another thing that can have this energy. That is the Xianxia of the primal chaos attribute, said Yang Dingtian. Impossible, no one can have the Xianxia of the primal chaos attribute, said Ning Wuming. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything and directly summoned the Xian fire. The Xian fire that was supposed to be blood red was now white. It had no temperature and no attributes. It looked like nothingness. Sorry, I have the Xianxia of the primal chaos attribute. Yang Dingtian said, actually, the smell of the dark energy can not only be imitated by the Xianxia of the primal chaos attribute. There is also a very terrifying substance in the sea that can imitate the dark energy. But the consequences are too severe, so I don't dare to use it. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Ning Wuming's face twitched even more. Also, Ning Wuming, Don't you think that my suicide scene was very clumsy? Yang Dingtian said, I'm not good at scheming. You're so smart, so how could you not see through my clumsy performance? Ning Wuming's face twitched even more. Then, he started to recall. That's right, Yang Dingtian's suicide scene was too clumsy. There was almost no foreshadowing. It was as if the scene was fast-forwarded. It wasn't that Yang Dingtian didn't want to foreshadow it, but his acting was too bad. Yang Dingtian's acting was so clumsy, but Ning Wuming still fell for it. He didn't even confirm that Yang Dingtian was finished before he started to kill Zhu Qingzhu. Why? The reason was very simple, Ning Wuming was too confident. When the castle exploded, he was sure that Yang Dingtian was finished. Moreover, he didn't believe that Yang Dingtian, this idiot, could see through his scheme. Therefore, he didn't even think about Yang Dingtian's clumsy performance. When it came to scheming, he had absolute pride in himself. The more arrogant a person was, the easier it was for him to look up at the sky. Just like Zhu Qingzhu, who was arrogant to the point of defying the heavens with his own cultivation, single-handedly killed 4 martial grandmasters and more than 30 martial grandmasters. Moreover, he had to face the crazy pursuit of more than 10 martial grandmasters and 1 martial grandmaster without being able to resist. This was strong enough, right? However, he couldn't kill a mere martial grandmaster like Ning Wuming. Instead, he was forced to perish together with him. Of course, there was another reason. Yang Dingtian had always been too righteous. Therefore, when he played tricks, no matter how clumsy they were, he would still be able to deceive people. This was just like the idiot in A World Without Thieves. When he directly deceived the shrewd Lu Ruoying, he directly deceived the shrewd Lu Ruoying. Ning Wuming slowly closed his eyes, desperately trying to calm himself down. At this moment, his heart was incomparably gloomy. When he opened his eyes again, Ning Wuming sneered and said, Yang Dingtian, you relied on luck to beat me by another 5%. But so what? Zhu Qingzhu's qi is now heavily injured, and you can't enter this energy barrier. When Zhu Qingzhu's Xianxia is exhausted, the energy barrier will automatically disperse. I have the devil spirit fog clothes. Even Zhu Qingzhu can't stop me, let alone you. You don't even dare to open your eyes to look at me. That's right. Yang Dingtian and the others surrounded the energy barrier, but all of them had their eyes closed. The devil spirit eye was too terrifying. Even martial grandmasters didn't dare to look at him, so they could only close their eyes. Is that so? I want to open my eyes and look at you. Dongfang Minmi suddenly said, and then slowly opened his eyes. Ha ha ha. Is that so? Who are you? Can you compare to Zhu Qingzhu? Ning Wuming laughed loudly. In terms of cultivation, I'm far inferior to Zhu Qingzhu. But in terms of eyes and soul, I'm stronger. Dongfang Minmi said, and then looked at Ning Wuming calmly. Then let's try. Ning Wuming's eyes were like lightning, and suddenly shot toward Dongfang Minmi's eyes. Then, he waited for Dongfang Minmi to go crazy and start killing his own people. Dongfang Minmi's eyes suddenly narrowed. In an instant, 2 gazes fiercely collided. Bang! Ning Wuming's body flew out, and blood spurted out in the air. He held his head in extreme pain. On the other hand, Dongfang Minmi staggered a few steps, and blood spurted out of his mouth, but he was safe and sound. Impossible, impossible. Ning Wuming hissed, this is impossible. No one can block the devil spirit eye. No one. Dongfang Minmi said indifferently, how old is your devil spirit eye? 1,500 years old. Ning Wuming said. Then I'm sorry, my soul condensed shadow is 2,300 years old. My devil spirit heart is 2,300 years old. Dongfang Minmi said indifferently. Ning Wuming got up, touched the blood at the corner of his mouth and eyes, and said ferociously, so what? You still can't kill me because no one can enter, right? As soon as these words came out, everyone fell into silence. If Zhu Qingzhu dares to disperse the energy shield, I'll disappear without a trace. No one can catch me. Ning Wuming sneered, and I can tell you, Yang Dingtian, I have nothing left. All the experts of the Ning clan have been killed by Zhu Qingzhu. Next, I'll go to Cloud Sky City, rape your women, and kill your family. I'll kill everyone in Cloud Sky Castle with my own strength. You should believe that I have this ability. Everyone's faces were ferocious, but they still fell into silence. Ha 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 ha. Ning Wuming laughed madly. You, Yang Ding Tian, suddenly jumped out. How awe-inspiring. I thought you would win. In the end, you still lost. Ha ha ha. I'll wait here, wait for the energy shield to break. Then, I'll go torture your wife and kill your son. I'll kill everyone in Cloud Sky Castle, no matter if they're male or female, old or young. Even if they're newborn babies, I'll kill them all. I've said it before. You slept with my beloved woman, so I'll definitely take revenge. Revenge 10 times, 100 times. Then, Ning Wuming laid down lazily and said proudly, Yang Ding Tian, oh Yang Ding Tian, you should have just let me and Zhu Qingzhu perish together. But you're still too childish, too stupid. You jumped out and saved me. Thank you so much. Thank you for saving me. Thank you for giving me your wife. After playing with her 1,000 times and giving birth to 10 children, I'll choke them all to death and cook them into meat soup. I'll eat them one bite at a time. Your wife, Shimen Yan Yan, is so delicate. She'll definitely be delicious. Seeing Yang Dingtian's twitching face, Ning Wuming laughed. Haha, you're angry, you're angry. You know how to be angry? It's too late. Your tragedy was already decided the moment you slept with my beloved woman. Sigh, waiting here is so boring. Ning Wuming suddenly said, why don't I kill some people for fun? Swoosh. Ning Wuming suddenly appeared behind a Black Heaven Sect Grandmaster and pierced his sharp claws through his head. That Black Heaven Sect Grandmaster died instantly. Wow, this killing claw feels so good. Ning Wuming laughed. The face of Zhu Qingzhu, who was recuperating, twitched. Come, come, come. I'll kill another one. Ning Wuming laughed coldly. Slash. Ning Wuming's sharp claws slashed across and sliced a Black Heaven Sect Grandmaster in half. God, this feels so good. Ning Wuming laughed. Zhu Qingzhu's eyes spat fire. The ice on his body began to melt, and the crack in his energy reserve began to expand. He was about to explode. He immediately stopped healing and wanted to kill Ning Wuming. Let me do it. Yang Ding Tian yelled out and rushed into the energy barrier. Lil Tian, don't. Dongfang Minmi shouted and chased after Ning Wuming. Swoosh. Yang Ding Tian passed through the energy shield without any resistance. As for Dongfang Nimi, he was bounced back, instantly. Everyone was shocked once again. Wasn't this evil spirit energy shield something that no one could enter or leave? How did Yang Ding Tian get in so easily? Ning Wuming was also stunned. He said in disbelief, Yang Ding Tian, how did you get in? This energy shield can block yin and yang. Perhaps it can't block the chaos attribute, Yang Ding Tian said. The chaos is a void, so it can't block it. Oh, as expected, Ning Wuming said. Then, he smiled and said, but, are you a match for me? Probably not. Yang Ding Tian said, if you don't have this set of equipment, I believe I won't lose to you. But you have this set of equipment, and you can use the evil spirit flash. I think you're far inferior to me. Yes, if you know this, why did you come in? Ning Wuming sneered. Are you stupid? Did you come in to be killed by me? Lil Tian, come out. Dongfang Minmi shouted. Yang Ding Tian, you're really an idiot. You can't hit me. I can flash. And I have the evil spirit black armor. How can you hit me? Ning Wuming laughed. But since you're here, don't go out. You slept with my beloved woman, so I'll leave you behind. I'll castrate you. You can't use it anyway. Because your wife will be my slave in the future. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Suddenly, Ning Wuming began to flash. Flash. Within the energy shield that was nearly 1,000 meters in diameter, he flashed madly. Yes, Ning Wuming who flashed couldn't be hit at all. Even Zhu Qingzhu couldn't hit him, let alone Yang Ding Tian. Whoosh. Suddenly, Yang Ding Tian felt a sharp pain. In an instant, his entire thigh was pierced. When Ning Wuming attacked him, he felt it. However, the other party was too fast. Before he could react, his entire thigh was pierced. Immediately, blood dripped, and the pain was incomparable. Ha ha ha. Ning Wuming flashed to the farthest place in front of him, then licked the blood on his claws. Not bad, your blood tastes good. Is this the legendary blood of justice? Ning Wuming said, but I want to taste your wife, Shiman Yanyan's blood more. Of course, there's also her water. Ha 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 ha. After saying this, Ning Wuming's face turned cold and became even more ferocious. He sneered and said, Yang Ding Tian, if you knew the consequences today, would you regret sleeping with my beloved woman? But it's still that sentence. Even if you regret it now, it's already too late. Ning Wuming sneered and said, my next slash will castrate your lower body. If you don't have the guts, then retreat and run away. Of course, Yang Ding Tian could run away and withdraw from the energy shield. However, once he withdrew, it meant that he had lost, and it meant that he had allowed Ning Wuming to do as he pleased. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Ning Wuming was waiting for him to escape. Once Yang Ding Tian escaped, he would be psychologically satisfied, and he would really castrate Yang Ding Tian. The reason why he didn't kill Yang Ding Tian was to wait for Yang Ding Tian to escape and satisfy his perverted psychology. Run, run, run. Ning Wuming laughed harshly. Now, Dongfang Minmi also saw through Ning Wuming's mentality. He didn't let Yang Ding Tian escape anymore, because running away meant death. No matter how fast Yang Ding Tian was, he couldn't be faster than Ning Wuming, who could flash. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Ning Wuming was like a ghost, flashing rapidly within the energy shield. Then, he crazily cut Yang Ding Tian's body. Yang Ding Tian raised his sword and slashed wildly, but he couldn't touch Ning Wuming at all. He couldn't hit him at all. After a while, Yang Ding Tian's body was pierced countless times. Blood dripped, and his flesh was badly mutilated. However, Ning Wuming was still unwilling to kill him. Yang Ding Tian, run, run. Ning Wuming said harshly. Then, he crazily flashed, appearing in every corner of the energy shield like a ghost, crazily cutting Yang Ding Tian. Yang Ding Tian suddenly put down his sword and closed his eyes. Haha, you're giving up resisting just like that? Ning Wuming laughed sinisterly. Alright, since you're not running away, I played enough. Next, I'll cut off your lower body and castrate your body. After saying that, he was about to flash. Pah! Suddenly, an incomparably huge bolt of lightning burst out from Yang Dingtian's body and struck down fiercely. Ning Wuming, who appeared in front of Yang Dingtian, was hit by the incomparably huge bolt of lightning. It hit directly from the top of his head. In an instant, his whole body flew out, charred black all over. That's right, his speed was very fast, completely flashing. However, the speed of the lightning was also very fast, directly at the speed of light. Moreover, Yang Dingtian had calculated in advance. Before he flashed, he struck down the lightning. Then, the incomparably thick lightning directly hit Ning Wuming. Ning Wuming was very powerful. He had a 7 or 8-star Grandmaster cultivation base, which was even higher than Yang Dingtian. But unfortunately, Yang Dingtian was a 5-star 9th grade Grandmaster, plus the Naga Xian veins, plus a soul sword close to the Emperor grade, plus the Chaos attribute. Basically, he could easily kill a Grandmaster who was 2 levels higher than him. Ning Wuming had the Demon Spirit Black Armor, which could resist all damage. However, it was a pity that Ning Wuming did not have the Demon Spirit Helmet. The terrifying demon sky-splitting lightning struck directly from the top of his head. If it was any other 8-star Grandmaster, this was basically over. But Ning Wuming was different. He had a 3rd grade evil spirit. His whole body twitched and trembled, and there was a charred smell. Then, with the help of the evil spirit energy, he quickly healed and recovered. Pah! Before he could recover, Yang Dingtian's incomparably thick lightning struck down one after another. Pa 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 pa. Yang Dingtian's demon sky-splitting lightning could be released almost instantly. Pa 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 pa, the lightning smashed down crazily. At this time, Ning Wuming could not flash. Suddenly, his whole body trembled crazily and was completely burned into charcoal. However, because of the evil spirit energy, he would not die no matter what. Any pain was probably not comparable to the pain of being electrocuted. And Yang Dingtian's lightning was more than 1,000 times higher than the high-voltage electricity on Earth. Therefore, Ning Wuming was completely enduring the hellish pain at this time, and he could not die. Therefore, he could neither live nor die. He twisted crazily and screamed crazily. He was in extreme pain. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and struck crazily, madly venting his anger towards Ning Wuming. He was not angry at him for cutting his body, but angry at him for hurting Shimin Yan Yan with his words. If Yang Dingtian could not stop it, Ning Wuming would definitely do the same. Bang! Suddenly, Ning Wuming's 2 demon spirit eyes burst out. Kill me, Yang Dingtian, please kill me, don't electrocute me, don't electrocute me. Ning Wuming's voice was already ear-piercing and terrifying to the extreme at this time. His whole body was completely deformed. It was completely a pile of charcoal that was twisting, but under the protection of the evil spirit energy, he could not die. His 2 arms were suddenly broken and instantly shattered. His lower body was suddenly hit and flew away, disappearing in an instant. Ning Wuming's legs were instantly broken and shattered. Ning Wuming was turned into a human stick. It was really one man against another. Zhu Qingzhu was extremely powerful, but he could not kill Ning Wuming. However, Yang Dingtian's lightning killed Ning Wuming until he could neither live nor die, just like a ghost. Note, the second update is 6,000 words, and the second update is 13,000 words. It was completely crazy. Brothers, I beg for monthly votes. At this point, Li Ming was no longer a threat to him. The devil spirit claws on his arms had already been crushed. The most terrifying devil spirit eyes had also completely shot out. Kill me, kill me. Ning Wuming screamed in pain. He didn't even have the strength to struggle. Yang Dingtian slowly walked over and stopped the lightning. Immediately, Ning Wuming's face began to recover. The evil spirit's energy was indeed heaven-defying. Ning Wuming's charred face actually gradually recovered to its original state. Ning Wuming's eye sockets were still empty. He opened his mouth and gasped for air greedily. Yang Dingtian, let's make a deal. This time, it's a real deal, Ning Wuming said. What kind of deal? Yang Dingtian asked. I have an absolutely secret place. There's a list of people with evil ways in there, as well as the cultivated evil spirits. There are also all kinds of treasures, devil spirit corpses, and so on. It's definitely a huge treasure trove for you, Ning Wuming said. I'm not interested in these things, Yang Dingtian said. This deal is very simple. You give my devil spirit black armor and devil spirit mist cloak to Emoji. This is a gift I originally wanted to give her. Ning Wuming said, also, now that the Ning clan is clean, you let Emoji return to the Ning clan. No matter if it's a boy or a girl, let him inherit the Ning clan. Yang Dingtian fell silent. Also, now that the Ning clan is clean, you have to protect the Ning clan, Ning Wuming said. Promise me, you can't take the treasures on me for yourself. You must give them to Emoji. Ning Wuming suddenly said in a hoarse voice, Emoji, you must not bring them back to Cloud Sky City. She's a woman of the Ning clan and always will be. I don't care if you're pretending to be Ning Ru, but Emoji must be a woman of the Ning clan. Her children must also be children of the Ning clan. The Ning clan must not be without descendants. If you don't promise me, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Yang Dingtian finally nodded. Ning Wuming let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he lay down with his ghostly body and said, all right, you can do it. The secrets I want to tell you are in Mo Weaver's ring. Yes. I hope that in your next life, you can live a different life, Yang Dingtian said. It's really like a dream. Ning Wuming sighed. That's right. Yang Dingtian slashed down with his sword. Suddenly, Ning Wuming's head was chopped off and rolled down from his charred body. A streak of black-red blood flowed out of the eerie black eye sockets. However, there wasn't much pain on his face. Instead, he looked relieved. After his head was cut off, Ning Wuming's soul floated out under the protection of the third-grade evil spirit and floated in the air like a lonely ghost. Yang Dingtian used the soul ring to suck gently and immediately absorbed Ning Wuming's soul spirit. From then on, the ruthless and cunning young master of the Ning clan, the #1 lackey of princely Ming of the evil ways, officially disappeared from this world. As the only martial arts base of the evil ways, it was completely erased from this world. Grabbing Ning Wuming's head, Yang Dingtian sighed softly. Yang Dingtian knew a lot about the ways of the world, but he didn't know much about life. Now, Xianxia had died in front of him. Then, Ning Wuming had also died in front of him. However, it made him realize something. The smarter a stubborn person was, the more painful it would be. The more a person pursued, the more painful it would be. Perhaps, the more tragic it would be. At this moment, he understood a very pretentious saying. If you don't fight, you fight. If you fight, you don't fight. He recalled that in demigods and semi-devils, Qiao Feng was too demanding of himself. He was an almost perfect person. However, the more demanding he was, the more he would lose everything. He lost his lover, his family, and his own life. Even the loyalty he pursued could not be obtained in the end. Duan Yu also had his own desires. However, he didn't want much. He only wanted a leisurely life and a fairy like Wang Yuyan. In the end, he gained something and lost something. As for Xuzhu, he had no desires at all. In the end, he had everything. Love, career, benevolence. Of course, he had just obtained his parents and immediately lost them. However, at least he didn't have parents before. Of course, Yang Dingtian wasn't at such a high level yet. He was also a stubborn person. He only had one goal now, which was to eliminate the evil ways and save the primal chaos mainland, so, what would happen to him in the future? He really didn't know. However, he was still different from Ning Wuming. In the past, Yang Dingtian worked hard to regain his dignity, especially in front of Dongfang Bingling. However, at this moment, Yang Dingtian's actions no longer had any selfish desires. As for Ning Wuming and Xianxia, no matter what, no matter how humane they were all doing it for their own selfish desires. Just like Shiwu Piaoyan, who had long given up on his lover and his cultivation. He walked the world only to save the world. He also didn't do it for his own selfish desires. In his hands, he had failed. However, he had passed on this career. Then, Yang Dingtian shook his head vigorously. He laughed at himself. He wasn't suitable to be a thinker. It was better not to let his imagination run wild. This battle? Was it considered to be over? Yang Dingtian had set up an inescapable net. He had captured 6 martial masters, 40 masters, and countless revered martial artists. He had done everything he could. As for the enemy, there were 6 great grandmasters and 50 grandmasters who had come in an aggressive manner. Yang Dingtian had prepared himself mentally. He had even prepared himself for the death of half of the martial masters. However, this was a result that no one would have expected. All the martial masters and 30 masters had been killed. Moreover, they were all killed by Zhu Qingzhu alone. His side hadn't suffered any losses. Of course, he didn't expect Ning Wuming to be so heaven-defying when he unleashed his full power. He had almost forced Zhu Qingzhu to perish together with him. He had also forced the Black Heaven sex experts to be completely wiped out. What was Yang Dingtian's main goal in this battle? It was to eliminate Zhu Qingzhu. Therefore, if he had just sat back and watched, he would have been able to see Zhu Qingzhu and Ning Wuming perish together. That would have been the best ending. However, Yang Dingtian couldn't do it. He was indeed not a ruthless person. He wasn't a ruthless person with a heart as hard as steel. He couldn't sit by and watch the Black Heaven sex experts be wiped out, especially someone like Shui Qingqi. As for Zhu Qingzhu, he was different from what he had imagined. He was despicable and vicious. For his own selfish reasons, he had used evil ways to attack and kill hundreds of thousands of people. In order to eliminate the threat in advance, he had secretly killed Shimin Wuya. However, he was also proud and stubborn. Moreover, he would rather risk his life to protect his own people. Perhaps Zhu Qingzhu shouldn't have died in such a cowardly manner. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had rushed out at the last moment and stopped Dongfang Minmi and the Black Heaven sex experts from self-destructing. What about now? How should he face Zhu Qingzhu? Yang Dingtian was in a dilemma. He frowned. He didn't know if he should turn hostile and strike him with a bolt of lightning. Speaking of which, now was the best time to strike. Most of Zhu Qingzhu's second-grade evil spirit energy was on the energy shield. He had also suffered heavy injuries. It was the best time to attack him with all his strength. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian looked at Zhu Qingzhu. He was eager to make a move. At this moment, crack. Suddenly, the ice on Zhu Qingzhu's body shattered. The entire energy shield shattered in an instant. The second-grade evil spirit energy quickly returned to Zhu Qingzhu's body. In an instant, Zhu Qingzhu's heavily injured body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost in the blink of an eye, Zhu Qingzhu had returned to his handsome and mighty appearance. He floated in front of Yang Dingtian. "You're amazing, Yang Dingtian. You've learned how to trick people," Zhu Qingzhu said. Yang Dingtian smiled sheepishly. "Not only did you trick Ning Wuming, but you also tricked me," Zhu Qingzhu said. "It seems that the worse a person's acting skills are, the easier it is to trick people. Honest people are the ones who get killed when they try to trick people." Yang Dingtian smiled sheepishly. "You're amazing. Even I couldn't kill Ning Wuming, but you did," Zhu Qingzhu said. "Everything has its weakness," Yang Dingtian said. "Thank you for saving me and the lives of everyone in the Black Heaven sect. I owe you a huge favor," Zhu Qingzhu said. "You're welcome," Yang Dingtian said. "No, I must return this favor." "Tell me, what do you want?" Zhu Qingzhu asked. Yang Dingtian hesitated. He thought about what he should ask of Zhu Qingzhu. However, after thinking for a long time, he did not know what to ask of Zhu Qingzhu. He could not ask Zhu Qingzhu to kowtow and join the Council of Light, could he? Yang Dingtian would be an idiot if he made such a request. "Why did you want to kill Junior Uncle Shiman that day?" Yang Dingtian asked. In the end, he still made such a request. It was a knot in his heart. He could forgive Zhu Hongxue for hurting him, but he could not forgive Zhu Qingzhu for framing Shiman Wuya. Zhu Qingzhu was stunned. He did not expect Yang Dingtian to make such a request. After thinking for a while, Zhu Qingzhu said, "There are two reasons. The second reason is that Shiman Wuya is too powerful. If I don't kill him that day, I won't be a match for him 10 years later. So, it's better to kill him as soon as possible." Yang Dingtian's face twitched. Zhu Qingzhu was indeed straightforward. Zhu Qingzhu continued, "The first reason is that someone told me to kill Shiman Wuya." "Who? Who is that person?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Who else can it be? The most mysterious and powerful person in this world should be the master of the soul-departing palace," Zhu Qingzhu said. "Who is the master of the soul-departing palace? Where is the soul-departing palace?" Yang Dingtian asked. Zhu Qingzhu smiled slightly. "This is the second question, kid. I don't have the obligation to answer you anymore." Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned. Then, he saw that Zhu Qingqi and the others were still seriously injured. The crack in their sea of qi was still there. Yang Dingtian could not help but be stunned. Why can't senior uncle Zhu Qingqi and the others recover on their own? They don't have evil spirit energy. Zhu Qingzhu said, "I only gave each of them a jade box containing evil spirit pollutants to resist the dark energy storm. There is no evil spirit energy in their bodies." This time, Yang Dingtian could not help but be stunned. Ning Wuming had used a large amount of evil spirit energy to win people's hearts and make his people stronger quickly. Qiu Ruhan even slept with Ning Wuming for a few nights and gave Qiu Ruhan a fourth-grade evil spirit. Zhu Qingzhu himself had a second-grade evil spirit, but he did not give it to the people of the Black Heaven sect. One had to know that he was a second-grade evil spirit. He could give others third-grade evil spirits. Is it strange? It's fine if I'm the only one being controlled by an evil spirit, but I don't want the entire Black Heaven sect to become an evil spirit's lackey. Zhu Qingzhu said, "Moreover, there's only one person in the entire Black Heaven sect who has asked me for evil spirit energy. It's my other son, Zhu Hongyu, but I didn't give it to him either." "Then what about senior uncle Zhua and the others' injuries?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Don't you have some kind of pill that can bring the dead back to life?" Zhu Qingzhu asked. Yang Dingtian did have it, but there were more than a dozen people in the Black Heaven sect who were seriously injured. He had very little holy water pills left. This time, he was afraid that he would use them all up. Gritting his teeth, Yang Dingtian stepped forward and put 2 holy water pills into Xianxia's mouth. Then, he put 2 holy water pills into each of the Black Heaven sect's experts' mouths. Then, he looked at the bottle again. It was really empty. There were less than 10 left. Yang Dingtian wanted to cry but had no tears. He had secretly brought out a whole vat of holy water, and he had squandered it just like that. Yang Dingtian's heart ached so much that his face twitched. "Alright, looks like I owe you a huge favor again." Zhu Qingzhu said, "Tell me, what do you want?" Yang Dingtian racked his brains and realized that he really could not find any request. In other words, his only request was for Zhu Qingzhu to join the Council of Light and completely cut ties with the evil ways. However, he had single-handedly killed 4 great masters and dozens of masters from the evil ways. It should be that their relationship couldn't be any more broken. Therefore, joining the Council of Light was not a request. Then, Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "I don't have any requests for now. I'll tell you when I think of them in the future." "Alright, then take your time," Zhu Qingzhu said. Then, he slowly pulled out his sword and said, "Alright, now that Ning Wuming is dead, the people from the evil ways are also dead. Only the Council of Light and the Black Heaven sect are left. Let's fight. You have 6 great masters and dozens of masters. Do you want to fight me one by one or all at once?" Yang Dingtian was shocked. "Masters Junior Zhu, I saved your life and the lives of everyone in the Black Heaven sect. You still want to fight?" "That's right." Zhu Qingzhu said, "What's my purpose for coming here?" "It's to chase you out of Zhong State and take over the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earthshatter City. It's to rule the entire Zhong State. But I saved you and the entire Black Heaven sect. If I didn't do it, all of you would have been dead by now," Yang Dingtian said. "That's a different matter. I've said before that I owe you a favor. That's why you asked for it." Zhu Qingzhu said, "Don't worry, I won't kill all of you. All of you can come at me together. Note, I'm going to write the second update. Please support me." Yang Dingtian fell into silence. After a while, he said, "Sect Leader Zhu, you have to know that I must win this battle." "Then let's do it." Zhu Qingzhu lightly waved his sword. "Then I'll offend you." Yang Dingtian took a few steps back. Qin Wanzhou, who had the highest cultivation, stepped out. He drew his sword and saluted, "Senior brother Zhu, please advise me." "Please?" Zhu Qingzhu said. Qin Wanzhou waved his sword. The dark flame in his abdomen was condensed to the extreme. The martial soul in his arms shook violently. Suddenly, the dark flame in his martial soul burst out. In an instant, a blazing demonic Kirin roared. The dark chi, dark flame and martial soul of a 7-star martial grandmaster. Qin Wanzhou used all his strength to attack. Zhu Qingzhu's eyes focused. The sharp sword in his hand slashed out fiercely, a beam of white sword light shot out. 2 shocking forces collided in the air. Boom! A shocking light instantly cut off the middle of the mountain, turning it into a platform of a few hundred square meters. The earth-shattering explosion was as bright as day. Qin Wanzhou took a few steps back. Blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth. Zhu Qingzhu staggered slightly but was safe and sound. "Admit it," Qin Wanzhou said and stepped back. In this battle, Qin Wanzhou used all his strength. He used the dark flame, martial soul, and condensed all his dark chi. As for Zhu Qingzhu, he only used ordinary dark chi sword radiance. He did not use the dark flame or martial soul. Qin Wanzhou was still defeated. Dongfang Minmi stepped out and bowed, "Junior brother Zhu, please advise me." At this moment, Dongfang Minmi did not hide his voice. Zhu Qingzhu trembled and said, "Senior brother Dongfang?" "It's me," Dongfang Minmi said. "However, this body belongs to senior brother Lung Qingchen." Zhu Qingzhu bowed and said, "Zhu Qingzhu greets senior brother Dongfang." Dongfang Minmi nodded with a smile. He waved the sword in his hand and shook it lightly. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the sword radiance shot out in all directions. Zhu Qingzhu's body suddenly emitted a huge beam of light. His body instantly grew several dozen meters tall. The sword shadow in his hand was also over 100 feet long. Dong! Dongfang Minmi brandished his sword. Suddenly, all of the moonlight to the east of Zhu Qingzhu suddenly condensed. The surrounding space instantly turned dark. All of the light condensed into the image of a huge sword. West. Then, in the space to the west, the moonlight condensed. The surrounding darkness condensed into a 300-meter-long sword shadow. South. North. Go. Down. A moment later, Zhu Qingzhu was surrounded by 6 gigantic swords that were 1,000 feet long. Zhu Qingzhu's voice trembled. 6 swords of chaos? Dongfang Minmi said, "That's right. It's my first time using it. I've failed before, but I didn't expect it to succeed after my soul grew stronger. If I remember correctly, even Shimen Wuya didn't learn this primal chaos 6 swords." Zhu Qingzhu said slowly. Then, he lightly threw the sword in his hand into the air. In an instant, his sword split into countless sword shadows. Dozens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Shimen Wuya didn't have a sword soul. These sword shadows were created by his cultivation base. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the tens of thousands of sturdy swords instantly spun rapidly, completely protecting Zhu Qingzhu's body. A moment later, an incomparably beautiful scene appeared again. A few hundred meters around Zhu Qingzhu was completely surrounded by flying sword shadows. They were like thousands of meteors. It was incomparably beautiful. Go! Zhu Qingzhu's sword suddenly slashed down. Suddenly, the 6 gigantic swords of the primal chaos 6 swords pierced towards Zhu Qingzhu. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the 6 gigantic swords pierced into the countless sword shadows around Zhu Qingzhu. In an instant, the sound of countless weapons clashing could be heard in the air. As if they were real swords, the countless sword shadows shattered into pieces. It was as if there were countless sharp sword fragments falling from the sky like thousands of fireflies. The 6 gigantic swords shattered inch by inch. In an instant, within dozens of miles of space, countless swords were dancing and fighting. Would the 6 gigantic swords win, or would Zhu Qingzhu's sword shadows win? The results were out quickly. The thousands of sword shadows around Zhu Qingzhu were all shattered into pieces. As for the 6 gigantic swords, only half a foot of them remained and pierced towards Zhu Qingzhu like lightning. Whoosh 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 whoosh, almost instantly, Zhu Qingzhu seemed to have grown 6 arms. 6 swords blocked Dongfang Minmi's 6 flying swords. Clang 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 clang, Dongfang Minmi's 6 sword souls turned into ashes. "I'm ashamed." Dongfang Minmi bowed. Zhu Qingzhu bowed and said, "I'm the one who's ashamed. I've already lost in the battle of swords. However, in the battle between you and me, I've won again." In the battle of swords, Zhu Qingzhu had indeed lost. Because his thousands of sword shadows were all shattered into pieces, and Dongfang Minmi's sword souls still had a foot left. However, when it was about to hit Zhu Qingzhu's body, it was easily destroyed by him. Therefore, in the battle between martial artists, Zhu Qingzhu had won again. At this moment, the one who was shocked was Qin Wanzhou. At this moment, Dongfang Minmi's body was Lung Qingchen's. He had just broken through to the Great Grandmaster realm and was barely a 2-star Great Grandmaster. Qin Wanzhou was a 7-star Great Grandmaster. However, Dongfang Minmi had a sword soul. If he really stood up, Qin Wanzhou might not be able to win. The possibility of losing was higher. The sword soul was too powerful. After Dongfang Minmi, Ning Busi stepped up. Ning Busi also used his strongest martial soul, Xian skill, and mystic flame. However, he was still defeated in one move. Next, Qing Dabii was also defeated in one move. Then, it was Shadowless. Shadowless. "Please advise me," Zhu Qingzhu said. The two of them faced each other from a mile away. Whoosh, in an instant, Shadowless disappeared into the endless darkness. In the blink of an eye, Shadowless appeared behind Zhu Qingzhu and slashed down with his sword. Pig-slaying swordsmanship, the second move, beheading. Zhu Qingzhu stabbed the sword on his back at Shadowless. However, Zhu Qingzhu's attack only hit Shadowless afterimage. Suddenly, a sword stabbed out from the darkness and reached Zhu Qingzhu's sea of qi in an instant. It twisted and turned, real and fake. this sword seemed to have appeared out of thin air. The sword appeared inch by inch, followed by Shadowless. Zhu Qingzhu stretched out his right hand at lightning speed, wanting to catch Shadowless' sword. Zhu Qingzhu's speed was extremely fast, and he caught it in an instant. However, the sword that he caught was instantly smashed into pieces and turned into ashes. Immediately after, another broken sword, like an afterimage, seemed to layer upon layer, suddenly stabbed towards his chest. Everyone was completely shocked by Shadowless's swordsmanship. They were completely stunned. Yang Dingtian also did not expect the pig-slaying swordsmanship to be so terrifying and amazing in the hands of Shadowless. Zhu Qingzhu could only watch helplessly as Shadowless' sword pierced through his chest. He was completely unstoppable, his entire chest was about to be pierced by Shadowless. At this moment, a ray of golden light suddenly condensed in front of Zhu Qingzhu's chest. The golden light instantly turned from energy to substance. Clang! Shadowless' sword stabbed directly into the golden light energy, but it could not move an inch. All the energy in Zhu Qingzhu's body suddenly condensed on the golden light and burst out. Shadowless' sword suddenly bent, and then his entire body flew out like a straw. Shadowless' face twitched, and he bowed. I'm ashamed. Zhu Qingzhu bowed. I'm ashamed. In terms of swordsmanship, the difference between us is like heaven and earth. I can't block your sword, so I've already lost. But in terms of martial arts, I've won again. 5 of the 6 grandmasters on Yang Dingtian's side had already fought, and all 5 of them had lost. Each of them only had one move. Finally, it was time for the ancient beast, Xiaoxiao, to fight. Xiaoxiao, go. Yang Dingtian said. Oh. Xiaoxiao suddenly tore off the white cloak on its body, revealing its ugly face. Everyone's eyes suddenly shrank. It was not that they had any prejudice against ugly women, but this woman was really too ugly. Zhu Qingzhu's eyes revealed a trace of doubt, and then he turned his head slightly. Everyone's eyes also revealed a look of surprise. Bang! Xiaoxiao was like a human-shaped cannonball as he charged forward. Oh, he ran over directly. However, his speed was too fast, so he rushed over like a cannonball. Zhu Qingzhu stood on the spot, his green robe fluttering in the wind, waiting for Xiaoxiao's ultimate move. Xiaoxiao suddenly threw a punch. Bam! 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 Xiaoxiao rushed in front of Zhu Qingzhu. Xiaoxiao began to wave its fists and violently punch. In an instant, everyone was once again stunned. That punching technique was completely like a child's fight. It was completely random and without any order at all. However, the power and speed of each punch was astonishing to the extreme. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian thought of a word. Pegasus Meteor Punch. Each of his punches could really blow up a dinosaur. The whistling sound of every punch was like a supersonic sonic boom. Every punch created a gust of wind that compressed the air. It was completely capable of shattering a person's body and bones. However, those punches were completely random. Bam! 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 Xiaoxiao's fists danced wildly. She threw almost 100 punches in a second. In an instant, everything within a radius of dozens of miles was destroyed. Wherever the wind from her fists passed, regardless of whether it was trees or boulders, everything was smashed into pieces. Every fist she threw out was like a terrifying cannonball. However, she couldn't hit the target and could only bombard indiscriminately. The more Zhu Qingzhu fought, the more shocked he became. What kind of monster is she? The power of her punches was even more shocking than that of Gudu's 1,000-year Yiksha beast. Moreover, her speed was extremely fast. In a breath, she had thrown hundreds of punches. Zhu Qingzhu realized that the ugly woman's punches were extremely powerful. Even if she managed to land a hit, Zhu Qingzhu would not feel good at all. He could not even withstand it. However, it was too difficult for the ugly woman to land a hit on him. Even if she punched randomly for 10 years, she would not be able to land a hit. However, the ugly woman became more and more violent as she fought. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her speed and strength were increasing. Zhu Qingzhu wanted to end the shocking and boring battle, so he immediately began to counterattack. He also used his fists. It was harder for Xiaoxiao to land a hit on Zhu Qingzhu than to ascend to the heavens. It was harder for Zhu Qingzhu to miss Xiaoxiao than to ascend to the heavens. Therefore, all of his tricks hit the mark. Zhu Qingzhu only wanted to send her flying, so he went easy on her. However, something that surprised him happened again. His punches landed on Xiaoxiao's body like mud sinking into the sea. There was no reaction at all. Xiaoxiao did not even lose a single hair, let alone vomiting blood. Therefore, Zhu Qingzhu increased his strength again. He hit Xiaoxiao a few hundred times again. Still, there was no reaction. Zhu Qingzhu increased his strength again. Increase, increase, increase. Finally, Zhu Qingzhu gathered his sea of qi into his fists and transformed them into golden arms. He punched Xiaoxiao's body with a force of more than a few million catties. How shocking was this power! Even the 1,000-year-old Xianxia beast was torn apart alive. In an instant, Zhu Qingzhu's golden fists landed on Xiaoxiao's body like raindrops. This time, Xiaoxiao's body reacted. She furrowed her brows and looked at Zhu Qingzhu's golden fist. You're hitting me," she said savagely. Everyone almost vomited blood when they heard that. Zhu Qingzhu must have punched you tens of thousands of times before you feel it. So you didn't even feel the fist that hit your body just now. Xiaoxiao rubbed the place where she was hit and roared, I'll fight you to the death. Then, Xiaoxiao was like a wild beast or an enraged monkey. She punched and kicked at Zhu Qingzhu like a storm. The two of them fought from the sky to the ground. The battlefield spanned hundreds of miles. Wherever the two of them passed, the place was ruined. Countless castles, mountains, and forests were all destroyed by Xiaoxiao's fists. Zhu Qingzhu was gritting his teeth as he prepared to meet the enemy head-on. He really did not expect to face such a battle. The enemy's strength was so great that he could not withstand it at all. Her speed was faster than his, and her strength was greater than his golden arms. However, her martial arts level was not even comparable to a novice martial artist. Even if she fought for 10,000 years, she would not be able to hit him. He could hit her with his eyes closed, but hitting her 10,000 times would be like scratching an itch. Where did Yang Dingtian find such a monster? However, Zhu Qingzhu also roughly understood that this monster should be the humanoid form of the ancient sea beast. No wonder it was so ugly. Just like that, the two of them fought crazily. They fought for hundreds of miles. They fought from night to dawn. Then, they fought from dawn to dusk. A few hundred miles down below, it was already a mess. Everything had been completely destroyed by Xiaoxiao. Zhu Qingzhu wanted to wait until her Xianxia was exhausted before he defeated her and won the battle. However, he did not expect that this ugly woman's strength seemed to be endless. Her profound energy had not been exhausted, but his profound energy was about to be completely depleted. This ugly woman had punched him millions of times, and she did not even hit him once. She was still fighting crazily, and she did not know how to stop. I can't take it anymore. Zhu Qingzhu roared, his face was ferocious, and his evil spirit doppelganger suddenly burst out. It was like a ferocious ghost, and it pounced on Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao screamed when she saw this horrifying ghost. In the blink of an eye, she ran away without a trace. It was as if she was very afraid of second-grade evil spirit energy. Just like that, Zhu Qingzhu ended the battle. He had won this battle with great difficulty. Then, he couldn't help but bend down and gasp for breath. This battle was really won with a red face. In the end, he actually scared his opponent away instead of beating her away. Zhu Qingzhu looked at Yang Dingtian hatefully. Where did you find this monster? Yang Dingtian looked at the ground that was in a mess and had a bitter expression. Xiaoxiao was very powerful. She was still very powerful even in her human form. However, she was not reliable at all. She could not hit anyone with her childlike fighting moves. Not to mention that she could not hit Zhu Qingzhu. Any Grandmaster could easily dodge her attack. Moreover, she only knew this one skill. She did not know any Xian skills unless she transformed into a giant beast and could spit out lightning. Therefore, she could be said to be extremely powerful, but she could also be said to be completely useless. Alright, your 6 grandmasters have all lost. Zhu Qingzhu said, now, you can let your 6 grandmasters come at me together. However, I will not stop here. I will fight with real swords and spears. I won't kill them, but I can't guarantee how serious their injuries will be. Yang Dingtian's face twitched. If he really wanted to fight like this. The scene of Zhu Qingzhu killing 4 grandmasters was still vivid in his mind. Back then, Zhu Qingzhu had killed those 4 martial grandmasters effortlessly. Now that he had completely demonized himself, there was simply no one who could match him. If he really wanted to fight, Yang Dingtian's 6 grandmasters would be severely injured. Zhu Qingzhu saw that Yang Dingtian was standing still and said, "Yang Dingtian, your grandmasters have all come out. I will give you one more chance. Let your 6 grandmasters come at me together and fight with all their strength. Anyway, this is a critical moment. There is no need to care about morality." Then, Zhu Qingzhu closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the air to recover his Xianxia. "Let me know when you want to fight together." The faces of the 5 grandmasters on Yang Dingtian's side twitched. They circulated their Xianxia and prepared to fight with Zhu Qingzhu. It did not matter if they won or lost, no one could stand such humiliation. "Yang Dingtian, either you fight or you surrender," Zhu Qingzhu said sternly. "Don't worry, I will not let anyone from Black Heaven Sect fight. If you defeat me, I will abdicate and let Shui Qingqi be Black Heaven Sect leader. I will give Zhongzhou to you. If you lose, get out of Zhongzhou and we will not interfere in each other's business." Yang Dingtian fell silent again. "Yang Dingtian, if we fight, blood will flow like a river. You can make the decision if you surrender," Zhu Qingzhu said. Yang Dingtian walked out slowly and said, "The Council of Light is determined to get Black Heaven Pavilion and ground-splitting city. I choose to fight." "Ha ha ha ha." Zhu Qingzhu laughed maniacally. "Alright, let's fight to our heart's content. I won't kill you, but don't blame me if something happens to you." "No, it's not the 6 great masters who will fight you," Yang Dingtian said, "it's me who will fight you one-on-one. It's a gentleman's battle." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Previously, the 6 great masters had all been defeated in a single move. Yang Dingtian still wanted to defeat Zhu Qingzhu? Was he dreaming? Yang Dingtian said, "Faction leader Zhu, a gentleman's battle is decided in one move." "Is that right?" "That's right." Zhu Qingzhu said, "All 6 great masters were defeated in one move. They couldn't even touch a hair on my head. So, if you can knock off a strand of my hair, you win. I will abdicate and give Zhongzhou to you." When Zhu Qingzhu said this, he was filled with absolute pride. "I know that you have the lightning-type mystic skill, demonic skyfisher, but that little bit of lightning is nothing to me. It can't even penetrate my energy shield." Zhu Qingzhu said proudly, "If you want to knock off a strand of my hair, it will be harder than ascending to heaven. A lightning-type mystic skill could ignore any defense and attack all energy shields." There was no mistake about that. However, when it penetrated, there would be a loss. It was just like Mo Ling's energy shield. It was not that it could not be broken, but it required an astronomical amount of energy to break it. And Yang Dingtian's lightning-type mystic skill could not break Zhu Qingzhu's energy shield. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was merely a 5-star grandmaster. If he wanted to strike down a 9-star class grandmaster like Zhu Qingzhu, it was truly a daydream. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven. "Yang Dingtian, I advise you to surround me with 6 people. Although there will be casualties, at least you will have a chance of winning. If you want to fight me alone, there is basically no chance of winning," Zhu Qingzhu said. Yang Dingtian said slowly, "I have decided." Zhu Qingzhu said to Dongfang Minmi, "Senior brother Dongfang, are you going to let Yang Dingtian mess around like this?" Dongfang Minmi said, "Yang Dingtian is our common leader. His decision is also our highest will." "Alright, then get ready to get out of Zhongzhou." Zhu Qingzhu said calmly, "Yang Dingtian, even if you have done me a great favor, I will not go easy on you. Because I am a warrior, I am an indomitable martial artist." "I know," Yang Dingtian said. "Alright, since you are not stupid, then let's begin," Zhu Qingzhu said slowly. Then, the energy shield began to cover his body. He held the sword with both hands. Yang Dingtian slowly raised the Emperor-grade soul sword. Huff, a white mystic flame. This was the million-spirit demonic flame. Huff, then, another white mystic flame appeared. This was the demonic spirit demonic flame. two heaven and earth mystic flames. It was enough to shock everyone. However, it was useless. Now that the two mystic flames had lost their yin and yang attributes, they did not have any killing power. Even if the two mystic flames were at their peak, they would not be able to harm Zhu Qingzhu at all. They would not be able to penetrate Zhu Qingzhu's energy shield. However, Yang Dingtian's mystic qi was of the primal chaos attribute. He could easily penetrate Zhu Qingzhu's energy shield. However, the primal chaos attribute mystic flames did not have any killing power. They could not harm Zhu Qingzhu at all. The two heaven and earth mystic flames were condensed to the extreme. Then, they flew towards Zhu Qingzhu at lightning speed. No one could feel the heat from the two flames. Instantly, everyone held their breaths. No one dared to believe that Yang Dingtian would win. Even 6 great masters couldn't injure Zhu Qingzhu, let alone Yang Dingtian. The two snow-white mystic flames hit Zhu Qingzhu and penetrated his energy shield. That's right, the primal chaos attribute energy could enter any energy shield, including the energy shield. The two mystic flames even hit Zhu Qingzhu's forehead. However, it was useless. They could not harm him at all. Zhu Qingzhu sneered. Is this your ultimate move? It's completely useless. Now, it's my turn to fight back. I've said that I won't show you any mercy. Get ready to get out of Zhong state. Everyone instantly closed their eyes in pain. Indeed, miracles were hard to come by. Yun Kalin, who was far away, was in despair. However, at this moment, suddenly, the two mystic flames that hit Zhu Qingzhu's forehead collided. A shocking bolt of lightning struck. It was several times more powerful than the lightning that hit Ning Wuming previously. An incomparably powerful bolt of lightning shot out from Zhu Qingzhu's evil spirit energy barrier and struck Zhu Qingzhu's head. Not a single bit of energy leaked out. Suddenly, Zhu Qingzhu's head lit up with a dazzling light. The light was thousands of times more powerful than the sunlight. It was as if it was going to blind everyone's eyes. Why? Because the lightning that was a few square miles had been condensed to a few centimeters. How shocking was this energy? After the bright light, almost everyone was temporarily blinded. Gradually, they regained their vision. Everyone could clearly see that Zhu Qingzhu had a huge wound from his head to his nose. Blood was dripping from the wound, and the wound was so deep that one could see his bones. The long hair on his head was instantly burned clean. Zhu Qingzhu had said that one would win if one managed to knock off a strand of hair. However, Yang Dingtian had destroyed all of his black hair. How was this possible? Everyone was shocked. How could Yang Dingtian allow the two mystic flames to enter the energy shield? After hitting Zhu Qingzhu, the two mystic flames collided and created a lightning attribute mystic skill? How was this possible? Note, 6,600 words for the second update, please support. Zhu Qingzhu had said that he would win if he knocked down a strand of hair, but Yang Dingtian had almost directly split his head and destroyed all his hair. This was a miracle. Zhu Qingzhu was also completely shocked and stunned. The thunder mystic skill was the most complicated and mysterious mystic skill in the world. In the entire chaotic world, only 1 in a billion people had thunder talent. Therefore, thunder mystic skills were often the symbol of the disciples of the hidden sect. Now Yang Dingtian not only had thunder mystic skills, but he could also use 2 chaotic mysterious fires to create thunder and lightning. How was this possible? Zhu Qingzhu felt not only shock, but also fear. Of course, it was not fear of Yang Dingtian's strength, but fear of an unknown realm. There was something that even Zhu Qingzhu could not understand, but Yang Dingtian had mastered it. How could Yang Dingtian do this? In the past few months, when he had free time, he used part of it to cultivate, so he had broken through to the 5-star 9th grade Grandmaster. But when he still had time, he entered meditation and continued to study the highest wisdom of the martial arts civilization, about the divine realm. What Shiwu Piayan wrote was the most advanced martial arts civilization in the world. In the language of Earth, the software written by others was tens of megabytes, and it was completely based on the secondary development of a certain computer system. Shiwu Piayan, on the other hand, wrote only 1/10 of what others wrote, but he could complete 10 times more work than others. Moreover, he developed it completely based on the most primitive level of the computer, and even directly changed the core. Therefore, the effect of studying the pig-slaying swordsmanship was many times better than studying other secret manuals. In the almost infinite years in the meditation space, he had read the yin and yang codes of the first half of the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship countless times. First, he looked at code by code, then paragraph by paragraph, then chapter by chapter. The entire first half of the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship had billions of codes. When you read code by code, it was almost difficult to find something. But when you read paragraph by paragraph, you would find something different. Each paragraph was made up of thousands of yin and yang codes. With these yin and yang codes as pixels, they would completely form a very mysterious and special pattern. These paragraphs were the basic components of the martial arts civilization's secret manuals. Only after these codes were combined into a paragraph could a certain function be implemented. Of course, there were tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of different stages in the martial arts civilization. Every section was meant to achieve a different cultivation goal. It was impossible to memorize all of them. Therefore, the most important task was to understand the rules between paragraphs and remember a general classification. After he had a rough understanding of the passage, he zoomed in once more and read the chapters one by one. Every chapter was made up of hundreds or thousands of paragraphs. Every paragraph was a pixel, and these hundreds and thousands of pixels formed a new pattern. This pattern was the chapter. The entire secret manual was made up of hundreds of chapters. With each chapter as a pixel, it formed a pattern. Therefore, at Shiwu Piaoyan's level, he could tell at a glance what the secret manual was about, who wrote it, what flaws it had, and what improvements could be made. Of course, Yang Dingtian could not do this. He was still trapped in the passage. In the martial arts civilization, there were tens of thousands of passages that were roughly categorized and logically ordered. These things had taken him more than a few decades in the meditation space. Therefore, meditation was the only way to comprehend the martial arts civilization. Otherwise, even if you spent your whole life, you would not be able to pass the threshold. Of course, back to the main point, Yang Dingtian's understanding of martial arts had only reached the level of a paragraph. However, in the first half of the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, there was a very clear description of the relationship between chaotic Xianxia and lightning. Some of the descriptions were very consistent with Yang Dingtian's knowledge of earth. In terms of yin and yang, the lightning element was neither yin nor yang. However, lightning itself was composed of yin and yang. In the theory of earth, there were positive and negative electrodes. Moreover, lightning was produced by the collision of a large number of positive and negative ions. In the same way, the chaotic Xianxia did not belong to either yin or yang. It was composed of yin and yang. Therefore, logically speaking, the chaotic Xianxia was the same as the lightning. Therefore, after the yang attribute million spirit demon fire turned into the chaotic Xianxia, it became countless yang attribute particles. After the ice attribute demon spirit demon fire turned into the chaotic Xianxia, it became countless yang attribute particles. Even though they didn't have any offensive capabilities themselves. However, when they collided, lightning was born. Yang Dingtian had injected almost all of his Xianxia into the two Xian flames and then condensed them into a few. Yang Dingtian had the Xianxia of a 5-star level 9 Grandmaster and the enhancement of the Emperor Grade Soul Sword. Coupled with the energy of the two Xian flames, how terrifying was the lightning that was condensed into. It could be said that even a 9-star level 9 Grandmaster would be killed if he was hit by it. When the lightning that was a few square kilometers in size was condensed into a few centimeters, how terrifying was its power. Zhu Qingzhu was a 9-star Grandmaster. Originally, this would not cause any harm to him. However, this lightning was too condensed. It was produced within the evil spirit energy shield and could ignore any defense in the human body. No Xianxia could lock it down. Therefore, when the lightning struck down, it tore a hole on his head and burned all the hair on his head. This was Yang Dingtian's victory. However, this was also a victory for the martial arts civilization. This was the first time Yang Dingtian had used the wisdom of the martial arts civilization to obtain a victory. He had just entered the divine realm, but he had already obtained such a victory. Therefore, even though his cultivation was ranked outside of the top 100 in this world, he was still able to do so. In terms of martial arts wisdom and vision, he stood at the peak of the entire world. He was at the peak of the world for thousands of years. How did you do it? Zhu Qingzhu asked. I modified the core of the Thunder Xian skill manual and changed the attributes of the two Xian flames. Then, I created lightning. Yang Dingtian said. His words were very simple, but Zhu Qingzhu felt dizzy and almost fainted. Divine realm? Zhu Qingzhu asked. It's just the tip of the iceberg. Yang Dingtian said. Zhu Qingzhu muttered to himself, maybe. I shouldn't have competed with you. You are the son of heaven. No matter how hard you work, you can't win against the heavens. In the past, I completely disdained your evil ways, but now. Maybe you can really win. Although your current strength is not even 1,000th of the demon King Wentian's, the height you are standing at is completely different. Although his speed is very fast on the ground, there are countless mountains and seas obstructing him. However, you can directly fly in the sky without any obstructions. If this journey is 100 million miles, then even if he has already traveled 10 million miles and you have only traveled 10,000 miles, you can still fly in the sky. Maybe the final victor will still be you. Zhu Qingzhu looked at Qin Wanzhou and said, Old brother Qin, among us, you are the most cunning. Therefore, when you relied on Yang Dingtian, I was really puzzled. You are such a smart person, how could you do such a stupid thing? Now, it seems that you are the most cunning person. You really have good eyesight. Alright. Zhu Qingzhu wiped the blood on his forehead. In the blink of an eye, the wound on his forehead disappeared without a trace, and the hair on his head quickly grew back. As expected of a second-grade evil spirit. His hair was burned off, but it grew back quickly. Yang Dingtian, look, my hair is growing back. So, shouldn't it mean that you haven't knocked off a single strand of my hair? Doesn't it mean that I haven't lost yet? Zhu Qingzhu said. Yang Dingtian's face twitched. Martial Uncle Zhu, don't make such a joke. My mental endurance is very ordinary. If I don't admit it, what will you do? Zhu Qingzhu asked. Kill you, Yang Dingtian said. Can you do that? Zhu Qingzhu asked. I can. Yang Dingtian said, however, the price is really too big. I have to use all my trump cards for the next few years. The losses outweigh the gains. However, I have no choice. Alright, you bluffed me. Zhu Qingzhu said, I've said it before. If you can hurt even a strand of my hair, I'll consider it my loss. You split my head open and burned off all my hair, so you win. Zhu Qingzhu looked at Shui Qingqi, then at the Black Heaven sex experts, and finally at Yang Dingtian. Where's Zhu Hongxue? Yang Dingtian waved his hand lightly. Instantly, dozens of white figures flew over from the snow mountain in the distance. They were all grandmasters of the Council of Light. Of course, Zhu Hongxue was among them. People say that the disobedient son is the most loved by his parents. It seems that this saying is true. Zhu Qingzhu looked at Zhu Hongxue and smiled slightly. Then, he said with a serious expression, Alright, I'll make an official announcement here. I, Zhu Qingzhu, will step down and pass the position of Black Heaven sect leader to senior brother Shui Qingqi. In the future, Shui Qingqi will pass the position to Zhu Hongxue. The future of Black Heaven sect will be decided by the new Black Heaven sect leader. I, Zhu Qingzhu, will withdraw from the middle state struggle. Then, Zhu Qingzhu looked at Yang Dingtian. By the way, are you going to imprison me? Yang Dingtian said, that should be very difficult. I can't do it for now. Since you can't do it, then I'll leave. I'll leave everyone's sight and fulfill my other wish, Zhu Qingzhu said. Don't you plan to stay? Yang Dingtian asked. No, of course not, Zhu Qingzhu said. I can't do it like Qin Wanzhou. Moreover, I have the energy of a grade 2 evil spirit in my body. When the demon King Wendian is resurrected, I will completely lose my will. I'm no longer of much use to you. The demon King Wendian's resurrection is getting closer and closer. I'm pressed for time. I have to hurry up and fulfill my mission. Farewell. Zhu Qingzhu turned into a ray of light and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Yang Dingtian and everyone else looked at the ruins that were hundreds of miles underground. This battle had completely destroyed the castle of the Cloud Sky Pavilion, as well as the surrounding castles. This battle had exceeded everyone's expectations since the beginning. No one expected that the scale of this battle would be so large and that so many people would die. No one expected Zhu Qingzhu to be so powerful. He had killed 4 martial grandmasters and dozens of martial grandmasters. He had defeated 6 of Yang Dingtian's martial grandmasters in a row. No one expected Ning Wuming to be so heaven-defying. He had dug out his own eyes and stuffed them into the demon spirit eye. After putting on the demon spirit mist cloak and other treasures, he was so powerful that he almost forced Zhu Qingzhu to perish together with him. Of course, the most unexpected thing was Yang Dingtian's last trick, the miraculous mystic flame lightning. Even though the attack power of this lightning bolt was nothing to Zhu Qingzhu, it was still extremely powerful. However, this mystic flame lightning was at the height of a martial arts civilization. It had defeated everyone present, including Zhu Qingzhu. Therefore, this bolt of lightning that came from the wisdom of a martial arts civilization not only destroyed Zhu Qingzhu's long hair, but also instantly pierced through his mental state. It made him admit defeat on the spot and withdraw from the middle state battle. Long live! Long live! After a moment of silence, someone suddenly took the lead and shouted. Then, everyone followed suit. Victory! This battle that lasted for 2 days and 2 nights had started unbelievably and ended unbelievably. In the end, Yang Dingtian's Council of Light had obtained a great victory. Yang Dingtian had eliminated Ning Wuming and defeated Zhu Qingzhu in martial arts. From now on, he was not only the ruler of the West State, but also the ruler of the Middle State. Now, no one could stop him. He had reorganized the entire world and was going all out to prepare for the upcoming battle. At this moment, Zhu Qingzhu's voice suddenly rang in Yang Dingtian's ears. Yang Dingtian, be careful of Wu Yuming. He's your next enemy. He's much harder to deal with than me. A castle in the Cloud Sky Pavilion was brightly lit. The Council of Light was holding a banquet to celebrate this great victory. The Earth Fisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion were undoubtedly the 2 most excited parties. Their calamity had finally been averted. At the banquet, Yun Zhena did not say a word. Her eyes were dazed as if she was still immersed in some kind of state. These 2 days and 2 nights were a shock to her, but it was also a baptism. In the next few days, she would have to think about many things about herself. This time, the shock that Yang Dingtian brought to her was unparalleled. She had decided that after she had thought things through, she would look for Yang Dingtian and tell him some secrets that even her mother did not know about. On the snowy peak of the Cloud Sky Pavilion, Yang Dingtian, Dongfang Minmi, Shuqing Qi, and Qin Wanzhou were walking leisurely. Yang Dingtian said, Uncle Master Xue, I would like to invite your Black Heaven sect to join the Council of Light. What do you think? Note, I'm going to write a second update. Please support me. When Yang Dingtian invited the new Black Heaven sect leader, Shuqing Qi, to join the Council of Light, Dongfang Minmi and Qin Wanzhou could not help but look at Shuqing Qi. Even though Zhu Qingzhu had abdicated and passed the position of sect leader to Shuqing Qi. However, Shuqing Qi was not an easy person to talk to. This person's personality might be even more stubborn than Zhu Qingzhu. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Shuqing Qi nodded and said, all right. Yang Dingtian was stunned. He had a lot to say, but he could not bring himself to say it. Thank you. Yang Dingtian said. Shuqing Qi suddenly asked, right, now that the biggest traitor of the Tiando League has been defeated, is there still a need for the Council of Light to exist? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. The Council of Light was indeed created to deal with Zhu Qingzhu. However, it lacked righteousness, so Yang Dingtian imitated the nihility Piao Ling and created the Council of Light. Now that Zhu Qingzhu had been defeated, was there still a need for the Council of Light to exist? There is still a need, Dongfang Minmi said, because of the emergence of a very strange force like the Vulture sect. If the Council of Light is abolished, Little Tian can only use the name of the hidden sect leader to command the world. However, Little Tian's cultivation is still insufficient, so it is difficult for him to be the hidden sect leader. Everyone nodded. Yang Dingtian said, before sect leader Zhu left, he warned me to be careful of Wu Yuming, saying that he will be my next enemy. Sect leader Zhu seems to have a secret agreement with the Vulture sect. What is this agreement? Shuqing Qi said, Lingxi did come to the Black Heaven sect, and sect leader Zhu did agree to some things in exchange for sect leader Zhu taking over the Cloud Sky Pavilion, Fisher City, and even the entire Middle State. However, I really don't know what the agreement is. After the discussion, Yang Dingtian and Xue Qingqi could not find anything to talk about. Hence, they returned to the Cloud Sky Pavilion's castle to drink with Zhu Hongxue, Qin Huayu, and the rest. Sect leader, thank you. Zhu Hongxue stepped forward and clinked glasses with Yang Dingtian. All this while, he had been standing firmly on Yang Dingtian's side and knew that there would be a day when Yang Dingtian would fight against his father. Zhu Hongxue didn't say anything about how to deal with Zhu Qingzhu. He also didn't say anything about how to deal with Zhu Qingzhu. However, father and son were connected by heart. It was impossible for him to not care about his father at all. This was the best ending sect leader's sex. Of course, in Yang Dingtian's opinion, Zhu Qingzhu was the culprit who plotted against Shimin Wuya. If it was possible, Yang Dingtian wanted to punish him. But could Yang Dingtian do it now? Was not. The fact that Zhu Qingzhu was willing to admit defeat and retreat was already a great advantage. Yang Dingtian looked at Qin Huayu. Oh right, we can finally relax after this battle. Are you going to hold your wedding with Song Lihua? Qin Huayu said, I don't have the final say in this matter. However, I want to marry her. At this moment, Kuei Ning suddenly came up and said, Sect Master, you promised me before that you would find a marriage for me. Yes, I promised you. Yang Dingtian said, I'll take this time to seriously choose one for you. Actually, I've already chosen one, Kuei Ning said. It's just that I didn't dare to say it before Nangong Xiuxiu's death was confirmed. You've already chosen one? Yang Dingtian said in surprise, when you were in the West Province, you were either fighting or patrolling every day. You didn't have the chance to meet a girl. Who is this girl? As soon as he said this, everyone's attention was focused on him. They were all very curious about the girl that Kuei Ning had taken a fancy to. Seeing everyone looking at him, including his father, Kuei Ning's face turned red. Sect leader, do you still remember the girl we rescued in White Cloud City? She's the wife of that damn Jifeng. Yu Yao? My fourth sister? Qin Huayu said in surprise, you've taken a fancy to her? Kuei Ning said, why? Can't I? Yes, of course you can. Qin Huayu said, but she's already married. But I've already married, Kuei Ning said. Yang Dingtian was puzzled. Kuei Ning, I can't think of any interactions between the two of you. Kuei Ning said embarrassedly, back then, when we rescued the Qin family's fourth young mistress, she was panic-stricken. She was skinny and weak, and had been bullied by that pervert Jifeng for a long time. So when I first saw her, I felt pity for her. After that, she rode my demon eagle back to Cloud Sky City. Although we didn't talk much, her kindness and weakness made me want to protect her. Qin Huayu was overjoyed. He patted Kuei Ning's shoulder and said, good job. Don't worry, I've agreed. I'll entrust this sister to you. Kuei Ning said, don't worry. This is just my wishful thinking. Fourth young mistress doesn't know about it yet. I don't know what her attitude is. Don't worry. Qin Huayu said, she's teaching children in Cloud Sky City. After we go back this time, I'll ask her about her attitude. No. Yang Dingtian said with a smile, this kind of thing needs the man to take the initiative. Kuei Ning, when you go back with me this time, you'll propose to fourth young mistress yourself. This kind of thing needs to be done by yourself. That's right, you'll have to do it yourself. Chou Yiming slammed the table and shouted, this is like entering the bridal chamber. You can't ask others for help. His words were too vulgar. After he said it, everyone stared at him coldly. Chou Yiming's face trembled. Did I go overboard? Everyone nodded. Chou Yiming slapped himself and said, I'm sorry. I'm not sensible and the friends I made are all vulgar people. I've been led astray by them. Qin Huayu looked at Chou Yiming and said, Chou Yiming, have you broken through to Marshal Honorable? No, not yet, but soon. Chou Yiming looked around and said something else. This time, those who came to the Cloud Sky Pavilion to help are all experts above Marshal Honorable. You're just a Marshal Xian, why are you here? Qin Huayu said with a smile. At least this means that I'm not afraid of death. Chou Yiming said, besides, so what if you've broken through to martial honorable? Have you ever punched or slashed with your sword? When he said this, Qin Huayu and the others coughed and raised their cups. Come, drink, drink. At this moment, Yun Zhenu was wearing a snow-white long dress and was holding onto a wine cup. She walked over leisurely and arrived in front of Yang Dingtian. She spoke gently, Sect Head Yang, can I go out for a walk with you? After saying this, Yun Zhenu's beautiful face turned completely red. Afterward, Yang Dingtian's side was completely silent. Qin Huayu, Zhu Hongxue, Chou Yiming, Kuei Ning, Zhao Mu, and the others looked at Yang Dingtian with strange expressions. Yang Dingtian's face and ears turned red as he replied, then all right. Then, Yang Dingtian followed Yun Zhenu with the wine cup in his hand. Oh. Instantly, the group of people cheered. Sect leader, it's too cold outside. Don't sleep outside. It's the best place to sleep in the snow. Chou Yiming said loudly, besides, our sect leader's body is burning hot. When the time comes, his whole body will be on fire. What's there to be afraid of? Sect leader, remember to come back before dawn. Otherwise, it'll be bad if the brothers patrolling in the sky see you. Kuei Ning also cheered. Immediately, Yang Dingtian and Yun Zhenu's faces turned red as they ran out as though they were escaping. Then, everyone in the hall, including the sect leader and the city lord, burst out laughing and slammed the table. Yang Dingtian and Yun Zhenu walked on the snow-covered mountain road. At this moment, you don't look like a leader at all. Yun Zhenu said, every time Lingxi is in front of the servants, he is always smiling and gentle. He never loses his temper. However, everyone is trembling in front of him. They don't even dare to breathe loudly. Yang Dingtian said, I don't have anything high and mighty about me. I came from a humble background. This is something that can never be washed away. Of course, I don't really want to wash it away. You don't have to wash it away. Yun Zhenu said, now I know that this is the noblest thing. Because he is natural and real. Unfortunately, I'm too stupid to realize this until now. Yang Dingtian fell into silence. He did not know how to continue the conversation. Wu Yuming walked on the same mountain road with you before, right? Yun Zhenu asked. Yes. Yang Dingtian said, it was the second time I came to the Cloud Sky Pavilion to force you to marry me. At that time, in my eyes, when you were walking on the mountain road, he was like an immortal. He did not leave a single trace on the snow. You, on the other hand, bent down slightly and stepped on the snow, leaving a deep footprint. Yun Zhenu said, at that time I was laughing in my heart. I felt that the difference between you and him was like heaven and earth. Of course, he was the cloud in the sky and you were the mud under his feet. At that time, my state of mind was so laughable. Then what do you think now? Yang Dingtian asked. You are still mud and he is still cloud. Yun Zhenu said, but, so what if we are mud? The chaotic land itself is mud. After we die, we will turn into mud too. Anyone who tried to avoid this fact was hypocritical and pompous. The so-called white clouds look good but they are illusory. One moment it is white, the next it becomes dark clouds, the next it becomes thunder and lightning, tearing everything apart. Yang Dingtian laughed, I agree with your words, but I can't say it as well as you. Right, sect leader Yang, you feel that my footsteps are like that of a woman. She is one of your wives, right? Yun Zhenu asked. Yes. Yang Dingtian said. Then, there should be a reason. Yun Zhenu said, because my master has always walked like this. After being influenced by her for a long time, I also walked like this. Your master is a reclusive monk? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, a monk. Yun Zhenu said, a woman with an ordinary face who looks like she will never grow old. I grew up with her since I was a child. Until a few months ago, she suddenly disappeared. After that, I returned to my mother's side. Then how is your master's martial arts? Where did she learn it from? Yang Dingtian asked. I can't tell, she has never revealed any martial arts. Yun Zhenu said, I cultivate a middle grade 8 martial skill from the Cloud Sky Pavilion. But my qi cultivation, xian skills, and so on were all taught by my master. How is your cultivation now? Yang Dingtian asked. Advanced martial saint. Yun Zhenna said. How old are you? Yang Dingtian asked. 24. Yun Zhenna said. Yang Dingtian is startled. This is very amazing. After Dongfang Bingling broke through to the ancestor realm, the young elites of the primal chaos continent all rushed to break through to the ancestor realm. Yang Dingtian, Qin Huayu, Song Chunhua, Dongfang Bingling, Ning Wuming, Zhu Hongxue and so on all broke through to the ancestor realm. However, it can be said that none of them relied on normal cultivation to break through to the ancestor realm. They were either evil spirits or Xian flame. As for Yun Zhennu, he relied on his own strength to reach the advanced martial saint realm at the age of 24. This is quite amazing. Don't forget, the Yinyang school's Ling Ao and Zhu Hongxue, who were the peerless duo, had not broken through to the ancestor realm. He was only an advanced martial saint. After asking about his age, the two of them fell into an awkward silence. Sect Master, do you know Lin Wu? Yun Zhenna suddenly asked. Yes, I know. Yang Dingtian said, once, we had a relationship. I saw her in Zhongjing. She opened a clothing store. Yun Zhenna said, of course, we also criticized you together. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian did not know how to continue the conversation. Just like how I have misunderstood you, she also has misunderstandings about you. Yun Zhenna said, do you need me to explain to her? We are both women, it's more convenient for us to talk. Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment and said, she is different from you. You don't understand me at all, so it can be called misunderstandings. However, she does understand me. Therefore, she can only be considered as a form of disapproval. She changed herself first and then changed her view of me. There are some things that others can help with, but there are some things that others can't help with. Let her be. Yes. Yun Zhenna said, Sect Master, when are you returning to the Western continent? Probably within the next 2 days. Yang Dingtian said, the reorganization of the Western continent is not complete yet. Next, we need to integrate the Earth-splitting city and the Sky Cloud Pavilion into the Western continent. There are many things that need to be done. Then, with the announcement of the Black Heaven sect joining the Council of Light, the Middle Continent will definitely undergo a great change. We need to hold the fort and stabilize the Middle Continent in the shortest time possible. Yun Zhenna said, previously, you forced me to marry you. Yang Dingtian blushed and said, yes, that's right. We did this dishonorably in order to infuriate your mother. Yun Zhenna blushed and said, then, does the forced marriage still count? Yang Dingtian was stunned and did not know what to say. Then, if I propose to you and become your concubine, will you agree? Yun Zhenna raised her beautiful face and looked at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian panicked and said, this is the opinion of your father and mother, right? After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Yun Zhenna nodded slightly, indicating that this was Yun Kalin and Kuei Si's idea. Then what do you think? Yang Dingtian asked. Yun Zhenna fell into silence. Yang Dingtian, just say what you want to say. There's no need for the Cloud Sky Pavilion to have a marriage alliance with me now. Yun Zhenna thought for a while and said, I admire you very much now, but in front of you, I've already made a fool of myself. Therefore, every time I meet you, I feel even more deeply about my own stupidity. This feeling is very strange. Yang Dingtian nodded hard. This was a very normal mentality. Two people had an intense argument over something, and in the end, one was right and the other was wrong. The one who was right might be able to face everything calmly and wouldn't be complacent. And the one who was wrong, in front of the one who was right, would feel very uncomfortable. In this aspect, people were divided into 4 classes. The first class was happy after hearing about it. After knowing their mistake, not only would they not feel annoyed, they would feel happy instead. However, there were very few people like that. The second class was to admit their mistake and face it calmly, but still feel complicated. The third class was to become an ostrich after making a mistake, not saying a word and acting as if nothing had happened. The fourth class was to do everything possible to turn a mistake into a right one. Yun Zhena couldn't be in the first class, but she was in the second class, which was considered not bad. In Yang Dingtian's heart, only Shiman Ningning, Shiman Wuya, Dongfang Menmi, and a few others could be in the first class. However, Shiman Yanyan, this little girl, was in between the first and second class. When she realized her mistake, she would admit it calmly and have complicated thoughts, but she would quickly adjust herself and become happy again. Qin Jiaojiao, on the other hand, was a completely different type. Her reaction was, I'm wrong? I'm not wrong, I don't know what you're talking about. Of course, whether or not she could correct her mistakes completely depended on her own memory. If she remembered, she would correct it. If she couldn't remember, it was inevitable that she would make more mistakes. So, everyone said that she was an idiot. And then? Yang Dingtian asked. Then. Yun Zhena said, I want to practice martial arts properly and not marry for the rest of my life. I want to pursue martial arts and follow you in the future war to create true value. You don't have to remain unmarried for life. Yang Dingtian laughed and said, if you are Du Gufengwu, I will never allow you to get married. But you're not her. If you meet someone you like in the future, you should give yourself and the other party a chance. Let's talk about it in the future then. I think that after meeting Lingxi and meeting you, there might not be any man in the world that I would admire. Yun Zhena said, you two men, one of you disgusts me and makes me want to die from shame. Let me follow you in the future and become your loyal supporter. Nice to meet you. Yang Dingtian extended his hand and said, welcome to the team. Yun Zhena didn't shake Yang Dingtian's hand. Instead, she took the initiative to hug Yang Dingtian. Her delicate body was in Yang Dingtian's embrace. After hugging for a while, Yun Zhena said, thank you for breaking my pride and ego. Next, I will find my true self. Yang Dingtian didn't know what to say. After all, he didn't have as many feelings as Yun Zhenu. 2 days later, Yang Dingtian led many experts back to the West Continent. Yun Zhena didn't choose to stay in the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Instead, she came to the West Continent with him. The entire West Continent was in a state of reorganization and construction. The integration of Earth Fisher City and Cloud Sky Pavilion into the Council of Light was accelerated. Earth Fisher City's Devil Vulture Army was fully integrated into the Council of Light's army. Cloud Sky Pavilion's Crystal Demon Fleet was also integrated into the Council of Light's navy. Earth Fisher City's few hundred sorcerers and mystics all entered the West Continent and entered the Council of Light's most confidential research department. The navy was the most important thing for Yang Dingtian in the future. It was very difficult to win against the Legion of Doom on land. Therefore, the navy was very important. Therefore, they had to build large gunships and large submarines. Once they used the Cloud Sky Pavilion's crystal power, the Council of Light could build 4,000 to 5,000 ton gunships. They could also build 1,000 to 2,000 ton submarines. Moreover, with the powerful crystal power, whether it was the warships, submarines, or even torpedoes, their speed could be doubled. After returning to Cloud Sky City, the first thing Kuei Ning did was propose to Qin Yuyao. Originally, he had designed a very romantic dialogue. However, it didn't work. Moreover, it was ruined by little Ningning's group of children. Therefore, the proposal was very dry and he forgot to give her a gift. However, after Qin Yuyao heard it, her eyes still turned red. Then, she nodded gently. Meanwhile, Qin Huayu found Song Lihua and said, Sect Leader Yang said that it's time for us to settle our matter. Song Lihua's beautiful head was buried in a pile of documents. She nodded and said, whenever you want to do it, just let me know on that day. That'll do. Then, Song Lihua buried herself in the documents again and started to work crazily. Just like that, Qin Huayu's proposal was successful. 3 days later, in the brand new Shijing, the Council of Light held a grand wedding. Kuei Ning married Qin Yuyao, while Qin Huayu married Song Lihua. The two weddings were held together. The entire Council of Light stopped working crazily for half a day and once again entered a sea of joy. All the experts were drunk and sprawled on the ground in the main hall. After the wedding, there was a meeting. Shijing's Council of Light's main hall, Shuqing Qi, Qin Wanzhou, Qiu Wanjia, Song Shao, Yun Qi, Kuei Si, Duan Ruyan, Qiu Wanjia, and all the other leaders of the forces were gathered. Sect leader Zhua, when are you going to publicly announce that the Black Heaven sect has joined the Council of Light? Yang Dingtian asked. 3 days later, sect leader Zhu will appear and publicly announce that he will focus on martial arts from now on. He will pass the position of sect leader to me. Then, I will announce to the world that the Black Heaven sect has joined the Council of Light, Xianxia said. Yang Dingtian said, then I'll have to trouble you all to lobby the entire central continent. Let the entire Zhongzhou Tiando League join the Council of Light. Yes. Everyone replied. These sect leaders, city lords, and pavilion masters would follow Xianxia to central continent to begin a huge lobbying campaign. They had to convince all the forces in central continent to join the Council of Light. Once they succeeded, Dongfang Minmi would make a public appearance and officially announce that the Yinyang school had joined the Council of Light. Once the Yinyang school joined, it would mean that the entire East continent had joined as well. The East continent was different from the West continent and Central continent. It was a pure martial arts continent. The Yinyang school was the undisputed leader of the East continent. Once they succeeded, the Council of Light would officially rule the world. Then, they would immediately convene the Tiando League Assembly. At that time, Yang Dingtian, the leader of the Council of Light, would become the leader of the entire Tiando League. Then, they would immediately reorganize the Council of Light from an organization of power to a temporary war organization. They would fully prepare for the Doomsday War in the future. Therefore, once they finished lobbying the Central Continent, it would mean the reunification of the Tiando League. The Tiando League Assembly would also be officially convened. From then on, the world would enter a new era. They would wholeheartedly prepare for the Doomsday War. Seniors, do you think it will be difficult to lobby? Yang Dingtian asked. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be difficult. Xianxia said, there are 2 key points. First, Wu Yuming, the Vulture sect must not interfere. Second, the Evil Ways sect must not interfere. The most important thing is that the infiltrators of the Evil Dao and Wu Yuming must not work together. Yang Dingtian nodded. That's right. Their next biggest enemy was Wu Yuming. Behind him were the Vulture sect and the Sea of Hades, 2 extremely powerful forces. Of course, Wu Yuming was under the banner of righteousness and righteousness. Many things could not be done directly. However, the spies of the Evil Dao were unscrupulous. Once Wu Yuming colluded with the Evil Ways sect, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Dingtian could not eliminate Wu Yuming immediately. The Sea of Hades, the Vulture sect. However, he could eliminate all the sects in the Central Continent at once. Ming Wuming had said that the list of Evil Ways sects in the Central Continent, as well as the cultivated evil spirits and the treasures of the Evil Ways, were all hidden in a secret place. Ning Wuming was the only one who knew about this secret place. Now that Ning Wuming was dead, he had said that the list and the location of the secret treasures were all on Wu Maji's ring. Of course, Wu Maji did not have a space ring. Perhaps the information was on her ring. Ning Wuming had said that he wanted Yang Dingtian to pass the Dark Spirit Black Armor and Dark Spirit Mist Cloak to Wu Maji. Therefore, even if it was to eliminate the Evil Ways sects in the shortest time possible, Yang Dingtian had to go to the Snow Clan to meet Wu Maji. From another perspective, Wu Maji's stomach was pregnant with Yang Dingtian's child. Therefore, she had to make a trip there no matter what. However, he did not know if Wu Maji would still stab him with her sword. I will go to the Snow Clan tomorrow to get the list of Evil Ways sects in the Central Continent. We must not let Wu Yuming collude with the Evil Ways sects, Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Everyone replied. Duan Ruyan suddenly said, Sect Master, you promised that you would marry Ro or after the battle. Tomorrow you have to go to the Snow Clan. Let's get it done today. Yang Dingtian immediately blushed. He nodded and said, all right. However, Uncle Masters, you should still go to the Central Continent. You can settle my matters in a small way. Don't delay your important matters. Qin Wanchou instantly smiled and said, that's good. Then I'll first congratulate Sect Master on his wedding. Congratulations to you too. Yang Dingtian said embarrassedly. After that, Xianxia, Qin Wanchou, Qiu Wanjia, Song Xiao, Kuei Si, Yun Qi, And the rest went to the Central Continent to persuade the Central Continent factions to join the Tiando League. Yang Dingtian, Dongfang Minmi, and Duan Ruyan went to Cloud Sky City to organize Yang Dingtian's wedding to Ning Rou'er and Mu Lianyi. After the wedding, Duan Ruyan immediately rode the Demon Eagle to the Central Continent. However, there was a problem. As Yang Dingtian's elders, master and mistress had to attend the wedding. Therefore, the two of them would definitely meet. Master, now that the big matter is about to be completed, and you are about to make a public comeback, you don't have to hide your identity anymore. Yang Dingtian said, so, why don't you reunite with mistress today? Dongfang Minmi's face twitched, and a complicated look appeared in his eyes. He said, she is so happy now, and I owe her so much. I really don't know if it's right or wrong to disturb her life again. And my body now belongs to senior brother Lin Qingchen. Yang Dingtian said, no matter how happy mistress is, she still has two regrets in her heart. One is junior sister Bingling, and the other is you. As for you being conflicted that your body belongs to senior uncle Ling, I think both of you are old now, and your spiritual needs should exceed your physical needs. You don't have to do those things. Before Yang Dingtian could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by his master. Master's face turned red. Impudent child, is it appropriate to say such things to master? Yang Dingtian said, I'm just saying what you are embarrassed to say. Okay, don't say it. Dongfang Minmi waved his hand. Yang Dingtian said, by the way, master, should I go and tell mistress first, or do you want to go by yourself? Dongfang Minmi felt a little timid. He said, then I'll go by myself. Okay. Yang Dingtian said. Yan, where's the baby? Yang Dingtian asked. Yan was practicing her sword for the first time, and her little mouth was pouted angrily. When she saw Yang Dingtian, she threw the sword away and threw herself into Yang Dingtian's arms. Don't talk about that little heartless girl. What's wrong? Yang Dingtian asked with a smile. I want to play with my little sister every day now, but that little girl sleeps all day, so there's nothing to play with. The baby follows mistress and Jiao every day, Yan said. Then you can also accompany the baby, Yang Dingtian said. And I don't want to see Qin Jiao's face, Yan said. Yang Dingtian smiled. Didn't the two of you make up? That was in the past. Yan said, after mistress came, she became better at flattering than me. Mistress treats her better than me, and after having little Nan, she doesn't put me in her eyes at all. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but smile and pinch her little face. Oh right, where's Lianyi? Why don't I see her? She's angry at you, so she moved away from the valley to avoid suspicion. She's now the chief steward of the castle, Yan said. Yang Dingtian gently stroked Yan's neck and said softly, Yan, if I want to marry Lianyi and Rou'er, will you be angry? If I was angry, I would have died long ago, Yan said. Moreover, having you is just a thought in our hearts. You're not by our side most of the time. If we don't even give Sister Lianyi and Sister Rou'er a thought, that's too cruel. Lianyi is in the castle, right? Yang Dingtian asked. Go and find her. Yan said softly. Yang Dingtian walked toward Jinxiao Castle and asked Mu Lianyi for her hand in marriage. Dongfang Minmi walked into the valley and officially met mistress. Note, the first update has been submitted, I will continue to write the second update. Dongfang Minmi walked into the valley and arrived outside a small building. When he heard that familiar yet distant voice, his heart trembled violently. Then, his entire body trembled violently. His legs were almost stiff, and he couldn't take a step forward at all. It had been more than 10 years. Dongfang Minmi hadn't seen that face or heard her voice for more than 10 years. She was still as gentle as ever, the gentleness and kindness that seeped out from her bones. In these 10 years, he rarely dreamed of his wife. It wasn't that he didn't love or miss her. On the contrary, he missed her to the bone. It was just that he didn't dare to think about it. It wasn't just 10 years. It had been more than 20 years. Or rather, after they got married, his days with her could be counted on one hand. His mind was filled with finding the truth of this world, and he completely ignored his wife and daughter. As a result, his daughter had been resentful of him since she was young. Therefore, his wife became the infinite guilt and pain in his heart. All these years, he didn't dare to imagine how he would live without his wife. Therefore, after he was resurrected, he had been avoiding this point. For a moment, he couldn't open his mouth or take a step forward. At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and a beautiful young woman walked out. After seeing Dongfang Minmi, she frowned and said, "Old man, where did you come from? Quickly leave this place. This isn't a place where you can come. Other than my husband, no other man can come here. Come, immediately chase this old man out." Yes. Two maids immediately came out and wanted to chase Dongfang Minmi away. Apart from the idiot Qin Jiaojiao, there was no one else who would speak like this. In Qin City, she was already arrogant and bossy. Now that she was married and Yang Dingtian was extremely formidable, she was even more overbearing. Just like that, Yang Dingtian couldn't do anything. Fortunately, she had been staying at home. "Jiao, don't speak like that. It's impolite," the master's wife inside said gently. "Grandma, this valley is our home. Other than my husband, no one can come in," Jiao said sweetly. She was a chameleon. When she spoke to the master's wife, her voice was so sweet that it was dripping with honey. "You still have to speak properly." The mistress walked out with the baby in her arms and said gently, "Sir, there are only women in this valley. It's not convenient for you to be here. Why don't you?" Before she could finish her sentence, she choked on her words and looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. "Did you hear that? My mother-in-law asked you to leave." Qin Jiaojiao pointed at Dongfang Minmi and said, "My husband is Yang Dingtian. My father is the lord of Qin City and this is my mother-in-law. She can even control my husband. No matter who you are, if you make my mother-in-law unhappy, you will definitely suffer." "Husband?" Master's wife said in a trembling voice. "Husband? Grandma, my husband isn't here," Qin Jiaojiao said. Then, she saw her mistress's tear-streaked face and her ecstatic expression. She was stunned and only reacted after a while. "Grandma, this is your husband, ah." Then, Jiaojiao screamed, knowing that she had caused trouble. "I'll go see if little Nan is awake." Then, she didn't apologize and ran away. Yan, who was following behind, was completely stunned. She quickly walked over and knelt down in front of Dongfang Minmi. "Wife, Yan Shimen greets Grandmaster." Okay. Dongfang Minmi was speechless for a moment. Yan quickly took the baby away from Master's wife's arms and ran away quickly. Master's wife rushed into Dongfang Minmi's arms and cried, "Husband, I'm not dreaming, right? I'm not dreaming, right? I've dreamed of you countless times. I've dreamed of you every night." There was still endless longing and gentleness, and there was still no complaint. Dongfang Minmi seemed to have come alive and hugged his wife tightly in his arms. The current Cloud Sky City was completely different from before. The previous Cloud Sky Castle and the surrounding 4 castles were basically the foundation of Cloud Sky City. Now, even the headquarters of the Northeast Defense District was located in Great Cloud Sky City and not Cloud Sky Castle. For example, Shimen Lai and Mu Lianqing, who were the commanders of the Defense District, were either in the cities of the Chaotic Lands or in Great Cloud Sky City. The current Cloud Sky Castle was more like Yang Dingtian's family. Furthermore, there weren't many Cloud Sky City disciples left in Cloud Sky Castle. Basically, when they cultivated to the Great Mystic Martial Master level, they would have to leave Cloud Sky City. They would either go to the West Capital, the Northern Lands, or Qin City. In short, they would have to go to a more difficult and harsh environment to cultivate. Now, in the entire Western continent, it was very difficult to differentiate between sections. The disciples of each faction were basically interconnected. In the entire Western continent, there were dozens of master-level experts and hundreds of martial supreme-level experts. These people would go to war during the war. When there wasn't a war, they would leave the army and become martial arts instructors. They would lead their disciples to travel the world and cultivate through actual combat. Moreover, the Heavenly Edict Academy had already begun its construction. Any disciple who surpassed the Great Mystic Martial Master level would have to enter the academy to study and cultivate. Yang Dingtian was already the academy's first dean in name. Dongfang Minmi would become the vice dean and the dean who stayed behind to take charge of the true management of the academy. Of course, the current Heavenly Edict Academy was still focused on martial arts. In the future, other subjects would be added, such as navigation, crystals, secret studies, and so on. Eventually, it would become a comprehensive university. However, this would probably take a few years. Now, the registration of all the warriors in the Western continent had ended. Basically, there were more than 300,000 registered warriors. In the Western continent, it was equivalent to 1 in 1,000 people being a warrior. The current status of a warrior should be equivalent to that of a scholar in China's ancient times. Being a registered martial artist was equivalent to obtaining the title of a scholar. They enjoyed a lot of benefits and didn't have to work. They didn't have to worry about food or clothing. Currently, the chaotic world civilization was still dominated by martial arts. Yang Dingtian was slowly changing this. For example, he used cannons, warships, submarines, and torpedoes to obtain victory and change the situation. Therefore, in the Heavenly Edict Academy, these things already had a place. Of course, this was off topic. The current Cloud Heaven City was basically Yang Dingtian's home. It also had the best kindergarten and primary school in the Western continent. Junior high school, no one knew who started it, but ever since Yang Dingtian opened a school in the Cloud Heaven Castle, the entire Western continent's upper echelons sent their children over. Currently, there were children under the age of 14 to 15 everywhere in the Cloud Heaven City. Under the guidance of a few hundred teachers, they were learning literature and martial arts. When they were slightly older, they would follow higher-level teachers to the great Cloud Heaven City. They would go to the chaotic lands to practice and cultivate. Mu Lianqing was currently the head of the civil officials in the Northeast Defense Region. Naturally, he couldn't manage the internal affairs of the Cloud Heaven Castle. Unknowingly, Mu Lianyi took over this matter. What made Yang Dingtian even more surprised was that Little Peach, the wife that Yang Dingtian married for Yang Jing, actually became Mu Lianyi's assistant. This greedy and vain woman was experienced and knowledgeable. She actually managed everything in an orderly manner. At the beginning, her hands and feet weren't clean. Later on, she realized that she had no use for money. She had everything she needed, so she didn't ask for money anymore. However, it was inevitable for her to be greedy. "Fifth Madam, do you know who I met yesterday?" Little Peach asked Mu Lianyi while working. "Don't call me Fifth Madam." Mu Lianyi said, "Who did you meet yesterday?" "Xu Yuping." Little Peach said. "Xu Yuping? Who is she?" Mu Lianyi asked. "It's normal that you don't know. Back then, she was a big figure." Little Peach said, "You also know that before I married into our Cloud Heaven City, I sold my body in the courtyard. Back then, I was in a place called Flowing Fire City in the Land of Chaos. Xu Yuping's husband was the leader of the strongest force in Flowing Fire City. Within a radius of 300 miles, he was like a local tyrant. When the boss of our brothel saw Xu Yuping, he didn't even have a place to kneel, let alone me. I didn't even have the qualifications to see her. Later on, when our army attacked Flowing Fire City, her husband was cunning and directly surrendered. Now, he has become an official of our Cloud Heaven City and is in charge of a 3,000-strong second-rate army. I don't know how Xu Yuping found out that I was in Cloud Heaven City and came looking for me. You didn't see how she fawned over me. Before she even saw me, she knelt from afar and kept calling me Madam Yang. She gave me a bunch of gifts. I felt so good back then. Speaking of which, I really have to thank our old Yang. Without him, I wouldn't be where I am today." The old Yang she was talking about should be Yang Jing, who was now a walking corpse. Mu Lianyi didn't have the strength to feel Little Peach's vanity. However, although this woman was vain and greedy, she was generally kind and straightforward. She was also shrewish and quick in doing things, so Mu Lianyi liked her. "Fifth Madam, when are you going to marry the sect master?" Little Peach asked. "That's impossible. He is him and I am me. There's no relationship between us. At most, I'll just be his servant," Mu Lianyi said. "Please don't say that," Little Peach said. "Fifth Madam, you're my only backer in Cloud Heaven City. I think you should hurry up and get married." After you marry the sect master, in the entire Western region, in the entire world, you'll be second only to a few people. I'll also be able to bask in your glory. Maybe at that time, even the wives of the city lords and pavilion masters will come to curry favor with me. Then you should count on your son, Mu Lianyi said. Yang Dingtian said that he would accept your son as his disciple. My God, that was something the sect master said casually. I don't dare to count on it. Moreover, it's still too early for that kid to grow up. I don't know if he'll be filial to me in the future. My glory for the next 10 to 20 years is all counting on you, Little Peach said. Moreover, this matter can't be any simpler. Which man doesn't like to cheat? You're beautiful and have a good figure. With your 2 strong and beautiful long legs, if a man marries you, I guarantee that he'll lose his soul. As long as you take the initiative, the sect master will obediently follow you. Maybe the sect master will dote on you more than the other madams. Madam, I've seen countless people, so I'm the best at this kind of thing. Listen to me. As long as a woman takes the initiative, there's no man she can't handle. Mu Lianyi was completely speechless. This thick-skinned woman wasn't ashamed of this at all. Instead, she was proud of it. Okay, stop talking. If you continue, I'll get angry, Mu Lianyi said. Anyway, I have nothing to do with Yang Dingtian. If you want to curry favor with someone, you're looking for the wrong person. You'd better look for Qin Jiaojiao or Shimin Yanyan. Really? Little Peach asked. Really, Mu Lianyi said. Then why don't you marry someone else? You used to be by the sect master's side. No matter who you marry, he'll be climbing up the social ladder. A woman can't mistreat herself. You'll only be young and beautiful for a few years, so don't delay yourself. The sooner you get married, the sooner you can enjoy yourself, Little Peach said. Shut up. Listen to me. I won't marry Yang Dingtian, and I won't marry anyone else. Can't a woman live without a man? Mu Lianyi said angrily. At this moment, Yang Dingtian walked in. When Mu Lianyi saw him, her delicate body trembled and she stood there in a daze. Then, her pretty face stiffened and she continued working as if she didn't see anything. Little Peach's voice was stuck in her throat. Then, she trembled and knelt down with her forehead touching the ground. Yang Zheng's wife, Madame Tao, greets the sect master. Then, she knelt there and didn't dare to get up. Get up. Yang Dingtian went forward and said, How's your family? Very good. Little Peach trembled. My son is healthy and old Yang is not bad. Now, when I ask him to hold a bowl, he knows how to do it. Yang Zheng's soul had been extracted and he was now a walking corpse. Being able to hold a bowl should be a conditioned reflex. His IQ was equivalent to starting from 0. Speaking of which, Yang Dingtian still had some regrets about extracting Yang Zheng's soul. At that time, Yang Zheng might have rebelled and become a big problem. But now, there was no problem at all. It didn't matter if Yang Zheng directly became the lord of Cloud Sky City. Speaking of which, it was fate that made fools of people. The Yang clan had been constantly fighting and scheming for 100 years, and the price they paid was to take back Cloud Sky City. But now, just the 200 miles of Cloud Sky City alone was not worth mentioning. Great Elder Yang Yan's intelligence was astonishing and his schemes were astonishing. If he continued to stay in Cloud Sky City, who knew how much he could do? In a while, I'll go see old Yang and your son. You can go back first. I have something to say to Fifth Madam, Yang Dingtian said. Hearing this, Mu Lianyi's delicate body trembled violently. Little Peach's face was filled with ecstasy. She said, yes. Then, she hurriedly left. In the entire pavilion, only Mu Lianyi and Yang Dingtian were left. Lianyi, I'm sorry, Yang Dingtian said. You don't have to be sorry, Mu Lianyi said. Tonight, I'll marry you, okay? Yang Dingtian said. No need. Mu Lianyi gritted her teeth. I'm doing very well now. I don't need your pity. Tonight, I'll marry your sister Ro and you. I won't make a big deal out of it. Just a small family affair. You won't mind, right? Yang Dingtian asked. Mu Lianyi turned around. Her eyes were red and tears fell. Sect Master Yang, I've said it before. I don't need your pity. I don't need your favor. I'm doing very well now. I won't marry. You think I'm pitying you? Yang Dingtian asked. Aren't you? Mu Lianyi said. No, you're completely wrong. Yang Dingtian said, I'm not pitying you. I'm drooling over you. If I were to marry you, I guarantee that I would lose my soul. Yang Dingtian repeated Little Peach's words. Mu Lianyi's face was red. It was very difficult for her to hold it in. Finally, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, this laughter completely released the momentum that she had been holding back. Immediately, she began to cry again. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and hugged her in his arms. He said softly, Lianyi, I'm sorry. A playboy is of course a bastard. But a hypocritical man is worse than a bastard. Please, let me be a bastard. You are a bastard. Mu Lianyi cried. Yes, I am. Yang Dingtian said. Then, Yang Dingtian hugged her delicate body and didn't move. Suddenly, Mu Lianyi lifted her head and said bravely, Yang Dingtian, remember this. After we get married, I will let you know that I, Mu Lianyi, am also the best woman. At night, Yang Dingtian and his family had a simple and warm wedding. There were almost no guests. As for guests, it was only Yang Jing and Little Peach. It was unknown why, but after Yang Dingtian went to Yang Jing's house to visit him, he sent an invitation to Little Peach. Speaking of which, it was strange. When Yang Jing was fine, Little Peach treated him very badly. Even if they were intimate, it was just a routine. Little Peach fawned over Yang Dingtian in every possible way, but she treated Yang Jing coldly. From the time they got married to the time she got pregnant, she didn't say a single word to him. But after Yang Jing became a walking corpse, Little Peach took good care of him. Whether it was his beard or his hair, they were all meticulous. This time, Yang Dingtian's wedding might be simple, but it was complete. Mu Lianqing, who was busy, was also invited. Yang Dingtian, Ning Rou and Mu Lianyi bowed to heaven and earth and to their parents. Tomorrow, Yang Dingtian was going to the Snow Clan 100,000 miles away. So after the ceremony, the three of them were chased into the bridal room. On the large bed in the room, there were two women sitting. One was mature and beautiful, while the other was fit and beautiful. These two people had become his brides today. Note, brothers, I beg for monthly votes. Thank you. These two women were like two peaches. One was a honey peach, soft and soft. The other was a crisp peach, crunchy when bitten. But the two peaches were equally sweet. Why don't I eat both peaches together? Yang Dingtian lifted the veils of the two brides. The faces of the two women seemed to have been steamed by wine. They were bright red and tender. One was gentle and gorgeous, the other was shrewish and pretty. Yang Dingtian caressed Ning Rou-er's face and said with a smile, Sister Rou-er, haven't you always despised little Ningning for being disobedient? Then let's have another obedient one today. Ning Rou-er blushed even more at Yang Dingtian's words. She had indeed been thinking about this day, but when this day arrived, she felt incomparably shy. It was also her first time getting married. Mu Lianyi said, you guys despise little Ningning for being disobedient, but I like it the most. It would be even better if it was a boy, so I want to give birth to a boy as smart and mischievous as little Ningning. The next morning, Yang Dingtian reluctantly left the warm and fragrant bed. Last night, he had really spent the most absurd and also the sweetest night in history. Of course, he only slept for 2 hours. Yang Dingtian came to the outer room alone and immediately saw the boiling hot bath prepared by Xianxia. After she took a bath, Xianxia went forward to help her put on her clothes. Yang Dingtian bent down and kissed his wife goodbye. Then, he went to say goodbye to his master's wife. Because Bao Bao woke up early, his master's wife also woke up early. At this moment, she was carrying Bao Bao to see Yu. Yang Dingtian took Bao Bao and kissed his little face fiercely. Then, he asked, where's master? She said, he set off before dawn. The matters of the Heavenly Edict Academy's establishment are very busy. Yang Dingtian saw that his master's wife was brimming with an incomparably happy light from inside out. It seemed that his master's return had brought her great joy. little sister, little sister. After being in Yang Dingtian's arms for a while, the baby began to squirm restlessly, wanting to find his little sister to play with. The mistress took the baby and said softly, "Little sister is still sleeping. When she wakes up, we'll go and play with her, okay? Big sister, big sister." Bao Bao pointed to the other side where little Ningning lived. "Little sister has already gone out for her morning exercise. We'll look for her to play in the afternoon, okay?" The master's wife said, "Let's play with Mouse, okay?" Just as she said that, the golden squirrel ran over with a whoosh and smiled obsequiously. "No, let's play with the snake." Bao Bao pointed at the tree hole in the distance. Immediately, the big green snake inside fled at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the bushes without a trace. Although there were snacks to eat when playing with the baby would bite. After being bitten by his baby teeth, it would be difficult for him to shed his skin in the future. "Mistress, I'll be going then," Yang Dingtian said. "Well, you're going to the Snow Clan so far away. Do you want your master or city lord Qin to go with you?" The master's wife asked. "I'll take Xiaoxiao with me. There won't be any danger," Yang Dingtian said. "Then be careful on the way," the master's wife said. Yang Dingtian gently hugged Bao Bao and the master's wife and then left. The master's wife's eyes were a little hot. She was reluctant to let Yang Dingtian leave. However, Bao Bao was a little heartless. He didn't care that his father was going on a long journey. He still pointed at the tree hole and shouted, "Snake, snake, snake." The big green snake hid in the bushes and didn't dare to move for fear of being discovered. However, the golden squirrel ran over very obsequiously, grabbed its tail, and pulled it out alive. This big green snake was a 6th-grade demonic beast. Its strength was more than a few thousand kilograms. However, the golden squirrel was able to pull it out by force. Then, the big green snake, which was as thick as a thigh, was painfully ridden by Bao Bao as they swam around. It wanted to cry but had no tears. "I'm a snake, not a horse. Moreover, I'm clearly a very ferocious and terrifying demonic beast. Why are you forcing me to become a pet? Woo 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 woo." When Yang Dingtian walked to Cloud Castle. Little Ningning and hundreds of children under the age of 10 were running in a line up on the steep mountain. These children were all enlighteners and were at the peak of chi refinement. The little girl's eyes were very sharp. Others didn't notice it, but she noticed Yang Dingtian from afar. "Daddy." She didn't leave the group. She only shouted sweetly at Yang Dingtian from afar. However, she was very obedient and didn't shout. She just mouthed it. Yang Dingtian waved at her. Little Ningning blew him a kiss. No one knew who taught her to do that. Then, under the guidance of the tutor, the group of children still lined up neatly and ran on the steep mountain peak to practice chi refinement. What a scene full of vigor and vitality. Yang Dingtian and Xiaoxiao rode 2 demon vultures to the south. The demon vultures flew over the entire northwest continent and then over the sea for thousands of miles before arriving at the southwest continent. It had been nearly 2 years since Yang Dingtian left the southwest continent. It had been more than half a year since the Council of Light developed the southwest continent. Now, the entire southwest continent had changed greatly. The 3 major cities of the southwest continent had also taken shape. However, the more obvious change was that there were obviously more people in the southwest continent. Previously, there were only 3 million people registered. After the Council of Light's land policy was released, countless people came out of the dense forests and came down from the mountains. More than a month ago, there were more than 10 million people. Now, more than a month had passed, and the population of the southwest continent was still increasing rapidly. The entire southwest continent was about 7 million square kilometers. There were more mountains than flat land. However, in terms of geographical environment, it was better than the northwest continent. It hadn't suffered much damage. There were forests, lakes, and rivers everywhere. It was very suitable for living. The most obvious change was that villages and even towns had sprung up on the southwest continent like bamboo shoots after the rain. In the past, one might not even see a house in the southwest continent if one ran 100 to 200 miles. But now, there were houses everywhere, and there was smoke everywhere. There were also countless fields that had been cultivated. If there wasn't enough flat land, terraced fields would be cultivated. Even the first batch of crops had been planted for a long time. Therefore, the entire southwest continent was full of vitality. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with happiness and satisfaction. If not for the Council of Light, the millions of people below would still be living in the mountains, living like savages. Previously, the southwest continent had been filled with brutal castles that crazily captured the people in the mountains and made them the lowest slaves. Now, the evil forces in the southwest continent had been completely wiped out. Hundreds of thousands of first-line troops and close to 1 million second-line troops had entered and restored absolute order in the southwest continent. Therefore, the southwest continent was becoming more and more a paradise. However, it was still very difficult to protect this fruit of victory. Once the Demon King was revived, it would mean the beginning of a world-ending war. The Legion of Doom would be like locusts from hell, destroying everything in this world. Yang Dingtian continued to fly south and reached the end of the southwest continent. Below him was the Mu clan docks. It was the home of Mu Lianqing and Mu Lianyi. Yang Dingtian had also stayed here for a period of time. However, the Mu clan docks was nowhere to be seen. A brand new city had been erected by the seaside. This city was later renamed to Sinanlin City. The construction of this city was only half a year away and the entire construction wasn't completed yet. There were still hundreds of thousands of people working hard. Close to 200,000 soldiers were garrisoned around the city. In the future, the southwest Lin City region would have 300,000 first-line troops garrisoned there. This place would have the second largest port in the western continent. This was because it was the closest to the earth-splitting city, the Cloud Sky Pavilion, and even the central continent. It was a straight line. In the future, this place would also become the headquarters of the Southwest Fleet. It would focus on defending the Netherworld Sea. Looking down, there was a huge city with a radius of dozens of miles. There were countless people and countless soldiers who were training in an orderly manner. It was a magnificent and lively scene. Yang Dingtian didn't land to interrupt this scene. Instead, he continued to fly south, south, and south. After a few thousand miles, Yang Dingtian saw a familiar golden beach. Below the sea was the Netherworld Sea. This world's most powerful, most mysterious, and most transcendent force. However, at this moment, the beach and the sea were still completely silent. Yang Dingtian didn't land and continued to fly south, south. On the way, there was a vast sea with occasional deserted islands. 10,000 miles. 20,000 miles. 30,000 miles. 40,000 miles. At this moment, he was already close to 60,000 miles away from the Cloud Sky City. In front of him was still the boundless sea. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian had an urge to fly south, south, and south. To see if there was an end to this world. The southernmost land was more than 80,000 miles away from the central continent. It was regarded as the southern end of the chaotic world. The eastern cloud continent was regarded as the eastern end of the chaotic world. The world of ice and snow was regarded as the northern end of the chaotic world. The westernmost region west of the taboo continent was regarded as the western end of the chaotic world. However, no one in this world had ever seen the true end of the world. There was also no such thing as walking in one direction and returning to the starting point. However, the chaotic world should have an end after all. Then where was this end? Keep going south. After a full 4 days, he was already more than 80,000 miles away from the Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian continued to fly 8,000 miles south. This place was still the boundless sea. Subsequently, Yang Dingtian changed his direction and flew towards the east. After flying for 10,000 miles, the situation of the sea suddenly changed. The sky here was no longer blue, but completely dark. The sea here was no longer blue, but dark. The sea here was no longer calm. There were heaven-shaking waves, heaven-shaking whirlpools, and heaven-shaking lightning everywhere. As far as the eye could see, there was lightning and thunder everywhere, and there was a downpour everywhere. Occasionally, there would be a huge sea demon swimming past like an island. The entire southernmost continent was surrounded by this extremely dangerous and terrifying sea. Therefore, other than the Ning clan, no one could find a safe route. Even the route in the air was extremely dangerous. However, Xiao, who was beside him, was obviously excited. It was restless and wanted to jump into the sea several times. Because this was its home. Here, it was the absolute overlord of the 10,000 miles of sea, Yang Dingtian said to Xiao. After a while, I'll let you go home, okay? Xiao immediately nodded vigorously. Yang Dingtian's demon eagle flew 10,000 meters above the ground, avoiding the monstrous waves and whirlpools, as well as the shocking lightning and sea beasts. After flying for another 10,000 miles, the sea here began to gradually calm down. Then, more and more icebergs floated on the sea. In the end, the entire sea had gradually solidified. In the end, there was no sea. There was ice and snow everywhere. Here, it was a world of ice and snow. In the north, there was a world of ice and snow. In the south, there was also a world of ice and snow. Between the two worlds of ice and snow, there was about 130,000 miles. On Earth, there was a South Pole and a North Pole, which were the north and south ends of the Earth, respectively. The distance from the South Pole to the North Pole was about 40,000 miles. After entering the world of ice and snow, there was only one color in the entire world, and that was white. Everywhere in sight, there was ice and snow, and it was boundless. Yang Dingtian enjoyed it very much because when he came to this world, everything he saw was a world of ice and snow, so he felt very familiar with it. As for Xiao, it was obviously uneasy and began to feel manic. As they continued to go deeper into the world of ice and snow, the temperature was getting lower and lower. Probably, it was already a few dozen degrees below zero. Yang Dingtian and Xiao did not feel cold. However, the other demon eagle felt that it was very difficult to endure. Yang Dingtian had no choice but to feed them fiery red elixirs. After flying for another 4,000 miles, they suddenly saw a vast snowy mountain. Almost every one of the incomparably huge snowy mountains was 10,000 meters above the ground. Countless snowy mountains stretched up and down, and it was extremely spectacular. After flying for 2,000 miles into the depths of the snowy mountains, suddenly, the sun suddenly shone down. An incomparably beautiful and dazzling scenery was instantly imprinted in Yang Dingtian's eyes. Yang Dingtian had seen the headquarters of many forces, gorgeous, bizarre, mysterious, and spectacular, far beyond the imagination of the Earth era. However, after seeing the scenery in front of him, Yang Dingtian did not hesitate to list it as the most beautiful city in the world. Peace City was made of gold, and everywhere was golden. And the Snow City in front of him was a city made of blue ice. At the peak of the mountain, there stood an incomparably huge city of blue ice. It spanned dozens of miles, huge and magnificent city walls, gorgeous and magnificent castle, every inch of it was made of blue ice. Yang Dingtian had never seen such a gorgeous city. Even the dim-witted Xiao was shocked by the beautiful scenery. At this moment, dozens of snowy white figures suddenly flew out of the ice city. Who are you? Why are you trespassing into the territory of the Snow Tribe? Yang Dingtian said loudly, the leader of the Tiando League, the leader of the Council of Light, the leader of Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian, is here to pay a visit to the king of the Snow Tribe. Note, the first update has been delivered, I will continue to write the second update. Brothers, I beg for 2 monthly votes, thank you. Because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry, thank you everyone, because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry, thank you everyone, because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry, thank you everyone, because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry, thank you everyone, because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry, thank you everyone, because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry, thank you everyone, because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry, thank you everyone. Because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry, thank you everyone, because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry, thank you everyone, because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry, thank you everyone, because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry, thank you everyone, because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry, thank you everyone, because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry, thank you everyone, because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry, thank you everyone, because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry, thank you everyone, because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry, thank you everyone, because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry, thank you everyone, because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry, thank you everyone, because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry, thank you everyone, because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry, thank you everyone, because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry, thank you everyone, because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry, thank you everyone, because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry, thank you everyone, because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry, thank you everyone, because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry, thank you everyone. End of chapter 579. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.